This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. In the third year of Yingye, the palace held the first election since the new emperor ascended the throne. As this election progressed, the atmosphere in the palace, which had been deserted because the new emperor was in mourning and no longer stepped into the harem, suddenly became lively. After this election, the harem, which was not large in number, was suddenly filled. The current emperor does not have many children. There are only 3 at most, and only 1 is healthy. The remaining 2 are relatively weak and sick. In this way, it seems a bit too unsafe. Therefore, the queen mother selected more people during this election and promised that the first concubine who gave birth to a prince could directly ascend to the position of the head of the palace. That is, the position of concubine. In the current harem, the ranks of concubines from the lowest to the highest are Gengyi, Yingying, Xianshi, Yunu, Chongzai, Guiran, Concubine, Guifei, Huang Guifei, and Empress. Among them, there are only 6 concubines. For concubines, 2 Guifei, and 1 Huang Guifei. There are many women in the harem, but there are only a few high-ranking ones, especially the concubine, who is the master of a palace, and has the confidence to stand in this palace. You must know that only those with the position of concubine and above are qualified to raise children by themselves, and the rest of the concubines with lower positions have to give their children to others to raise after giving birth. Therefore, the queen mother's promise was very important, especially for some women with humble family backgrounds. This might be their only chance to ascend to a high position, and this opportunity seemed so easy to obtain. For a time, the harem began to stir because of this promise. The new concubines in the palace were no longer busy looking for allies or forming cliques. They all wanted to get the emperor's favor and give birth to children early. The emperor certainly knew about the situation in the harem, but he thought it was not bad. His offspring were indeed a little thin, so he went to many concubines to cooperate. After 2 or 3 months, the new concubines had basically served him in bed, and the old ones in the palace were not forgotten by the emperor. Since the first pregnancy news came out, there were news of many more concubines getting pregnant. New concubines were everywhere, and the queen mother was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Everyone in the palace was attracted by these pregnant women. At this time, the fact that a maid serving in the imperial study was pregnant and was appointed as a concubine by the emperor seemed particularly insignificant. After Xiao Yuan woke up again, he found that he seemed to be bound by something. When he moved, he heard a voice outside exclaiming, He kicked me." Then a pair of hands touched his feet, and he shrank back in fear. After a while, Xiao Yuan realized that he seemed to have traveled through time. The reason why he couldn't see now was because he was still in his mother's belly, and had to wait a few more months before he was born. After a long silence, Xiao Yuan didn't know what he was feeling now. It turned out that he was dead. Didn't he wait until he was rescued? Xiao Yuan, why is he not moving? Lu Hanwan, who was touching her belly outside, felt a little panicked. Lu Hanwan was promoted to the position of a palace maid, but she was not a palace maid serving in the imperial study from the beginning. Xiao Yuan was the palace maid she worked and played with in other places before. After she became the position, she asked Xiao Yuan to serve her. Xiao Yuan hurriedly said, "The imperial physician just came to see the master this morning. The master is in good health. The little prince is probably tired. The little prince is still young now. When he grows up a little, the fetal movement will be stronger." In her early years outside the palace, Xiao Yuan saw her mother was pregnant, and she still remembers some of these things. Lu Hanwan had no experience, so she just thought too much at the moment. But she was not a brainless person. But she was in the palace and tended to think too much about everything. After Xiao Yuan said that, she relaxed. "You are right. Our little prince is fine. Xiao Yuan, in this palace, you are the one I trust the most. Although our baby may not be the first prince born after the emperor ascended the throne, and we can't become concubines, but no matter what, as long as the little prince is born safely, we will have someone to rely on in the palace in the future, and our lives will be better. During this period, I have to rely on you for help with everything around me," Lu Hanwan said sincerely. Xiao Yuan was flattered. An infinite fighting spirit rose in her heart. "Master, rest assured, I will protect you well and watch over the people below." "Yes," Lu Hanwan smiled. "I believe you. We will definitely get better and better in the future. Xiao Yuan was also overwhelmed. In the palace, those with low status deserve to be bullied. Xiao Yuan is not the kind of person who accepts her fate. She looks ordinary and has never thought about becoming the emperor's woman. So for a slave, if you want to have a higher status and live a better life, you have to follow the right master. Lu Hanwan is such a master. Pretty enough. And ambitious. Half a month later, Xiao Yuan finally heard where he was through Lu Hanwan's greetings and other things during this period. He originally thought that he had just traveled to ancient times. But after hearing many titles and names, he found that he had traveled to a palace drama. In modern times, his mother liked to watch dramas while eating, and would imitate a few lines from time to time when she was in the mood. This drama is quite famous, and his mother has watched it 3 times. Xiao Yuan himself remembered the plot. At the same time, he also knew his identity. The 9th prince who died early in the drama. A prince who existed like a legend. He has never appeared in the play, and mostly exists in the mouths of various people. The noble concubine who adopted him would use his physical condition as an excuse to ask the emperor for favor many times. The other dissatisfied concubines would angrily say that he was sick every day and might really die one day. After he died at the age of 2, his appearance was more related to his mother. Lu Hanwan was of low status and had no way to raise him. He was taken away when he was born. Therefore, Lu Hanwan has always wanted to climb to the position of concubine. Only when she became a concubine could she raise the child and then take him back. Unfortunately, he died just after she became a concubine. Lu Hanwan was stimulated to vomit blood and became mentally ill. After recuperating for half a year, she lay dormant and solved all the children of the people who harmed him. In the end, she severely damaged the 2 giants in the palace and took one of them away. It can be said that she helped the heroine clear the 2 biggest obstacles on the road. When his mother was doing things and various truths were revealed. The 9th prince, the prince who had not appeared in public, was mentioned a lot. Although he died early, his existence runs through the entire play. Xiao Yuan thought about the crazy look of Lu Hanwan in the play, who was seeking revenge for him, and was stunned in his heart. Is this his mother in this life? Will the other party like him so much? In the previous life, his parents never seemed to care about him. Children who are too sensible seem to be easily ignored. Xiao Yuan thought, since he has become a prince, he should no longer be so sensible and smart in this life. He must live for himself. As he was thinking this, the next moment, he heard his mother outside saying, Xiaoan, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Go and call the imperial physician to take a look at me. Wait. This time find someone new and younger. This was not the first time she had looked for an imperial physician. But the 2 she had found before, although they had good qualifications and looked quite old, did not find any problems for her. So Lu Hanwan wanted to change another one. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted. Yes, master. Xiao Yuan was in the belly, and he actually knew what was going on. Strictly speaking, Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yuan were not people without scheming, but they suffered because they had little experience and weak power. No matter how much precautions were taken, Lu Hanwan was just a small concubine, without her own small kitchen, and meals had to be prepared by people. Of course, there were many pregnant women in the palace now, and everyone was watching. No one really dared to put any medicine in it carelessly. After all, the cooks in the imperial kitchen didn't want to live a good life and lose their lives. However, some food combinations that counteract each other and foods that are relatively cold and not suitable for pregnant women are inevitable. Lu Hanwan was uncomfortable because of this. Xiao Yuan did have a solution. In his previous life, he had a space with land, a small house, and some medical books. Because there were many medical books in it, Xiao Yuan, who was lonely in his childhood, read them over and over again. And the land in it was also used as a medicinal garden for growing herbs. Although he died early in his previous life, when he was only 8 years old, he was the one who ran with the ball, not only computers, but in other aspects. As long as he wanted to learn, it was still easy to produce results. Now there are many medicines he had prepared in it. Now he is in his mother's stomach. It is actually no problem to take out the medicine directly and let her take it. However, thinking of his mother's situation, Xiao Yuan temporarily gave up this method. The people in the harem are now quite concerned about these pregnant women. Now they only send some food that is incompatible with food. and they haven't taken too harsh actions. If he helps his mother solve the problem, those imperial doctors who come to see the problem will see the problem and spread the news. Then I don't know what means will be used to welcome his mother in the future. At least these things now will not cause much harm to his mother's body. As for himself, it's nothing. He discovered it in his previous life. Maybe it's because he is bound to a space related to medicine. Although there is nothing special in this space, it will not let him be killed by diseases, poisons, and other things. It can keep him alive and recover slowly. So these foods will at most make him weak and sick after birth. But his life can still be saved, and he will not have a miscarriage. Of course, he will still die if he is fatally injured in the neck with a knife. He was kidnapped in his previous life and died like this. This space has a protection mechanism. When someone is watching him, he can't go in completely. To a certain extent, this can prevent the space from being discovered by others. But for Xiao Yuan, who was kidnapped maliciously, it is very miserable. His existence is a threat to others. And those people have no intention of really letting him go. They didn't bother with his parents for long, thinking of emptying his brain and then killing him. But now that he has changed his identity and location, Xiao Yuan couldn't explain how relieved he felt. After a while, Xiao Yuan came back with a young doctor who was probably in his 20s. Master, this is Dr. Li from the Imperial Hospital. Meet Lady Lu. The doctor saluted. Lu Hanwan, the concubine, has a low position, but she is still the master after all. Not to mention that Dr. Li's status in the Imperial Hospital is not high, so he still has to salute. Who knows if the person in front of him will have a promising future. It is better to have less trouble than more trouble. Lu Hanwan hurriedly asked someone to get up. She stretched out her hand. I have always felt a little uncomfortable in my stomach these days. I would like to trouble Dr. Li to help me take a look. Dr. Li took out the pulse chart and asked Lu Hanwan to put her hand on it. He then took out a handkerchief to cover Lu Hanwan's wrist, and then stretched out his hand to take the pulse. Soon, Dr. Li understood Lu Hanwan's condition. It was nothing more than eating something cold and irritating. Being in the Imperial Hospital, Dr. Li was well aware of the harem struggles. He also knew that this concubine Lu had already consulted 2 doctors a few days ago. But those 2 might have someone behind her, so they didn't say anything. But now it's his turn. Think about it. There are only so many things. The people behind him should not reveal their identities to trouble him. Not to mention if he doesn't tell. Lu Xianxue can't deal with those 2 people with backgrounds in the future. Can't she deal with him? A little doctor? The little prince is gone. There must be someone to take the blame. So Li Tai said, reporting to Xianxue. Your physical condition is just a conflict with the food you eat. You need to drink more medicine to regulate it. Conflict? Xiao Yuan was shocked and asked hurriedly, what conflict? But did the master put drugs in the food he ate? Li Tai shook his head and said, it's not that I put drugs, but some ordinary dishes, such as purslane, wood ear vegetables, etc. are cold dishes. Pregnant women should not eat too much. And some dishes, which are fine to eat by themselves, but 2 kinds of them are counteracted together. And Lu Xianxue is probably in this situation. Things like these that cannot be eaten together. Not to mention Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yuan, who were born in a lowly family. Even many people in the palace, who were born in a wealthy family, did not know. Lu Hanwan was also frightened. Will these affect the child now? Dr. Li said, there are some signs of premature birth. But the amount of food selected by the concubine may not be much. So it is not too late now. You can save the child by taking good care of it. Remember to keep calm and don't work too hard or think too much. And don't let your emotions fluctuate too much. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Li. Please prescribe some medicine for my master, Xiao Yuan said. When the doctor left, he stuffed a red envelope for him. Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yuan were both a little frightened at this time. And the most important thing was that they didn't know who was behind this. Xiao Yuan said, the person behind this should not only attack the master. It seems that someone is going to get into trouble again these days. Although Lu Hanwan was pregnant with the dragon fetus, there were several who were pregnant 2 or 3 months earlier than her. It was not her turn to compete for the first prince born after the emperor ascended the throne. And it was naturally not her turn to be a concubine. In addition, her family background was humble. And although the emperor loved her a little, it was not too much. So she was not a big threat. These meals were probably calculated by those people at any time. And I'm afraid the focus was not on her at all. Yes. Lu Hanwan's eyes darkened. There are not many people who can reach into the imperial kitchen. Xiao Yuan, you should ask carefully. Xiao Yuan agreed, and hurried to boil medicine for Lu Hanwan to drink. She was worried about the medicine passing through other people's hands. As time went by, 2 concubines had accidents and their babies were aborted. The 2 concubines had ordinary family backgrounds, so the matter was investigated and ended without causing any sensation. So far, a total of 4 pregnant concubines in the palace have miscarried. The other 2, one slipped on a stone and fell, and the other was too nervous and suspicious, resulting in a weak body and unable to bear it, and the medicine could not save her. That day, Xiao Yuan brought food in from outside. Master. She walked quickly to Lu Hanwan's side. Lu Hanwan asked, what happened? Xiao Yuan said, I heard that the queen was just diagnosed with a 3-month pregnancy. Really? Didn't they say that the queen couldn't have children? The queen was not the emperor's original wife. The emperor's original wife was the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ying. A few years after marrying the emperor, she died of dystocia after giving birth to the prince. The current queen was the second daughter of the Duke of Ying. When the emperor was still a prince, she was a popular candidate for the throne in the palace. Without the original wife, the Duke of Ying was naturally unwilling to let the throne of the queen be replaced by another lineage. So they married the second daughter. It just so happened that the second daughter fell into the water when she was young and was injured. So it was difficult for her to give birth. After she passed away, she could raise her sister's children, and the children who lost their mothers would also be taken care of by their own family. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As expected, the queen's health was not good. After so many years of marriage, she had not been pregnant. Until now. Xiao Yuan said, it is absolutely true. I am afraid that the news has spread all over the palace. Lu Hanwan paced 2 steps. The queen kept it a secret. It took 3 months to spread it. She smiled. But this is a good thing for us. The queen's son is a legitimate son, which means a lot in the palace. Although the queen has raised the prince is weak, and who knows how long he can live. Besides, the prince is not the queen's biological son. It seems that the situation in the palace will change again in the future. But that was a bit too far away. Lu Hanwan didn't want to participate in the big events like the fight for the throne. She was just a maid, without any family background. The most important thing for her at the moment was to give birth to the child. What worried her the most was that with her position, she couldn't raise her child herself. Thinking of this, she sighed worriedly. Xiao Yuan had been with her for so long, and knew what she was thinking. When she saw Lu Hanwan like this, she knew that she was worried about raising the child. She comforted her, Master, don't be too anxious. The emperor still loves you. With your beauty, you will be promoted to the position of concubine sooner or later. What she said was true. The emperor really liked Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan's beauty was not the best in the harem, but it was definitely in the first echelon. That is, the timing of her entry into the harem was quite clever. There were many pregnant women, and everyone's attention was focused on them. Otherwise, her appearance would definitely focus everyone's attention on her. After hearing Xiao Yuan's comfort, Lu Hanwan did not feel any better. She gently stroked her belly, and her eyes seemed to see the growing baby inside, so gentle that water could drip out. The position of concubine is secondary. I am worried about not being able to take care of my son in person. I don't know who the emperor will give him to, and whether others will raise him with care. A child is not complete after birth. We have to see whether he can be raised. But will other people take the safety of their children as a big deal and protect them? The harem is not a stable and harmonious place. Lu Hanwan has been thinking about this since she became pregnant. She is very afraid that her child will not grow up. But the more she thinks about it, the clearer it is that she has no room to influence this matter. The emperor is a little fond of her, but this is only because she is young, beautiful, knowledgeable and interesting. There are 3 levels between the selected concubine and the concubine, namely the imperial concubine, the concubine, and the noble lady. The emperor is not generous in his position, and it is impossible for her to be promoted 4 levels to the concubine. Those below the concubine are not allowed to raise children personally. This is a rule passed down by ancestors, and she has no ability to change it. Fortunately, she was not the type to be sad and depressed. She quickly calmed down and asked, we should keep an eye on the wet nurses. See if we can find a chance to recruit one. We won't let her do anything bad. She can just help look after the little prince. Be careful, and don't let anyone find out. among the concubines in the harem. Although Lu Hanwan didn't have a good family background, she was favored by the emperor, so it was possible for her to bribe someone. What's more, she didn't bribe people to do things that cost people's heads. It was an easy job. Even people at the bottom didn't want to die if they could survive. Xiao Yuan knew all this. After agreeing, she also told some of the wet nurses she knew. She was also a palace maid and didn't have any foundation in the palace. But Xiao Yuan was quite smart. She knew that to become someone that a concubine valued, loyalty alone was not enough. What's more, you couldn't show your heart to others. Who knew if you were really loyal? You had to be useful. She and Lu Hanwan were good friends. After Lu Hanwan got the job in the imperial study, she also expanded her social circle and had a good relationship with some palace maids. In the past few months, she became the senior palace maid beside Lu Hanwan. When conditions allowed, she would give some favors appropriately, help in times of need, and win people's hearts. This is how she got the news now. Lu Hanwan knew all about Xiao Yuan's actions and even her thoughts. Who could say that Lu Hanwan didn't do it deliberately when they were good friends? In the harem, there were many people who wanted to make progress, such as Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who racked their brains to give money to the head of the office to transfer themselves to a good place. As for Xiao Yuan, she is now tied to her. They had a good relationship at the beginning. Now that she is away from Lu Hanwan, it is basically impossible for Xiao Yuan to find someone who can trust her. Lu Hanwan herself is also a potential stock in the harem. So even for Xiao Yuan's own future, Xiao Yuan will not betray her. Xiao Yuan was in the belly, listening to his mother and the confidant maid talking. And every word was basically about him. But because there are many pregnant women in the harem now, his mother can't be sure where he will go after he is born. The palace where Lu Hanwan is now staying has no concubines, so there is no one who is directly taken to the main position. Lu Hanwan and the newly selected concubines can basically be regarded as the same group of people. The emperor's novelty towards these people has not completely worn off. She has only been in the harem for a few months and is still pregnant. She can't do more things to please the emperor. Her foundation is unstable. She dare not play any tricks in front of the emperor. She can only wait like this. Changchun Palace. The queen took a bowl of medicine, and a trace of fatigue appeared on her face. Bai Ji, pass it on. This queen is not feeling well, and needs to stay in the palace to recuperate. They don't need to come to pay respects for the time being. As for those pregnant concubines, they are lucky. Being able to give birth does not necessarily mean that you can raise the child. There is plenty of time. There is no need to be obsessed with this moment. The child in your belly is still the most important. It would be better if this child was born earlier. And it would be even better if the queen's legitimate son was also the first son after the emperor ascended the throne. Thinking of the pregnant concubine standing in front of her child, the queen secretly said that it was bad luck. But the baby in her belly was what she had been looking forward to for many years. And she couldn't afford to lose it at all. Your Majesty, be kind. Bai Ji and the queen shared the same hatred and felt that those concubines were too lucky. I don't know what kind of feng shui this palace has. How come everyone got pregnant after entering? There was a noise outside, and the maid guarding the door quickly reported in a low voice. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince came to pay his respects. The queen's eyes were soft, and she said, let him in quickly. Mother. A young boy in an apricot yellow robe with cloud patterns walked in. He stood straight and exuded a sense of decency. The young boy looked at the queen's belly carefully with some curiosity. I heard that mother is going to give birth to a little brother. How Jing came to see if mother is feeling unwell. The queen said, mother is in good health. Don't worry. How was your study in Chongwengwen today? Did the teacher praise you? The prince was alert and answered one sentence at a time. Everywhere in the harem soon received the news that the queen asked everyone not to pay respects. This was of course a good thing for many pregnant concubines. Going out meant more danger, and not having to pay respects was also good. The fact that the queen was pregnant did divert the attention of some people in the harem who were making trouble. The only people who were interested in Lu Hanwan's belly were basically the few pregnant women who gave birth to children in the same batch as her. However, most of these people had ordinary family backgrounds and had just entered the palace without many people. So the threat was not very great. In addition, Lu Hanwan's pregnancy was not the oldest. She was only pregnant for more than 6 months, while the first one was already nearly 9 months pregnant. There was not much comparison between the two sides. With these people blocking the way, It was not Lu Hanwan's turn, until a message began to spread in the palace. 7 months of life and 8 months of death. What does this mean? It means that a child born after 7 months of pregnancy can survive. But a child born after 8 months of pregnancy cannot survive. This is a widely circulated saying among the people. But when this sentence happened in the palace, the meaning was completely different. As we all know, the first concubine who gave birth to a prince could directly reach the position of concubine. Now all the pregnant concubines are basically 6 or 7 months pregnant. If they give birth naturally, Lu Hanwan and other concubines who got pregnant late are not comparable. But if they take induced labor drugs, they can turn things around and become the first person to give birth to a prince. Of course, there are also concerns. For example, induced labor is definitely not good for the child's health. The child born may not be able to survive. And it is also bad for your own health. And it is not necessarily that the child born is a prince. What if it is a princess? Wouldn't it be a waste of time and effort? In other words, if they tried their best, the benefits they would get would be huge. Among these concubines, some people had thought of inducing labor, but they had not yet made up their minds. Now that this method was made public, people's hearts were in turmoil. Lu Hanwan, who got pregnant late, was no longer a threat to those who were pregnant at the same time. The queen was exempted from paying respects, and most pregnant women could avoid many opportunities to come into contact with people. But when it came to the new year, they could not avoid it. All the concubines had to eat together during the new year, and then they would enjoy the banquet. Lu Hanwan supported her 6-month-old belly, and her heart was full of vigilance. At the banquet, it was not good to do nothing, so she could only pick and choose and pretend to eat. But in fact, she did not move her chopsticks much. When the banquet was finally over and everyone went out to enjoy the fireworks together, she breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yuan. Lu Hanwan was supported by Xiao Yuan, and she gave her a look, indicating that she had to be careful later. Although the lights were on outside, it was still a little dim. If someone wanted to take action, tonight would be a very convenient time. Xiao Yuan nodded in understanding. The concubines were selected to have 4 maids to serve them. Concubines usually brought 1 or 2 maids with them when they went out. Today, Lu Hanwan brought 2, and the other maid who followed also nodded carefully following their instructions. The 2 maids stood beside Lu Hanwan, one on the left and one on the right to protect her tightly. However, in the harem, it was not that if you didn't move, others would not come to you. When others came to talk, the 2 maids could only follow them, and it was impossible for them to stop them directly. Lu Hanwan held up her spirits and talked to people. Xiao Yuan in his belly felt the subtle changes in his body, and knew that Lu Hanwan had been tricked tonight. But he was not panicked. In the original plot setting, he was successfully born. Not to mention that he was still in a state of cheating. Even if a bowl of safflower was poured in, he would not urinate. However, his cheating was only responsible for keeping him alive, and the speed of recovery could not be expected. It is estimated that his state when he was born should be as weak and sick as in the play. This is not a big problem. He knows medicine and can slowly recover. Moreover, the weak and sick prince has its advantages. It is not easy to be feared by others, and he can also get the emperor's pity and live more freely. In his previous life, Xiao Yuan was the ball that ran away with the ball, and his mother was the heroine. However, after his mother ran away, there was no affectionate male second to help her. When he grew up, he was the one who endlessly helped his mother to clean up the mess. At first, his mother would happily praise his ability, but later she seemed to be used to him being the last one to do anything, and the things became more and more. Later, his mother reunited with his father, and his father was also surprised by his intelligence. Later, he seemed to fall into the original reincarnation and kept helping his father to do things. He was kidnapped by outside forces because others discovered his ability. They couldn't suppress him, so they just killed him. The time of being tortured before death was painful for Xiao Yuan, but when he really knew that he was going to die, he seemed to feel an invisible relief. Now that he has a new life, he doesn't want to be an emperor or fight for the throne. He is a prince and has the status and confidence to indulge himself at the moment. He must live a relaxed life in this life. He will never let the word sensible bind himself again. He doesn't want to be so smart. The younger brother born after his parents reunited is obviously not smart, but they like him so much and give all their attention and love to him. They coax and teach his younger brother with a soft tone, and experience the joy of raising a child together. When they look at each other, they are full of warmth. When they see him, their smiles will be restrained a lot, and they talk to him about work. But he is also their child. Why can't he have such pure love? In this life, everything will be different. Lu Hanwan and the two concubines who came around were perfunctory, following the large group to watch the fireworks. Seeing that they were about to go up the bridge, she held Xiao Yuan, who was supporting her tightly. Xiao Yuan looked at the people around her calmly and vigilantly. Lu Hanwan stood under the bridge. She wanted to wait until there were fewer people before going up. But soon a voice came over. Why? Isn't Concubine Lu leaving? The speaker was Concubine E. Concubine Yi's family background was ordinary. But she had a little uncle, who was the most loved by the emperor. At the beginning, her family background could enter the emperor's mansion because of this little uncle. Over the years, as her little uncle's achievements increased, Concubine Yi's status in the harem also rose. No, it should be said that due to her status, the emperor has always loved her a little bit. He doesn't dote on her too much, but he goes to her 3 or 4 days a month, which is very stable. Among the current harem, the most valuable concubines are Concubine E and the newly entered Empress Dowager's niece Concubine Chun. The latter was born in the Duke of Pinghua Mansion, which is not as high as the Duke of Ingwa Mansion of the Queen. But with the support of the Empress Dowager, she is also a difficult figure in the harem. Concubine E is old, and she didn't raise the 2 children she gave birth to. It is said that because of giving birth, her body has been damaged, and she has not been pregnant in recent years. I heard that she intends to adopt a child this time. Whether it is because the other party may be the adoptive mother of her future child, or because of the other party's power, Lu Hanwan can only obey. She said respectfully, I just felt a little unwell, so I'll take a rest. As she spoke, she slowly moved forward. Hearing her words, Concubine Yi's eyes fell on her round belly, sneered disdainfully, and took the lead to walk away. This Concubine E is not easy to get close to. Lu Hanwan had a headache. As early as when she was a palace maid, she knew that this Concubine E was average in appearance, but her temperament was very arrogant and jealous. If she wanted to have a good relationship with her, she had to pay special attention to her appearance and favor. But Lu Hanwan wanted to climb to the position of concubine, and she didn't have such a good family background. Favor was what she valued most, and she had to fight for it. At this moment, she could only pray that her child would never fall into Concubine Yi's hands. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to even take a look at it. And if she is favored in the future, she doesn't know if this person will vent his anger on his own son. Lu Hanwan thought that she couldn't stay in her palace all the time and didn't go out. She had to find a foster mother with a better temper for her child in advance. Otherwise it would be too late after the dust settled. She didn't expect that someone would allow her to cultivate feelings with her child after having her child. There was no such good thing in the palace. She just hoped that the person would pay more attention to her son and not let her son be harmed by others. For example, unfavored concubines like Dunpin and Shupin would take good care of the prince if they had a prince. After all, if the prince got into trouble, they were also responsible. But Concubine E was different. The emperor would probably scold Concubine E at most for the sake of her uncle. Lu Hanwan thought as she climbed onto the bridge. They were indeed cautious enough to notice the people in front and behind them. But although no one pushed Lu Hanwan into the water, someone directly attacked the bridge. The bridge collapsed directly, and several people fell into the river, including Lu Hanwan. There were 3 pregnant women. It was already winter, and the cold river water spread all over the body, and screams continued in the river. Although Lu Hanwan also fell in, she climbed onto the bridge late, and fell on the riverside before reaching the middle. Others would not press her down. Looking at Xiao Yuan struggling in front of her, she pushed her to the shore, and Xiao Yuan also cleverly grabbed the grass on the shore, and used her other hand to help Lu Hanwan up. They were closest to the shore, so they were naturally the first to be rescued. After being frozen for a while, the pregnant women who fell into the water basically had reactions. Lu Hanwan also returned to the palace with a pale face. That night, she developed a high fever and could not get out of bed. At the request of the emperor, a group of imperial doctors were desperately trying to save the dragon fetuses. However, among the 3 people, 1 child was not saved. Lu Hanwan and another one were slightly better, but they were also maintained by medicine. When the situation was almost settled, Lu Hanwan had been pregnant for more than 7 months. Tonight, A servant informed that the concubine who got pregnant first was about to give birth. Not long after, it was heard that another concubine was hit, and was also about to give birth. Lu Hanwan snorted. She's going to give birth. But I'm not sure if she was really hit. With Zhao Ying's boastful personality, he must have been thinking about inducing labor. A maidservant beside Lu Hanwan asked tentatively, Master, should we? Lu Hanwan looked over coldly, and the maidservant immediately fell silent, not daring to speak again. Lu Hanwan said coldly, What's the point of giving birth early? The child is not well taken care of in the belly. How can we expect him to live well after being born? My child doesn't need to take risks for these. She has the confidence that she can definitely climb to the position of concubine in the future. So there is no need to pay such a big price to take shortcuts now. No one is a fool. If something happens to the child, the emperor will not feel good. When the concubines give birth, the other concubines in the harem basically have to watch over them. However, Lu Hanwan has been bedridden due to the incident of falling into the water some time ago. So she does not have to go. When she woke up in the middle of the night, she heard Bai Ji report softly that the two had given birth. Zhao Daying gave birth to a little princess, and Zhou Chongzai gave birth to a little prince. Lu Hanwan breathed a sigh of relief. The first child after ascending the throne is finally born. It seems that our future life will be easier. This concubine position must belong to Zhou Chongzai. So there is no need for the remaining concubines to fight for it. Although she still couldn't completely put her mind at ease, she didn't have to worry about it anymore. The most important thing next was the legitimate child in the queen's belly. After being helped by Bai Ji to go to the toilet, Lu Hanwan came back and drank some hot water. Then went back to bed and lay down peacefully, sleeping very sweetly. The next day, Lu Hanwan found something for the maid to give to the two concubines who gave birth yesterday as a congratulations. Then she asked Bai Ji to invite the imperial physician to come. Not long after, Imperial Physician Li came over, and after taking her pulse, he said, the concubine is almost well, but she still needs to continue to drink the medicine to preserve the pregnancy, which is good for the fetus. Thank you very much, Imperial Physician Li, Lu Hanwan said. She didn't expect that Dr. Li looked young, but his medical skills were quite good. He spent a lot of effort to help her keep the fetus. So she was really grateful to this doctor in front of her. After Dr. Li prescribed the medicine, Bai Ji took it to boil the medicine. They took advantage of Dr. Li's vacation, and not on duty to pretend to let other doctors look at the medicine casually. There was no problem. In addition, Dr. Li had really helped them a lot from the beginning to now. So Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yuan both trusted Dr. Li relatively more. Apart from other things, if Dr. Li hadn't brought up the matter of food incompatibility at the beginning, I'm afraid they would have to wait until something happened to their stomachs to find out the truth. After the medicine was boiled, as Lu Hanwan began to drink it, Xiao Yuan in her stomach knew that Dr. Li probably had someone behind the scenes. This medicine seemed to be for the body, but in fact, drinking it would weaken the fetus. But maybe Dr. Li was timid, or he still had a conscience. So the medicine he gave was not too strong, and Xiao Yuan estimated that he could still be born safely. This was consistent with the plot. The ninth prince was born weak. Every day, he grew up under the watering of the medicine for physical weakness. And from time to time, he would inhale some musk and other aromas that were not good for pregnant women. And occasionally, he would get some food with something on it. And time passed day by day. Xiao Yuan grew up tenaciously. Of course, he also needed the help of Dr. Li, who was probably a good doctor from the root. This time, he might have been coerced by someone behind the scenes to attack the fetus in Lu Hanwan's belly. But he held the belief that the fetus could only die because of the weakness of his medicine. And he found out all the other things that were harmful to the body, and nursed Lu Hanwan back to health. In short, his progress could not be interrupted. It also saved Xiao Yuan from having to worry about himself and his mother while he was still in the belly. Soon, several months passed. In the morning, Lu Hanwan felt the pain in her stomach and was helped into the delivery room by the maid. With Xiao Yuan's active cooperation, Lu Hanwan gave birth very quickly. The midwives who had ulterior motives had not found a chance to work before the baby was born. Xiao Yuan had also watched some dramas, and knew that babies had to cry when they were born. Otherwise they would be spanked. He cried loudly himself. Outside, the queen and others were stunned. Lu Xianxue gave birth? They had just arrived. Giving birth is always a time-consuming thing. and everyone thought they had to wait here for a while. Even the emperor raised his eyebrows unconsciously. Inside the house, the midwife washed Xiao Yuan in warm water, wrapped him in a small bundle, and then held him out happily. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Concubine Lu gave birth to a little prince." "Good." The emperor was also very happy. He had never had many children. Although he had given birth to several during this period, it was not certain whether he could raise them. Of course, the more princes, the better. Besides, Lu Hanwan was also a woman he liked more, and he was naturally in a good mood when she gave birth to a prince. Honor has worked hard. Su Quan. Look at the reward. Su Quan was the eunuch beside the emperor. He had been with the emperor since he was a child, and he was currently the most useful person around the emperor. The midwife brought the baby to the emperor. The emperor took a look and was surprised to find that this baby was not wrinkled like the ones he had seen before. His skin was white and rosy, although he was a little small. His cheeks were plump and very cute. He couldn't help but reach out to take it. Concubine E leaned over to watch the emperor, with curiosity and a little joy. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, this child would be given to her to raise. So she looked at Xiao Yuan more favorably at this moment. She asked the question in everyone's mind, "Shouldn't a newborn baby be wrinkled?" The midwife said, "To answer Your Majesty, some babies are born like this." Other concubines also joined in the conversation. "The baby born by my sister-in-law when I was at my mother's house was also white and tender when it was born. But I heard that this situation is relatively rare." Everyone also started to discuss it. It's not that they are really interested in a little baby, but the emperor is here, and they have never seen such a child born like this. So they just talked about it casually. In the house, Lu Hanwan also smiled when she heard that she had given birth to a little prince. It's not that she prefers boys to girls, but in the harem, there is indeed a big difference between giving birth to a prince and giving birth to a princess. No one doesn't want to be pregnant with a boy. Princesses basically have to marry when they grow up, and it is difficult for them to have a stable life. Xiao Yuan didn't stay awake for too long. He had just been born, so he couldn't see clearly and had insufficient energy. He fell asleep soon. The emperor held the baby for a while. Concubine E stood close to the emperor, with an intimate posture. She looked more like a wife than the queen. She reached out to the emperor, wanting to take Xiao Yuan and hold him. This would be her child in the future. But the emperor slightly turned his body and dodged without a trace. He handed the baby to the midwife in front of him. "Take it away, and take good care of the ninth prince." Concubine Yi's expression froze, and she pursed her lips and looked at the emperor, wondering if the other party did it on purpose. Could it be that the emperor didn't want to hand over the child to her? But now, besides Lu Hanwan, there are only 2 pregnant women left in the harem. One is the queen, and she certainly can't expect to adopt the queen's child. Another one is Xiaogini, who is also pregnant, but the pregnancy is not so good, and it is not certain whether the baby is a boy or a girl. So of the 2 options, compared to the uncertain Xiaogini, she certainly wants to choose the 9th prince born by Lu Hanwan. The emperor didn't look at her, but just said, "I still have some political affairs to take care of, so I'll go back first." All the concubines sent the emperor off respectfully. After the emperor left, everyone looked at Concubine E quietly, and Concubine Su laughed. Sister Concubine E has been picking and choosing among several princes for some time. In the end, it's not possible that she can't raise any princes, right? For the concubines in the palace, having a child is a very important thing. Concubine E is old and her body has been damaged for a long time. It is almost difficult for her to give birth to a child herself. Of course, Concubine E firmly believes that she can definitely give birth, but she doesn't mind raising a child first. After all, if there is a child, the emperor will come to her palace more often. Children are extremely beneficial for competing for favor. Maybe after raising a child, you could also bring yourself a biological child. Although she never thought of taking the adopted children seriously, Concubine E still carefully selected them. However, these children are not something she can raise just because she wants to. There are many people in the palace who lack children, and the concubines are also implicitly divided into teams. Some concubines can give birth to children by relying on the help of the master, and the master's help is not for the children. She also complained that some children were weak and difficult to raise, and that concubines had low status, etc. In short, everyone knew what Concubine E was thinking, and few of the pregnant concubines liked her. Concubine Su belonged to the queen's faction. When she said this, some people couldn't help but complain. Do you really think that princes and princesses are cabbages? You are still picking them up. It's ridiculous. In fact, it doesn't matter if you pick them up. Who doesn't care about things in their hearts? It's a pity that Concubine E is too stupid to make a big fuss. After all, they are all the emperor's children. Even if the emperor values Concubine Yi's uncle, he can't let Concubine E ruin him like this. It's hard to say whether the emperor did it on purpose just now. After being told the situation, Concubine Yi's face turned pale in an instant. She didn't care about these people, but she cared a lot about whether the emperor knew her thoughts. She was stupid, but she knew that the princes and princesses were not something she could easily despise. She still didn't admit defeat, and said in a nonchalant manner, whether I have a prince or not is not something you can decide with just a few words. Take care of yourselves first. She left directly after saying that. Away from these people, she couldn't hide the panic on her face. And she was thinking about what the emperor would do in a messy way. The concubines didn't stay there for long, and they went away in groups of 3 or 2. After returning to the palace, they had to prepare a gift for Lu Hanwan to celebrate the birth of a child. As for the emperor, he was indeed a little dissatisfied with Concubine Yi's attitude. He could ignore his son, but it was different if the concubines despised him. So today, he was going to teach Concubine E a lesson. Of course, the most important thing was that he thought that Shujio was a good-looking child. So white and cute when he was just born. He wondered if Song Shuqing would like it. Thinking carefully, Shuqing was not young anymore, and her body had been calculated a long time ago. So it was difficult for her to give birth. He had asked before, and Shuqing didn't want to pay attention to him at that time. But now he thinks the 9th prince is pretty good. Shujio's mother was gentle and of low status. If Shujio was given to Shuqing, Shuqing would have someone to rely on in the future. In the emperor's mind, nothing was more important than his own power and country, and he would never put women in an important position. The court affairs were where he occupied most of his mind, and the harem was just a change in his spare time. At the beginning, he had only 3 points of affection for Song Shuqing. Back then, he met Song Shuqing, who was dressed as a man, by accident and fell in love with each other. Song Shuqing was the first person who loved him for who he was, apart from his status as a prince. They were different, especially because his character was not too harsh on women. So he had this idea. With a prince, even if he and Song Shuqing really faded away in the future, the prince could keep Song Shuqing's dignity in the harem. Song Shuqing, who was once hated by the women in the harem, needed this prince. The emperor's thoughts were calm and clear, tolerant and ruthless. Although he thought so in his mind, the emperor did not immediately go to find concubine Song Shuqing. In his early years, he and Song Shuqing had a deep friendship, so that the women in the harem all regarded Shuqing as a thorn in their eyes. Later, Shuqing's child was lost, and she was often targeted in daily life. Although he sent people to protect her, those jealous words were inevitable. It was only in these years that he was not so special to Song Shuqing, and the situation eased. No, it's not that he doesn't have special feelings for Song Shuqing, but that they have already broken up. It's impossible for him to give up his power and live with Song Shuqing. Nor is it possible for him to idle the entire harem for Song Shuqing. He felt that Song Shuqing's requests were unreasonable, but he was somewhat indulgent because he knew that she loved him for himself rather than his status. But Song Shuqing still couldn't accept that he had 3,000 beauties in his harem. She had real feelings for him, especially when she first entered the palace. The emperor made too many exceptions for her, which made her want more. She knew that the emperor was capable and scheming, and he could stabilize the court with his own means. As long as he was willing to give, he could give. But he didn't do that. Song Shuqing knew that it was really alarmist for an emperor to only want her, but she couldn't get over it in her heart. So she was heartbroken. She wanted his exclusive love. Didn't the emperor do that in history? Why didn't the emperor want to do that for her? So the two of them were in a cold war now, and they had been in a cold war for several years. After handling the political affairs, he received the soup sent by Concubine E. But the soup was left, and he didn't see the person. Seeing that the time was almost up, he got up and went to Chungqiu Palace where Song Shuqing was. Your servant greets the emperor. The maids in Chungqiu Palace saluted one after another. The emperor hummed and walked straight in. Although the two were in a cold war, they didn't really say such words to each other. So the emperor still came to Chengqiu Palace every month. It's just that Song Shuqing, who used to smile a lot when she saw him, now doesn't smile much when she sees him. She only smiles to go along with him occasionally, as if she has really become a woman that can be seen everywhere in the harem. In short, she gave up. The emperor didn't care, and came anyway. After entering the palace, Song Shuqing inside had heard the greetings from outside. When she saw the emperor coming in, she squatted and saluted. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" "Why? I can't come." "Your Majesty is joking." Song Shuqing stood up and poured a cup of tea for the emperor. Her family members were still serving as officials in the court, and she herself needed to live in the harem, so she couldn't just ignore everything and make trouble with the emperor. Moreover, at first, she herself went to the palace and agreed to enter the palace, so that the emperor, who was still a prince at that time, could help her family overturn the case. Everything had been destined long ago. It was she who was unwilling to accept it and wanted too much. The emperor did not come to quarrel with her. He directly stated his purpose. "You should know that Lu Chengzai gave birth to a little prince today." Lu Chengzai was talking about Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan was a concubine before, but after giving birth to a prince today, the emperor promoted her by 2 levels, surpassing the imperial concubine and reaching the level of promise. Below that are the noble ladies, concubines, and noble concubines. However, it can be foreseen that the further you go, the harder it will be to get promoted to this position. The emperor is not a generous person in giving positions. Among the few people who gave birth to children before, there were concubines he did not like very much, and they did not get promoted after giving birth. Most of them were only promoted 1 or 2 levels. The only exception was Zhou Chengzai, who was the first to give birth to a little prince after the emperor ascended the throne. According to the Empress Dowager's previous intention, she was directly promoted to a concubine and would be the head of a palace in the future. Song Shuqing was not touched by Lu Hanwan's childbirth. The emperor hurt her a lot. In the past 6 months, one concubine after another had good news, and then one after another gave birth. If she was really angry, she would not be able to be angry, and she would have died long ago. She said, "Yes, I heard about it." She bit her fingers slightly, thinking of the child she was pregnant with, but could not give birth to. The emperor nodded. Although Song Shuqing and the emperor had a cold war and died of heartache, in fact, as a concubine, she was still very special in the harem. For example, she did not go to Lu Hanwan's child today. For things like this, she was casual, going if she wanted to, and not going if she didn't want to. The queen would not argue with Song Shuqing on such matters. Everyone knew the position of Song Shuqing in the emperor's heart. At the beginning, Song Shuqing almost made the emperor give up his wives and concubines in the harem, give up power, and run away with Song Shuqing. When such things came to the emperor always sided with Song Shuqing. The queen could only turn a blind eye. The emperor asked. The 9th prince born to Lu Chengzai was born with a fair complexion and a very cute appearance. Lu Chengzai was born in a humble family, so the 9th prince had to be raised by someone else. "Are you willing to raise him?" There was silence in the air for a while. After a long time, Song Shuqing said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, but I am used to quietness, and I am afraid I don't want to have another child." Her reaction was expected by the emperor. His decision was indeed for her good. But the emperor was born in a noble position, and has always been a popular candidate for the throne. In the end, he also won the throne himself. His temperament tends to be strong, and he doesn't want to accommodate others blindly. Therefore, after Song Shuqing refused, he did not persuade her again. Just think it over carefully. That night, the emperor stayed in Chengqiu Palace. After hearing the news, Concubine E was so angry that she smashed things in the room. She wanted to see the emperor and explain to him, but she didn't expect the emperor to go to Shupin. Concubine E had been with the emperor for a long time, so she was quite clear about Shupin's affairs. Could it be that the emperor wanted to give the 9th prince to Shupin to raise? She suddenly thought of this. The emperor loved Shupin so much back then. Even though he was tired of her now, Shupin's status in the palace was already very special, and the emperor still remembered the old feelings. Shupin had no children, so it was not impossible for the emperor to want Shupin to raise a prince. Thinking of this, one of her men smashed the things on the dressing table hard. Bitch. She actually snatched the person from her. Even if she didn't value the 9th prince, She would not be happy if Shupin took it away from her. What she could not stand the most was that the emperor actually helped Shupin to bully her. She liked the emperor so much. And these bitches always liked to seduce the emperor, which was really abominable. The maids in the room were silent, and no one dared to speak. The next day, Concubine E gathered her spirits and went to deliver soup to the emperor again. Su Quan brought the food box into the hall and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty." Concubine E brought this lotus leaf and barley soup. He took the soup out of the food box. The emperor did not raise his head, continued to be busy with official duties, and said casually, "You can take it down and drink it." After the matter was done, the emperor still remembered Concubine Yi's matter. Now that Song Shuqing was unwilling to raise the ninth prince, the ninth prince had to be given to Concubine E. So he didn't want to be stiff. At noon, I went to Concubine Yi's place for lunch. When the eunuch conveyed the news in advance, Concubine E was overjoyed. "Really? The emperor is really coming to this palace?" "Kai Lan, look at the reward." She signaled Kai Lan to give the eunuch a purse. She was busy. "Quick, help me change my clothes. And the small kitchen will prepare something that the emperor likes to eat." When the emperor came here after finishing his work, Concubine E was already waiting. Unlike the previous panic, Concubine E mostly pretended to be more dignified in front of the emperor. Her family was originally an ordinary market family, and it seemed that they had nothing to do with the most powerful heir to the throne at that time. But the emperor was very outstanding when he was still a prince. He had excellent military talents, and went to the battlefield many times to fight and make military merits. He was also considerate of his subordinates, caring for the people, and had a very good reputation among the people. He was particularly handsome, and had good literary talent. Many people in the capital liked him at that time. Concubine E was one of them. I could not forget him the first time I saw him. Originally, they should not have had any intersection. And Concubine E did not have the courage to forcefully touch the favored son of heaven. But the emperor had contact with her uncle. The moon in the sky seemed to be within reach. And Concubine E was making a fuss at home, clamoring to marry His Royal Highness the Prince of Yin. The Prince of Yin was the title of the emperor at that time. She made a big fuss and asked her uncle to intercede for him. But for her uncle, His Royal Highness the Prince of Yin did not despise his lowly status, and also taught him martial arts and military affairs. He was like a father or a god. How could he bother His Royal Highness with such a thing? He did not agree. But the matter was eventually known to the King of Yin. The King of Yin didn't care much about women, and for the sake of her uncle, he finally agreed. But don't think about the position. Just an ordinary concubine. Concubine E made trouble at home. But she didn't dare to make any trouble in front of the wise and powerful emperor. She even knew that the emperor was actually 1 year younger than her. She was ashamed and embarrassed. And for some reason, maybe her appearance was not good enough in the harem. So she took other routes. She always wanted to act like a big sister in front of the emperor and control the emperor. She thought that other women were little goblins who seduced the emperor. It seemed that she was the only one who really wanted the good of the emperor. But the emperor didn't buy it. Concubine Yi's favor had always been normal. When the emperor came to her, she would cover herself with a quilt and sleep more. Concubine E was never good at talking. When she saw the emperor, no matter how excited she was, she just bowed calmly. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." The emperor hummed and helped her up. "Get up." As they talked, the two of them entered the house. The palace maids began to pass the meals up with great tact. The two of them were eating, and Concubine E had a hard time swallowing. When the meal was almost over, she pulled her handkerchief and said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, the ninth prince." The emperor looked at her with great dignity, and his expression seemed to be smiling. "Which of my princes do you want to choose to raise? Concubine E?" Concubine Yi's hands trembled. Her voice trembled with fear, and she knelt down directly. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I never wanted to choose, but I am worried that I am not capable enough. If something goes wrong, I will be uneasy. Your Majesty." She sobbed and complained. "Okay," the emperor said, "since you have already known your mistake, you should still raise the ninth prince. However, if something goes wrong with Shizio, you know the consequences." "Yes, the matter can be turned around." Concubine E is immediately happy, and promised, "Your Majesty, I will take good care of the ninth prince." The emperor responded, stood up and said, "It's getting late. I'm leaving first." Concubine E felt a pang in her heart and stood up reluctantly to see him off. After the emperor left, she came to her senses and thought of the ninth prince again. She hurriedly raised her voice and ordered, "Let's go and bring the ninth prince back." With the emperor's personal promise, the ninth prince would be her child in the future. For a moment, Concubine E also looked forward to it. A group of people went to Chaoxiao Palace in a mighty manner. At this time, Lu Hanwan was still in confinement. Knowing that the emperor did not let anyone take Xiaojiu away yesterday, she asked the maid to bring the child to her early in the morning. When she heard the noise outside, she was stunned for a moment and asked, "What happened outside?" Xiao Yuan went out to take a look, and then her face was a little bad when she came back. She looked at Lu Hanwan with worry. "Master, it's Concubine E who is here," she said. "She wants to take the little prince away." Lu Hanwan felt a pain in her heart, took a breath, and then looked at the face of the baby in the swaddling clothes. She knew that this day would come sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Xiao Yuan was still sleeping, and didn't know that he was going to be taken away. Not long after, Lu Hanwan forced a smile and handed the baby to the wet nurse, who was waiting beside her. "You go with the ninth prince. After you go, take good care of Xiujiu." "Yes, master," the wet nurse agreed. This wet nurse was sent here by the queen when Lu Hanwan was born, because the emperor didn't specify who would take care of the ninth prince. There are many wet nurses prepared for the princes, and it is not a big deal to temporarily assign two to come, regardless of whether there is someone behind this wet nurse. Lu Hanwan has bribed her again, so she could only do this. However, she had asked Xiao Yuan to bribe someone in advance. And now the wet nurse is in Isho Palace of Concubine E. As all the concubines in the harem gave birth early, only she and a little dresser were left. Lu Hanwan guessed that her child would most likely go to Concubine E, which was not the result she wanted. It was a pity that although she had tried hard to help Xiujiu find a better adoptive mother, she did not get a good result. And the emperor's attitude was uncertain, so she did not dare to entangle. Seeing the wet nurse holding the child she gave birth to go out, Lu Hanwan burst into tears. Outside the door, Concubine E was waiting in the yard. She knew the child was in Lu Hanwan's room, but Lu Hanwan had just given birth, so she didn't want to go into the room to hold the child. Anyway, the matter had been settled, and Lu Hanwan couldn't resist a small promise. This child was hers. "I wish you the best, Concubine E." The nurse saluted Concubine E, and then came forward with the child. Concubine E took the child and looked at it. The little one was sleeping sweetly in the cradle, with a small nose, long eyelashes, and a chubby face. It was really cute. She pursed her lips unconsciously, reached out and touched it, and then handed the child to the person she brought with her. "Okay, let's go." The group walked back again. The wet nurse stood there in a daze, and then hurriedly followed. Kai Lan, the maidservant of Concubine E, took a look and said something to Concubine E. Concubine E frowned and said, "Let her go back. We don't need so many wet nurses to take care of Isho Palace." The wet nurses and other servants prepared for the ninth prince had already been in place. After all, she was the one who would definitely raise a prince. So of course, those things had to be prepared in advance. After that, the team continued to walk back. After a while, they returned to Isho Palace. Xiao Yuan was still awake, so Concubine E handed him over to the wet nurse to take away. Raising children in the harem is really good. Concubines don't need to take care of the children themselves. Everything is taken care of by the servants. They only need to ask someone to bring them over to tease them when they remember. When Xiao Yuan woke up, he was facing a completely unfamiliar room. And even the wet nurse was unfamiliar. He was immediately confused. He has left his mother and been taken away by Concubine E? He just took a nap. When did he do this? Xiao Yuan had seen this drama in his previous life and knew that his adoptive mother was Concubine E, and that he would die when he was 2 years old. It is hard to say that Concubine E had contributed to his death. In the past 2 years, he often lived in soup medicine, but his mother never forgot his death throughout her life, and finally paid the price of her life to avenge him. Even if the blood relationship is not taken into account, just the comparison between the two of them is enough for Xiao Yuan to lean towards his own mother. But he watched the drama a lot, and listened to his mother and the maid's words during pregnancy. Although Xiao Yuan was young, his mind was far superior to that of ordinary people. He knew that this kind of thing was not something that a child like him could easily solve by crying and making a fuss. Moreover, although the emperor was capable, He didn't really pay much attention to the child, so it was useless for him to make a fuss. Father! Father! The emperor was actually the emperor first, and then the father. In the palace, although he was determined to live an easy life in this life and be an ordinary and willful child, he was not stubborn enough to challenge the emperor's patience. There were so many children in the palace, and he couldn't even get a rank in the emperor's eyes. His mother would be promoted to concubine in 2 years, Xiao Yuan thought, so he would wait for 2 years. After his mother was promoted to concubine, he estimated that he could go back. Anyway, he was lying in bed every day and couldn't do anything. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan quietly drank milk and lay on the bed. As a prince, Xiao Yuan had many people serving him. There were 4 wet nurses alone, and a lot of maids and eunuchs serving him, since not all of them were together. And there were also people from Concubine E coming and going. Xiao Yuan didn't count how many there were. There were many people, but they were not just for numbers. From beginning to end, there were basically people staying in Xiao Yuan's room, watching him. He was a prince, and the servants didn't dare to tease him like a master. So the people who stayed in the room were bored and often gathered together to talk. Did you hear it? The 5th prince is gone. What? Another maid was surprised. Why is it so sudden? The person who first talked about this said, it's not sudden. The 5th prince was born weak. It's not easy to raise such a young child. Xiao Yuan didn't expect to hear the news of the prince's death shortly after he was born. But he knew that this was not the end, but the beginning. In palace fighting dramas, the prince is naturally a consumable. Those who are pregnant, newly born, and even several years old must die. Even he himself will die at the age of 2. Of course, now that he has traveled through time, he still has a trick, so he should be able to live and grow up. Xiao Yuan, who dreamed of living and growing up, felt something was wrong after a while. He actually felt a faint smell of alcohol in the milk he drank. This trick was quite clever, because if it was replaced with something else, Xiao Yuan's body as a baby would easily react. So it was natural to bring in the imperial physician. With Concubine Yi's status, there must be someone she trusts among the imperial doctors. And then, the other party can easily find out what's wrong with Xiao Yuan's body. Then, the wet nurse hiding behind the scenes can't hide anymore. The person behind this bad wet nurse is definitely not Concubine E. Concubine E has no children, and Xiao Yuan was given to her. To a certain extent, Xiao Yuan is Concubine Yi's future support when Concubine E herself can't have children. Concubine E doesn't need to be so anxious to get rid of Xiao Yuan. What's more, Xiao Yuan is profitable to Concubine E now. After Xiao Yuan was born, the emperor came to ask twice, and also followed Concubine E to tease Xiao Yuan. It is said that his treatment is the first among the newborn babies in the palace. And according to the palace maid's speculation, it was probably because Xiao Yuan was good-looking that the emperor looked at him differently. Concubine E had no motive to attack him, and the person behind the scenes had a good plan. The nurse drank alcohol, and the baby ate milk containing alcohol. And the reaction was basically that the baby would sleep longer. But the baby was sleepy, and could not easily detect the problem. In fact, alcohol would affect the brain development of children. And Xiao Yuan could be easily solved at that time without arousing suspicion. He could only say that it was indeed high. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan vomited milk and cried loudly. He was not very big, but his cry was still loud. Concubine E was idle in the room, and frowned when she heard the cry. Go and see what's wrong. Yes. Kai Lan hurried out. After a while, she came back and said anxiously, My queen, the little prince may have choked on the milk and has been vomiting. His face has turned red. Concubine E stood up and said, Why don't you go and ask the imperial physician to come over? The emperor and she teased the little prince yesterday. It would be bad if the little prince got into trouble today, although she firmly believed that she would get pregnant and have children in the future. It was still too early. Kai Lan also came back to tell Concubine E first. After hearing her instructions, she hurried to the imperial hospital. Concubine E sorted out her clothes and went to the place where the little prince lived next door. When she arrived, Xiao Yuan was still crying, and the wet nurse next to him was pale and kept coaxing him. Xiao Yuan did this just to get the imperial physician to come. He suddenly vomited after drinking the nurse's milk. Even if he didn't see anything from him, it was necessary to diagnose the nurse. Once diagnosed, the nurse's drinking would definitely be exposed. This was also the reason why the nurse was panicking at the moment. She had expected the consequences, so she was anxious to coax Xiao Yuan. As long as Xiao Yuan stopped crying, he could fool around and say that he was choked. Xiao Yuan would not cooperate, although he knew he would not die. Who would have the patience to have someone around him who was deliberately trying to kill him? In his last life, he had already accommodated others enough. In this life, he just wanted to go crazy and kill all those who had ulterior motives. Concubine E was startled by Xiao Yuan's constant vomiting. What happened to him? The nurse knelt down and apologized, reporting to the queen. The little prince accidentally choked while drinking milk, and his throat was uncomfortable. Seeing that the nurse had abandoned the prince in such a critical moment and knelt down, Concubine E pointed her finger at him anxiously. If he choked, you should find a way to fix it quickly. Isn't he choked to death? She could imagine how the people in the harem would laugh at her after the 9th prince died. And she needed to keep this prince so that the emperor would come to her palace more often. On the other side, Kailan brought a royal doctor to Yishou Palace quickly, and Concubine E hurriedly said, "Don't bow. Royal doctor, come and see what happened to little 9. Xiao Yuan continued to cry, and from time to time, he looked like he was vomiting. The imperial physician felt the pulse and found that the 9th prince was still quite weak. But there was nothing wrong with him at the moment. He naturally did not ignore Xiao Yuan's vomiting. So he asked, "Did the little prince eat anything?" A maid said, "The 9th prince kept crying and vomiting because he drank her milk." There were few fools among the palace maids. Everyone knew that there were many disputes in the harem, and the 9th prince had shown it so obviously. It was most likely that the wet nurse had a problem. The servants were afraid that they would be implicated, so they quickly gave the wet nurse away. The imperial physician hurried to the wet nurse's side. "Please stretch out your hand for me to take a look." The nurse trembled and stretched out her hand, unable to refuse. Concubine E was anxious and didn't think too much because of the nurse's evasive words. Now she came to her senses and stared at this side. The imperial physician quickly took the pulse and said to Concubine E, reporting to Concubine E, "The nurse must have drunk alcohol. The little prince is weak and sensitive, and his spleen and stomach can't stand the stimulation. So he keeps crying. Feed the little prince more warm water to promote excretion, and there shouldn't be much of a problem." "Good for you." Concubine E was furious. "Who sent you to assassinate my prince?" The nurse knelt down and begged for mercy. "Madam, please spare me. Please spare me. I was just greedy for a while. I didn't mean it." Yifei said, "Come here. Arrest her first." Several young eunuchs came forward and grabbed the wet nurse immediately. Kailan turned her head and whispered to the maid beside her, "Go and ask the kitchen to prepare some warm water to feed the little prince." After the maid went down, she went forward to Yifei and continued to serve. Of course, the treatment of the wet nurse was not carried out in Xiao Yuan's room. A group of people took the wet nurse out. It was said that they were going to invite the emperor and the queen, but Xiao Yuan could not hear it afterwards. He drank the warm water brought by the maid and slowly stopped crying. After a while, perhaps because the previous work was done, the emperor, the queen and others came into the room again. The emperor looked down at his 9th son lying on the crib and was satisfied to find that the child was in good condition. Few of his princes could survive. This child was born small, and the imperial physician said that he was not healthy. He was really afraid that after what happened just now, the child would be in trouble. He nodded, with a smile in his eyes, and said to Concubine E, "Concubine E has raised the child well. He stopped crying and making trouble so soon." "Yes, Your Majesty." Concubine E glanced at the queen and smiled. "Little 9 has always been very well behaved and doesn't like to cry. He only cries a few times when he pees. I have never seen such a well-behaved child." The emperor's voice was full of joy. "He is a clean child. This child of his is indeed different from other children in some aspects, which is why the emperor is willing to come, always wanting to see what other cute actions the child can have." Xiao Yuan cooperated and stared at the emperor. Wherever the emperor walked, his eyes followed. The emperor never tired of teasing. Looking at the child's clear black eyes, the whole person laughed. After teasing the child for a while, the group left again, and the room returned to silence. There was one less wet nurse in trouble among the people serving the 9th prince, which made the whole team a lot more peaceful. But I don't know how long this situation can last. Soon, it was Xiao Yuan's full moon banquet. But Xiao Yuan was just held by someone, showed his face at the full moon banquet, and then came back. At this banquet, he got a name. Hao Yuan. How is the unified name of the princes of his generation? And it becomes a name after adding another word. Xiao Yuan thought that his name in modern times is Yuan. And now it seems that he has a good fate with this word. After Xiao Yuan's full-month banquet, the most eye-catching thing should be the queen's belly. Xiao Yuan himself could not see it with his own eyes. But from some of the words of the maids and servants who served him, he could still know that a lot of things happened in the harem. The queen was worthy of being the queen. She protected her belly tightly and successfully gave birth to a little prince a month later. On the day she gave birth, even Xiao Yuan, a little baby lying in bed, knew that she had given birth to a prince. Xiao Yuan's room was not far from Concubine Yi's room. He even heard the sound of Concubine E smashing a teacup after she came back. It can be seen that the fact that the queen gave birth to a legitimate son really made Concubine E very angry. Concubine E panted. What a queen! Having a prince is not enough. She also gave birth to a prince. She has not been pregnant for so many years. And she has only one legitimate son in her life. I originally thought that the queen's baby might be a princess. But I didn't expect that the queen was so lucky and really gave birth to a legitimate son. Kai Lan, as Concubine Yi's maid, naturally spoke in accordance with Concubine Yi's wishes. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Even if the queen gave birth to a legitimate son, the prince is still there. Who knows how anxious the queen will be? Concubine E sneered when she heard it. Thinking about the scene, it was really funny. You are right. The prince is not her own son after all. There is only one prince. I don't believe she can really watch the prince take her son's place. Who knows? This frail prince will really die one day. Yes, Your Majesty, Kai Lan continued. The prince is weak. But when he dies, the next prince may not be the queen's child. Our ninth prince is also smart and clever. So loved by the emperor. The heir to the palace and the heir to the throne are not the same thing. The queen has the Duke of Ying's mansion behind her. And she has her uncle behind her. Not to mention anything else. Even Concubine Chun entered the palace for the position of queen. Concubine Chun is the niece of the queen mother. And the queen mother has always favored Concubine Chun. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what's going on. With the queen mother around, she will never want the child born by the queen to become the next prince. Thinking of this, Concubine E felt relieved. She looked at Kai Lan and said in a relaxed tone, Go. Bring the ninth prince to me for a look. Get close to him. Otherwise the child is not familiar with her. And when the emperor comes, he will cry directly in her arms. Before she got pregnant, Concubine E paid some attention to the ninth prince. Apart from anything else, these clothes are good. Xiao Yuan was brought to Concubine E. Now that Concubine E has not started to harm him, he did not want to find fault and cooperated with Concubine E for a while. It was time to feed. And Concubine E asked someone to take him down again, watching the wet nurse holding Xiao Yuan and walking out the door. Concubine E couldn't help but touch her belly. Kai Lan, when do you think I can get pregnant again? It was one thing that she had a good attitude towards the ninth prince. Concubine E had never thought that the family behind her would become the ninth prince's reliance. The current Xiao Yuan was just a transition for her to wait for her own son. On the other hand, after giving birth to the child and sitting for a month, Lu Hanwan started to exercise to restore her figure. She did not go to Xiao Yuan's full moon banquet. Generally speaking, the confinement period is 1 month. And it is okay to go or not. But thinking of Concubine Yi's character, and for the living environment of her son, she decided to avoid Concubine E and not go to recruit people. Her goal was clear. That was to compete for favor. Only by gaining more favor and ascending to a high position could she get everything she wanted. Since you want to pamper her, you have to take care of your body's shape. While Lu Hanwan was working hard in her own palace, the structure of the harem seemed to have changed a lot with the birth of the queen's legitimate son. At present, things like legitimate and illegitimate seem to be easy to care about in some environments. For example, the emperor attaches great importance to the legitimate son born by the queen. Among the babies born one after another, Xiao Yuan was the only one who could attract the emperor's attention. But when the queen gave birth to the legitimate son completely stole Xiao Yuan's glory. The emperor no longer went to the Ife Palace to see Xiao Yuan every 3 or 5 days, and stayed in Isho Palace directly. Concubine E was almost furious about this. At the same time, in the previous year, everyone in the harem focused on the pregnant concubines. Now that the concubines who were supposed to give birth had given birth, No one in the harem was pregnant for the time being, and everyone's attention was focused on competing for beauty and attracting the emperor. Lu Hanwan rose in this situation. Now in the harem, she can be considered to be relatively favored. The emperor enters the harem for 15 days a month, and basically 6 or 7 days are spent with her. The rest of the first and 15 days are stipulated by the ancestors to stay in the queen's palace, and then other women with children are divided into 1 or 2 days. For a time, Lu Hanwan can be said to be in the limelight. When paying respects in the morning, Lu Hanwan heard a bunch of arguments again. She fought back one by one. Concubine E felt strangely irritated when she saw her like this. She said with a fake smile, "Lu Chongzai is quite eloquent and has a good eloquence." Back then, she was laughed at and ridiculed by those people in the backyard because she was shameless to enter the mansion. She was tongue-tied and didn't know what to say, which made her face red with anger. It was later that her uncle became more and more valued by the emperor and won many battles. Only then did she evolve to the present, without any eloquence, and her own strength could crush everyone. Hearing the voice of Concubine E, Lu Hanwan felt a headache. If other people picked a fight, she could easily fight back and make no one find fault. But she didn't dare to do that when facing Concubine E. On the one hand, Concubine E was indeed in a high position and acted rashly. And on the other hand, her son was still in the hands of the other party. She was afraid that her son would suffer because of her, even if Concubine E didn't do anything on the surface. When someone wanted to harm her son, the other party would just go with the flow and take her son's life, and she would have no place to complain. She couldn't ignore her son's situation just for the sake of being angry. She never overestimated the importance these concubines attached to a prince. So she could only lower her head and said respectfully, "I dare not." Concubine E smiled, and she felt much better when she saw Lu Hanwan being humble. The other concubines couldn't help laughing when they saw Lu Hanwan being so humble. They had seen such scenes many times during this period of time. Lu Hanwan was favored, so no matter what the reason was, as long as they saw her being humiliated, the others were happy. Concubine E said, "As concubines, we must put the emperor's health first in everything, and we must not do things that seduce the emperor." Lu Chongzai, do you understand? Lu Hanwan swallowed her anger and said, "Yes, I understand." Concubine E nodded, looking like she was disappointed with her husband and wanted to do good for him. She said, "It's not enough to just understand. You have to keep it in mind and do it. That's the real understanding." Lu Hanwan, even if the emperor doesn't come to her, he won't go to Concubine E. Can this be just her problem? After the greetings were over, Lu Hanwan was still very angry. She was in a hurry when she walked on the road with Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan followed Lu Hanwan, and naturally knew the grievances Lu Hanwan had suffered. She looked at Lu Hanwan worriedly. "Master, Concubine E has been treating you like this many times. It's not a good thing if it continues like this. The key point is that Concubine E herself can't stand it, and will say no a few times. But the other party is obviously looking for trouble on purpose. Lu Hanwan has been patient enough. It is obvious that others are targeting Lu Hanwan. But as long as Lu Hanwan replies, Concubine E will come out and say something about Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan has to endure it again. But she is favored. In the harem, she can't just not speak if she wants to. Many people come to her on their own initiative. Especially after Concubine E did this. There are more people who come forward to tease her on purpose. Lu Hanwan's status is not ranked in the harem. She has to continue and respond to people talking to her. Although Lu Hanwan is angry, she is still rational. She has thought about this matter before. This matter may not be a bad thing for us. Good news? Xiao Yuan was puzzled. Lu Hanwan said softly, "Our emperor is wise and powerful. These things in the harem cannot be hidden from him. I endured for the sake of the child. Who knows? The emperor may be watching it. The woman he loved suffered all kinds of grievances for the sake of the child. She was kind-hearted, and the emperor only had pity for her." At night, Lu Hanwan was told by the eunuch early that the emperor would invite her to sleep with him tonight. The people in the palace were instantly happy, and everyone started to get busy. They washed and dressed Lu Hanwan in advance. Lu Hanwan put on a light blue silk dress and waited at the gate of the palace early in the night. When the emperor came, he saw a woman holding a lantern in the night wind standing at the gate of the palace. She was shrouded in a layer of light sadness, but her eyes were gentle and calm. When her eyes fell on him, her eyes seemed to be instantly filled with a smile. Lu Hanwan stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I am here to see you. She bowed slightly, and the Emperor helped her up directly. It's cold at night. Why don't you go inside and wait? Lu Hanwan smiled. Her small face, as big as a palm, was as smooth as jade, white as if it could glow, and her appearance was even more beautiful under the moonlight. I am not cold. I thought the Emperor should be coming, so I came out to see him. The Emperor held her hand. Your hands are frozen like this, and you still say you are not cold. Lu Hanwan smiled foolishly, and her body unconsciously moved closer to the Emperor. The two walked inside hand in hand, and after sitting and talking for a while, the Emperor suddenly asked, I heard that you were bullied today. Lu Hanwan was stunned for a moment. She knew that these things could not be hidden from the Emperor. But how should she reply at this time to get more favor from the Emperor? The thought only lasted for a moment, and she quickly reacted and hugged the Emperor's arm directly, with a little pride on her face. It's not bullying. Everyone just envies that I can be liked by the Emperor, and I don't take it to heart at all. The Emperor looked down at her, taking in her cunning smile and the deep admiration in her eyes. It must be said that Lu Hanwan does have a good face. This expression is not only not annoying, but also feels particularly cute. The Emperor smiled and said, You are a big heart. But the Emperor knew that Lu Hanwan had been worried about the 9th prince, and it was because of the 9th prince that he had been bullied by Concubine E. From the worry during the pregnancy to the slight sadness on her body now. Not to mention, a beauty with a little sadness looks quite interesting. The Emperor didn't say much. No matter how much he liked Lu Hanwan, he didn't plan to send the 9th prince back to Lu Hanwan. The rules can't be broken. Even if Lu Hanwan ascended to the position of concubine one day, he would not take the 9th prince back, since he has been given to Concubine E to raise. The 9th prince belongs to Concubine E. For the Emperor, giving Lu Hanwan's child to Concubine E was not bad for Lu Hanwan. Concubine E had a high status. Okay, take a rest. When getting along with the Emperor, Lu Hanwan took back the light sadness she pretended to worry about the child. It was originally just secretly shown to the Emperor. Now when she heard that the Emperor wanted to sleep, she leaned forward, her eyes rolling, and her voice soft and charming. The Emperor looked at her with a dark look in his eyes, and he put his hand around her. One night, the next morning, when Lu Hanwan woke up, she saw Xiao Yuan's smiling face. She asked, What happy event has happened? Why are you smiling so happily? She was too tired last night. When the Emperor left in the morning, Lu Hanwan couldn't even get up, let alone help people get dressed. After all, this was also a matter of showing the Emperor's ability in some aspects. In addition, Lu Hanwan had become more and more favored by the Emperor during this period, so the Emperor was not angry, but asked her to continue sleeping. Lu Hanwan slept until now. It was not late at this time, and she still had to go to pay respects to the queen, as the maids helped her dress and wash. Xiao Yuan said happily, Congratulations, my master. The Emperor has already made you a noble lady this morning. The next step for a noble lady is the position of a concubine. Although it is not easy to be a concubine, at least she has reached the position of a noble lady, which means she is one step closer to her destination. Really? Lu Hanwan's voice rose unconsciously. Xiao Yuan said happily, Of course it is true. We all heard it this morning. Immediately, Lu Hanwan's first reaction was to thank the harem for their help. She didn't expect the Emperor to be so generous and directly upgrade her position. She originally thought that the Emperor would definitely compensate her in some way and warn the people in the harem. After all, she was completely innocent in this matter, and the Emperor couldn't let her be targeted like this for the rest of her life. After all, she was barely considered a woman he liked more after ascending the throne. Suddenly, Lu Hanwan felt that all her fatigue disappeared, and she felt extremely relaxed all over, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. After dressing up, she took Xiao Yuan to pay respects to the Queen's Changchun Palace. There was another round of strange exchanges, and soon the Queen came out, and it was quiet down. The Queen looked around at everyone, and finally set her eyes on Lu Hanwan, with a smile on her lips. By the way, there is something I want to share with all the sisters this morning. The Emperor just promoted Lu Chengzai's position. From today on, Lu Chengzai is Lu Guiran. What? Su Guiran said in disbelief. How could the Emperor promote her so quickly? Didn't he promote her 2 levels when she gave birth? How come she was promoted again after such a short time? It has been 2 years since the selection. But the Emperor did not promote anyone except when she gave birth. Although everyone's attention has been on giving birth in the past 2 years, it can also be seen that the emperor is not very keen on awarding positions. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Hanwan. Suddenly, Concubine Ning said jokingly, "Sister Lu, are you going to the emperor to pretend to be pitiful and complain?" This time, everyone was shocked, and they thought it was very possible, and immediately looked at Lu Hanwan with a more unfriendly look. Anyone who is used as a stepping stone for others to rise up will feel unhappy, especially in the harem, where everyone has the same interests and goals, and there is competition. Concubine Su's eyes were red with anger, and her tone was sour. No wonder some people of humble origins can be on an equal footing with everyone else. Their scheming and tactics are really extraordinary. The scene suddenly became intense. Lu Hanwan was not very angry after hearing this. To a certain extent, she was indeed promoted because of these people. Of course, it was also because she met the emperor's wishes. Otherwise, the emperor would not have spent so much time on a woman who was not favored. Since she was favored, she was tired of hearing such words. She smiled innocently and said, "Sister Ning Fei is joking." After that, she lowered her head to drink tea. On the one hand, she was too lazy to argue with Concubine Su, who was outspoken, and on the other hand, Concubine E was still watching her closely. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. She didn't want to be picked on by Concubine E again. She was like this. Concubine E didn't want to let her go. When she was about to speak, she heard the queen say, "Okay, we are all sisters in the harem. Don't say these words anymore in the future. Now that the emperor has made Lu Chongzai a noble lady, everyone should know the emperor's attitude." The implication was that Lu Hanwan really got the position because of this matter. In fact, the queen knew that this was indeed a warning from the emperor. As the head of the harem, she should manage the concubines. As soon as the queen said this, everyone fell silent. No one dared to blatantly disobey the emperor's wishes. Even Concubine E, who disliked Lu Hanwan, restrained herself a lot. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was in a bad mood. After paying respects, everyone left the queen's Chongchun palace. People who knew each other walked together, whispering to each other. Concubine E took the lead and went directly back to her own Isho palace. After entering Isho palace, she heard the crisp babbling sound of the baby. And Concubine E scolded, "What's wrong with him again? It's so noisy." After saying that, he went back to his room without waiting for anyone to reply. In the room next to him, the nurse who heard the sound was silent. And Xiao Yuan also stopped telling the nurse that he had wet his pants. After staying here for a few months, he had already heard the maids and nurses discussing the things between his mother and Concubine E. Now it seems that his mother should be living a good life. Otherwise, Concubine E would not be so angry. The nurse brought a new diaper for Xiao Yuan to change, and quietly coaxed him, "Our ninth prince. Be good. Don't make noise. The nurse will change it right away." This nurse was the one that Lu Hanwan hired. She looked a little timid, but she was kind and soft-hearted, and she treated Xiao Yuan very well. Xiao Yuan was also close to her. Her efforts were rewarded, and she knew that she was loved by the little prince. The nurse was overjoyed and became more considerate to him. Xiao Yuan just grinned, but didn't say anything. In the afternoon, a eunuch came to Isho Palace and said that the emperor had turned over the card of Concubine E and would return to Concubine Yi's palace in the evening. The atmosphere in Isho Palace, which had been depressed for a whole day, suddenly improved. Seeing that it was almost time, Concubine E was busy packing herself up, walked around the room twice, and thought about it, and said to Kailan, "Go, bring the ninth prince to me." Xiao Yuan is Lu Hanwan's child. According to Concubine Yi's idea, she certainly doesn't want a child to come between them every time the emperor comes. But Concubine E is not a talkative person. She was born in a plain family, had never been to school, and was only pretty. Every time the emperor came, she couldn't find any topics to talk about. Sometimes the emperor took the initiative to talk, and she hesitated for a long time and couldn't respond. The emperor was helpless. It was only after the little prince was born that they got along with each other, and the little prince accompanied them to react, that the two of them seemed more warm, just like a family. So Concubine E finally asked someone to bring the ninth prince. Xiao Yuan also knew about the little movement in Isho Palace in the afternoon. He knew that the emperor would come tonight. When Kailan came to pick him up, he realized that it was time for him to do business again. considering the crazy killing state of the emperor in his later years in the play. Xiao Yuan knew that the emperor's favor and tolerance had to be cultivated from a young age. Anyway, he was lying in bed. No one talked to him, and he was bored with playing with him. He was not opposed to this occasional business. When they arrived at the main hall, Concubine E took a few steps forward and took him over. She shook her hand. This little guy is growing fast and getting a little heavier. Kailan smiled and agreed. It must be because our queen raised him well. Isn't our ninth prince the best looking in the whole palace? Concubine E was happy to hear the compliment, and said, What's the matter? Before she finished speaking, she saw a eunuch standing not far away, looking at this side with hesitation. This was the eunuch in her palace. Concubine E had a bad feeling in her heart. What's the matter? Why are you standing there without saying anything? The eunuch looked at her with embarrassment and said, reporting to the queen, the emperor just sent someone to say that the 10th prince is sick and will not come tonight. Concubine E didn't speak for a long time, and Isho Palace also became quiet. The 10th prince was the legitimate son born by the queen, and was born more than a month later than Xiao Yuan. In Concubine Yi's arms, Xiao Yuan's eyelashes drooped slightly, and in his sight, the woman's nailed hand was firmly grasping his arm. Concubine E didn't want to tease the child at this moment. Kailan took the little prince and sent him back. Nanny Zhou didn't know why the little prince was sent back not long after being sent there. Miss Kailan. Kailan would not explain the situation of Concubine E to Anani, but she did care about Xiao Yuan. After all, she had been with Concubine E for so many years, and she didn't know when Concubine E would have another child. If she couldn't give birth, the 9th prince would be Concubine Yi's last hope. Besides, Concubine E didn't care because she had a high family background and a different spirit. But Kailan was just a slave. Even if other factors were excluded, the 9th prince was still a prince. So, she finally replied, It's okay. Just take good care of the 9th prince. After saying that, she hurried back to Concubine E. Concubine E was in a bad mood at the moment. If she couldn't find her, she would be even more angry. Seeing this, Nanny Zhou had no choice but to hold Xiao Yuan and turn around. Xiao Yuan stretched out his little arm and yelled at Nanny Zhou twice. Nanny Zhou smiled and said, Nanny is here. What's wrong with the 9th prince? Seeing Xiao Yuan stretching out his arm, she took the opportunity to look at his arm. The weather had become hot during this period. The clothes Xiao Yuan wore were not thick. The slightly wide sleeves fell off his stretched arms. Suddenly, Nanny Zhou seemed to see something, and her body suddenly paused. Then she quickly put the little prince on the bed, and then lifted the little prince's sleeves up, and saw a few dark blue marks on the little prince's white arms. There were 2 places where the skin was broken and blood was oozing out. In an instant, Nanny Zhou was furious. Who did this to such a small baby? She couldn't figure out when the injury happened. After all, they were also on duty in shifts. She didn't follow Xiao Yuan all day, but it was her turn to accompany him tonight. She pulled Xiao Yuan's sleeves, took off his coat, covered him with a quilt, and hurried to the main hall. Xiao Yuan knew that she was probably going to report to Concubine E. After all, he was a prince. If there was any problem with him, Concubine E would punish the servants and they would be in trouble. At the same time, the nanny felt sorry for him and naturally wanted to find out who was secretly abusing him. But the nurse may not have thought that the injury was caused by Concubine E. On the other hand, Nanny Zhou did go to Concubine E to report. The maidservant serving at the door of Concubine E went in and quietly found Kailan. At this moment, Concubine E was still angry, and everyone did not dare to really disturb her. Kailan frowned when she heard it, and finally followed her out. What are you doing here, Miss Kailan? Nanny Zhou said angrily. I just found that the little prince's arm was scratched by someone, and the wound was bleeding. Okay. Kailan interrupted Nanny Zhou's words. Take me over to see first. Kailan's expression was not good. She had seen how Concubine E grabbed the 9th prince before, but she didn't expect the situation to be so serious at that time. This kind of thing is not good to be spread out. Kailan's face changed. Nanny Zhou didn't know why, but she was always timid and took back all her courage at once. She didn't dare to say anything more. The 2 came to the room where the 9th prince lived. Kailan lifted the sleeve of the baby and took a look. She hissed softly. The baby's skin was tender. This situation looked really serious. Her eyes darkened and looked at Nanny Zhou. Besides you, does anyone else know about this? Nanny Zhou shook her head. No one else. She was the only wet nurse in the room. And the maids were guarding the outer room. Kai Lan nodded with satisfaction. This was the injury that the queen accidentally got just now. This matter must not be spread out. You will be the one to take care of the 9th prince these days. If the matter gets out, be careful of your family's lives. Nanny Zhou was shocked. As the head maid of Concubine E, Kai Lan naturally had great prestige in front of other servants in Yishou Palace. At this moment, the other party's expression was unpredictable and threatening. And Nanny Zhou trembled a little. Yes. Yes. I know. She was a timid one. Kai Lan softened her voice again. Don't worry. The queen is not a person who kills innocent people. As long as you do your duty well, nothing will happen. After a series of beatings, Kai Lan went out, and did not forget to find a reasonable excuse to the people who served Xiao Yuan about letting Zhou Nanny serve him these days. When Kai Lan returned to the palace, Concubine E glanced at her and asked, "What happened just now?" It was time to go to bed, and there was no one else in the room. So Kai Lan whispered everything. Concubine E frowned immediately. She did not expect such a thing to happen. After a while, she said, "Take the jade cream that the emperor gave you before. Don't leave any traces." Yes. Kai Lan immediately took action. After getting the plaster, Zhou Nanny applied it to Xiao Yuan, and shed a few tears. But according to Xiao Yuan's observation, the nurse was really timid. And because of Kai Lan's threat, she did not intend to tell his mother Lu Hanwan about this. In Xiao Yuan's opinion, this was normal. Lu Hanwan's background was insufficient, and it was normal for the nurse not to risk her own and her family's lives. The next day, through the chats of other maids and servants, Xiao Yuan knew why Concubine E came back angrily yesterday morning. It turned out that his mother was promoted to a noble lady. Xiao Yuan blinked and felt that this status was promoted quite quickly. However, if his mother wanted to be promoted to a concubine, she would have to wait for more than a year. Concubine E also understood that the queen's legitimate son was not serious last night, but just coughed a few more times. As a result, the emperor was worried about the child, and went to see him instead of coming to her Yishou Palace. After returning to the palace, Concubine E was still angry. It's obviously nothing serious, but the queen is relying on the child to compete for favor. Having one child is not enough. She wants to have a second one. Don't you look at her face? The emperor has never liked her. Is it interesting to compete for her? Kai Lan watched from the side, not daring to speak. To be honest, the queen is not very good looking. She was not famous when she was in the boudoir. She behaved very strictly. Most of the servants in the palace were afraid of her. Although the emperor did not favor the queen, he would not give her face. So the queen's position was relatively stable. However, Concubine E and the niece of the queen mother could be compared with the queen in terms of family background. If we really compare them, Concubine E and the empress are the same. And the emperor has never liked Concubine E. After talking for a while, Concubine E suddenly fell silent. After a long time, she whispered, "I heard from the imperial physician that the 9th prince is weak. Why does he look like he has no problems?" Kai Lan said, "He is indeed weak. A deficiency brought from his mother's womb. But we have always taken good care of him in Yishou Palace. So he has not been seriously ill. He just had 2 fevers some time ago. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The imperial physician said that as long as he is well taken care of, the 9th prince can be raised well, and he will definitely be a healthy prince in the future." Kai Lan also felt that the 9th prince was indeed well taken care of. There were more than 1 weak princes in the palace, but only the 9th prince was raised so well by them. And the little prince was also beneficial to Your Majesty. Isn't this a kind of fate? The nurses who took care of Xiao Yuan were really dedicated. When it was cold, they covered him much more tightly than other children. It was only during this period that the temperature was really hot and his body was sweating. So they dressed him thinner. But don't say it. These thick clothes are really useful. Except that Xiao Yuan was restrained by clothes every day, and it was difficult to move. There was nothing wrong with everything else. Concubine E remembered that the emperor came to care about him during the 2 fevers. For a moment, she couldn't hide the thought in her mind anymore. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. So she motioned Kai Lan to come closer and said, "What do you think if the 9th prince gets sick again?" Kai Lan was shocked. But she had been with Concubine E for so long and knew Concubine Yi's thinking. As a servant, She naturally had to follow her master's thinking. But she still hesitated and said, "My queen, what should we do if something really happens to the ninth prince? The reason why children in the palace are so seriously ill is because even a cold can easily kill a child." Concubine E felt disappointed and said unhappily, "So what? Don't forget that the ninth prince was born from the belly of that woman Lu Hanwan." She looked at the ambitious look of that woman Lu Hanwan. And sooner or later the ninth prince would know that this was his real mother. If it wasn't her own child, she would definitely not be able to raise him well. Besides, she wasn't going to kill him. She just wanted to make the ninth prince have a minor illness. The doctors in the imperial hospital were so good that they wouldn't really let the ninth prince get into trouble. Kai Lan was about to persuade him again. But seeing Concubine Yi's impatient look, she had to give up. She was about to go down to give the order, when she heard Concubine Yi shouting, "Wait!" Kai Lan felt relieved. "My queen, what's wrong?" Concubine Yi said, "The wound on Shizhou's arm has not healed yet. Don't do anything for now. Wait until he recovers. Otherwise, if the emperor finds out about Shizhou's wound, it will be bad." Kai Lan. Yes. The scratch on Xiao Yuan's arm did not cause any fluctuations. After a few days, the bruises disappeared a lot. And after half a month, the scars were completely invisible. And because of this incident, Nanny Zhou was ordered by Kai Lan to take care of the ninth prince. And her status jumped out from the other nannies. That night, it was late at night. Xiao Yuan had just closed his eyes for a while when he heard rustling sounds coming from the room. He opened his eyes and saw a figure quietly walking to the windowsill. And then, the window was opened a crack. Under the moonlight, the person opened the window crack and left quickly. The temperature during the day in early summer is not low, but it is still slightly cool at night. The gentle evening breeze blew in from the window. Xiao Yuan felt comfortable, but he also knew that if he really slept like this all night, he would be sick the next morning. He called out twice. Not far from his bed, there was a nanny sleeping. There was basically one person in his room every day. But after he called for a while, the nanny still didn't move. Xiao Yuan sighed, knowing that the nanny might have a problem with the meal tonight. Otherwise she wouldn't sleep so soundly. Of course, it is not ruled out that the nanny herself is a deep sleeper. He has never made a fuss in the middle of the night in the past few months. Maybe these people are used to it. The little head looked around. Xiao Yuan knew that he couldn't count on others. He took out a pill from the space and swallowed it, hoping that he could hold on tomorrow. If he couldn't hold on, it didn't matter. He wouldn't die anyway. Just a little uncomfortable. Don't let him know who this person is who hit the child. After thinking about it, Xiao Yuan fell asleep again with his belly collapsed. The next day, Xiao Yuan woke up to the exclamation of the waiter. He was drowsy. Only felt a splitting headache. His face was red. And he heard what the imperial doctor said dimly. He opened his eyes and saw the emperor's face looking at him with concern. "Shizhou is awake. How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable?" Xiao Yuan couldn't speak at his age, so the emperor didn't expect him to really speak. He held him in his arms while asking. Xiao Yuan felt uncomfortable in his head. He listened to the gentle comfort of the people beside him. He didn't know why he suddenly started crying. He hugged the emperor with his little arms and buried his head in the emperor's neck and cried. The warm tears touched his skin. The young and strong emperor was not so cold-blooded that he had no feelings for his young children. Moreover, among the princes born in the same batch, he and the ninth prince had the most and happiest time together. Endless anger surged in his heart. He held his son tightly and looked coldly at the large group of people kneeling not far away. The cold wind entered the body. "So many of you can't take care of a child. Leave the window open at night. Come here. Take out the person who took care of the prince last night and beat him to death. If anyone dares to take the prince's safety lightly again in the future, this will be the end." Instantly, everyone was terrified. The nurse who was sentenced to death called out repeatedly, "Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. I clearly checked that the window was closed last night, and I don't know why the window was open a crack this morning." Concubine E didn't expect the emperor to be so angry. Seeing that someone was about to die, she didn't want to investigate and arrange for the person she arranged to do it, lest she give herself away. So she scolded, "When did you check? Didn't you feel the cold in the room this night? I asked you to take care of the ninth prince, but you slept soundly. Your servant. Your servant." The nurse had no way to defend herself. It was indeed her fault that she did not wake up all night. But she did doze off at night sometimes. And it was normal for her to fall asleep. Many people who kept night watch in the palace did the same. So she could not refute it at all. The emperor signaled the imperial physician to take the nurse's pulse. Concubine Yi's heart tightened. The nurse had indeed taken drugs. After taking the pulse, the imperial physician said, reporting to the emperor, "There is nothing wrong with the nurse. It means that the nurse just fell asleep because of her own laziness." Concubine E breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor said, "Drag her away." The nurse kept kowtowed and begged for mercy. But soon a guard gagged her and dragged her away. At some point, Xiao Yuan stopped crying. He looked over there curiously, then turned his head to look at the emperor. His eyes, which had just cried, were as clear and bright as if they had been washed with water. He waved his arms and cried twice. The emperor looked at his son. "What's wrong?" The child looked at him, then at the nanny who was caught in a miserable state, and uttered two more ah. The little hand also scratched forward. The emperor looked in the direction of his gaze. The guards also stopped when they saw this situation. Everyone looked at this side, and the nanny did not miss the scene. A strong hope suddenly ignited in her eyes. She looked at the ninth prince with eager eyes, and tears fell down. She knew that if she wanted to survive, her only hope was on this little prince. Her mouth was blocked, and she could only struggle desperately, sobbing to speak. The emperor looked at his son. "Do you want the nanny to accompany you?" "Ah." Xiao Yuan only yelled twice, and looked at the nurse with puzzled eyes, as if he didn't understand why the person who had been with him all the time suddenly became so embarrassed. After looking at the nurse, he yelled at the emperor twice. The emperor suddenly laughed, lifted Xiao Yuan high, and said with a smile, "You are worthy of being my son. You are born smart." Although he was still young and couldn't understand what was said, his perception was very strong. He looked over there. "Okay. Since the ninth prince pleaded for mercy, forget it. But the death penalty can be spared. But the living crime cannot be escaped. Go down and beat him with 20 boards. You must take good care of the prince in the future." The guards let go of her hands, and the nurse knelt down with tears in her eyes to thank her. "I thank the emperor for his grace, and the ninth prince for his grace." After the nurse left, Xiao Yuan was still confused. He looked at the door, as if wondering why the person had left. This made the emperor laugh again. After that, the imperial physician brought the medicine, and Xiao Yuan forgot about it. He stared at the medicine with deep hatred and quarreled with the emperor. When he drank the medicine, the emperor was sweating anxiously and breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay. I'll come again at night. You take good care of the ninth prince." Concubine E was in a good mood after hearing this. It seemed that being sick was indeed useful. The emperor came here, and he should stay here at night. After everyone left, Xiao Yuan lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. He was really uncomfortable. He had only managed to regain his vitality in order to save the nurse. There were 4 wet nurses serving him. Previously, one of them fed him milk containing alcohol, but it was found out and taken away. Later, another one was replaced. Among these 4 wet nurses, Zhou was bribed by his mother. Although this wet nurse treated him very well and took good care of him, she was too timid. She did not pass on the matter of Concubine E to his mother. He estimated that if there were other things in the future, as long as he was not really dying, this person would not dare to do anything. So she was still unreliable. According to Xiao Yuan's observation over the past few months, the wet nurse just now should have no one behind her, and her personality was relatively bold and could stand firm. If he saved her, her position would definitely lean towards him in the future, and he could be considered to have someone he could use. Of course, if she didn't take it seriously, it would be fine. He saved her mainly because he knew that the person who opened the window last night was not her, and the food that the nurse ate must have been drugged, and he didn't want innocent people to lose their lives. After all, she was the one who took care of him since he was born, and she was usually very careful, but he didn't dare to show it too obviously, just pretending to be a curious baby who didn't understand, and didn't understand the emperor's questions. Even if the emperor didn't suspect that he had a problem, he didn't want to be too smart. That night, the emperor came to see him and stayed in Isho Palace. After 3 days, Xiao Yuan's illness was completely cured. The emperor came to see him every day and stayed in Isho Palace for 2 nights. Half a month later, Wei Nani, who was beaten with 20 boards, recovered from her injuries and came back. It can be seen that Wei Nani was really touched by Xiao Yuan's rescue. After returning, she acted more attentively than before, and often monitored others like a protective child, which annoyed those who wanted to attack him. After all, Wei Nani was on duty, and could not stay with Xiao Yuan all day. So in the next few months, Xiao Yuan fell ill several times again, which really proved that he was born weak. Most people did not think there was anything wrong. The ninth prince was born weak, and it was normal for him to get sick from time to time. Only Wei Nani always felt that someone had attacked him, but there is no clear evidence. In such a time, Xiao Yuan was 1 year old, and 1 year is called the first birthday. In other words, he was going to have a birthday celebration, as the child of Ife, one of the 4 concubines, and it happened that the uncle had just returned from the war recently. Xiao Yuan's first birthday banquet was not small for this uncle's sake. However, these busy preparations had nothing to do with Xiao Yuan, and he didn't need to worry about it. He just needed to send someone when the time came, and he would grab something when he went. And he didn't need to socialize with his little kid, who couldn't speak clearly. In the early morning, the nurse dressed Xiao Yuan in red, which was very festive. Nani Wei looked at Xiao Yuan with a smile. Our little prince is so handsome, and he looks even better with this dress. Xiao Yuan looked at her and smiled. Nani Wei praised her even more. And the other nurses, and the maids who were serving here also started talking. When the main palace sent someone to let them go, Xiao Yuan was carried over there. Nani Wei looked at Nani Zhou holding the little prince, and pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. She was not convinced by this person, who relied on Kai Lan to climb above the other nurses. She had a huge guess in her mind. She guessed that the person who made the little prince sick was most likely arranged by the main palace. Although there was no evidence, she felt it was very likely. So she disliked Nani Zhou, who was close to the main palace. As for the thoughtfulness of Nani Zhou to the little prince, she also regarded it as a false sympathy. She thought that this person pretended to be timid and cowardly. But in fact, she didn't know how deep her scheming was. Everyone knew that she was saved by the little prince last time. These nurses must have the same idea. She is different. The little prince saved her, and she must protect the little prince. It's a pity that the little prince is still too young. Some of her guesses are not easy to tell the little prince. Not to mention that the little prince himself is vigilant. As for Concubine Lu, distant water can't save the nearby fire. Thinking in her heart, Nani Wei followed closely. Today's birthday banquet is nominally to celebrate the first birthday of the ninth prince. But in fact, the other half of the protagonist is more or less the uncle of Concubine E, Fong Ji. Ji means 1,000-mile horse, and also means outstanding talent. In fact, Fong Ji is really an outstanding person with outstanding talent, and he is simply invincible on the battlefield. He also has a well-known nickname, Ping'an, Fong Pinon. This name was the nickname given to him by the emperor when he led the army to fight alone. The meaning of this name is obvious. Xiao Yuan is also interested in the character Fong Ji, although this palace drama focuses on the struggles in the harem. In fact, many characters actually existed in history. For example, the emperor and Fong Ji are both well-known figures in modern times. During the Yongye Emperor period, there were many military generals. Even the Yongye Emperor himself was ranked among the top emperors and generals in history. Fong Ji, who was also a child of destiny, not only stood out among the many generals in the Yongye period, but also basically made the list of loyal ministers and famous generals in history. The emperor and his ministers had a harmony that was recorded in history. In the court and harem of Emperor Yongye, anyone who had a connection with Fong Ji was good. He was a great hero that people admired thousands of years later. It was just that he died on the battlefield later because of betrayal by people close to him, which was really heartbreaking. Although Concubine E was domineering in the harem, Fong Ji himself was a sincere and simple person in life. It was really an insult to associate this person with those conspiracies. And Xiao Yuan, because of the historical filter, was very curious about Fong Ji even before he met him. And he did not have any bad impression of Fong Ji because of these involvements in the harem. There were a lot of people in the hall. Xiao Yuan was carried in and placed on a large piece of red cloth. The middle of the red cloth was filled with things. There were people around. The emperor stood beside Xiao Yuan and said to him with a smile, "Xiujiu, go and choose what you want. Take what you like." Xiao Yuan shouted at the emperor and stretched out his hand to grab him. The emperor stretched out his hand and held him. He turned his eyes to the young man beside the emperor. This young man had beautiful eyebrows and eyes, a warm and bookish air, a tall figure, and a slightly cramped look. Maybe he didn't like crowded places. At this moment, he looked at him with a touch of intimacy. Maybe it was because of Concubine E? He is currently under the name of Concubine E. If he was really raised by Concubine E, he is probably on the same side as Fong Ji. Of course, based on Xiao Yuan's understanding of history, even if Fong Ji is on the same side as him, he will never betray the emperor. The reason why the emperor trusts Fong Ji so much is that Fong Ji never hides anything from the emperor, and will not interfere in all matters except military affairs. Xiao Yuan does not want to be the emperor, and the fight for the throne is a fictitious thing. So he does not mind that Fong Ji will not help him. But he is quite interested in Fong Ji himself. No young boy can refuse a famous historical general. He unconsciously pulled his hand out of the emperor's hand and babbled to Fong Ji for a hug. The emperor laughed at this, not displeased at all. Pinyin. Pinyin. It seems that you are still very popular with children. You two are destined to be a family. Xiao Jiu likes you so much the first time he sees you. Fong Ji's ears were a little red due to shyness, but he still reached out and hugged Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan stared at Fong Ji in his arms, and his hands were not idle. He began to touch his face, pinch his ears, pull his hair, etc., and looked around curiously. Although it can be seen that the child likes Fong Ji very much, the emperor still said after a while, All right. You kid. My future general's face is about to be pulled red by you. Come down and do the week-long ceremony. Xiao Yuan came down reluctantly. So many people were waiting, and it was not good to delay for too long. Concubine E was particularly high-spirited at the moment because of the emperor's closeness to Fong Ji. She looked at Xiao Yuan and coaxed, Shujiu, look at what you like. That being said, Xiao Yuan had actually been trained when he was still in Isho Palace. Concubine E asked someone to teach him how to use a seal. And there was also a jade pendant given to Concubine E by the emperor. Xiao Yuan. The seal symbolizes the throne. I really don't understand why he, an adopted son who Concubine E obviously doesn't care much about, has a seal. Could it be that although she is not Concubine E's biological child, Concubine E thinks that as long as she is under her name, she has to do her job and strive for honor? Or maybe his biological mother is Lu Hanwan after all, and he got ambitious and took the seal, which not only ruined the emperor's impression, but also ridiculed Lu Hanwan's background and wishful thinking. Let them become the jokes of the palace. Concubine E didn't think of the latter. She just wanted to use Xiao Yuan to test the emperor's attitude and pave the way for her biological child in the future. But if she still couldn't get pregnant in the future, Xiao Yuan would be her son. So this was a natural thing. She didn't think about Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan had also heard about this a long time ago. She also felt that it was inappropriate to let Shujiu take the seal, no matter what happened in the future. She didn't want her son to fight for the throne at the moment. So she secretly ordered Nanny Zhou to teach Xiao Yuan to take the pen, ink, paper, inkstone, books and other things with good meanings, so as not to be out of line and not to lower his status. Nanny Zhou was timid, but she was willing to do this for Xiao Yuan's good. Anyway, children are uncontrollable. If they take the wrong Concubine E, it won't cost the lives of the nannies. The whole harem is watching. She listened to Lu Hanwan's instructions to teach Xiao Yuan to take the books, and also the jade pendant that the emperor gave to Concubine E. If he took the jade pendant, Concubine E would definitely be happy. And this thing is not as sensitive as the seal. At this moment, Xiao Yuan looked left and right, raised his head, and the expressions of the people around him were different. Some were just watching the fun, not concerned about it. Some were malicious, some were contemptuous, and some were expecting. Xiao Yuan knew that even though he was the child of Concubine E, he was not very noble in the eyes of this group of people. Fong Ji was very favored by the emperor, and the whole court knew that Fong Ji was good at fighting. But his achievements were not enough to crush others. Among the current crowd, many were meritorious officials who had followed the former emperor and the former emperor to conquer the world. And there were also people who had followed the current emperor to rebel and had the merit of following the dragon. From birth to adulthood, the current emperor was a popular candidate for the throne. But he was not actually the one who took the throne directly. As early as when the struggle for the throne was just clear, the Duke of Ping behind the emperor died of old age. Duke of Ping was the biological father of the Empress Dowager. Duke of Ping was the one who followed the former emperor and the former emperor to conquer the world. And he had great prestige. But with the death of Duke Ping, the younger generation could not keep up. And the Duke Ping's mansion seemed a little lonely. However, at that time, the emperor had many people behind him. And he himself was capable, had made countless military achievements, and had many followers behind him. So the death of Duke Ping did not reduce the emperor's reputation much. But the emperor could suppress his brothers. But it did not mean that he could suppress his own father. In his later years, the late emperor was confused and insisted on making his youngest son, the son of his favorite concubine, the throne, in order to ensure a smooth transition of imperial power. He even abdicated to his youngest son and personally consolidated the imperial power for his youngest son. The late emperor also fought for the world himself. So how could his prestige be inferior to that of the emperor? So the emperor and his brothers were all driven to their fiefdoms. But the late emperor's health had reached its limit at that time, and he died not long after abdicating. The youngest son was not popular with his subjects. Those subjects were just suppressed by the late emperor. In fact, there were many voices of opposition. When the late emperor passed away, the youngest son could not suppress the most difficult Prince Yin, and he could not bear the other brothers, who were suppressed by Prince Yin. After the late emperor passed away, the princes rose up in rebellion, and Prince Yin took the lead. The final result was also very clear. Prince Yin overwhelmed his brothers and became the emperor. By the way, the princes who are now eyeing Xiao Yuan covetously and not looking at him well are the princes from the past. After the emperor came to power, he detained these people in the capital and did not allow them to go back. Fong Ji was talented but had little experience. In recent years, he suppressed a group of old ministers with deep roots and was favored by the emperor. Many people disliked him. It can be said that Xiao Yuan was not valued because of Fong Ji's reputation. Instead, it was because of his relationship with Fong Ji that many officials from aristocratic families were particularly repulsive to him. Of course, it would be strange if Xiao Yuan cared about these things. He was too lazy to care. No matter how much they disliked him, they would not rush up to kill him directly. He was not interested in the throne. So he didn't care what these people thought of him. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan's sight paused, and he saw a beautiful woman dressed as a palace concubine looking at him with worry. But when he looked over, the other party quickly hid behind the pillar. Xiao Yuan was brought to Concubine Yi's palace on the second day after he was born. The baby couldn't see clearly when he was born, so Xiao Yuan didn't know what his mother looked like. He only remembered her gentle voice. He had never seen his mother since he was a child. When he was sick before, he heard that his mother came to Yishou Palace to ask for an audience, but was rejected by Concubine E. It was said that the emperor also acquiesced. Although he had never seen her, Xiao Yuan had a hunch that this should be his mother. He had heard from the palace maids around him that Concubine E did not allow Lu Hanwan to appear at his one-year-old banquet. Concubine E was a concubine, so of course, there was no pressure for her to meet a noble. Regarding the matter of children, although Concubine E was a little strict for the people in the harem, it was reasonable. After all, Concubine E had no children. If she treated the ninth prince as her own child, she certainly didn't want the child to recognize his mother after raising him with great difficulty. Generally, those who don't mind the biological mother of their children basically have their own biological children, and they just raise other people's children casually according to the rules. Xiao Yuan looked away and put his attention back on the red cloth. Now most people were looking at him. If he kept looking there, others would have noticed it. At this moment, he stared at the red cloth, thinking about what he should choose. While teasing him, the emperor put the Bodhi bracelet on his hand on it. Father will give you a good thing. See if you like it? Concubine E was surprised and said, Your Majesty, this is your favorite bracelet, which has the effect of calming the mind. How can you take it out casually? This thing is not only valuable, but also the emperor's favorite thing to enjoy. The emperor waved his hand. It's nothing. If Shuzhou likes it, just take it. Xiao Yuan stared at the emperor. The other party's eyes were obviously smiling. It was obvious that this was not just talk, but he was really willing to give it to Xiao Yuan. As a famous emperor, the emperor could afford this little thing. But Xiao Yuan also knew that the reason why the emperor did this was not because of his face, but because of the handsome young man standing next to him. What a coincidence. He also liked such a famous general. Seeing the emperor opening his purse Many of the onlookers put their belongings on the red cloth, including the princes and several important officials who had followed the late emperor to conquer the world. Concubine E looked at the scene, feeling happy and proud. But she also noticed that some shameless person had put rouge and colorful handkerchiefs on it. Her smile froze, and the look in everyone's eyes changed instantly. The ninth prince and she were one. And had she made a fool of herself? Could she escape? The emperor was not blind, and his eyes were fixed on the handkerchief and rouge. Of course, everyone noticed the same thing, and the air became quiet. Those who dared to play such a trick in front of the current emperor were naturally not ordinary people. Seeing this, they did not cover it up. The eldest prince laughed loudly and said, "It's not a good day today, so I will add a little color to it. After all, it's the week of grabbing. How can I know what the child likes if I don't give him more choices?" The atmosphere was stalemated. Xiao Yuan looked up at this, then back at that. He thought to himself that this old man was not a good person. The fancy rouge box and colorful handkerchief were only of interest to children. If he took it out on a 1-year-old child, he would basically die here. The crowd of onlookers were also whispering. The ill intentions of the eldest prince were quite obvious. The eldest prince was actually the eldest prince, the eldest brother of the emperor. He failed to compete with the emperor for the throne. But later everyone rebelled, and the emperor suppressed him. Even several of their brothers were detained in the capital by the emperor, and were not allowed to return to their fiefdoms. Therefore, it is common sense that the prince is unhappy. The emperor came to power illegitimately, and killing his brother is not a good reputation. He did not find an opportunity to take advantage of it at the beginning, and now it is quite difficult to get rid of it. The emperor sneered at the corner of his lips. His eyes were cold. This thing alone can't be considered a prize. Right? There were still traces of powder on the handkerchief. God knows which woman it was taken from last night. It is not easy to do anything openly. The emperor is already thinking about how to deal with the prince in the future. The prince snorted, and his smile was still bright on his face. He untied the panlong jade pendant on his waist and placed it on the red cloth, and took out the gemstone dagger that he never left. These two things were given to me by my father. This dagger was the trophy of my father's victory over King Qin. It can cut iron like mud and cut hair. I just don't know if my nephew has the blessing to get his grandfather's things. He looked provocative. So he gave it to her. If you have the guts, you can let your son take it. The emperor's face became even darker. Either of these two things was a rare treasure. But for a child, this kind of thing might not attract as much attention as the handkerchief next to it. Concubine E was also very nervous. She knew that it was just a matter of grabbing something. Now the ninth prince must get the things of the eldest prince. But others didn't know. But she herself was quite clear. She had trained the people below to let the little prince take something. At this time, how to make the little prince change his mind. If the ninth prince really took the seal as in the training, I'm afraid everyone can guess her training behind the scenes. Training children what to take during the week-long ceremony is not a big problem in normal times. Most of the people in the harem are probably trained. But this time the timing is different. The seal and the jade pendant were placed not far from Xiao Yuan. She leaned down to divert Xiao Yuan's attention to other directions. The most important thing now was not to let Xiao Yuan get the seal and jade pendant she trained. Her smile was a little stiff, and her voice was trembling imperceptibly. Xiao Jiu, take a look at these things and see if you like them. If you like them, just take them yourself. Okay? She pointed in a direction, and saw that Xiao Yuan's eyes were attracted to it. She was overjoyed immediately. It worked, she said softly in an instant. Xiao Jiu, don't you think the jade pendant is beautiful? The jade pendant she was referring to was of course not the one given to her by the emperor, who trained her privately, but the panlong jade pendant that the prince had just put down. Although it was not good to point at things directly, Concubine E thought that the prince had no martial ethics. If something went wrong today, she would be in trouble. So she simply lost her shame. Although the two jade pendants looked different, they were both jade pendants. They had been trained privately, so Xiao might have taken them as the same. It was enough to take just one of the two things from the prince. Seeing Concubine E like this, the prince did not say anything, but just sneered, thinking that she was really stupid. She pointed at something from such a distance, and a 1-year-old child would not understand anything. Just seeing the jade pendant and dagger here, why didn't she think of the colorful powder box and handkerchief here? I thought that the children might not be able to see it because they were far away. But now it was all thanks to Concubine E. Xiao Yuan, The emperor and the others were standing in a position that was basically opposite to the eldest prince. After Concubine E pointed, everyone saw the little prince really stand up and move his arms and legs. Crawling over there, everyone's eyes were firmly on Xiao Yuan, wondering which one he would take. For a moment, they were a little nervous and didn't dare to breathe. Before Xiao Yuan came, Concubine E pretended to be shy and put down the jade pendant given by the emperor on the red cloth. Everyone knew that the ninth prince was probably trained below and would definitely take the jade pendant. Now that the ninth prince was far away from the jade pendant, it was not certain what he would take. Xiao Yuan fiddled with his two plump legs and soon crawled to the dagger and the dragon jade pendant placed by the prince. Next to the dagger and the dragon jade pendant were a rouge box and a pink handkerchief with more attractive colors. He raised his little head and looked at the emperor. The emperor was also looking at him, with an expression in his eyes that could not tell whether he was happy or angry. He glanced at Concubine E again. Concubine E was turning from joy to full of regret. She just thought that she must let the little prince take something from the prince to please the emperor and turn the current situation around. But she forgot that there was a poison with sugar next to the dagger. Xiao Yuan looked at Fong Ji again. The young man was standing over there, looking at him with worried eyes. Fong Ji's sensitivity to politics is not very high, but he can still understand this kind of output that is all about writing on his face. Because of this, he is more worried about the little prince. Xiao Yuan smiled sweetly at him, and when he looked away, he glanced at his mother inadvertently. Then, he lowered his head to look at the things in front of him. At the same time, he did not forget to look around to see the other things. Today is his day of grabbing the weak. If there is something he really likes, he can just take it. After looking around, he lowered his head again and focused his eyes on the things of the prince. The hearts of the onlookers were also lifted high. Soon, everyone saw the white and tender little baby stretched out his little hand and took the dagger inlaid with gems. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to praise. The prince's face darkened, and at the same time, the emperor smiled. The ninth prince took the dagger. It seems that he will be a genius who is both civil and military like the emperor in the future. This is the trophy of the previous emperor. The ninth prince will have a great future. The ninth prince is like his uncle. He will definitely be like General Fong in the future. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? The ninth prince is not born to Concubine E. Does he have a blood relationship with General Fong Ji? Xiao Yuan looked at the dagger in his hand. He had to say that it was worthy of the eldest prince to carry it with him all the time. He also showed off that it was the trophy of the previous emperor and was specially awarded to him. The dagger was indeed very beautiful. The gems were very beautiful, and it was also very practical. Everyone also felt that it was fortunate that the dagger was well shaped. Otherwise it would be a big deal if the ninth prince really took the rouge box. Xiao Yuan put the dagger into his belt with his backhand, and after putting it away, he started his big project again. He had already looked at it just now, and there was not much that interested him. The exquisite gold and silver jewelry were good and looked valuable. But as a prince, it would definitely not be appropriate for him to take it directly. So he decided to think of another way. He crawled and grabbed the two corners of the red cloth, retreated with a grunt, and began to pack. The people on the scene gradually noticed his movements, and everyone was stunned, and the voices slowly dropped. Under everyone's gaze, he dragged the packed red bundle to the emperor, called out twice, and said, "Father, Father." The 1-year-old baby can already call out some relatively simple syllables. Xiao Yuan had already called the emperor father a long time ago. And this was not the first time. He dragged the big bundle to the emperor, and the emperor was obviously surprised. He lowered his head and asked, "Xiujiu, is this for father?" The little child was so young that his legs were weak after walking a few steps. So he sat down directly. He gestured in the air with his hands and babbled in his mouth. Only 1 or 2 words could be heard from time to time. The emperor smiled and took the bundle from the child's hand. "Then father will accept it?" Seeing him take the things away, the baby looked at him, nodded heavily, and a hum sound came out of his mouth. The emperor was immediately amused and laughed. The onlookers around did not expect that a baby could be so happy during the week-long celebration. There were all kinds of praises. The emperor even held his son in his arms, rubbed his son's little face, and said loudly, "You are worthy of being my good son. This is really too proud." It completely broke the game. Looking at the innocent and confused eyes of his son in his arms, the emperor laughed even more. Xiao Yuan seemed to have no idea what was going on with the adults. Seeing everyone laughing, he also laughed. But after a while, he became impatient. He stretched out his arms and tried to reach Fong Ji next to him. Fong Ji kept looking at him, worried that the emperor would not hold the child firmly, and the child would fall directly. So he could only reach out to protect him. But it was not easy to take him directly from the emperor's arms. The emperor was afraid of hurting his son, so he did not dare to hold him too hard. And Xiao Yuan actually pulled him out of the way and broke free of most of his body. When the emperor saw that he could not hold him anymore, he realized what happened. He stuffed his son to Fong Ji in a bad mood and said with a smile, "You kid, you really like my general." Fong Ji had never met a child who liked him so much. And he held Xiao Yuan firmly. After Xiao Yuan sat firmly in Fong Ji's arms, he lowered his head and pulled out the gemstone dagger that he had stuffed into his belt before, and then stuffed the dagger into Fong Ji's arms. Fong Ji was surprised and said, This, is the ninth prince going to give it to me?" Fong Ji was embarrassed for such a precious thing. Ah. Xiao Yuan did not say anything clearly, but just kept stuffing things to Fong Ji. He wanted to hang out in the harem. Instead of trying his best to please the emperor, he might as well just capture Fong Ji. The emperor was more tolerant of people who were related to Fong Ji. Xiao Yuan would not have to worry about it for at least the first 20 years. It was uncertain when the emperor would go crazy in the later period. And Fong Ji was a man of affection, although he would never betray the emperor and stand on his side. As long as Xiao Yuan did not do something rebellious or murderous, Fong Ji would definitely not ignore him. If he makes the emperor angry in the future, Fong Ji can just help him plead for mercy. Well, and he really likes Fong Ji. A young general. A famous general in history. Who would not like him? No one could understand Xiao Yuan's baby talk. The emperor laughed and looked at Fong Ji. "Since Xuzhou gave it to you, you should accept it safely." With the emperor's words, Fong Ji tentatively reached out and took the dagger. Seeing that the child did not cry, he let go and ignored it. Instead, he began to pinch his face, pull his hair from time to time, jump in his arms, and say a few baby words from time to time, playing by himself and having fun. At the birthday party, Xiao Yuan kept clinging to Fong Ji for the whole time, until the party was over and Fong Ji was leaving the palace. And then, he was taken away by the nurse. Watching Fong Ji's back getting farther and farther away, the baby seemed to know something, and kept crying and jumping over there. He had some strength, and the nurse almost couldn't hold him. The emperor took him over and shook him. "You little brat. You don't want your father anymore now that you're safe, right?" Xiao Yuan's attention was attracted by him, and he spoke in baby language with his teeth and claws bared. The emperor pretended to talk to him, holding him and walking fast. And soon he walked away. On the way, he let him look at the flowers and plants in the imperial garden. With new things, it was easy to forget that Fong Ji had left. After seeing that it was almost done, the emperor carried Xiao Yuan to Yifei's Yishou Palace. After playing with the child for a while with Yifei, everyone ate at the same table, and Xiao Yuan was carried back to his room by the wet nurse. He had experienced too many things today, which was a bit excessive for a 1-year-old child. But today's gains were not small. The child's appearance was an advantage, and he successfully captured Fong Ji's love, and the emperor's favor for him increased a lot. Not long after lying on the bed, he was tired and fell asleep directly. The next morning, Xiao Yuan finished drinking milk and saw Wei Nanny bringing something in. Wei Nanny was a smart person. She could see that the little prince liked others to talk to him, even if he didn't understand. He looked serious, so when she brought something back, she said to Xiao Yuan, "Ninth prince, do you know what this is? This is the gift for the first week of the lunar calendar that the emperor sent just now." She put the things in front of Xiao Yuan, and while talking, she took them one by one in front of Xiao Yuan to see if the child would be interested in playing with them. If Xiao Yuan didn't like them, she put them in a box for safekeeping. Xiao Yuan looked at the gifts in front of him and could tell at a glance that they were the things from the Zhuozhou ceremony yesterday. Except for the sharp dagger he gave to Fong Ji, the rouge box and the woman's handkerchief that were deliberately teasing people. The rest of the things were here, including the Panlong jade pendant of the eldest prince, the Bodhi bead bracelet that the emperor put there himself, and the jade pendant seal that Concubine E put there, etc. All were there. Although Xiao Yuan gave the emperor a large package of things yesterday, The emperor was not so greedy for these little things for a child, and had them all delivered this morning. Concubine E knew about it in the main hall, but she had no intention of interfering. The emperor slept in her place last night, and the two of them got along well. Xiao Yuan also made a big splash for her, and she was in a good mood at the moment. All the things were sent here, and the nurse was asked to put them away for the little prince. All of them had been approved by the emperor, and no matter how precious the things inside were, Concubine E did not dare to withhold them privately. She did not need to let the emperor have a bad impression of her. You know, after yesterday, the 9th prince's weight in the emperor's heart will definitely be different. This is indeed the case in reality. In the next few days, the emperor would come to see Xiao Yuan almost every day, tease his son and leave. Xiao Yuan had never worked so hard before, and he was a little annoyed for a while. It is not easy to pretend to be cute and happy for the emperor, while maintaining the appearance of a normal 1-year-old child. Fortunately, children of this age know too few words to speak, and the emperor can't understand baby talk. After a few days of frequent visits, the novelty wore off, and he stopped being so diligent. Not coming to Xiao Yuan's place doesn't mean that the emperor has passed the 1-year-old ceremony. He first stayed at Concubine Yi's place for 3 consecutive days, which made Concubine Yi's mouth curled up every day. Recently, she began to favor Lu Hanwan again. This result is not difficult to guess. Xiao Yuan was raised by Concubine E, but he was born by Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan is the first favorite concubine since the emperor ascended the throne. This favorite concubine was taken away after giving birth to the child, and was not allowed to attend the 1-year-old feast, although Lu Hanwan went there herself. The emperor could not hide this, but it was really pitiful to do it so secretly. The emperor knew how much Lu Hanwan valued Xiao Yuan, so there was no doubt that the emperor would share the joy of the first birthday banquet with Lu Hanwan, the birth mother of the 9th prince. Compared with Concubine E, the emperor did favor Lu Hanwan more. Concubine E was only happy for 3 days before she was abducted. She started to throw things around in the hall again. Bitch. All bitches. The 9th prince was raised by me. Why did she get any benefit from me? Concubine E didn't like Lu Hanwan's favor, and now she found that she was favored because of her, and she couldn't stand it anymore. The most essential thing is to return to the emperor. She hates every woman the emperor likes. Xiao Yuan was being held by the nurse outside the hall to see the scenery, and naturally heard the movement in the main hall. The nurse hurriedly carried Xiao Yuan back to the house. It is not good for servants like them to listen to the affairs of Concubine E. But after returning to the house, the nurse and the serving palace maid started chatting, because Xiao Yuan always acted like he didn't learn to speak like they did not understand. The chat did not avoid Xiao Yuan, so Xiao Yuan once again successfully heard the reason why Concubine E was angry, which involved his biological mother. Biological mother. Thinking of this word, Xiao Yuan's expression couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It has been more than a year. He still remembers Lu Hanwan's gentle voice when he was pregnant, remembers her and the maid discussing how to get him back from the position of concubine, and hears them worry about what he should do in the future. Xiao Yuan thought. He wanted to see her. His eyes swept over the people in the room. The wet nurse in his room at this moment was a person who was not close to him at ordinary times. The wet nurse show bribed by Lu Hanwan, and the wet nurse Wei rescued by Xiao Yuan himself were not there. One was on rotation, and the other was temporarily out. He yelled twice, attracting the attention of the wet nurse. Xiao Yuan was the adopted son of Concubine E, and was considered the emperor's favorite prince. The wet nurse did not dare to neglect him. Seeing him yelling, the wet nurse stopped chatting and walked over. What's wrong with the little prince? Do you want to go to the toilet? Going to the toilet means going to the toilet. Xiao Yuan was embarrassed for a moment, pointed outside the door, and yelled twice, and then mixed in some baby language that the wet nurse could not understand. The nurse turned her head and looked outside the door. No one was there. She turned back and saw Xiao Yuan still pointing outside. She realized that the little prince had just gone out for a while and was brought back. Now he probably wanted to go out again, but she was a little embarrassed. Concubine E was angry outside. What if she bumped into her? She brought the toy over and said, "Little prince, play with this first. Okay? Let's go out later." Xiao Yuan was silent for a moment, and remembered that today was not a good time. He took the toy from the nurse and pretended that his attention was diverted. He did not mention going out again. The nurse was relieved. Not long after, Nurse Wei came in, As soon as she came in, she sat not far from Xiao Yuan and watched Xiao Yuan having fun. Xiao Yuan looked up at her and realized that if he wanted to run around the palace, it might be better to get the emperor's approval. Because what he wanted was not just to be carried by the nanny for a walk and then come back directly. He wanted to walk around by himself. But he was too young. A 1-year-old child could only walk a few steps at most. Moreover, the princes and princesses in the royal family were always carried by the nanny and had few opportunities to exercise. It was common for them to walk half a year slower than ordinary people. Xiao Yuan still consciously trained his ability to crawl and walk. Nowadays, due to his physical development, he can't walk for a long time. But once he gets up, his little arms and legs can move around very well. He can move around for half an hour. In this way, he has a lot of freedom to control where he goes. But obviously, the nurses would not have the courage to take on such a thing. And Concubine E was just being nice to him. So she would just treat him as a child making trouble and force him to stop. After all, he was still a child. And he would definitely not be able to beat these nurses in terms of strength. He could also sneak out by himself. But in this case, those who served him would be punished for not taking good care of him. 2 of the 4 nurses were Concubine Yi's people, and he didn't care about them. But Nani Wei and Nani Zhou were devoted to him. Maybe it was because he was too sensible and used to helping others clean up the mess in his previous life. Xiao Yuan was not willing to implicate others because of himself. Then, we can only start from the emperor. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan waited for several days, but didn't see the emperor. According to the gossip of the wet nurses and palace maids, he knew that the emperor had been with his mother these days. That day, Wei Nani and another wet nurse were accompanying Xiao Yuan in the room. Suddenly, a palace maid came in at the door and whispered something to the wet nurse. The wet nurse got up and walked out. Wei Nani's eyes turned, and she realized something immediately. Seeing that the wet nurse walked out, Wei Nani looked at the little prince, who was sitting on the ground playing with the tangram peacefully, and got up to call the palace maids who were guarding outside in. I had a stomachache at noon, so I'm going to the toilet. Please help me keep an eye on the 9th prince. Don't hurt him. The status of the wet nurse was higher than that of the ordinary maids. The maids dared not disobey her orders. And it was not a big deal. The maids came in and stood guard beside Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan listened to them and did not show anything on the surface. But he knew that Wei Nani suspected that the wet nurse, who went out, was the one who made him sick many times. This time she went to catch someone. Although he could not follow her to see it in person, he would know the result when Wei Nani came back. Wei Nani did not hide her emotions in front of him. And sometimes she would whisper to him. Maybe Wei Nani did not know who to talk to. And she had a lot of things in her heart. So she could only whisper to him. A child who could not understand. In the main hall, after learning that the emperor had gone to Lu Hanwan again today, all kinds of tea sets and vases were broken on the floor again. Concubine E sat on the chair with her chest heaving with anger. Kai Lan, go and make arrangements. She didn't believe that the emperor would not come when the 9th prince was sick. Thinking of the child's uncomfortable look when he was sick, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. But soon, she ignored it and instead remembered Lu Hanwan's sad look because of her son's illness. And a sense of pleasure filled her heart. Nani Wei followed another Nani and came to an empty house. She hid under the window outside and listened to Kai Lan and the nanny talking inside. Kai Lan looked out the window. The view here was wide, and she could see at a glance that no one was approaching. You should know the requirements. It's still the same as before. It's better tonight. The queen doesn't have much patience to wait. If the emperor's heart is not won over, it will be the servants who will suffer. They have done this kind of thing several times. And Kai Lan's orders are quite smooth. But after she finished speaking, the Nani did not accept the order and leave, but said tentatively with some embarrassment, Miss Kai Lan, Zhou and Wei, the 2 people around the 9th prince, seem to have noticed something and have been making things difficult for me. Look at this. She hesitated. When Nani Wei, who was squatting by the window, heard her name, her heart tightened in fear. She covered her chest with her hands, and her heart was beating wildly. If the person behind the scenes was really Concubine E, it would be easy to touch her. Kai Lan frowned and looked at the nanny with a smile. Did they notice the movement? Or do you want to be the nanny in charge of the 9th prince? The nanny was touched by what she said, and her face changed a little. Wei and Zhou did not catch her directly, but she could vaguely feel their suspicion. Especially Wei, who suspected that anyone wanted to harm the little prince. She said this because she wanted to use Kai Lan's power to gain more power. After all, among the 4 wet nurses, she had no rank at all. Although they were people around the 9th prince, they were also directly under the jurisdiction of Xiao Palace. As the head maid of Concubine E, Kai Lan could rise to the highest position in the little prince's side with just one word. Before the wet nurse could explain, Kai Lan said, "Okay, as long as you complete the task well, you will get the benefits." The implication was that she agreed to her request, and the wet nurse happily agreed. Outside the window, wet nurse left quickly. She couldn't wait for the 2 people in the room to come out and bump into them. Soon, the nurse returned to the room. Xiao Yuan knew the result of Wei's actions just by looking at the complicated look she gave him. It should be confirmed that the person behind the scenes was Concubine E. If there was someone else behind the scenes, Wei's nurse would not have such an expression. She should have gone to Concubine E to complain and seek credit. Xiao Yuan accepted this situation well. After all, most of these nurses came from the people. He was still young, could not speak, and did not behave abnormally. The nurse who wanted to attack him did not take him seriously. She was quite rough and repeatedly had minor problems. Xiao Yuan had already guessed that it was Concubine E. Now Wei's nurse's behavior only made this point clearer. Naughty Wei sat aside, looking at the little prince, who had no worries, sighed, and felt a little melancholy. What should she do about this matter? Her original suspicions were not wrong. The little prince's illness was not an accident. But after proving who was the mastermind, it did not help the current situation at all, because she had no way to deal with it. The only good thing was that Concubine E did not seem to really want to kill the little prince for the time being. After thinking for a long time, Nanny Wei decided that she had to tell Concubine Lu, although she thought it was useless. What if it happened? Besides, it didn't make sense for Concubine E to abuse her own son. And Concubine Lu, the mother, was completely unaware of it. It was because her son was servile to Concubine E. Because of Xiao Yuan, Nanny Wei had developed a little love for Lu Hanwan, and she was quite uncomfortable with this. She was mainly worried about the 9th prince. Xiao Yuan looked at the expression on Nanny Wei's face, which changed a lot in a short time, and couldn't help but feel a little happy. This Nanny was really good-natured and worried about him every day, recalling the situation every time he was sick. He knew that Concubine E used him to win favor. This time, it is estimated that Concubine E will start again. But this time Xiao Yuan didn't want to follow Concubine E anymore. He was still young before, and a child of a few months couldn't speak. He didn't want to behave too abnormally. He knew he would not die, so he kept enduring. But now it's different. He has passed his first birthday and can speak. Children of this age are beginning to slowly understand external things. He can also climb up and down and walk around. After holding it in for so long, Xiao Yuan naturally doesn't want to compromise himself and accommodate others anymore. If that's the case, what's the difference between the next life and the previous life? In this life, he doesn't want to be so sensible anymore. In the evening, tonight, it's Nanny Wei and Nanny Zhou who are on duty. These 2 who are good to Xiao Yuan are usually assigned to the same day and take turns with the other 2. In the compartment, there is a large bathtub. This is the tub that Xiao Yuan uses for bathing every day. It's spring now, and the temperature has warmed up a lot. But it's still cold, especially when taking a bath. You have to be more careful. Xiao Yuan sat in the bathtub, watching the nurse constantly finding toys for him to play with. She didn't even remember to pick him up when the water was cold. He knew what the trick was today. When the time comes, it's just that he was too playful. Right? He threw away the toys in annoyance and looked at the nurse. The nurse showed impatience on her face. Until now, she still treated Xiao Yuan as a child who didn't know anything. She tried to soften her voice. "Little prince, don't you want to play with this? Then let's play with water." The nurse remembers that the little prince used to like playing with water. As she said that, she scooped up the water with not much temperature and poured it on Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan wiped the water that was splashed on his face, and looked at the nurse with big eyes as black and clean as glass. The smile on the nurse's face was a little bit unsustainable. What's wrong? The nurse sighed in her heart. This child is really not hers. So she is not close to him. She has been taking care of this child for a year. But the little prince is still not close to her. After all, he grew up eating her milk. He is really heartless. And this look made her feel uneasy. Xiao Yuan thought for a while. You don't want me to have a good life, right? Then let's not have a good life. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and burst into tears. The sharp voice unique to children is very piercing. Kylon and the nurse had been discussing outside for a long time. The nurse Wei, who was really worried and came to see him, heard the little prince crying, and hurriedly ran in, asking anxiously, "What's wrong?" Inside the house, the wet nurse heard the noise and immediately poured the hot water in the bucket beside her into the already cold bathtub. After touching it to confirm that the water temperature was normal, she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned back to look at the wet nurse Wei and said naturally, "Aren't you resting today? Why are you here?" As she spoke, she picked up a dry rag to wipe Xiao Yuan's face and said, "Maybe the little prince was playing with water just now and accidentally splashed water into his eyes. The child can't stand this." After she explained, she coaxed Xiao Yuan gently. "Oh, our little prince. Be good. Don't cry. Don't cry. Let the wet nurse see if your eyes are red. Don't say it." Her set of things is smooth and looks very real. But this trick didn't work for Wei Nani. She was suspicious of the other three nurses. Today, she heard about the plan of this nurse and Kylon. Of course, she knew that this person wanted to harm the little prince. In fact, she was framed for not closing the window at night and almost lost her life. Maybe it was this person who did it. She walked quickly to Xiao Yuan and touched the water calmly. She found that the water temperature was normal. Just when she was relieved, she felt that Xiao Yuan's skin was icy cold. She was furious. It seemed that this time she was going to make the little prince sick by taking a cold bath. Xiao Yuan cried and stretched out his hand to her. Wei Nani didn't care so much. She picked up Xiao Yuan and subconsciously wiped the child's body with a dry rag. She thought it might be better to soak in hot water. But the nurse over there was already bringing clothes over. She didn't want the nurse to find out that the little prince's skin was cold. So she had to give up. After all, once the other party discovered this flaw, she would probably be defeated. Nani Wei didn't want to die. Nor did she want to leave the little prince. If she left, she didn't know what the little prince would do in this tiger's den. Quickly putting clothes on the little prince, Nani Wei prepared to tuck the child into bed. She knew in her heart that it would be better for the little prince to have a fever than to let these people toss and turn. After all, this matter was unavoidable. The little prince in her arms was still crying loudly, and Nani Wei felt more and more sad and her eyes were hot. In the main hall, Concubine E was frightened by the sudden cry of a child. She turned her head and looked at Kylon. "Go and see. What's wrong with the ninth prince?" It was normal for children to cry in other palaces, but it was different in Isho Palace. Xiao Yuan had never been a crybaby since he was a child. If he really cried, something must have happened. "Yes." Kylon hurried out. After returning, she told Concubine E what the nurse had explained. Of course, both the master and the servant knew what was going on. After realizing this, Concubine E felt a little uncomfortable. Before she could say anything, a maid suddenly came in and reported, "My queen, the emperor is here." "What?" Concubine E stood up in surprise, with a spring breeze on her face. "Quick, follow me out to welcome the emperor." The maid said again, "Madam." Just now the emperor waited for the ninth prince to cry and went directly to the ninth prince. Them Yi's face froze, and Kylon whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, madam. It's okay. The little prince is still young. It would be strange if he could say anything. And the wet nurse's method of doing things is also relatively hidden." Themi nodded, soothed her heaving chest, and strode towards the emperor. This is not the first time. There will definitely be no problem. What Concubine E and Kylon didn't know is that for children, sometimes it is not so necessary to speak. Concubine E hurried out. She came out before the emperor entered Xiao Yuan's room. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Seeing her salute, the emperor stopped. "Get up. I don't know why Shiju is crying. I'll go and see him." Concubine E stood up, looking worried and speaking anxiously. "Kylon just told me that Shiju splashed water into his eyes while taking a bath. I was thinking of coming to see him quickly. He is a child who doesn't like to cry. It seems that he is really wronged." "Yes." The emperor thought so in his heart. "Let's go in and take a look." When they entered, they saw several people surrounding the little prince and coaxing him. After seeing the emperor, everyone saluted quickly. When Xiao Yuan saw the emperor, he immediately reached out his hand to him to hold the child. The emperor hurriedly held the child over, looked at the people kneeling on the ground, and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" The emperor spent a lot of time with the ninth prince, his son. Among all the princes, this was the one he knew better. He knew that the ninth prince never liked to cry, and even when he was young, he would only hum a few times when he peed. Now, seeing the child crying so miserably, the emperor suddenly became angry. To answer the emperor's question, the nurse immediately said, "The little prince was playing with water while bathing just now, and the water accidentally splashed into his eyes. So he started crying. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The emperor held his son in his arms, watching him bury his little head in his shoulder and still cry heartbreakingly, and looked at the nurse with some suspicion, based on his understanding of his ninth son. If it was just that simple, it shouldn't be like this. In the past, even if the child accidentally fell or bumped into something, his body was bruised, and he would recover quickly, and it would not be like this now. In the silence, the atmosphere became a little scary. Concubine Yi's heart skipped a beat, and she reached out to hug Xiao Yuan. She coaxed him in a gentle voice, "Is our little ninth son's eyes uncomfortable? Let mother see what's wrong." But Xiao Yuan's little arms hugged the emperor's neck tighter, and the choked little voice seemed to knock on people's hearts. Seeing that he was unwilling to leave, the emperor dodged Concubine Yi's hand and said, "Okay, let him hold you like this." As he said this, he glanced at Su Quan. Su Quan was a senior eunuch and had a tacit understanding with the emperor. With a glance, he took the initiative to check whether Xiao Yuan had any signs of abuse. The bathtub over there had also been checked, but the water temperature was normal, and there was nothing wrong. The little prince's body was also white and tender, and there was no sign of being bullied. Nani Wei's hand moved. Of course, she understood the situation in front of her. She curled her fingers slightly, and had the urge to stand up and tell the truth. She knew that with the little prince's performance, her words would be easily believed. But she still held back. The woman behind the wet nurse was Concubine E, who had a bad temper. If she dared to complain, she would most likely be punished by Concubine E afterwards. Wait a little longer. Even if the emperor couldn't find any problems with the wet nurse, he might not be willing to let her stay with the little prince. Sure enough, after checking, no problems were found. The kneeling wet nurse breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor patted his son's back and coaxed him, saying, "Take her down and continue the interrogation." The son, who had always been well-behaved, was so abnormal. There must be something wrong. Children can't speak. There are many invisible abuse methods in the palace. No. The nurse was shocked. "Your Majesty, spare me. I did nothing. It was the little prince who accidentally splashed his eyes with water. It's none of my business." The emperor could not go back on his word. While struggling, the nurse remembered the original scene, and she shouted, "Ninth prince! Ninth prince! Since I have taken care of you for so long, please save me! Save me!" The emperor's eyes fell on the child in his arms. Obviously, this scene was a little familiar to him. Even for many people in this room, they have not forgotten it. Half a year ago, Nani Wei was saved by the little prince in this way. Nani Wei cursed the nurse in her heart that she was cunning and had repeatedly attacked the little prince. Now she dared to ask the little prince for help. But the little prince was young and didn't know anything. She was a little worried that the little prince was really fooled by the nanny. Under the gaze of everyone, the ninth prince still buried his head in the emperor's shoulder and sobbed. Without any movement, the emperor's eyes were slightly gloomy. It seemed that this person might really have a problem. He was not good to Xiaojio on weekdays. Otherwise Xiaojio would not behave like this. Of course, the last time might have been just an accident. The child didn't know anything, so it was normal to behave like this. The emperor resisted the urge to drag away the other people who took care of Xiaojio and test Xiaojio's crazy idea. After the nani was taken away, the emperor asked the others to disperse and began to hug his son to coax him. Xiao Yuan didn't make much trouble. He was young, and it was very hard for him to cry. He fell asleep automatically soon. In the main hall, the emperor and Concubine E had dinner together. The emperor was particular about health preservation. After dinner, he didn't rest directly. The two of them went out for a walk and came back. Tonight, the emperor was obviously going to stay in Isho Palace. After washing, the two lay on the bed. Concubine E called out shyly, "Your Majesty." The meaning was quite obvious. Every time she saw the emperor treat the ninth prince well, Concubine E felt more strongly about wanting to have a child of her own. She thought that if she had her own biological child, she would have a closer connection with the emperor, and she wouldn't have to watch over a prince with her own biological mother. When she thought of Liu Hanwan's devilish appearance, she was furious. The emperor was born in the army, and never forgot to practice martial arts every day. He was very capable. He and Concubine E slept under the quilt most of the time. But she was Fong Ji's niece after all. And Concubine E took the initiative to do so. He didn't want to lose Concubine E's face. He turned over, and the man's breath came to his face. Concubine E blushed shyly, and her heart beat fast. At this moment, suddenly, a loud cry of a child sounded. Concubine E didn't react. And the next moment, the emperor had turned over. He sat on the bed and asked in a deep voice, "Su Quan, go and see what happened to the ninth prince." Su Quan responded outside, and immediately ran to the little prince's residence to check. The wet nurse was taken away before. And tonight, it was wet nurse Wei, and 2 palace maids who were guarding Xiao Yuan's room. Xiao Yuan knew that after what happened today, the emperor was most likely staying at Concubine Yi's place. And the presence of Su Quan and others guarding outside the main hall also proved this point. When Xiao Yuan woke up, the emperor and Concubine Yi were strolling back outside the room, and he heard the people outside talking. He didn't open his eyes at that time, so that wet nurse Wei and the palace maids didn't notice that he was awake. He listened attentively to the movement in the main hall, and then when he estimated that it was almost time, he opened his mouth and cried, the kind that only thunders without rain. He knew why Concubine E always tormented him. Wasn't it just to use him to win favor? But under the current medical conditions and at his age, it was undoubtedly no different from fighting for his life. So after Xiao Yuan got a little older, he was also ready to torment. Well, just to make Concubine E unhappy. Chinese medicine is something that you don't know how bad it tastes unless you drink it yourself. Right. Of course. He didn't want to implicate Wei Nani and others. When Su Quan came to check, he yelled vaguely, "I want father, father, father." Su Quan looked at the little prince in front of him, who was clamoring for his father, and then thought about the movements of the emperor and Concubine E in the door at that time. Hissing, he went back with a toothache and reported, "Your Majesty, the ninth prince may have been frightened before, and now he wakes up and is crying for his father." The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a loud voice, "Go and bring him over." The emperor had done things like sleeping with his son before. Among his 3 previous sons, the third prince had suffered from asthma since childhood and was a domineering and clingy person. He secretly came to sleep with him many times. The eldest son and the second son also slept with him twice. He was also familiar with this kind of thing and did not reject it. At this moment, he turned around and said to Concubine E with a smile, "It seems that we have to sleep with the little guy Xiaozhou tonight." Concubine E forced a smile on her face, and she gritted her teeth in her heart. She didn't want to sleep with the little prince. Okay. Besides, this was not her own child, and she didn't have the so-called motherly heart at all. She didn't feel the slightest warmth. Soon, Su Quan went to bring the little prince over, and the candles were lit in the room. At this moment, Xiao Yuan had stopped crying, and when the emperor took him over, he laughed out loud. The emperor was worthy of being someone who had raised a child before. Seeing that Xiao Yuan was in good spirits and couldn't sleep, he didn't feel bored. He played with Xiao Yuan on the bed for a while, then lifted his legs, put the child on his feet, and swung it to make people laugh. Concubine E looked at this scene, feeling a little sour in her heart. It would be great if this was her own son. How happy they would be to be together as a family. After playing for a while, the emperor felt that it was almost time. So he held his son in his arms and laid down. The two of them chatted with each other, but they were all talking at cross purposes. The emperor didn't understand, so he just understood blindly. After talking for a while, the emperor gradually fell asleep. He had to attend the morning court in the morning, so he couldn't sleep too late. Xiao Yuan lay in the emperor's arms, looking up at people for a while, remembering that the emperor had just lied on the bed and made faces to tease him, and helped him to teach him to walk, and thought of all the things in his previous life, and he didn't know what to feel for a while. The 2 adults around him were asleep, and he opened his eyes, and then closed them and fell asleep. The moonlight poured in through the window, and for a moment, the 3 people sleeping on the bed seemed extremely harmonious. When Xiao Yuan woke up the next day, he had returned to his room. The little prince is awake. Nani Wei heard the noise and hurried over with a smile on her face. Seeing him looking at the room in confusion, she explained subconsciously, regardless of whether he understood or not, the emperor has gone to court. And Concubine E has also woken up. It's not good to keep him there for too long. So I brought the little prince back. After all, Concubine E has always been indifferent to the little prince. She would tease him when she liked him. Nani Wei could not forget that this woman had tried to harm the little prince many times. So it didn't seem good to leave the little prince there. Of course, they dared to bring him back after asking Kai Lan's opinion in advance. Concubine E was indifferent to this matter. As she was talking, Nani Wei had already come to Xiao Yuan, stretched out her hand to touch his forehead, and said to herself, "Well, no fever." She put her smiling face in front of Xiao Yuan and asked with a smile, "Is the little prince uncomfortable?" Xiao Yuan didn't feel uncomfortable anywhere. After all the trouble yesterday, he was lucky not to get sick. I think the naughty was arrested, and he should be safe recently. After being surrounded by people to wash and eat egg custard, Xiao Yuan pointed outside and wanted to go out. Today's sun is good. The sun is shining, and it's not particularly hot. It's a good time to go out for a walk. Children can't stay in the house all day, but the naughty can't make the decision to go out. Especially Xiao Yuan is such an embarrassing identity. Concubine E doesn't allow him to go out casually to prevent him from meeting Concubine Lu. So Nani Wei could only go to the main hall to ask for instructions first. After a while, Xiao Yuan saw that Nani Wei who came back had an aunt who looked to be in her 30s. Nani Wei's face was not very good. She walked closer and introduced everyone. "This is Aunt Fong. She will be mainly responsible for the little prince's affairs in the future." Aunt Fong was the head aunt of Isho Palace, and was definitely the person of Concubine E. Because of Concubine E, this Aunt Fong was also a relatively prestigious figure among the servants in the palace. All the servants in Isho Palace recognized Aunt Fong. But before, this aunt did not take care of the little prince's affairs. Now everyone hurriedly saluted Aunt Fong. "Hello, Aunt." Aunt Fong snorted and turned around and said, "Aren't you going to take the little prince out? Let's go." She walked out first. The rest of the people looked at each other and hurriedly followed with the little prince in their arms. When they arrived at the imperial garden, they spread a blanket on the ground and put the little prince on it. Nani Wei was obsessed with teaching Xiao Yuan to recognize things. She pointed at the flowers and plants in the imperial garden and told Xiao Yuan in a dragging tone. When Xiao Yuan followed her and read aloud, Nani Wei praised him happily. The other palace maids who followed them also chattered along. Although it was just a child taking a walk, there were more than a dozen people following Xiao Yuan. After learning for a while, he lost interest. He knew all of them. Even if he didn't know them, he could remember them after listening to them once. But the nurse had to repeat them many times every time, and taught them every day. This was a good thing for ordinary children. But Xiao Yuan didn't like it after hearing it too much. He looked at the imperial garden with flowers in clusters, ready to start his own exploration. He turned his little butt and crawled forward. He quickly crawled out of the blanket spread by the palace maids, toward the lawn and the road paved with stone bricks. "Hey, His Highness the Ninth Prince's side is too dirty. You can't go there. Let's play on the blanket." "Okay." Several palace maids trotted to stop him. Xiao Yuan pushed them aside and continued to move forward. Although he was young, his status was obvious. He struggled and was unwilling. So the young palace maids did not dare to use too much force on him. You know, the nurse who was taken away yesterday was still being interrogated. For a while, no one could really stop Xiao Yuan. Aunt Fong, who was sitting on the side, couldn't stand it anymore. She glanced at the people coming towards this side not far away and immediately shouted, "You are courting death. You just watched the little prince crawling on the ground. Can't you pick him up?" It is obvious that compared with the young little prince, Aunt Fong's majesty is greater. The palace maid was frightened and quickly picked up Xiao Yuan from the ground. Xiao Yuan frowned. He had known for a long time that the palace maids would not let him crawl around like this. However, if he wanted to pass the emperor's eyes and let the emperor personally promise that he could move around and have greater freedom, this was a necessary step. After all, the emperor had to know that he was active and liked to go out, so that he would say something related. While they were tossing and turning, the palace maids greeted the visitor. "Meet the noble Lady Lu." Xiao Yuan was startled, and when he looked up, He saw a familiar face standing not far away looking at him. The other person had a complicated expression. And it suddenly occurred to him that it was his biological mother Lu Hanwan. He had seen the other person before during the Zhozhua ceremony. But at that time, he didn't know who she was. Now, with everyone's greetings, he confirmed Lu Hanwan's identity. He looked up at her in the maid's arms. This was the first time he went to see his mother seriously. He had to say that this mother was worthy of being the emperor's first favorite concubine. Her appearance was impeccable. She was pure and tender with a hint of charm. She was a great beauty. Lu Hanwan stammered and opened her lips, but could not make a sound for a long time. She had wanted to see her son for a long time. But except for a few glances from afar at the one-year-old feast, she had not seen him at other times. She did not expect that she would be able to see her son just by casually coming out to the imperial garden this time. Over there. After seeing Lu Hanwan, Aunt Fong quickly came here and stood between Xiao Yuan and Lu Hanwan, covering Xiao Yuan's figure tightly. She saluted Lu Hanwan. "Hello, Lady Lu." Lu Hanwan responded, and could see that Aunt Fong did not welcome her. In the past, when Concubine E brought the little prince to the imperial garden, it was even more exaggerated than this, and she was directly driven away from a distance. However, due to Concubine E, Lu Hanwan did not always show that she wanted to see her son. She was afraid that her actions would implicate her son. It was just that Xiao Yuan had been sick several times in a row before, and she was really worried. So she went to ask for an audience several times. Now her son was in front of her. Even though she knew that Concubine E did not like him, Lu Hanwan wanted to see him more. She heard that a wet nurse beside her son was captured last night. She didn't know if someone wanted to harm Xiaozhou. Lu Hanwan was very worried. What's more, to put it bluntly, her son had been weak and sick since he was a child. If he didn't hold on one day, wouldn't they not even have a word to say to each other before they died? Pretending to ignore the wary looks of Aunt Fong and others, she asked, "I heard you guys are noisy from afar. What's going on?" Noble Lady Lu has a low rank, but her status in the palace is not entirely determined by rank, but also by the emperor's favor. In this regard, Lu Hanwan is the current favorite concubine. So even though Aunt Fong dislikes Lu Hanwan very much, she can't ignore her polite attitude. After all, although she is the head aunt in Concubine Yi's palace, she is not the master. At this moment, she whispered, to reply to the noble lady, it was because everyone didn't hold the little master well just now that there was some noise. That being said, Aunt Fong didn't give up her position at all to let Lu Hanwan see what the little prince meant. Lu Hanwan pursed her lips, and saw a little head popping out from behind Aunt Fong, staring at her with big eyes like black grapes. Lu Hanwan almost laughed out loud, but she had to hold it back. Several palace maids behind him quickly held the little prince steady. The others also gathered around. Knowing that she couldn't talk to her son today, Lu Hanwan felt disappointed. But she also knew that this was basically it. Being able to see her son at such a close distance was already a lot of progress. And there would always be another chance when the child was older. She stopped stalemate with Aunt Fong and said, "In that case, the little prince should continue to play. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first." After Lu Hanwan left, Aunt Fong was relieved. Lu Hanwan was a favorite concubine, so it would be the easiest thing for her not to argue with them. The reason why she was sent out by Concubine E today was to guard against Lu Hanwan. The same will be true in the future. Not long after playing, Aunt Fong scolded the palace maids and took everyone back. After returning to the palace, Xiao Yuan and the others returned to their own residence. While Aunt Fong entered the main hall, she told them about the encounter with Lu Hanwan in the imperial garden today. Concubine Yi's face changed immediately. Even if Lu Hanwan didn't say a word to Xiao Yuan, she felt very uncomfortable. She sneered. Her eyes were sinister. I knew she was still treacherous, but no one knows what dirty tricks she used to make the emperor love her so much, which is really difficult to deal with. Aunt Fong said, if Concubine Lu is not removed, I'm afraid she will never give up the ninth prince. Concubine E snorted. The lowly embryo is just relying on that face. As long as that face is gone, what tricks can she come up with? Lu Hanwan has no family background. Once she loses the favor, she will be nothing, let alone coveting the ninth prince, since the ninth prince is raised under her name. Even if she doesn't care, she can't let others think about him. Aunt Fong also laughed. Your Majesty is wise. That concubine Lu relies on that face. How can she compare with your majesty? Concubine E felt relieved, waved her hand, and whispered to Aunt Fong about what to do next. As one of the 4 concubines, she also placed many people in the palace after entering. After the 2 of them discussed the strategy, Concubine E had a comfortable smile on her face. For several days in a row, Xiao Yuan showed that he really liked to go out and play, and wanted to crawl around everywhere. Finally, he waited for the emperor to come to Concubine Yi's palace again. Although the emperor and Concubine E didn't sleep much, they would come 2 days a month to maintain Concubine Yi's status and respect. Today, when the emperor came, it was still early, in order to have something to talk about with the emperor, and the emperor himself took the initiative to bring it up. Xiao Yuan, the little guy, was packed into the main hall. Since he was a child, as long as the emperor appeared, Xiao Yuan would always reach out for him to hold him. So compared to other princes, every time the emperor saw Xiao Yuan, he would consciously hold him in his arms. With the emperor, the grandmother and others naturally stood in the corner, and they did not dare to instruct the emperor. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Yuan grabbed the emperor's arm and started practicing walking. The emperor sounded, "We will still practice walking." He squatted and held Xiao Yuan. The emperor is actually not so patient with each child. Basically, you can look at it. Just ask 2 words. Sometimes you do and ask. But Xiao Yuan's interaction is too strong. Emperors are not naturally disgusted with children. Of course, for the sons who like to be close to themselves, of course, they should be more performed. What's more, among a group of children, Xiao Jiao is also the cutest. Xiao Yuan walked for a while and then stopped, sitting on the ground. While the emperor was not paying attention while eating, he began to crawl around and wander around the palace. With the emperor around, Aunt Fong and others felt that it was not decent for the little prince to crawl around on the ground, and they did not dare to say anything. Not long after, the emperor noticed him again, and stared at him while talking to Concubine E. Concubine E also noticed the emperor's gaze, followed her gaze, and asked Aunt Fong to quickly pick up the little prince. Explaining to the emperor, Xiaojiao has been very lively recently, crawling around every day, and these palace maids can't control him. Concubine Yi's words contained a bit of unhappiness, because she also felt that it was not something worthy of praise for a child to crawl around on the ground, and it was a loss of the noble status of the prince. She was worried that the emperor would be angry, but the emperor smiled carefree, waved his hand, and ordered, "Don't hold him. Just let Xiaojiao look around by himself. Children of this age should be noisy everywhere. He is weak, so it is good for him to move more." The emperor himself came from the army, and he was not so sensitive to these things like crawling on the ground. What's wrong with the prince? Is the prince not a child? There are many children crawling around in the fields with their butts naked and playing in the mud. He didn't think this was lowly or insulting. He smiled and said to Concubine E, "My mother used to say that I was also active when I was a child, jumping up and down every day, running around, and never having a moment of peace, which made her very tired. It seems that Xiaojiao is a child who is like me when I was a child." Concubine Yi's eyes lit up immediately, and she followed suit. The emperor was in a good mood and told her a lot of interesting stories from his childhood. Concubine Yi's heart surged instantly, and she wished that the 9th prince would be more naughty and more like the emperor. Xiao Yuan, who was crawling around in the palace, listened to their conversation and knew that the matter was settled. The next day, it was another sunny day. After Xiao Yuan finished his meal, he pulled Wei Nani and signaled that he wanted to go out and play. It was early at this time, and Concubine E had gone to Changchun Palace to pay her respects to the queen and had not returned. However, Aunt Fong was there, and Aunt Fong was in charge of Xiao Yuan's going out. Under normal circumstances, his requests would not be rejected. Concubine E was just on guard against his contact with Lu Hanwan, and she was not very restrained about other things. After Wei Nani asked, it turned out that there was no problem. The group started to move out again. When they arrived at the Imperial Garden, Wei Nani put Xiao Yuan down. They spread a large blanket on the ground, but everyone knew that the blanket would not last long. Sure enough, after a while, Xiao Yuan began to explore outside the blanket. Aunt Fong wanted to stop him as usual, but she didn't dare to do it after thinking about what the emperor said yesterday. Concubine E also said that the 9th prince would do what he wanted. Xiao Yuan was finally able to crawl freely. After staying in the imperial garden for a while, concubines gradually came here. It should be that the greetings in the queen's palace were over. When Xiao Yuan was watching the drama, he had seen the overall layout of the palace, and knew that Concubine E would not pass through here on her way back to the palace. However, he came to the imperial garden not to avoid Concubine E, and secretly see his mother. He knew that contact with his mother was not a good thing for her situation, mainly because Aunt Fong knew he was going out. She brought him directly to the imperial garden. The imperial garden occupies a large area with beautiful scenery. It is also a good thing for Xiao Yuan to stroll around here. Who is over there? A concubine who had just entered the imperial garden looked at the people gathered over there, and asked with some confusion. Several concubines looked over there. Everyone walked over. Aunt Fong and others noticed that the concubines had arrived and hurriedly saluted. Everyone in the harem was familiar with Aunt Fong's face. She used to go out with Concubine E. Now when they saw Aunt Fong and the child on the ground, they knew that this was the prince. Although Xiao Yuan looked good, the people in the harem had limited love for other people's children. Especially Xiao Yuan's biological mother was the favorite concubine Lu Hanwan, and his adoptive mother was Concubine E, who looked down on everyone. They were not good people. Xiao Yuan looked at them and said nothing to attract attention. He didn't expect to be a group favorite in the harem. Pleasing the emperor was a necessity for survival. Fong Ji was someone he liked. As for the others, they were useless, and there was no need to make himself so tired. Being young is good in this way. He can ignore anyone he doesn't want to pay attention to, and no one will accuse him of not knowing etiquette, etc. At this moment, Concubine Su's face suddenly changed, and she looked back as if she was watching a good show. The other concubines were a little confused for a moment, and they also looked back, only to see Lu Hanwan coming from the other side. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. Concubine E was guarding against Lu Hanwan like a wolf. Everyone knew that Lu Hanwan was not allowed to attend the Zhuozhou banquet, and she was clearly warned not to get close to the ninth prince. It would be fine if Lu Hanwan could let it go, but Lu Hanwan was obviously someone who couldn't let go of her son, and she often humbled herself in front of Concubine E because of her son. There is no true love between concubines. This is an opportunity to laugh at Lu Hanwan. How can everyone not be interested? Sister Lu is here. Under Lu Hanwan's defense, Concubine Su took the lead to greet. Just listening to her voice, you can hear the gloating in her voice. For some reason, Lu Hanwan could only be vigilant and counter the moves, and said lightly, Sister Su. Among the 5 concubines present, Concubine Su has the highest status. But Lu Hanwan herself is also a noble, so no one is at a disadvantage for a while. Concubine Su smiled and made way for a seat. Sister Lu, look who this is. As she made way, Xiao Yuan, who was sitting on the ground and was blocked before, was revealed. Lu Hanwan's expression changed slightly. It was Shizhou. She subconsciously wanted to go forward, but woke up before she acted. Aunt Fong frowned with some dissatisfaction, stepped forward to block the little prince, and greeted Lu Hanwan with a blank expression on her face. Greetings, Lady Lu. She represented Concubine E, and was very polite. So even if she had no expression on her face, she couldn't find fault with her. Once the other aunt made trouble, it was equivalent to not giving Concubine E face. Although Concubine E only had a few days of sleeping time every month and didn't seem to be favored, she was not someone who would be bullied. If she made trouble in front of the emperor, she would go against the other uncle. As long as Concubine E didn't go too far, the emperor would side with Concubine E. But this little expression was nothing to Lu Hanwan. In fact, Aunt Fong had this expression towards most concubines. Those who come from Yishou Palace are confident. Concubine Su has always been outspoken. Lu Hanwan is favored. As someone close to the queen, she has always disliked Lu Hanwan, and has often troubled Lu Hanwan. But Lu Hanwan is eloquent, and she rarely gets the upper hand. Seeing that Lu Hanwan still looks indifferent, she is quite dissatisfied and can't help but raise her voice and say, this ninth prince was born by Sister Lu after 10 months of pregnancy. Why doesn't Sister Lu want to see him? She just has bad intentions, and wants to pit Lu Hanwan against Concubine E. As long as Lu Hanwan dares to go forward to hug the ninth prince, Concubine E will never let Lu Hanwan go. Everyone in the harem knew that Concubine E was taboo about this. Lu Hanwan was smart, and knew that it was absolutely inappropriate to get close to her son in public. She stood still and said, looking at the appearance of the ninth prince, I know that Concubine E has raised him well, and I feel relieved." Concubine Su didn't believe it. She turned around and reached out to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan tried to dodge but failed, and was forcibly picked up by Concubine Su. Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed with disgust. Noble Lady Su. Aunt Fong and Nani Wei tried to stop them, but Noble Lady Su glared at them. Shut up. She was emotional now, and she only wanted to break the disguise on Lu Hanwan's face. She hugged Xiao Yuan tightly, and smiled at Lu Hanwan proudly. Since the 9th prince grew up, Sister Lu hasn't hugged him yet. Right? Sister Lu is so lucky. Look at how the 9th prince is so cute. Don't you want to hug him? She smiled like a flower, and said innocently, It doesn't make sense that my sister, an outsider, can hold the 9th prince, but my sister Lu, the biological mother, can't. This is too pitiful. Lu Hanwan's eyes shot at Concubine Su like a sharp sword. But Concubine Su was not afraid at all, but became even happier. Really good. Just when Concubine Su wanted to make another effort, a scream rang out. 9th prince. 9th prince has a rash on his face. Concubine Su's hand trembled. And then she realized that the child who was still struggling in her arms seemed to have stopped moving. Looking at the lifeless child in her arms, with his head hanging limply, Concubine Su took 2 steps back in fear, and her hands lost strength. The child fell instantly. There was another scream. Several hands reached out at the same time, but it was too late. Just as Nani Wei was heartbroken, she saw the little prince being caught by a pair of hands and held tightly. Looking up, it turned out to be Concubine Lu. Lu Hanwan's mind was blank, and she screamed, Imperial Physician! Imperial Physician! Go and call the Imperial Physician! Xiujio! Xiujio! She half knelt on the ground, her fingers touching Xiao Yuan's face covered with red rashes, her eyes blurred by tears. This was the first time she could hold the child after a year since the child was taken away, but all she felt was despair. Concubine Su staggered and murmured in fear, No! It's not me. I didn't do anything. She had just held the 9th prince for a short while. She really had no intention of harming the 9th prince, and she didn't have any harmful drugs hidden on her body. Even if she wanted to harm these princes, she wouldn't do it in public. She looked at the other concubines present and said loudly, You all saw it just now. I really didn't do anything. The 9th prince must have been harmed by others, and it just happened to work when it came to me. Concubine Su could no longer be arrogant at this moment. She couldn't bear the crime of murdering the heir to the throne. Not to mention that the 9th prince was the prince that the emperor loved so much. The other concubines avoided her gaze and moved further away from her. Everyone knew that no matter whether Concubine Su did what happened today, the 9th prince was in her hands, so she must be responsible. Apart from anything else, everyone saw with their own eyes that the 9th prince fell out of Concubine Su's hands just now. The situation is unclear at the moment, so you can't get too close to Concubine Su. What if you are implicated? It's not a good idea for the child to stay outside all the time. Lu Hanwan's palace is closer to here, so she took Xiao Yuan back to her place. Xiao Yuan went to the road that the imperial physician had to take in advance and waited to bring someone over. Aunt Fong was a little dissatisfied when she saw Xiao Yuan being taken back to Lu Hanwan's place. But now was not the time to be particular about this, so she followed behind. The news about the imperial garden spread quickly. The emperor stood up and asked anxiously, You said that Xiujio is unconscious now? Su Quan said respectfully, Yes. The 9th prince has a rash on his face, and the imperial physician has gone to diagnose him. In an instant, the emperor strode out, and Su Quan hurried to catch up. When the emperor arrived, the imperial physician was almost there, and he waved his hand. Don't salute. Go and see how the 9th prince is doing. Yes. The imperial physician hurried to check on the 9th prince. The emperor stood by the bed and saw that the child who was still lively and cheerful with him last night was lying on the bed with his eyes closed today. He took a deep breath and waited for the imperial physician's conclusion. He knew that Concubine Su would not be so stupid as to do it in public, but he could not prevent someone from doing it. The imperial physician was taking the pulse, and suddenly there was a noisy voice outside the room. Concubine E is here. As he was speaking, Concubine E came in a hurry. At this time, several concubines in the room were standing in the corner. They were not favored in the palace, and their positions were not high, but they were all in the imperial garden at the time. Such a big thing happened. and they must be questioned. So it was not easy to hide. So they followed here together. Concubine Su knew that she had caused trouble. So she dared not stand. And she knelt down after the emperor came in. But the life and death of the ninth prince was uncertain. And the emperor's attention was focused on this. So he had no mind to deal with her first. As soon as Concubine E entered the room, she saw Concubine Su kneeling at the door. She was called back by Aunt Fong. And she knew what had happened. So she was furious with Concubine Su. She had always been on guard against Lu Hanwan approaching the child. And Lu Hanwan was sensible. But Concubine Su deliberately held the ninth prince to provoke Lu Hanwan this time. She just wanted Lu Hanwan to fight with her. Concubine E had been in the palace for so long. So of course she could see it. But for Concubine E, daring to use her things to test her was a provocation to her. It seemed that she was too kind on weekdays. So people like Concubine Su dared to throw a tantrum on her. Seeing Concubine Su, she finally had a place to vent her anger. And Concubine E rushed forward. There was a crisp sound in the room. Bitch! Concubine Su screamed. And her whole body was crooked. But looking at the angry Concubine E, she did not dare to resist. And only protected herself with her hands. And cried aggrievedly, I really didn't hurt the ninth prince. She didn't know what happened to the ninth prince. But for Concubine E, her harming the ninth prince was not the first priority. What was more important was that Concubine E felt that her dignity was provoked. And her things were touched by others. What happened to the ninth prince was second. They were quarreling here. And the emperor was annoyed by the bed. Okay. It's not too late for you to make trouble after Xiao wakes up. Concubine E then remembered the ninth prince and hurriedly got up to see him. When she reached the bedside, she saw Lu Hanwan holding the ninth prince's hand and crying in worry. She felt very uncomfortable. But the ninth prince had not woken up yet and the emperor was anxious. So it was not a good time for her to worry about herself. She looked at the lifeless child lying on the bed. And for some reason, she felt a stabbing tightness in her heart. Imperial physician. How is little nine? She couldn't help asking. The imperial physician had finished his examination at this moment. To answer the emperor, the queen, and the noble, the ninth prince should be allergic to something. And he is small and weak. So he fainted for a while. But his life is not in danger. And he will be fine after taking some medicine and recuperating. Hearing this, the emperor, Lu Hanwan and others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the ninth prince was fine. Even Concubine Su felt relieved. In this way, her fault was not so serious. Otherwise, if the ninth prince really lost his life, her life would be ruined. Things like murdering the heir, harming a prince who is not yet born and harming a prince who has been born for so long, are completely two different concepts. On the contrary, the other concubines were a little disappointed that the ninth prince was fine. The emperor has only been on the throne for so many years. How come there are so many princes all of a sudden? The more princes there are in the palace, the more disadvantageous it will be for the princes born in the future. After all, no matter how they are ranked, the throne will not be given to princes who rank too far behind. Allergic? Lu Hanwan asked, what is he allergic to? Concubine Su was also worried. She really didn't do anything to the prince this time. The imperial physician said, there are usually many things that cause allergies, such as pollen, dust, medicine, and food. It all depends on what happened at the time. The little prince had a lot of rashes on his skin and fainted. It might be caused by some pollen in the imperial garden or the powder and ointment on Concubine Su's body. When he came, he had been told about the little prince's situation at the time and knew that the little prince fainted in Concubine Su's arms. In this season, there are indeed many flowers in the imperial garden. Aunt Fong said, it shouldn't be pollen. The little prince has been to the imperial garden many times before and has been close to those flowers. But nothing has happened. On the contrary, when he was in Concubine Su's arms, something went wrong. The imperial physician said, it could be that something in the perfume powder on Concubine Su collided with the little prince. The emperor gestured. Check. Which of the women in the harem wears rouge and powder? If we don't find out, it would be bad if the little prince is hurt again in the future. Finally, after checking, the imperial physician concluded that the ninth prince collided with a medicinal ingredient in the perfume powder used by Concubine Su. After hearing this, Concubine Su almost cried. This cleared her name. After all, who knew that the ninth prince would be so allergic to this thing? She was crying. looking at the emperor eagerly, her voice tender and aggrieved. Please understand, Your Majesty, I have absolutely no intention to harm the ninth prince. This time, she should be out of trouble. Concubine E saw her trying to seduce the emperor's pity, and cursed her again in her heart. But she was tongue-tied, and she couldn't say anything if she was asked to. Do you really mean no harm? Lu Hanwan grabbed the emperor's sleeve, tears falling down. Your Majesty, at that time, Concubine Su deliberately used the ninth prince to stimulate me in the imperial garden, and forcibly picked him up regardless of his wishes. After finding that the ninth prince was unconscious, she also forcibly threw Xiao Jiao to the ground. If I hadn't caught Xiao Jiao in time, I'm afraid Xiao Jiao would be. Before she finished speaking, she was already choking with sobs and couldn't speak. You? Concubine Su was furious. What did she mean by forcibly throwing someone to the ground? She was not a fool. It was obviously because I didn't react at the time, and I was weak and had no strength. Lu Hanwan said, Concubine Su is the daughter of a general. She is usually very strong. Did she really have no strength at that time? Or did she deliberately take Shijia's life? Seeing that the emperor began to look at her with suspicion, Concubine Su was about to explode. She pointed at Lu Hanwan and said angrily, Concubine Lu, don't talk nonsense and spit blood. Even if I really have bad intentions, I won't do it myself. Lu Hanwan said, look, you have obviously done this. Now you can just pretend to be innocent. When Shijio fell, so many people reached out to save him. But you didn't react at all. Su Guren was speechless. She was so scared at that time that she couldn't react. Unable to explain to Lu Hanwan, Su Guren looked at the emperor. Your Majesty. Lu Hanwan also held the emperor tightly, her eyes full of heartache for the child. Your Majesty, you have to make a decision for Shijio. In the harem, there are many coincidences and accidents. And these coincidences and accidents often cause harm to others and help eliminate dissidents. The person behind the scenes can not only get the benefits, but also pay no price, or pay a small price. The emperor's eyes fell on Concubine Su's face. Concubine Su was tense. From Concubine Lu's words that she deliberately wanted to throw the ninth prince to the ground. Her future was uncertain, regardless of evidence or not. The ninth prince was in her hands, and she almost threw the ninth prince. If she succeeded, the ninth prince's fate would be unimaginable. Now everything depends on what the emperor thinks. What makes Concubine Su even more nervous is that compared with Concubine Lu, she is not favored. Although Lu Hanwan said that she is the daughter of a general, her family is not a noble family. It's just that her father is a military general with average achievements. In the court full of military generals, she can't even be ranked. Not to mention that in addition to Lu Hanwan, the ninth prince has a foster mother, Concubine E, who has a strong background. I heard that General Fong likes the ninth prince very much. Concubine Su's premonition is not wrong. The ninth prince will be punished because of her. Now he is related to Fong Ji, so the punishment will not be light. Sure enough, after looking at her for a while, the emperor said, Su Guren acted arrogantly, despised the imperial power, and caused the prince to be seriously injured. Now she is demoted to the lowest rank, and is confined to her house for 3 months. During these 3 months, she should copy scriptures to adjust her temperament. No! Su Guren's heart suddenly wailed, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She knew she would be punished, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. Confinement and copying scriptures are not a big deal. After the confinement, nothing will happen. But the emperor punished her position, which is the most important thing. She didn't have much favor. The position was given by the emperor because of her family. But her family was actually just like that. Not to the point where the emperor gave her face. When she comes out in the future, she can't get up again. Everyone knows how difficult it is to climb up the imperial harem. Gengi is the lowest ranking concubine, even lower than many palace maids. Concubine Su has always been arrogant. How could she accept such a result? This time her tears really flowed from her heart. She cried and hugged the emperor's thigh. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. The emperor glanced at the eunuch next to him. Take her away. Yes. Immediately, 2 eunuchs came out and took Concubine Su away. After Concubine Su was taken away, the emperor looked at his son lying on the bed again. He reached out and touched his son's face. When will the ninth prince wake up? The doctor said. He will wake up soon. The ninth prince was not in danger of death, so the emperor was no longer worried. He did not plan to stay here any longer. There was no point in him waiting here, as today's government affairs had not been dealt with yet. As soon as he stood up, everyone knew he was leaving. Concubine E did not plan to stay here any longer. This was Lu Hanwan's palace, and she thought it was unlucky. So she said, "Aunt Fong, go and pick up the ninth prince, and let's go back together." Lu Hanwan tightened her grip on the little prince's hand when she heard that. The emperor paused for a moment. He glanced at Concubine E, who was standing aside and waiting confidently, and then at Lu Hanwan, who was holding her son's hands tightly, thinking about how Lu Hanwan had barely seen her own son for so long, let alone getting close to him. And Concubine E. It was obvious that Concubine E didn't seem to care much about the child. So she finally said, "Little Nine hasn't woken up yet, so it's not appropriate to move him around. He's weak, so you need to be more careful about everything. Wait until he wakes up before taking him back." After saying this, the emperor didn't stay at the scene to wait for the result, and took his people out directly. Concubine E stood there in a daze. After a while, she looked at Lu Hanwan and pointed at Nani Wei and the others in the room. "You just wait here, and when the ninth prince wakes up, take him back immediately." Then, she strode out of the room. On the way back, she was full of thoughts. Was the emperor's words just now unintentional, just for Shizhou's health? Or was the emperor biased towards Lu Hanwan? The ninth prince was obviously her adopted son, and he was given to her. So how could the emperor want to go back? After feeling wronged, Concubine E was full of anger towards Lu Hanwan. This bitch must have whispered in the emperor's ear. Otherwise the emperor would never treat her like this. The vases, teapots, etc. in Isho Palace were replaced with another batch. If Concubine E was angry, then Lu Hanwan was overjoyed. She never thought that she could keep her son with her so soon. Looking at the ninth prince on the bed, her eyes were as soft as a pool of water. "Master, the medicine is here." Xiao Yuan walked in. This was the medicine that the imperial physician had prescribed for the ninth prince. It took some time to make, so it was brought up at this time. Lu Hanwan took the medicine and looked at the people left by Concubine E in the room. These were the people who usually took care of the ninth prince, except for the little eunuch who was not comfortable staying in the room. There were 8 people here now. So many people were forced to insert time to spend with his son. Lu Hanwan said, "It's enough for me to take care of it here. You can go down first." Concubine E's people did not move. The people who took care of the little prince knew that Concubine E rejected Concubine Lu, and they also knew why Concubine E kept them here, just to prevent Concubine Lu and the little prince from being alone. If they really listened to Concubine Lu and went out, they would not have a good time after returning. Seeing that they didn't move, Lu Hanwan understood what was going on. She said, "It's not good for the little prince to rest if so many people stay here. How about this? Just leave 2 people here. You and me. You stay here. The rest of you wait outside." She pointed at 2 people. One of them was naturally Nani Zhou, who Lu Hanwan bribed. As for the other one, it was Nani Wei. The reason why Nani Wei stayed was not because Lu Hanwan had any relationship with her, but because she looked at the look on the Nani's face and seemed to have something to say to her. So after hesitation, she still named Nani Wei. Lu Hanwan's words made sense. Now the group of people looked around and were a little moved. They didn't know whether they should go out. Everyone knows that it is not good to have too many people in the room when recuperating. If they don't listen, it means they don't care about the safety of the ninth prince. But if they listen, then Concubine E. The people who served Xiao Yuan were not people with status in Isho Palace, so they couldn't handle this situation. Whether it was Concubine E or the favorite concubine Lu Hanwan, they couldn't afford to offend. If Aunt Fong was here, she could make up her mind and resist Lu Hanwan. But these nurses and palace maids didn't have the confidence. It's a pity that Aunt Fong left with Concubine E just now because she was angry with Concubine E. Around the ninth prince, the only ones who were barely high in status were Nani Zhou and Nani Wei. Nani Zhou was there because of Kai Lan's previous instructions, while Nani Wei was there because of her competitive nature among the servants. Everyone looked at them, hoping that they would make the decision. Nani Zhou was soft and didn't speak for a while. She was afraid of Concubine Yi's reaction after knowing this, so she didn't dare to agree. Nani Wei said, "In this case, let's go out first. We will definitely take good care of the ninth prince." Someone spoke up first, and the others followed suit. Lu Hanwan looked at all this, and her eyes dimmed slightly. After everyone went out, Lu Hanwan, with a gentle smile on her face, led the two out and sat at the table outside. Her room was a suite, and she usually slept in the room inside. But the room outside was for entertaining guests. Xiao Jio is still sleeping. Let's wait outside first. She went out first. So it was impossible for Nani Zhou and Nani Wei not to follow, especially since these two Nani were actually leaning towards this side. After arriving at the outer room, Lu Hanwan sat on a chair and asked Xiao Yuan to get some cakes. You must be hungry after all this busy work. Eat something to fill your stomach first. Nani Zhou didn't say much. After all, Nani Wei was watching closely beside her, and she didn't dare to let Nani Wei see her connection with Concubine Lu. The same was true for Nani Wei. She felt that Nani Zhou was Concubine Yi's person, and Concubine E was someone who would harm the ninth prince. So she didn't dare to let Nani Zhou see that she was leaning towards Lu Hanwan. That's not right. She didn't lean towards Lu Hanwan. She was purely the little prince's person. But as Lu Hanwan was the little prince's biological mother, she could only put some hope on Lu Hanwan. She would lean towards whichever side was good for the ninth prince. Nani Wei was more lively, and knew that Nani Zhou was a person who could not get anything out of her even if she was beaten with 3 sticks. Most of the time, she was the one who responded to Lu Hanwan's words. Lu Hanwan asked them to eat cakes, so she ate them. As the little prince's nurse, she believed that since Lu Hanwan asked them to eat, it would be no big deal for them to eat, and she would not think that they were committing a crime of disobedience because of a cake. Nani Wei moved, and Nani Zhou followed suit. Not only that, Lu Hanwan also signaled Xiao Yuan to bring them red envelopes. Nani Wei declined twice. My queen, what are you doing? Lu Hanwan smiled and said, for so long, thanks to you for taking such good care of Shuzhou. As a mother, I don't have anything else. Just accept this little thing. There are many kinds of purses everywhere in the palace, and the palace maids also accept them. For the servants, silver bribes are still very useful. Even Nani Wei felt a little tempted when she touched it. Of course, she was tempted because she knew that the silver could be accepted. But it didn't mean that she could harm the little prince for the silver. After some refusals, both of them accepted the silver. Seeing this, Lu Hanwan went to the inner room with satisfaction. Xiao Yuan stayed outside to chat with the two. After a while, a little maid came to talk to Xiao Yuan outside the door, and Xiao Yuan went out. Nani Zhou glanced at Nani Wei, feeling a little uneasy, and asked tentatively, isn't it a bit bad for us to leave Concubine Lu and the little prince alone like this? Nani Wei glanced at her. You said this after you took the money? But she was also concerned about Concubine E, afraid that Nani Zhou would go back and complain. So she whispered, now the ninth prince hasn't woken up yet. And Concubine Lu is useless even if she stays with the little prince. It won't cultivate feelings. And we are tired. Let's sit here for a while, and wait for the little prince to wake up. And then we can go over. This way, I won't go against Concubine Yi's wishes. And I can accept the red envelope. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Hearing that Nani Wei agreed to this, Nani Zhou was relieved. It seemed that Nani Wei would not go back to complain about her. Nani Wei was also relieved to see that she accepted this statement. They did it together, and no one could escape. Besides, it seemed that she was just being lazy, and didn't really betray Yishuo Palace. Nani Zhou would not go back to complain. On the other side, after Xiao Yuan went out to hear the news from the maid, her face immediately became serious, and she hurried back to the house. When she saw the figures of Nani Zhou and Nani Wei, she restrained her expression, smiled at them, and walked in naturally. After entering the inner room, she quickly walked to Lu Hanwan's side and whispered, Master, Concubine Su is pregnant. Pregnant? Lu Hanwan was stunned. Xiao Yuan told Lu Hanwan the news she got one by one. She doesn't plan to tell it for the time being? Lu Hanwan laughed out loud. But her beautiful peach blossom eyes were cold enough to freeze people. She sighed leisurely. It seems that this house arrest comes at a really good time. Concubine Su had caused such a disaster. In everyone's eyes, she had aroused the emperor's disgust. Even if she came out, she would have no future. So no one would pay much attention to her. This person's fate was already doomed. But Concubine Su was pregnant. The 3-month confinement was actually a good thing for Concubine Su. When she came out, the fetus was already stable. And with the fetus, Concubine Su's future was uncertain. After all, Concubine Su was the queen's person. As long as the queen helped, it would only be a matter of time for Concubine Su to recover. Since Concubine Su didn't want people to know about the existence of this child, then never. She almost lost her child. Concubine Su still wanted to have a child by this means. So forget it. But before she finished her words, she felt the little hand in her palm move. A gentle mother rang in the air. Lu Hanwan's voice was stuck. She looked up and saw that her eyes, which had been closed before, were now open. Xiao Yuan, she shouted in surprise. At the same time, she was secretly happy in her heart. Did Xiao Yuan call her mother just now? Although she knew that this title should be called Concubine E. After all, Xiao Yuan should not know her. They had not even really met, so it was impossible to know who was his biological mother. But Concubine E was not here at this time. There was only her here. She wishfully thought that the mother was called to her. Xiao Yuan looked at her with his big dark eyes. But he didn't say anything. He called her mother before, which could be said to be because he had just woken up and his mind was not clear. But it was inappropriate to call her now. He actually woke up when Xiao Yuan came in. But when he heard Xiao Yuan talking, he laid down and wanted to listen to everything. He didn't expect to hear about Concubine Su. With just a few words, he guessed that Concubine Su was demoted and confined. To be honest, he didn't expect it to have such serious consequences. He was just hugged by Concubine Su forcibly at that time. And he was very dissatisfied with this, and Concubine Su using him to provoke his mother. However, when Lu Hanwan was about to touch the child in Concubine Su's belly, he spoke out. He knew that Lu Hanwan did this just to help him get revenge. But he knew how he fell into a coma. It had nothing to do with Concubine Su. He just wanted to teach Concubine Su a lesson. But after he spoke, he shut up again when he saw Lu Hanwan's excitement. Now, he was just a child who couldn't say much. Could he still ask Lu Hanwan not to do anything to Concubine Su? He was not worried about Concubine Su. After all, Concubine Su was not a good person. When his mother was pregnant with him, Concubine Su was among the group of people who had abortions. He was just worried that his mother would be discovered by others. A wild goose leaves a trace when it passes by. If someone catches someone for plotting to murder the heir to the throne, and his mother has no backing, her future life will be difficult. On the other hand, he really didn't want innocent children to lose their lives because of his own little thing. The two looked at each other. Lu Hanwan was flustered, lowered her voice and smiled, and said, "Don't be afraid. Ninth Prince. The nurse is outside. You fainted in the Imperial Garden, so I brought you here, and you can go back later." In Lu Hanwan's view, she and her son had not had much contact, and the child would definitely be flustered if he suddenly woke up and saw a stranger. So she subconsciously spoke to comfort him. Of course, she could also call in Nani Zhou and Nani Wei who were waiting outside. But the opportunity was rare, and she finally got some time to spend with her son. And she was reluctant to give it up. But unexpectedly, after she finished speaking, the little person on the bed did not cry or make a scene, and did not look scared. His eyes like black grapes blinked. And then he stood up and tried to sit up. Lu Hanwan hurriedly reached out to help him. Her eyes were fixed on her son, not wanting to miss any of his reactions. As a result, she saw the child happily reaching out for her to hold him, and his eyes kept looking at her. Lu Hanwan tentatively reached out her hand, and the child really came to her arms obediently, holding her with his little hands. Not at all shy, Lu Hanwan's eyes suddenly turned red. Although she had not seen Xiao Yuan very often, she was paying attention to all the information about the child. She knew that the ninth prince was not so easy to get close to everyone. So far, the only ones he liked so much were the emperor and General Fong. And she was the only concubine in the harem who received such treatment. Was it the guidance of blood relationship that made Xiao Yuan like her so much? Even though he didn't know that she was the real biological mother, he still had a good impression of her as soon as he met her. In the past, Lu Hanwan would not sleep in the middle of the night, thinking whether the child would not recognize her in the future, and was afraid of the future. But now, she covered her face, and tears kept falling. Xiao Yuan didn't expect his mother to suddenly cry. He leaned over and kissed her face. His hands wiped her tears, and he kept mumbling, "Don't cry. Don't cry," looking at her son's anxious and helpless look. Lu Hanwan suddenly felt her chest was filled with laughter, and she cried and laughed. She took out her handkerchief and wiped her face. wiping away the tears on her face. Okay, Shizio. Don't worry. Mother won't cry anymore. Won't cry anymore. Seeing that she stopped crying, Xiao Yuan's heart was finally at ease. Outside, Nanny Zhou and Nani Wei, who heard the noise, came in quickly. Seeing that Xiao Yuan woke up, the two nannies were very happy. Your Highness, you're awake. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Nani Wei feels that the rash on the little prince's face has faded a little. It seems that the previous medicine is quite effective. Seeing the little prince looking over, Nani Wei habitually explained to Xiao Yuan. Little prince, you were unconscious before, and Concubine Lu brought you to her palace to live. The location here is relatively close. Concubine E and the Emperor also came to see you before. You were unconscious because you were allergic to the perfume powder on Concubine Su's body. But it's not a big deal. You will be fine in 2 days. After she finished talking, she realized that Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yun were looking at her in surprise. For a normal person, it is really a bit strange to tell so much information to a 1-year-old child who can't speak a few words. Nani Zhou was used to it. Nani Wei had always been very talkative around the little prince. Nani Wei saw this and said hurriedly, the little prince is very curious. He likes to have things explained to him clearly. Even if he doesn't understand, he will be serious. Over time, I got used to telling him everything. This was also what she observed. After all, she wanted to get closer to the little prince and make him closer to her among the other nurses. She had to think of more ways. Nani Wei felt that only by getting in touch with and communicating with the little prince more, the little prince would become more familiar with her and his feelings would naturally deepen. So after being rescued by the little prince, she often talked to him about everything. After talking more, I found that the little prince seemed to like listening to her explain everything clearly. Maybe it was because her tone of voice would change with different ups and downs when she said these things, and her expression would be different. So the little prince noticed it and was very curious. But this was just right for Wei Nani. After all, she lived in Isho Palace every day, and there was really not much to say to the little prince. Even if she taught him to recognize various flowers and plants, she would finish teaching them after a while. The little prince would not be happy to listen if she repeated too much. It is a good thing that there are more topics to communicate with the little prince now. And the white and tender little prince was so cute when he listened to her seriously that she was so happy. It was a complete enjoyment. Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yun turned their eyes and saw that the little prince was listening seriously with his white and tender face. His cute appearance softened people's hearts. She said, "You are very good like this." She could see that the nurse was smart, although she felt that it was not good for the child to know some things. Her son could not understand them anyway, and she knew rationally that it was not good for the child in the palace to be too simple. Wait a minute. Wait until she climbs to a high position as soon as possible. Take the child back, and then she can protect him firmly under her wings. Seeing that the little prince had woken up, Wei Nani and the others could not stay here any longer. Otherwise it would be bad if Concubine E knew about it. Wei Nani spoke first. It's getting late, and we should take the little prince back to Isho Palace. Lu Hanwan was a little reluctant, but she also knew that she had no right to refuse. Okay. It's almost time. Nanny Wei had quietly changed her position before proposing to go back. Now that they were leaving, Nani Zhou, who was closer to the little prince, took the opportunity to pick up the little prince, and everyone started to walk out. Lu Hanwan had already realized that Nani Wei probably wanted to say something to her. She signaled to Xiao Yun with her eyes, and Xiao Yun walked ahead with Nanny Zhou without a word, while Nani Wei and Lu Hanwan fell behind. Nanny Wei looked at Nanny Zhou, who was walking away, and whispered, "If Concubine Lu has a way, she should bring the 9th prince back as soon as possible." Lu Hanwan paused inwardly, but her expression remained calm. She could not figure out where this wet nurse came from. Was she sent by Concubine E to test her? The two rooms were only a short distance apart, and there were more people outside. Nani Wei did not have time to guess Lu Hanwan's thoughts, so she just hurriedly said what she wanted to say. Concubine E had instructed the wet nurse to make the 9th prince sick several times before to win favor. The 9th prince was already weak, and this was not a solution for a long time. Concubine Lu should think more about the memorial. The wet nurse, who was captured 2 days ago, was the one who Concubine E instructed to harm the little prince. Although she is gone for the time being, this kind of thing may not be less in the future. The ultimate root of the problem still lies with Concubine E. As long as Concubine E has that intention, she can arrange for another person to continue. After a long string of words, they immediately arrived at the door of the outer room. Nani Wei quickened her pace, and caught up with Xiao Yuan and Nani Zhou in front of her. After learning the news, Lu Hanwan was deeply moved. After sending the people from Yishou Palace away, she could no longer hold on. Returning to the room, she drank 2 cups of cold tea, her breathing fluctuating violently. Seeing her master so out of control, Xiao Yuan knew that something must have happened. She asked worriedly, "Master, what happened?" Lu Hanwan's tearful eyes were full of anger. After a long while, she spoke. "Xiao Yuan, Xiujio was sick before. Not because he was weak, but because of Concubine E. Concubine E ordered people to deliberately make Xiujio sick." She thought in her mind. Yes, Xiujio was fine in the first few months after birth, and never got sick. Later, when she was a little older, she began to get sick frequently. Logically speaking, a child born weak should be the most vulnerable in the first few months after birth. How could this happen? Xiao Yuan was also shocked. She asked, "Did that nurse Wei tell the master?" Lu Hanwan nodded. Yes, it was her. This kind of thing is indeed something that the concubines in the harem can do. So the master and servant accepted it so quickly. She said that the nurse, who was arrested in Yishou Palace, was the one who was instructed by Concubine E. About the nurse in Yishou Palace. Everyone in the harem had basically heard about it. But everyone also knew that the nurse did not commit any crime. But because the little prince did not like her and kept crying, so the nurse was arrested. After investigation, it was found that the nurse was not very popular with the 9th prince. But they got along well. The little prince did not dislike her before, around the 9th prince, except for the nurses Zhou and Wei, and 1 or 2 palace maids. The 9th prince did not clearly express his love for a certain person, and the treatment of the nurse was also normal. As for why the little prince cried that day, it is unknown. The little prince was carefully checked, and there was no injury or poison. Even the little prince's room was checked, and there was nothing harmful. After a period of interrogation, the nurse did not pry out anything. In the end, it was Concubine E who said that the little prince was still young, and it was not good to take a life casually. If the nurse did something, it would be fine. If she did not do anything, she would die because of the child's crying. It would not sound good to tell others. So she released the nurse. However, after this incident, the nurse was not arranged to return to Yishou Palace. And the little prince had an Aunt Fong who was in charge of the people and affairs around the little prince. At that time, Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yuan were also paying attention to this matter. Although Lu Hanwan was slightly dissatisfied with Concubine Yi's decision, she also knew that it was quite normal without evidence. She didn't want her son to be killed for no reason. Otherwise her son's reputation in the previous dynasty would be ruined. Even if he was a prince, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. But that was before. Now that she knew the truth from Wei Nanny, Lu Hanwan didn't understand that it was just Concubine E who was deliberately protecting him. For a moment, she was heartbroken and her hatred reached its peak. Xiao Yuan also gritted her teeth and said, "Concubine E is too cruel. The little prince is so young. If he gets sick sometime, if it's not her own child, she won't feel sorry for him. How can a child of a few months old fall every now and then? What if one of them is not cured and dies? How many children in the palace have died of illness? The 9th prince is the little prince that she and her master have been waiting for so long and worrying about every day." Lu Hanwan sneered at her age. "I heard that she has been taking medicine to recuperate. She must want to have her own child. Concubine E is a little older, but she can still give birth. But what can she do?" Lu Hanwan knows clearly that she is definitely not as important as Concubine E in the emperor's heart. Concubine E, she is General Feng's niece. Lu Hanwan felt very uncomfortable and painful. Xiao Yuan also felt deep hatred. But pure hatred could not solve the problem. "Then master, what should we do now?" as she asked. Xiao Yuan also pondered in her heart, as the head maid beside Lu Hanwan. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Hanwan to think about everything by herself. She would also give some ideas from time to time. In the palace, everyone needs to be thoughtful. Lu Hanwan was silent for a long time before saying, "People around Xiujio should continue to be bribed and won over. Let them take care of Xiujio more. Maybe they can be used in the future." Then what? Then what? Lu Hanwan was at a loss. Compared with the powerful Concubine E, she, a small noble, had no ability to fight back. What she wanted was the safety of the child. not to compete with Concubine E for the favor, and to get the child out of Concubine Yi's control. Unless Concubine E died or she got the child back, nothing could change. But now, she couldn't do either of these two things, even though she was more favored in the eyes of others. The emperor didn't like others to go against his will on such a big matter. Fong Ji. She kept repeating the name. And after a while, she said, try to remind Wei Nanny to mention Fong Ji more in front of Xiaojiu, so that Xiaojiu and General Fong can spend more time together to cultivate their relationship. And then, see if you can reveal Concubine Yi's affairs. Lu Hanwan didn't know Fong Ji, but it was impossible to say that she didn't know. Fong Ji was the most beloved and trusted minister of the current emperor, and a great hero with great military exploits. His reputation was quite prosperous. Even in the harem, basically everyone knew something about General Feng's deeds. It was said that this person was upright and upright. Of course, this didn't refer to fighting. When fighting, General Feng's mind would soar rapidly, and he would always come up with surprising moves, which made people far behind. Fong Ji's life was not good when he was young. He was the youngest son in the family, but he was not loved by his parents. His father was an alcoholic who liked to drink, gamble and beat people. Fong Ji was beaten a lot when he was young. His mother was a cowardly woman who couldn't protect him. His elder brother and sister got married and moved away early, and occasionally helped him a little, but it was just a drop in the bucket. In such a situation, the emperor's appearance was no less than a godlike existence for Fong Ji. The emperor was kind to Fong Ji, and Fong Ji gave back to the emperor what he had. Fong Ji did whatever the emperor said, and Fong Ji tried his best to help the emperor achieve whatever the emperor wanted. In short, for so many years, there has never been any rumor that Fong Ji bullied others by taking advantage of his power. On the contrary, some old ministers and aristocratic families were particularly displeased with Fong Ji and grumbled about him. In Lu Hanwan's previous cognition, this man was considered a good person. Of course, because of Concubine Yi's arrogance and even viciousness. Lu Hanwan found it difficult to believe that Fong Ji, who was Concubine Yi's backer, was really a good person. But Lu Hanwan knew that even if this person was not a good person, he must be a smart person to be trusted and loved by the emperor. Since he was a smart person, he would know how outrageous and absurd it was for Concubine E to use her adopted son's life to win favor. In the harem, there were many concubines who would do this, even at the cost of their own children. But it was different in the previous dynasty, at least in Fong Ji's case. Concubine E was in a high position and the emperor respected her. Concubine E was old and could not have children. As an adopted son, the ninth prince was naturally the person of Fong Ji and Concubine E. If they wanted to compete for the throne in the future, they would have to use the ninth prince to compete. The ninth prince should not be used in this way of competing for favor. Even if he wants to burn the bridge after crossing the river, he should wait until Concubine E is pregnant. Moreover, if Concubine Yi's methods against the ninth prince are spread, the emperor's mind is unpredictable. Even if Fong Ji is loved by the emperor, it is not certain that the emperor will not feel uncomfortable about this matter. It is the most foolish to believe in the emperors forever. So no matter how you think about it, General Fong will stop Concubine E. Then, the rest should be Lu Hanwan's own business. Fong Ji can't control Concubine E for a lifetime. At most, it can only be done for that period of time. Lu Hanwan, who knows Concubine Yi's temperament well, knows this, so she has to climb to a high position as soon as possible. At least she has to get the position of concubine. Then she will have the confidence to compete with Concubine E. Once the child is taken back, there is no need to worry about those things. Xiao Yuan nodded carefully. She knew that this was the only way. On the other side, Xiao Yuan and others returned to Shou Palace. Just after returning, they certainly cannot go back to the house directly. Wei Nani and others took Xiao Yuan to the main hall. Concubine E still cared about Xiao Yuan from time to time. At this moment, she stepped forward to look at the child's face, reached out and touched it, and murmured, "The rash on the face seems to have disappeared a little." Kailan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is right. The little prince does look a lot better." When he woke up, he still looked energetic. Concubine E looked at the child's big black eyes and couldn't help laughing. This child is quite energetic. She reached out and hugged Xiao Yuan, then looked at Nani Zhou and others, and asked casually, "Nothing happened over there?" Nani Wei didn't dare to show up in front of Concubine E, so it was Nani Zhou who answered. After all, Among the several nurses, Nanny Zhou had a higher status, and Kailan always liked to talk to Nanny Zhou. To answer your majesty, Concubine Lu said that too many of us stayed in the room and affected the little prince's rest. So only the servant and Wei were left in the room. Concubine Yi's eyes fell on Nanny Wei. There were only 4 nurses in total, and she could still tell who they belonged to. Nanny Wei lowered her head and dared not breathe. In this palace, everyone is very cautious and always likes to think too much when encountering things. At this moment, Concubine E looked at the people below, and the first thing she thought was that these 2 people might be Lu Hanwan's people. Otherwise, why did Lu Hanwan keep these 2 people when she had such a good opportunity to meet her biological son? But after thinking for a while, she felt that she should have thought too much. There were her people among the wet nurses. If Zhou and Wei had any suspicious behavior, or had contact with other people in the palace, they would have reported it to her long ago. So she turned and asked, "Did Concubine Lu do anything unusual?" Nanny Zhou shook her head. "No. Concubine Lu just stayed by the side of the 9th prince. After the 9th prince woke up, I and Wei came back with the little prince." This was something she and Wei had discussed when they were waiting outside the room of Concubine Lu. Otherwise, if Concubine E knew that they let Concubine Lu stay alone with the little prince, neither of them would be happy. Concubine E snorted coldly when she heard this, knowing that Lu Hanwan really couldn't let go of the 9th prince. "Okay, you all go down." She handed the little prince over. Nanny Zhou held the little prince and went back to Xiao Yuan's place with Nanny Wei. After leaving the house, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. That afternoon, the emperor came to see Xiao Yuan again, and came over at night, and stayed at Yishou Palace. The next day, the rash on Xiao Yuan's face had almost disappeared, but Aunt Fong did not allow him to go out until he was completely healed. A few days passed, and Xiao Yuan, who had not been out for a long time, exploded. He was just allergic, and he had recovered long ago. "Okay." Wei Nani squatted in front of him. Looking embarrassed, "I have asked Aunt Fong. She said that the prince's body still needs to be recuperated, and we are not allowed to go out." This is a refusal, obviously because Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yuan had contact that day, and the main palace was not happy. So Xiao Yuan was simply not allowed to go out. After all, if Xiao Yuan stayed at Yishou Palace, Lu Hanwan would not be able to meet Concubine E to see him even if she had great ability. This decision satisfied Concubine E and Aunt Fong, but Xiao Yuan was not satisfied. He looked at Wei Nani in front of him, knowing that the nurse should have no choice, and the right to speak was never in her hands. So he fiddled with his little arms and legs and ran out in a flash. Wei Nani was stunned. "Little prince? Little prince? Where are you going?" She hurriedly followed, because the emperor had personally promised the 9th prince the right to crawl around. Even if Nanny Wei caught up with him, she couldn't just pick him up, but bent over and followed him all the way. In the main hall, Aunt Fong was talking to Concubine E. Last time, they said they wanted to ruin Lu Hanwan's appearance. All Lu Hanwan relied on was her own appearance. As for the child, it had been given to Concubine E, and it had little to do with Lu Hanwan. In fact, the best thing would have been to kill the mother and keep the child when giving birth. It was a pity that Lu Hanwan gave birth too quickly and smoothly at that time. The people they arranged had not even started, but she had already finished. At that time, Concubine E did not expect that a mere maid who rose to power would be so important to the emperor. At this moment, Aunt Fong was saying that Lu Hanwan had already prepared it. Secret medicine has been added to the new batch of incense. This thing can calm the mind and help sleep, and the fragrance is very soft. As long as Concubine Lu uses this incense on a daily basis, her hair will gradually fall out, her skin will become sallow, and brown spots will appear on her face, which cannot be removed. Aunt Fong smiled with some pride. "This thing will become addictive if you smell it too much, and people will like this incense more and more. Concubine Lu will not change it easily. If she gets pregnant during this period, this thing will also be harmful to the child. Even if she is forced to give birth to the child, it will be a freak." Concubine E was surprised. This secret medicine is so powerful. Won't it be discovered by the imperial physician? She had only heard Aunt Fong say that this was a secret medicine from the previous dynasty, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. Aunt Fong shook her head. "No, this medicine is very hidden, and it is difficult for people to find out. And its effect is gradual, so it is not easy to find clues. Concubine E was happy. With this medicine, there was no need to worry about Lu Hanwan, the enchantress, not falling. She was very excited and asked excitedly, "Is there more of this medicine? Can you get some more?" She wanted to arrange for those bitches who seduced the emperor by relying on their youth and beauty. Aunt Fong said, "No. I only got a little of this medicine because I was good friends with an old nanny in the palace. There is no prescription, and this medicine will be gone after it is used up." Concubine E was immediately disappointed. But she soon cheered up and began to look forward to Lu Hanwan's beautiful face becoming faded. Before she could think too much, there was a sudden movement at the door of the palace. Concubine E frowned slightly, wondering what these people were doing. Then a small figure appeared at the door. It was the 9th prince. When he arrived at the door of the palace, Xiao Yuan stood up by holding the door. Otherwise it would feel strange to talk on the ground. Aunt Fong had already walked to the door when she heard the movement. When she saw Xiao Yuan, she was stunned and looked at Wei Nani and others. "What's wrong with the little prince?" Wei Nani hurriedly said, "The little prince wants to go out and walk around." Aunt Fong frowned instantly and said impatiently, "Didn't I say that the little prince just got sick 2 days ago? And he can't go out to see the wind casually. Don't you understand? Hurry up and take the little prince back." "Ah!" Xiao Yuan shouted in dissatisfaction. Aunt Fong looked down and saw the child's white face puffed up. But she didn't take the child who couldn't say a word to heart. Her oppressive eyes were placed on Wei Nani and others again. She was very majestic, and the people below did not dare to resist her. Wei Nani squatted beside Xiao Yuan and coaxed him in a low voice, "Little prince, let's go back first. Okay? Wait a few days after you are well. We will go out for a walk again." Xiao Yuan refused. His body was already healed. He looked at Aunt Fong, gesturing outside with his little arms, and said in a baby voice, "Go out." He stared at Aunt Fong, knowing that Aunt Fong was the one in charge. As for Concubine E, she hadn't come out yet, so it was not easy to find her. But obviously, Aunt Fong didn't have the patience to play with a child. She looked at Nani Wei, who didn't move, and said sternly, "What are you waiting for?" Nani Wei was helpless, and knew that she had to move. She reached out to hug Xiao Yuan, but Xiao Yuan twisted his body and broke free. Nani Wei protected him with her hands, fearing that he would fall. She didn't actually use any force, and shouted, "Hey, little prince, be careful. Don't twist it." On the surface, she was perfunctory. She was afraid that she would hurt the little prince with her strength. She could indeed force Xiao Yuan to take him away. But Nani Wei had the energy of a grandparent who dotes on her grandson. Unless there was real danger, she couldn't help wanting to let the little prince do what he wanted and make him happy. No matter how strict Aunt Fong was, could she be strict with the little prince? Even if she dared, the little prince wouldn't understand. But Aunt Fong didn't follow the usual path. She didn't care what Xiao Yuan said. She just looked at Nani Wei and scolded her harshly. "Hurry up. You are dawdling. Do you need to go back and learn the rules again?" So the next moment, Xiao Yuan grabbed Aunt Fong's skirt and refused to let go. His little hands were white and tender, with a few dimples on them. In this case, Aunt Fong dared not forcefully pull the cloth out of the little prince's hands. If he really hurt his hands and the emperor knew about it, she would be punished even if she was the head aunt of Yishou Palace. Xiao Yuan looked at her and said seriously, "Get out." He could say some simple words at his age, and Nani Wei was always around to teach him how to speak. So it would not be surprising if he sometimes said some suitable words. "No." Aunt Fong looked serious, with a bit of impatience in her eyes. "Get out," Xiao Yuan insisted. Aunt Fong was not happy. In her opinion, the 9th prince, a child born of a palace maid, was blessed to be adopted by Concubine E. Concubine E was backed by General Fong, who was the most valued by the emperor. So Xiao Yuan should be cautious and try to please Concubine E, instead of acting like a child here. Aunt Fong did not insist on being in a stalemate with Xiao Yuan. After all, he was a child and could not understand. So she vented her anger at Nani Wei and others. "Are you dead? Hurry up and take the little prince away. This is where Concubine E rests. Don't come here and make a scene. What if you disturb Concubine E's rest?" "Who is that thing?" A voice that was not clear from joy or anger came. Everyone looked over and saw a man walking towards them with a dragon-like gait. It was the emperor. It might be a common problem for most emperors. Emperor Yongya sometimes liked to quietly walk in without letting anyone know. Aunt Fong's face turned pale in an instant. She knelt on the ground without any more dignity. The others also paid their respects to the emperor. Father! 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 Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he ran towards him crookedly like a little penguin. Emperor! The emperor hurriedly stepped forward to catch him. Otherwise, he was really afraid that his son would fall down halfway. If he cried, he would have to comfort him himself, holding the child in his arms. The emperor asked cheerfully, "What are you doing? How come you can hear the noise from so far away?" He was asking Xiao Yuan. Although he was asking, it can be seen from the people who were kneeling on the ground and not being called up that the emperor was not ignorant of everything. Xiao Yuan happily swung his legs in his father's arms and pointed to the direction of the gate of Isho Palace with his little body jumping, and said in a baby voice, "Go out?" The emperor said, "Xiaojia wants to go out and play?" "Yes." Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment, as if he was digesting what the emperor said. In the end, he didn't know whether he understood it or not, and nodded seriously. The emperor laughed out loud because of him. The child looked at him with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing his son like this, the emperor laughed even harder. They were laughing. But Aunt Fong, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't laugh at all. Her forehead was touching the ground, and her whole body was trembling with fear. She knew that the emperor had probably heard it just now. "Your Majesty." Concubine E, who heard the emperor's movement, also came out. The emperor's coming was a good thing for Concubine E. But Concubine E couldn't laugh today. She heard the voice outside just now clearly. She also knew that Aunt Fong had always looked down on the ninth prince. But Concubine E didn't think there was anything wrong with this. She thought the same as Aunt Fong. Xiao Yuan was originally the child of a concubine who was promoted from a palace maid. If it weren't for her, Xiao Yuan would probably be like other princes born at the same time in this palace, without any sense of existence in front of the emperor. Among so many princes, the only one who can be so honorable in front of the emperor, besides the third prince, is the ninth prince. Even the queen's eldest prince and the second prince don't have this dignity. Isn't it because her uncle is Fong Ji? The ninth prince just got too much favor. Even so, the ninth prince still has a mother who is dragging him down and always coveting him. She is very kind not to deliberately treat the ninth prince harshly. The emperor glanced at Concubine E, then looked at Aunt Fong who was kneeling on the ground, and asked with a smile on his face, "Why don't you say anything? Who are you talking about just now?" Aunt Fong trembled, reporting to the emperor, "I am guilty. I was scolding these palace maids. Now the weather outside is getting hotter. The little prince is not in good health, and it is inconvenient for him to wander around outside casually. But these wet nurses control the little prince and don't care about his health. It's really not decent." After Aunt Fong finished her defense, the emperor didn't say anything for a long time. Concubine E was a little anxious when she saw this. Aunt Fong was her aunt in charge, and had been with her for so many years. She couldn't let her die like this. She had a forced smile on her face. "Yes, Your Majesty. These palace maids and wet nurses usually don't restrain the little prince in order to make him closer to them. Although Shizhou is a prince, it's not good for the child to continue like this." The kneeling wet nurse Wei felt that she was stabbed in the back, because she was the kind of person who didn't restrain the little prince at all. She wanted to satisfy the ninth prince in everything. But is this her problem? It's obvious that the little prince himself is already well behaved and good enough. The little prince never does those bad things, which makes them, the wet nurses, unable to find any point to say even if they want to advise. The emperor stared at Concubine E without saying anything, and Concubine Yi's voice gradually became softer. She herself knew that even if Aunt Fong's words did not mention the ninth prince by name, it was almost the same. She was instantly flustered. Would the emperor think that this was what she meant? Would the emperor think that she was not good enough? Not kind enough? Concubine E was still thinking about it, and the emperor's tone was unpredictable. "You are disrespectful to the prince and committing an offense against your superiors. Considering that you have been with Concubine E for so many years, I will let you off the hook and not sentence you to death. Drag you out and beat you with 40 boards in the yard. Everyone in Isho Palace will go and watch. I want to see who dares to look down on the little prince in the future." Aunt Fong burst into tears and kowtowed to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. 40 strokes of the cane. If he doesn't die, he will lose half his life, and it is really uncertain whether he can be saved." Aunt Fong, who has been so powerful in Isho Palace for so many years, has ended up in such a miserable end. Everyone in Isho Palace is silent, and they once again increase their attention to the little prince. You know, there are many people who have similar ideas to Aunt Fong and Concubine E before. Everyone agrees that being able to become Concubine Yi's adopted son has indeed greatly improved the status of the ninth prince, and he has taken advantage of Concubine E. After talking about the punishment, the emperor did not plan to stay in Isho Palace. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. After telling Concubine E, the emperor carried his son outside. The sound of execution in the palace must not be heard by the child, and he was lying here to find his son. Earlier, during the 1-year-old banquet, Xiao liked Fong Ji so much, and later he caught him and asked him a few times. But at that time he told Fong Ji to go out to do something. Now that he is back, when he heard Fong Ji mention the ninth prince, the emperor thought about carrying him over to see. While walking, he was still teasing the child. Does our Xiao like to go out and play so much? Xiao Yuan chattered with him. And although the emperor didn't understand what he said, he insisted on being a companion, and would never let the emperor sing a one-man show. Not to mention, he responded to every word, which really made the emperor want to talk to him all the time. In this way, Xiao Yuan quietly obtained a lot of information. For example, he now knew about Fong Ji's situation there in advance, and he still liked Fong Ji very much. So he immediately became happier, causing the emperor to mutter non-stop. He went to the emperor's study and played with Fong Ji for a whole morning. It can be seen that Fong Ji also liked him very much. Who can refuse a cute and well-behaved child who likes to be close to him? At noon, everyone had lunch together, and when it was time to take a nap, Xiao Yuan was sent back to Isho Palace. Lying on the bed, Xiao Yuan looked at the people serving him. It was obvious that everyone's momentum looked a lot more tense. Obviously, the beating by Aunt Fong in the morning made all the visiting palace maids and eunuchs feel lingering fear. Nani, Xiao Yuan called softly. Nani Wei, who was doing embroidery, heard the voice and looked over. She also stood up and walked towards him. Little prince? What's wrong? The child stretched out his arms, as if to be hugged. Nani Wei also stretched out her hands. And then a kiss, like a dragonfly touching the water, fell on her cheek. Nani Wei was startled and said in a little baby voice, "No, I'm afraid." Until Xiao Yuan lay down on the bed again and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Nani Wei's heart was full of emotions. She secretly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, and couldn't help feeling happy. It's great that the little prince is gradually growing up. The inequality of status and the young age of the little prince made Nani Wei never think too much. But her efforts were actually seen by a little child. At such a young age, he actually knew that she was really good to him. Nani Wei was really surprised and happy, and even full of motivation for the future. The fear when watching the execution in the morning disappeared in an instant. In fact, Xiao Yuan comforted Nani Wei because he saw Nani Wei's fear. Nani Wei has always been very good to him. While they are harmonious here, it is different in the main hall. Aunt Fong was beaten hard. Concubine E asked the imperial doctor to come, but there was no guarantee that she would really survive. It is estimated that she will not be able to get out of bed in the next 2 months. The news of Aunt Fong being beaten spread quickly throughout the harem, and everyone also knew why Aunt Fong was beaten. The next day, Changchun Palace. The concubines came to pay their respects to the queen. At the beginning, someone asked with a worried look on his face, "Sister Ife, how is your head in now? If you need any precious medicinal materials, just tell me. We will do our best to help." Of course, everyone can see that the worry is false, and the gloating is real. Ife looked indifferent. Ningfei is really concerned about a servant, but you don't need to worry about it. I have everything I need. Concubine Ning smiled. That's right. Sister Ife is from the general's mansion after all, so she must have everything. You? Concubine E was furious. She knew that this was definitely not a compliment to her powerful backer. The other concubines who knew the truth also covered their mouths and laughed, which made Concubine E even more angry. It turned out that although Concubine E had a General Fong Ji, who was highly valued by the emperor as her uncle, Concubine Yi's family was very ordinary. After all, when Concubine Yi's mother got married, Fong Ji had not yet become rich. Although Concubine E was given a lot of silver notes and the like later, it was still far behind those concubines from aristocratic families. In order to show that she had money, Concubine E also made a lot of jokes in the mansion. Everyone knew that Concubine E was a vulgar person who could not read a single word. She cried and shouted that she wanted to marry the emperor. She didn't even look in the mirror to see if she was worthy. In the past, when she was in the palace, everyone looked down on Concubine E. Although Concubine E has risen now, the contemptuous attitude still cannot be changed. Especially Fong Ji is a lone minister who is not on good terms with other officials. He is not the kind of person who will target other people's families because of a little quarrel in the harem. So everyone is more confident when talking about it, as long as it is not too much. The emperor will not care about these minor frictions. Of course, this is limited to the old people who had a similar status to Concubine E in the palace. If the new concubine dares to be so rampant in front of Concubine E, the emperor will not like it. The niece of the queen mother, Concubine Chun, also spoke up at this time. Aunt Fong has been with Sister Ifei for so many years. For the sake of Sister Ifei, she shouldn't be punished so severely. Could it be that the emperor doesn't like General Fong that much now? Concubine Chun speculated maliciously. As the granddaughter of the Duke of Pingwu and the niece of the queen mother, Concubine Chun came to the palace for the position of queen. But she didn't expect that she couldn't get the position of queen for the time being, and was bullied by Concubine E, who relied on General Fong Ji. Although she has been in the palace for more than a year, the hatred between the two has been full. Even with the queen mother as a backing, Concubine Chun couldn't beat Concubine E. Concubine E sometimes didn't even give the queen mother face. But she still sat firmly in the high position. It's all about Fong Ji. Therefore, Concubine Chun is the one who hopes Fong Ji will fall the most, and the emperor will stop liking Fong Ji so much. In Concubine Chun's opinion, there are many generals in the court, and there are many generals who follow the former emperor. There is really no need to be so good to Fong Ji. Fong Ji can win the battle, and others can fight. Just look at Concubine Chun's own father and uncle are all generals. She can't see how they are worse than Fong Ji. Is Concubine Chun dissatisfied with the emperor's decision? At this time, the queen spoke lightly. She was serious and strong, a little too dignified, and her aura seemed to suppress people firmly. At this time, when she spoke, she was a strong crush on Concubine Chun. How could Concubine Chun dare to say that she was dissatisfied with the emperor's decision? She just wanted to take advantage of the emperor's heavy punishment of Aunt Fong to squeeze Concubine E. After all, Aunt Fong was Concubine Yi's right-hand man. The emperor's treatment of Aunt Fong was, to a certain extent, a slap in Concubine Yi's face. Otherwise, Concubine Yi's face would not be so ugly today. But she did say the wrong thing. Concubine Chun was so scared that she immediately begged for mercy. I said the wrong thing. After begging for mercy, Concubine Chun felt even more aggrieved, because she found that she was obviously qualified to be the queen. But now she was caught by the queen and oppressed. The depression on her face could be seen by anyone at a glance. The queen glanced at her with contempt in her heart. You fool. You still want to covet her throne. You really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. She continued, forget it this time. Chupin must remember to be careful with your words and actions in the future. Chupin continued to reply in frustration. The queen is right. After the queen finished teaching Chupin this part, Wu Guiran, who stood on the queen's side, said with some dissatisfaction, no matter how capable this aunt is, she is just a servant after all. If she dares to disrespect the prince, it would not be too much to be beaten to death. Wu Guiran was a newcomer who entered this election last year. She was the granddaughter of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. She was also among the pregnant concubines before, and later gave birth to the seventh prince. Naturally, she spoke from the perspective of the concubines with children. Everyone in the palace cherishes their princes very much. They are the foundation of the women in the harem. Therefore, it is not surprising that Concubine Wu said this. Of course, it is more because she is trying to curry favor with the queen. Whether it is Concubine E or Concubine Chun, they are hostile forces to the queen. She can please the queen by arguing with anyone. After saying this, she did not forget to help Lu Hanwan to attract attention. You said so, Concubine Lu. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Hanwan again. To be honest, this incident is inseparable from Concubine Lu. After all, the ninth prince was not born by Lu Hanwan. The emperor punished Aunt Fong to vent his anger for the ninth prince. But at the same time, everyone also knew that because the ninth prince was in the hands of Concubine E, Lu Hanwan had always been humble to Concubine E, and did not dare to speak out. But Aunt Fong cursed the ninth prince yesterday, which shows the contemptuous attitude of Xiao Palace towards the ninth prince. At this moment, everyone was eager to see how Lu Hanwan, the mother, would react today. Will Lu Hanwan confront Concubine E? Let's watch the show. Lu Hanwan knew that everyone had bad intentions, and Concubine Ning added fuel to the fire. After all, she is Concubine Yi's aunt in charge. Even if she was disrespectful to the prince, she didn't kill her directly, although few people can withstand 40 strokes of a cane. As long as she is not sentenced to death, it will not affect her instigation. Lu Hanwan had a blank expression on her face. Concubine Ning is right. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they were looking forward to it. That's it. Fight. Fight. However, after Lu Hanwan said this, she stopped talking. Her son had been treated so badly, and Lu Hanwan was not made of clay. Of course, she would be angry and dissatisfied. But she also knew that if she really angered Concubine E, what if she changed from making her son sick to winning favor to making her son really sick and bedridden? If she really used all kinds of medicine, her son's weak body would not be able to support it. So Lu Hanwan could only endure it for the time being. At this moment, it would be bad for her to say anything, but she couldn't completely respond, so she could only do it like this. Everyone waited for a while, and seeing that Lu Hanwan really didn't respond, they were immediately disappointed. What a punching bag, someone muttered. After a while, the greetings were over, and everyone began to leave. While walking on the road, Lu Hanwan heard someone say maliciously to Concubine E, "I heard that the ninth prince seemed to be quite noisy. It was just a coincidence. If the ninth prince hadn't clamored to go out this time, maybe the emperor wouldn't have seen Aunt Fong like this, and he wouldn't have to be punished." Lu Hanwan stopped. Jinping thinks it is very reasonable for servants to disrespect the prince, as long as they are not discovered. She sneered. If this is the case, why don't we go to the emperor and talk about Sister Jinping's unique views? Jinping was speechless for a moment. Her face flushed. She didn't expect Lu Hanwan to dare to talk to her like this, but she dared not admit it. She had a child herself. Lu Hanwan thought. They only knew to talk about the ninth prince. Why didn't they say that if Aunt Fong and Concubine E hadn't deliberately stopped the little prince, the little prince would have gone out directly, and there would be no such thing. After that day, the little prince didn't go out for many days. She knew that the little time she spent with the little prince that day was still an eyesore to Concubine E. It seemed that even for the sake of Xiao, she had to restrain herself from appearing in front of him. Otherwise she was really afraid that Concubine E would do something bad. After all, she could use the child's illness to compete for favor. So what else could Concubine E not do? Of course, these could not be said directly in front of Concubine E, lest Concubine E get angry. After confronting Concubine Jin, Lu Hanwan turned around and left with her maid. Concubine Jin, who was behind, jumped up and down under the gaze of everyone. I am a concubine, and she, a little noble, dared to talk to me like this. She is committing a crime of insubordination. Concubine Jin cursed, but did not dare to rush up to confront Lu Hanwan. Concubine E frowned, and was annoyed by her sharp voice. Okay, keep your voice down. She pouted and left Concubine Jin. Concubine Jin, I am so angry. She left, but Concubine Jin's words did enter Concubine Yi's ears. Aunt Fong and Kai Lan were the most capable people around Concubine E, especially Aunt Fong, who gave her advice on many things. She knew many people in the palace and knew a lot of things, which was very useful. After being beaten with 40 sticks yesterday, Aunt Fong was in a very bad condition. She had a high fever last night, and it has not subsided until now. The imperial physician said that if the high fever does not subside, the situation will be very dangerous. Aunt Fong's life or death is unknown, and Concubine E is very upset. Returning to Xiao Palace, she stopped for a while when she heard the palace maid in the room over there talking to the ninth prince in a soft voice. She felt particularly uncomfortable, but in the end, she went straight back to her room. Now is not the time to cause trouble. Sitting on the chair, pouring a cup of tea, tasting a little, Concubine E raised her hand and threw the teacup to the ground, and the cup broke and splashed. You made such hot tea. Do you want to scald me to death? Your Majesty, please forgive me. I will change it right away. The maid in charge of tea knelt down and kowtowed. A few more teacups were smashed directly on her body. The maid did not move, and did not dare to hide at all. The splashed fragments on her forehead made a small cut, but she did not dare to touch it. After smashing things, Concubine E scolded, "Why don't you go quickly? Are you waiting for me to invite you?" "Yes. I will go right away." The maid got up quickly. Other maids came to clean up the mess on the ground. After finishing, Concubine E signaled the others to leave, and she asked Kai Lan, "Have you finished the incense burning matter? Why haven't you seen any movement for so many days? It's not enough to just finish the things. They also have to deliver them to Lu Hanwan properly." Kai Lan also knew about the incense, and hurriedly said, "The Ministry of Internal Affairs has already presented it to Concubine Lu." "That's good." Only after hearing this news did Concubine E feel relieved. On the other side, Lu Hanwan took Xiao Yuan back. Seeing that there was no one around, Lu Hanwan sighed and said, "I wonder if Xiao Jiu will be implicated because of this. Aunt Fong might be more important than Xiao Jiu in Concubine Yi's heart." She didn't dare to imagine whether Concubine E would have any opinion on Xiao Jiu because of this. Xiao Yuan comforted, "The Emperor just punished the people in Isho Palace. Concubine E will definitely not dare to do anything for a while. I am also contacting people to help keep an eye on her." When she said the last sentence, Xiao Yuan looked around, afraid that someone would come out and hear her, and she lowered her voice to the lowest level so that only the two of them could hear her. Lu Hanwan nodded, knowing that what Xiao Yuan said was true. It was not that she could not understand these truths, but as a mother, it was hard for her not to worry about her son being in a tiger's den. People are too unpredictable, and no one knows what will happen tomorrow. She asked, "How is Aunt Fong today?" Xiao Yuan said, "She is still having a high fever and has not woken up." Lu Hanwan was silent. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should hope that Aunt Fong would not wake up and die directly, or that she would be fine and live well. Aunt Fong was a person who left the palace and became the side of Concubine E. She was an important part of the people who helped Concubine E. Concubine E was from a small family, and her scheming was not too deep. She could become so difficult. Apart from General Fong, she relied on Aunt Fong and Kai Lan. If Aunt Fong was gone, Concubine Yi's loss would be immeasurable. But because of this, the possibility that the other party would vent their anger on Xiao Jiu was the greatest. She didn't dare to gamble. Status. Status. Lu Hanwan kept muttering in her heart. Just give her a little more time. She would definitely be able to successfully bring Xiao Jiu back. Back in the palace, she sat by the window and thought intently. Xiao Yuan brought a bunch of incense over and said, "Master, this is the new incense presented by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It is said to be a very rare treasure with the fragrance of plum blossoms. Why don't you change it today? This has been checked by Imperial Physician Li." Imperial Physician Li was the Imperial Physician who helped Lu Hanwan to keep the baby. For so long, both sides have a certain degree of trust. For things like these spices, Xiao Yuan had asked the Imperial Physician to check them out a long time ago. Not only did she ask Imperial Physician Li, but she also asked other Imperial Physicians. Although the Ministry of Internal Affairs should not dare to send anything with problems, she and Lu Hanwan are both overly cautious. Lu Hanwan came back to her senses, looked at the incense, and said, "Forget it. Don't use spices in the room or on clothes in the future. Shujia was allergic to it last time, and there is no guarantee that she will not be allergic to other things. Although she is very likely to not be able to see her child for a long time. Go find some flowers outside and put them in there later." Xiao Yuan thought that the smell would be more fragrant and attractive without spices. But since Lu Hanwan had decided, she obeyed. Yes. She put the incense back. After thinking for a while, Lu Hanwan got up and went to the dance practice room. She used to compete for favor by making some side dishes for the emperor and reproducing various delicacies in the book. She was beautiful, and she would have some fun with the emperor from time to time, and then cook by herself. Don't say that her cooking skills are really good. At least the emperor likes it. But this new idea has been around for so long, and it's just a change of soup without changing the medicine. And the emperor doesn't feel much freshness. In the past few months, the emperor has been favoring her less often, although it is still quite a lot among the crowd. Lu Hanwan can feel that the emperor has gotten used to it. If this continues, when will she be able to get the emperor to promote her? So she still has to find another way out. Lu Hanwan had learned some from others before. I can't say how well she learned, but she can still keep her waist soft and so on. Now she has become a favored nobleman around the emperor. If she wants to learn, she can naturally find the best dancers to teach her. Xiao Yuan's life is peaceful. Because of the emperor's lesson, no one dares to look down on him anymore. And even those who secretly say bad things about him are gone. Which makes Xiao Yuan a little melancholy. He used to like listening to the nurses and palace maids talking about all kinds of news in the harem. That was a kind of diversion in his boring life. Naniwei prayed to God every day not to mention going out these days. Now that he was in the center of the storm, it was not good to go out and upset Concubine E. But as a child who didn't understand many words, Xiao Yuan still mentioned it several times. And then under Naniwei's nagging, he successfully attracted his attention to other things and didn't really make a fuss to go out. This made Naniwei feel relieved. Within 2 days, I heard that Aunt Fong's fever subsided and she woke up. But then her wound became inflamed and she had a high fever again. After tossing for more than half a month, her injury was completely stabilized. During this period, the emperor came to Xiao Yuan several times and took him to play with Fong Ji. Well, Xiao Yuan still likes Fong Ji very much. The historical general is really cool. Especially the other party indulged him and let him bully. As time passed, the tense and cold atmosphere in Isho Palace gradually returned, and Xiao Yuan could hear the servants talking about various gossips in the palace. Among them, there was the latest news about his mother Lu Hanwan. It is said that his mother danced for the emperor, and the emperor liked it very much. He stayed at his mother's place for many days this month. The concubines in the harem complained to Lu Hanwan for this, and scolded her fiercely. During this period of time, Xiao Yuan also went out one after another, but he had never seen his mother. Now he suddenly heard the news, and felt a little emotional. He knew that his mother was preparing to make him a concubine as soon as possible, and then take him back. The emperor was a stingy person in his position. In the background of no family background. He really had to roll inward. He had to let the emperor feel the professional qualities of being a concubine, and see her efforts, so that it would be easier to upgrade. However, he remembered that in the play, his mother finally got promoted to the position of concubine. But before he could take him back, he died. After that, his mother vomited blood and was bedridden. After recuperating for half a year, she came out and disappeared in the harem. It's not that she was completely out of favor. After all, his mother had to help him get revenge at that time. And it was not possible to have no favor at all. His mother's appearance was also superior in the harem, and the emperor still liked her more. But the favor seemed a little ordinary, and it was very inconspicuous under the cover of the favorite concubine behind. His mother no longer had the fighting spirit she is now. Now that Xiao Yuan is here, his mother will no longer experience the pain of losing her son. For a moment, he felt a sense of happiness. The mother and son focused on upgrading and saving their lives, which was also a two-way rush. In the main hall, Concubine E threw things all over the floor again. Bitch. This bitch. She only does some brothels and seduces men. Why didn't she get sold to a brothel? Concubine E cursed. It was obvious that she was targeting Lu Hanwan. After all, Lu Hanwan was the most favored this month. Although Lu Hanwan always chose to give in and not compete with her when facing her. Concubine E was jealous when she saw the emperor's obvious preference for Lu Hanwan. And she was still very panicked. When the emperor was still a prince. When the previous emperor gave the throne to his youngest son. The emperor was bewitched by Song Shuqing and almost ran away with Song Shuqing and lived together. Concubine E was afraid that Lu Hanwan would be the second Song Shuqing. She could never tolerate anyone getting the emperor's true love. Concubine Jin sat aside and watched Concubine E throw things quietly. Since she said to Concubine E last time that Aunt Fong was beaten because the ninth prince was too noisy, she gradually got closer to Concubine E. When she first entered the palace, her uncle had no status. Everyone in the harem knew that she was determined to marry the king of Yin. So everyone looked down on her and her status was not high. Later, she became more powerful and didn't care about other people. They had basically had a feud with each other before. But since the emperor ascended the throne, after the selection of concubines, there were more people in the harem. Concubine E used to disdain others, thinking that everyone was taking advantage of her, and she was enough to sweep the whole place. But as the queen, Concubine Ning and others had concubines to help her every time they paid respects. And Concubine E was not particularly good at talking. She gradually felt something was wrong. She was often so angry that she fell backwards. And no one helped her at all. This was not okay. So after Concubine Jin tried to contact her, she pinched her nose and accepted it. After Concubine E threw things, Concubine Jin began to make suggestions. She said excitedly, "Today's weather is not bad." Or Concubine E, "Let's take the 9th prince to the Imperial Garden for a stroll." The 9th prince is Lu Hanwan's son. Although Lu Hanwan seems to be actively avoiding meeting the 9th prince, she doesn't believe that Lu Hanwan will not be disgusted when she knows that the 9th prince and Concubine E are having fun and have a deep mother-son relationship. Even if Lu Hanwan doesn't come, she will be furious when she hears it. Of course, it would be better if Lu Hanwan could see it in person. She turned her head and signaled her personal maid, "Go and ask around to see where Concubine Lu is now." Concubine E was unhappy. "What are you looking at her for? She has always avoided the little prince and Lu Hanwan as much as possible." Concubine Jin said, "Your Majesty doesn't understand this. The little prince is young and doesn't know that his biological mother is Concubine Lu. But Concubine Lu knows who her son is. Let Concubine Lu see with her own eyes how the little prince is close to you. And see how proud she is." After she said that, Concubine E also reacted and smiled instantly. She thought it was feasible. "Kailan," she called, "go and bring the 9th prince over." "Yes." Kailan turned around and left immediately. Xiao Yuan was playing with the 9 rings in the room when he saw Kailan walk in. Nani Wei stood up to greet her with a smile on her face. "Why is Miss Kailan here?" Kailan looked at Xiao Yuan and said, "Give me the little prince. The queen wants to take the little prince out for a walk." "Huh?" Nani Wei was a little surprised. Why did Concubine E want to take the little prince out? Don't think they didn't hear it here. Concubine E was clearly throwing things in the room just now. Why did she suddenly become friendly? Seeing that she didn't move, Kailan's face darkened. Nani Wei quickly turned around to hold the little prince. After handing Xiao Yuan to Kailan, she and the maid who took care of Xiao Yuan packed up the things that might be used and followed. This is not that she had to act on her own, but under normal circumstances, the Nani, maid and others who took care of the prince had to follow the little prince all the time. Xiao Yuan was also a little confused about this. After arriving at the main hall, Kailan put him on the chair in front of Concubine E. He looked at Concubine E with puzzled eyes. He looked at another concubine present. He had never seen this person, but from the whispers of the Nani and maid who served him, he knew that Concubine E had been getting closer to Concubine Jin recently. Then the one in front of him was most likely Concubine Jin. He didn't say anything, didn't call anyone, but no one would ask too much of a 1-year-old child. Concubine Jin also looked at the 9th prince. Looking at his big black eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. The 9th prince is born very cute. Concubine E laughed. A little proud? Of course. Not only cute, but also smart. The emperor likes it very much. Every time the emperor comes to her, thanks to this little guy, they are like a family at that time. Sometimes she thinks, if the 9th prince is really her biological child, it would be great. Or, if her plan to kill the mother and keep the son was successful. If Lu Hanwan had died at that time, she might have really treated the 9th prince as her own child. Of course, all this is just if. The reality is that Lu Hanwan is still alive, seducing the emperor all day long, making her sick. Thinking of Lu Hanwan, Concubine Yi's raised mouth corners turned down again. At this time, the maid that Jinping asked to go out to inquire also came back. The maid may be of the same mind as Jinping, and she spoke with a little joy. Your Majesty, that Concubine Lu is now in the Imperial Garden. Jinping was overjoyed. Your Majesty, let's go. Concubine E reached out to hug Xiao Yuan. Walked a few steps. It was really heavy. She stopped. Handed him to Kailan. Hold him well. Yes. Kailan quickly hugged the little prince tightly. Nani Wei and others followed behind. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan also understood that Concubine E and Concubine Jin knew that his mother was in the Imperial Garden, and they took him here to block his mother. In the past, Concubine E was very averse to letting him meet Lu Hanwan. But now, Xiao Yuan fell silent. Kailan felt the child in her arms leaning on her shoulder. She looked down carefully and saw that the little prince's eyes were open, blinking, and looked a little depressed. Her heart suddenly tightened. What happened? Wasn't he fine just now? Didn't he want to go out? She turned to look at Nani Wei. Did the little prince wear the 9-linked ring? Nani Wei nodded repeatedly. Miss Kailan, Take them all. This is to prevent the little prince from getting bored when he goes out and doesn't want to come back. But generally speaking, the little prince doesn't like to play these outside. The little prince is always full of energy running around in the garden. Grass and woods. That's good. Kylon nodded. The little prince doesn't look very happy. Take out all the toys for the little prince when we get there later. Okay. Naniwei looked at the little prince in Cylon's arms, and found that the little one, who was full of energy in the past, did not seem to be in a good mood for some reason. Naniwei was immediately distressed. Is the little prince feeling unwell? She subconsciously asked Xiao Yuan in a low voice. Xiao Yuan did not move. Kylon touched Xiao Yuan's forehead, and found that he did not have a fever. She whispered, let's wait and see. If he is still like this later, please ask the imperial physician to come and see him. Wei Nani nodded in agreement. The group wandered into the imperial garden. Over there. Xiao Yuan reminded Lu Hanwan. Master, it seems that Concubine E is coming. Both of them looked over there. And then Lu Hanwan's eyes were fixed on the child in Kai Lan's arms. She was about to turn around and leave. No matter what Concubine E wanted to do, she was just using the prince as a scapegoat. But before she took 2 steps, Concubine Jin called out to her. Where are you going? Concubine Lu? Don't you know to come over and greet the high-ranking concubines? Is this how you serve the emperor every day? The latter part of the sentence had a sour taste. Everyone knows that the emperor has been particularly fond of Concubine Lu recently. It's been so long. How come she hasn't fallen out of favor yet? As Concubine Jin shouted. Lu Hanwan paused and could only turn around to greet people. She bowed lightly. Greetings to Concubine E and Concubine Jin. Concubine Jin said dissatisfiedly. Why is Concubine Lu in such a hurry? Don't you want to see Concubine E and Concubine E? Lu Hanwan thought that you were a little self-aware. But she didn't show it on her face. She just said, you are joking. Concubine Jin. Concubine Jin got angry when she saw Lu Hanwan's calm look. As if what she said didn't stimulate Lu Hanwan at all. And it was all in vain. But Concubine E interrupted her impatiently, and got straight to the point. The weather is good today. Concubine Lu, please accompany me to appreciate the flowers in the imperial garden. After saying that, she turned around, and didn't give Lu Hanwan any room to refuse. Concubine Jin smiled triumphantly. Lu Hanwan looked at their backs and sighed inwardly. Xiao Yuan supported Lu Hanwan and whispered. Master, are you okay? Lu Hanwan shook her head and said. Let's go. I don't know what these 2 people are up to today, so I can only deal with it as it comes. Lu Hanwan followed behind Concubine E and the others. Concubine E led the group to a lawn. The servants behind her had already spread a blanket on the ground, mainly to play with the little prince later, and put the child on it to save effort. While watching, Concubine E gestured to Kai Lan to hand the child over to her. Kai Lan hurriedly handed Xiao Yuan over. Concubine E reached out and hugged Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan had now returned to his normal self. No longer as listless as before. He had found a way to break the situation. In the past, he had always been hanging out in Concubine Yi's show palace. And the emperor often came to play with Concubine E. So he and Concubine E got along well. Not very well, but not bad. After all, he was still a child. He didn't know anything. It was not easy to show that he hated Concubine E. That would be a bit too outrageous. Especially since Concubine Yi's calculations were all behind his back. And when she met him, she acted like him. If he went too far, his life would be in danger. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't expect that he would have to experience such a struggle between his adoptive mother and biological mother at such a young age. But Xiao Yuan also knew how his biological mother felt about him. And he didn't want to follow Concubine Yi's wishes to provoke his mother. So after thinking about Concubine Yi's past temperament, Xiao Yuan made a plan. At this moment, Concubine Yi put Xiao Yuan on the blanket, sat down on it, and called the other 2 to join. Concubine Jin naturally cooperated very well, and Lu Hanwan had no choice but to sit down not far from Concubine E. Then, everyone's attention was naturally focused on Xiao Yuan. After all, today, he is one of the leading actors in this drama. Lu Hanwan also realized what Concubine E and Concubine Jin wanted to do. She smiled slightly, but she didn't feel sad. The child was still young and had a blank cognition. Naturally, he would like the one he had the most contact with the most. So if Concubine E wanted to show her deep mother-son love in front of her to stimulate her, Then Concubine E found the wrong person. Maybe she would be sad about this in the past. After all, she always wanted to see her child. But not now, because she knew how good her child was. Last time, Xiao woke up in her room due to an allergy and saw her crying. He would wipe her tears with his little hands helplessly, and told her not to cry. Such a good child. Once he knows all the truth in the future, he will naturally recognize her as his mother. If Concubine E is good to Xiao, it would be fine. Such a good child will definitely miss Concubine E. But Concubine E actually used the child's life to compete for favor, which is simply pushing the child to her side naturally. Having tasted the sweetness, Lu Hanwan has made mental preparations, and doesn't care about today's excitement at all. Concubine E didn't know so much. She raised the corners of her mouth and stretched out her hand. She really wanted to call the little prince softly and hold him in her arms. But before she could speak, she saw this lively child put on the blanket, looked around, and began to crawl away quickly. Concubine E. Concubine Jin. Lu Hanwan. Hold it. Seeing that Concubine E's face was a little bit tense, Kailan quickly took Xiao Yuan back and explained with a smile, Your Majesty has raised the little prince too lively. In the past, the little prince loved the imperial garden the most. Once he arrived here, he couldn't help running around. Concubine Jin also said, It's better to be lively. Children should be lively. Concubine Yi's expression eased. She chuckled and said with some pride, The emperor said so too. He also told me some things about the emperor's childhood. He was as naughty as the little prince. She said this not to say that the ninth prince was exactly the same as the emperor when he was a child. She was mainly showing off that the emperor was reminiscing about the past with her and reminiscing about their youth. She wanted to say that she was the closest person to the emperor, and Lu Hanwan was just a seductive little demon. She was the eternal destination in the emperor's heart. Concubine Jin could understand what Concubine E meant, and immediately flattered her. Your Highness is indeed different in the emperor's heart. The emperor would tell you about such intimate things. Concubine E was immediately overjoyed, and felt that these words touched her heart. She glanced at Lu Hanwan, and saw that Lu Hanwan kept a faint smile, and did not react at all. She couldn't help but feel cold in her heart. Sober up, and remembered that she came to Lu Hanwan today to show off her mother-son relationship. She hugged Xiao Yuan tighter, lowered her head, and said to Xiao Yuan gently, Xiao, can you let your mother hold you for a while? Although Concubine E and Xiao Yuan did not meet often. In fact, she would ask Xiao Yuan about his habits, and whether there were any interesting things every day, just waiting for the emperor to come, so that she could chat with the emperor. She knew that the emperor liked to listen. In addition, when the emperor and Xiao Yuan were together, Concubine E was also watching, so she knew some of Xiao Yuan's temperament quite well. For example, when someone liked to hold him and talk to him, the little prince would quietly let people hold him, and would make sounds in his mouth. He especially liked to listen to others talking. Once he realized that someone was talking to him, he would listen seriously. But if you just hold her and ignore her, she won't stay for long. The child will turn around and explore around. Children of this age seem to be very curious and like to wander around. Sure enough, when Concubine E finished speaking, the little prince looked up. His big black and bright eyes looked at her innocently, as if he was listening to her seriously. She was delighted and continued, Xiao, how about playing the 9 rings? Mother wants to see you solve the 9 rings. She handed the 9 rings to Xiao Yuan. She borrowed this trick from the emperor, who usually liked to tease Xiao Yuan with these things. Xiao Yuan looked at Concubine E, exclaimed twice, and obediently took the 9-linked ring and started to solve it. Concubine Jin was a competent conversation starter. She was surprised and said, Can the 9th prince solve the 9-linked ring at such a young age? Concubine Jin also raised a prince, so she knew how smart the 9th prince was. They all know how to play, but not many can really solve it. Yeah. Concubine E nodded and said lightly, He likes this very much, often yelling for his mother to play with him. And for those puzzles, I have to accompany him every day. She randomly moved the games that the emperor played with Xiao Yuan to herself, and Xiao Yuan's reactions to the emperor were also moved to herself. Xiao Yuan. While saying this, Concubine E poked Xiao Yuan's little chubby face. When the man looked up with a confused look on his face, she asked with a smile, Does Xiao like mother the most? No one else is as important as mother. Right? Well, The first half of the sentence is also what the emperor likes to say to Xiao Yuan recently. Because the emperor found that sometimes, when he asked Xiao Yuan a question, the child obviously didn't understand. But after a moment of confusion, he would nod seriously and say After a few times, the emperor got interested. He also shared this with Concubine E. After teasing Xiao Yuan in front of Concubine E a few times, Concubine E used it temporarily. Xiao Yuan, isn't this really a bit too shameless? Those little tricks were just used by him to raise the emperor's interest in front of him. But now they were used against him. He looked at Concubine E innocently, but didn't say anything. He just pretended to be listening to Concubine E. This was also one of the states he designed. After all, if there was no response, it would be difficult for the emperor to nag at a little kid who couldn't say a word every day. The emperor's tricks didn't always work. Concubine E was not discouraged. If she didn't respond, she didn't respond. It looked very intimate to listen to her. Besides, she said those intimate words to Xiao Jiao, and she didn't believe that Lu Hanwan wouldn't be jealous. She simply leaned over and kissed the child's face, which felt tender. No wonder the emperor liked to kiss Xiao Jiao so much. She wanted to imitate the emperor and point at her face for Xiao Jiao to kiss. But at least she remembered that she and the little prince were not that close. So she barely endured it. Lu Hanwan's smile was indeed a little stiff on her face. She understood the reason. She knew that it was natural for Xiao Jiao to get close to Concubine E. She knew that Concubine E was deliberately showing this in front of her. She also knew that in the future, when the child grew up and understood the world, he would understand her thoughts. But she was still jealous. Even hateful. She couldn't help it at all. She looked at Concubine E with cold eyes. Why? Concubine E always made things difficult for her. Targeted her everywhere. And even took away her child? Obviously, she secretly didn't take the child's life seriously, and used the child to compete for favor. How could she have the face to pretend to be close to the child in front of her now? Xiao Yuan noticed that his mother's fingers were pinched in the palm of his hand. He sighed in his heart, quickly untied the 9-linked ring, and put it in the arms of Concubine E. Concubine E immediately praised him again. And then she and Concubine Jin turned the topic to Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan forced herself to deal with it. After a while, Concubine E talked excitedly, but found that Lu Hanwan's attention was not on her at all. She said unhappily, "Noble Lady Lu, I'm asking you a question." He dared to be dazed in front of her. But when she followed Lu Hanwan's line of sight and looked down at her arms, she was stunned. The 9th prince had been held in her arms. But now, he opened his beautiful big eyes and stared at Lu Hanwan without blinking. For some reason, Concubine E suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She remembered how Xiao Jiao looked when she met the emperor and his uncle. It was obviously the first time they met. But Xiao Jiao was interested in them. Could it be that this interest would be fulfilled in Lu Hanwan? Concubine E shuddered all over. Then she saw Xiao Jiao's arms and legs shaking, and stretched out his hand towards Lu Hanwan. Concubine Yi's eyes darkened. Xiao Jiao was almost like this to her uncle at the beginning. But that was not right. She seemed to be more enthusiastic to her uncle, and directly climbed from the emperor's arms to her uncle. At the moment, he is not that interested in Lu Hanwan. This is actually Xiao Yuan's control. His mother is already a nuisance to Concubine E. If Concubine E is pushed too far, her mother will bear the consequences. But such a simple hand-holding and closeness are enough to make his mother feel a little warm. After all, you can't ask too much of a 1-year-old child. He likes Lu Hanwan as soon as he meets her, which is already the peak of a child. Concubine Jin also noticed the difference in the current situation. She didn't realize the seriousness of the problem yet, and said with a smile, "Oh, the little prince has a really good personality. He is curious about this noble Lady Lu. Right? He is quite easy to get close to people. Come! Let Concubine Jin hold him." She was helping Concubine E to smooth things over. The two of them were here to use the little prince to provoke Lu Hanwan. But they couldn't fail to do so, and instead let Lu Hanwan and her own son have a mother-son bond. This idea was hers. If Concubine E lost face here, she would probably be furious with her. She couldn't afford to offend Concubine E. As she spoke, Concubine Jin reached out to hug Xiao Yuan. And then Xiao Yuan turned around and buried himself in Concubine Yi's arms, clearly unwilling to be hugged by Concubine Jin. All that Concubine Jin wanted to say was stuck in her chest. She couldn't believe that she was so unlucky that the child hated her so much. It didn't matter if he hated her. It wasn't her own child anyway. She didn't care that much. But the key point was that every move of the ninth prince just helped Lu Hanwan. Concubine Jin couldn't help but wonder in her heart. Could it be that there is such a thing as blood connection? This is why the ninth prince helped his biological mother in the dark? As for whether Xiao Yuan did this on purpose, Concubine Jin had never thought about it. At such a young age, how could he understand so much? Concubine E hugged the person in her arms reflexively, and all kinds of feelings came to her heart. Although she was very happy that the little prince could hide in her arms when he encountered problems, which showed that the little prince was close to her. She couldn't laugh when she thought that this closeness just proved that Xiao Jiao really liked Lu Hanwan. But Concubine E also had to save face. When she was of low status, she was squeezed and ridiculed by all parties in the palace. Now that she has become a concubine, she pays more attention to these aspects. She hugged Xiao Yuan tightly, resolutely not letting Xiao Yuan turn his head to continue looking at Lu Hanwan, and smiled on her face. Xiao Jiao is like this. When he encounters problems, he likes to hide in my arms. It's getting late now. Let's all go back. I have to go back and comfort him. She stood up. Lu Hanwan and Jinping also stood up. Although they said they were going to leave, Jinping still followed Yifei to Yishou Palace. After all, it was her idea that the matter today didn't work out, and her words directly laid the foundation for Lu Hanwan to be liked by the little prince. She had to go and get scolded. Yifei held Xiao Yuan and walked back in big strides. Behind them, Lu Hanwan looked at their leading figures with a flicker in her eyes, and Xiao Yuan spoke with a smile. Master, does the ninth prince still remember the last time he saw you? She also saw the scene just now, thinking of the expressions of Concubine E and Concubine Jin at that time. Xiao Yuan felt refreshed. It's their fault. Who told them to show off their master's own son with bad intentions in front of the master? It's really disgusting. Lu Hanwan also smiled, but then sighed. We are not embarrassed today. But I don't know if Concubine E will be angry with Xiao Jiao when she goes back. Xiao Yuan pondered for a while. She shouldn't be angry. Anyway, the ninth prince can't understand it. It doesn't matter whether she gives birth or not. Besides, if she bullies the child and makes him cry, Concubine E won't have the face to do it. There are so many people in the Imperial Garden, and what they did just now will definitely spread. The only worry is whether Concubine E will use the little prince's illness to compete for favor again. But even if they are really embarrassed today, Concubine E will not stop doing it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun's relaxed expression was suppressed again, watching Concubine E and Concubine Jin walk away. Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yun also turned back. On the other side, Concubine E walked to the palace gate in one breath before she felt her hands sore. She stuffed Xiao Yuan into Kai Lan's hands in a bad mood, and then strode to the main hall. Concubine Jin followed behind in a hurry. Kai Lan gave Xiao Yuan to Nanny Wei again. Take the little prince back and take good care of him. Yes. Nanny Wei agreed nervously. The people who served Concubine E returned to the main hall, while Nanny Wei and others returned to where the little prince lived. After wiping the little prince's hands with a handkerchief and changing his clothes, Nanny Wei sat on a chair and worried. The little prince got into trouble today. I don't know how Concubine E will treat the little prince. Will she kill the little prince in a fit of rage? I didn't like him much in the first place, so I don't think she will hate him now. Xiao Yuan was thinking about this problem while lying on his stomach. He knew that his mother still had 1 year to be promoted to the position of concubine. But being promoted to the position of concubine did not mean that his mother could take him back immediately. Generally speaking, if a prince is given to someone else, it is a lifelong thing. But some tolerant mistresses can allow the prince to be close to his biological mother, and the prince can pay respects to his biological mother, etc. After all, when the prince is old, it is beyond others' control. But with Concubine Yi's character, such a situation is not allowed, especially since Concubine Yi's family background is outstanding, and she has the ability to suppress the prince from contacting his biological mother. If he wants to go back to his mother, the emperor will send the prince away from Concubine E unless she makes a big mistake. There is no rush for this. Concubine E will make a lot of mistakes in the future, but for now, he really needs to stay with Concubine E for at least a year, and during this year, Concubine E will make him sick constantly to win favor, and then simply give him medicine, which directly drags down his body and makes him die in the play. Now Xiao Yuan has a golden finger, so he doesn't need to die. But he doesn't want to be so depressed that he keeps getting sick, taking medicine, and being drugged. and his body is weak. His golden finger can only keep him alive, and keep him alive. But the uncomfortable feelings in his body will still exist. And he needs to take medicine to slowly heal himself. Xiao Yuan didn't want to endure this. He had lived a new life. Even if he was temporarily restricted and couldn't live happily, he had to vent his dissatisfaction. Then the question came. If the hatred with Concubine E was too deep, what should he do if the other party wanted to kill him directly? Concubine E didn't have too deep feelings for him. Once she realized that she couldn't raise him well, she would probably give up on him. In this palace, the death of the prince. In addition to illness and being drugged, there are also drowning, falling to death, and so on. He is not completely immortal. What if Concubine E pressed him into the lotus pond in the palace? Could he perform a 1-year-old child's fancy swimming in public? So we still have to find a way to improve Concubine Yi's tolerance for him. In the future, he will make a fuss, then pull, and then make a fuss again, and pull again, and let Concubine E go to the extreme. As he was thinking about this in his mind, things in the room of the main hall next door were broken all over the floor again. It can be heard that Concubine E is particularly angry today, and she smashed a lot of things. Every time something made a crisp sound, Wei Nani, who was sitting next to her, shivered once. Is this simply because Concubine E is angry? No, it's not. This is clearly the life fantasy of her little prince. After smashing things, Concubine E began to scold Concubine Jin. What kind of messed up ideas are you coming up with? Lu Hanwan must be laughing like crazy when she goes back now. Stupid thing. Stupid thing. You have the nerve to give advice with your pig brain. It's really funny. Princess Jin was timid and didn't dare to speak. Although she was a concubine, her family background was ordinary. She was promoted to the concubine position because of her seniority. In addition, she had a daughter under her name, who was the emperor's eldest princess. Although the princess was not as good as the prince, the first princess was still different. In the next room, Nani Wei was trembling with fear, and she was more and more worried about the future of her little prince. While Xiao Yuan was listening with relish. There are no TV series to watch here, nor cartoons, so watching a live version is better than nothing. Nani Wei, Concubine Jin, was also aggrieved. How could she know that the 9th prince really wanted to divide people? She saw the 9th prince getting close to General Fong at the 1-year-old banquet before, and was curious about Lu Hanwan today. She thought that this child liked to get close to people. Her plan was obviously very good, but the 9th prince just didn't cooperate. After being scolded, Concubine Jin was driven away. After Concubine Jin left, Concubine E was still furious. At this time, Aunt Fong said, "Your Majesty, it seems that if this is not your own child, you can't raise it well. You have to be on guard." Concubine E was stunned when she heard this voice. Aunt Fong, didn't I tell you to have a good rest? Why are you here again? It has been nearly 2 months since Aunt Fong was beaten with 40 boards. Aunt Fong's injuries have not healed yet, but she can walk slowly on the ground. So, after hearing about the accident, she hurried over. She said, "My queen, I'm fine. It's okay to walk around a little." She brought up the matter of the 9th prince again, talking about whether he was her biological son or not. Since she was beaten, when she was in unbearable pain, she always thought that it was the 9th prince who caused her injuries. So she disliked the 9th prince more and more. But even if she was the head of Isho Palace, she couldn't really do anything to the 9th prince. So she could only secretly exert her strength on Concubine E. Concubine E thought, it's not necessarily blood-related. Shujo is not as enthusiastic about Lu Hanwan as she is about her uncle. The emperor often took Shujo to play with her uncle during this period. Kailan and Aunt Fong are not on the same path. They have their own selfish desires, and both want to become the most capable person of Concubine E. She immediately heard that Aunt Fong was holding a grudge against the 9th prince. So she quickly said, "The 9th prince has the best relationship with General Fong and is smart. I'm afraid that any other prince in the palace can't be as favored by the emperor as he is. If he can't be brought up well since childhood, let alone others. Even if there is something else, at least we have to wait until our queen has news. Without biological children, do they want no children? Do they automatically give up the throne?" As Concubine Yi's personal maid, Kailan knows that Concubine E is not the kind of person without ambition. If she were to say, the grace of giving birth is not as great as the grace of raising, so she should treat the 9th prince well, no matter how favored Concubine Lu was. She was just a palace maid. Now this concubine has come to the end of her life, when she is no longer so favored. Between a biological mother, who was a palace maid, and an adopted mother, who has a huge influence and can provide support, everyone knows which one to choose. Aunt Fong glanced at Kailan. Concubine Yi's family background was not good. She was just an ordinary family in the past. She had to work every day, not to mention having maids to serve her. It was not until Concubine E was sure that she could marry into the Prince of Yan's mansion that her family bought a maid for her. That maid was Kailan. Kailan used to be a maid in a wealthy family. Later, the family committed a crime and was confiscated. All the servants were taken out and sold. She happened to be bought back by Concubine Yi's family. After entering the prince's mansion, Aunt Fong gradually came. In other words, Kailan and Aunt Fong were not the ones who grew up with Concubine E. They came to Concubine E in the middle of the process. In addition to them, there are many other servants in the palace who also want to climb up and gain the trust of Concubine E. In the end, Aunt Fong and Kailan are the most useful to Concubine E. The two seem to be quite harmonious on the surface, but in fact they are secretly competing with each other. Aunt Fong claims to be an old man from the palace, and she is a generation older than Kailan. Therefore, she is quite proud of being the most favored person around Concubine E. She often gives advice to Concubine E. Moreover, she comes from the palace, has connections, knows a lot of secrets, and can even take out secret medicines from the previous dynasty. It is indeed easier for Concubine E to use than Kailan, who has nothing. But Kailan was the first person to be with Concubine E, and Concubine E relied on and trusted her the most. She was of course uncomfortable when someone suddenly replaced her position, especially since she was not someone who had been with Concubine E since she was a child. And when she entered the palace, there were other maids, who were not much different from her in age, who were courting Concubine E. She hadn't even established herself when Aunt Fong came. It would be strange if she was happy. Aunt Fong could see it. But she looked at Kailan as if she were a yellow-haired girl. How could she bear to be inferior to her? Besides, Kailan had been with Concubine E for a similar amount of time as she had. So why should she give in to others? Sometimes, the two of them have different ideas. Kailan is conservative, and sometimes timid. For example, when it comes to the matter of the ninth prince, Kailan disagrees with Concubine E using the ninth prince's illness to win favor. She thinks that the ninth prince is an adopted son, and they should be more cautious in these matters. Otherwise it will be easy to create estrangement in the future. Aunt Fong is more radical and unscrupulous, just wanting to achieve a situation that is completely beneficial to Concubine E. Especially after Fong Ji took off and Concubine Yi's status rose. She became arrogant and superior, and she was quite disdainful of other people in her heart. Of course, even if both parties were hostile to each other in their hearts, Aunt Fong and Kailan did not tear each other apart. And there would not even be a fierce quarrel. First, there was no need. It was not to that extent. And second, it would only make them appear not stable and reliable enough. They only secretly imply each other when they talk. At this moment, after listening to Kailan's words, Aunt Fong continued calmly, "The ninth prince is indeed more enthusiastic about General Fong. But we can't ignore that the ninth prince can have a good impression of Concubine Lu without knowing that Concubine Lu is his biological mother. If he knows that Concubine Lu is his biological mother in the future, can he let it go? The little prince's life experience can never be hidden for a lifetime. There are so many women in the harem. The ninth prince is still young now. When he grows up a little and knows things, someone will tell him these things secretly." When Concubine E heard this, her mood instantly sank. Yes, if he knew that Concubine Lu was the birth mother, would the ninth prince only like her? Kailan couldn't help asking, "Then according to Aunt's opinion, what should we do? Can we change the child?" "It's not impossible to change the child," Aunt Fong said, "as a matter of course. Choose a birth mother of low status and make her have a difficult birth. Then we won't have any worries. Of course, it would be better if the child was born by the queen herself." Kailan wanted to roll her eyes. Didn't she know that the queen's own child was better? The condition Aunt said is for the ninth prince. Concubine Lu was born as a palace maid. Isn't she the lowest? We have discussed it before. As long as Concubine Lu's appearance is destroyed, she will no longer have the strength to struggle. At that time, I am afraid she will have to beg for the ninth prince to be our queen's child. Even if a concubine who has fallen out of favor quietly dies, not many people will care. At the beginning, I chose to hold the ninth prince because I thought Lu Hanwan was of low status and easy to control. This was all thought out in advance. Even the mother was killed, and the child was kept. But concubine Lu was lucky and escaped. Aunt Fong was speechless for a moment. She was too eager to fight back against the culprit, who caused her to be beaten. And she felt that Lu Hanwan was too threatening. For a moment, she forgot about other things. But she still retorted, "It is still necessary to be on guard. After all, we are not on good terms with concubine Lu. If concubine Lu gets into trouble, there is no guarantee that the ninth prince will not blame us in the future. In the end, it has to be a biological child." At this moment, a palace maid came in and said, "Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Yuan is here to check your pulse. Concubine E has been recuperating and taking pregnancy medicine. It is not good to take medicine for a long time. So Concubine E will ask the Imperial Physician to check her pulse every once in a while." Kailan hurried in and invited the Imperial Physician in. After checking the pulse, the Imperial Physician's result was the same as before. "Your Majesty's body is better than before. But you still need to recuperate slowly." Aunt Fong asked, "Can the Queen still get pregnant?" The Imperial Physician said, "That's no problem. But it may be more difficult than for ordinary people." After checking the pulse, the Imperial Physician left. And Concubine E asked everyone in the room to leave. Although Kailan and Aunt Fong had just been fighting here. In fact, Concubine E was still angry. Especially the embarrassed expression of the Imperial Physician just now. Which made Concubine E feel worse. Thinking about Lu Hanwan. Thinking about letting go and Kailan just now. She felt that the ninth prince was indeed not counted on. But she also thought about her inability to get pregnant. Concubine E walked around the room twice and broke a few vases. Finally, he was so angry that he fell on the table and cried. On the other side, Xiao Yuan heard the noise and thought it was time for him to come out. He started to climb out again with his little arms and legs. Wei Nani and others were already used to the little prince's extraordinary energy and followed him directly. Xiao Yuan climbed to the garden of Yishou Palace and walked around. Finally, he carefully selected the flower he thought was the best, and then raised his hand and picked it. Wei Nani and others who followed behind and had no time to stop him were shocked. That is the favorite pot of peony flowers of Concubine E. It was just delivered by the flower house a few days ago. This is a new variety cultivated, and it is said to be very precious. But Xiao Yuan didn't know all this. There were so many beautiful flowers in the imperial garden, each of which was in its best state. He chose the one in his hand because he felt it was more comfortable to look at and very beautiful. He hadn't seen it before. After picking it and putting it in his arms, he continued to crawl forward. The target location this time was in Concubine Yi's room. This was a method Xiao Yuan came up with after some thinking to build a relationship with Concubine E and increase her patience with him. You can be less enthusiastic at other times, but giving love at critical moments will definitely shock people deeply. He is young now, and it is easy for people to be more moved by everything he does. Although he doesn't think that this little thing can make Concubine E stop attacking him. At least, she won't kill him directly. I think so. Behind them, Nanny Wei and her group looked at each other in bewilderment. What should we do now? We should report to the main palace. As for who should report, everyone looked at Nanny Wei, and everyone was panicking. Although the flowers were picked by the little prince, the people who took care of the little prince, did not take good care of them. And that was their responsibility. This matter cannot be blamed on the little prince. While Nanny Wei and her group were still struggling, Xiao Yuan had already climbed to the door of the main palace. There were two palace maids guarding outside the door of Concubine Yi's room. But the two looked at Xiao Yuan and didn't know how to react. Since the emperor liked the little prince to be more lively, there was no place in the Yishou Palace that the little prince could not go to, including the main hall of the Yishou Palace. The little prince had crawled all over. But the problem was that he only crawled when the emperor was there. When the emperor was not there, the little prince rarely came to the main hall. The little prince has a special status, so he can go anywhere. But now Concubine E is angry inside. Should they stop the little prince? While the maids were shrinking, Xiao Yuan moved his legs quickly and went in directly. The maid guarding the door. Since they have already gone in, forget it. Just pretend that you didn't see it. It's the job of the nurses and maids to look after the little prince anyway. The nurses Wei, who came a few steps late and knew that Concubine E was in a bad mood and didn't dare to speak loudly outside. watched the little prince go in and stayed where they were. Ah! What to do? Inside the house, Concubine E was still crying. She seemed arrogant and cruel. But she was not invulnerable. Otherwise she wouldn't find faults every day because the emperor favored someone more. The emperor didn't favor her. And the sarcasm of other concubines was enough to make Concubine E angry and uncomfortable. Xiao Yuan quickly rushed to her side. He tugged at the hem of Concubine Yi's skirt. Concubine E felt a weak force. Looked down. And saw a pretty and cute little face looking at her. With big eyes clear and innocent. Which made people like her. She said fiercely, "What are you doing here?" She frowned. Just thinking about the problem of Xiao Yuan's untamableness. And was sad about why she was not pregnant yet. The next moment, the child took out a wrinkled flower from his arms. Concubine Yi's mind moved. A little unbelievable. "Give it to me?" The child tilted his head, and finally nodded heavily. "Yes." Seeing him like this, Concubine E knew that this was what she wanted to seduce the child to agree to in front of Lu Hanwan in the Imperial Garden today. The child always looked like he didn't understand, and thought seriously before nodding. It has made her and the Emperor laugh many times. When she thought of the happy scene at that time, the Emperor and Shujia were like a family. Concubine E couldn't help but smile. She reached out to take the flowers from Xiao Yuan's hand. "Are these flowers you picked by yourself? They look pretty good looking." Concubine E stared at the flowers, her voice getting lower and lower, and then suddenly raised. "Isn't this the blue peony that I like the most? This flower was presented by the flower room a few days ago. The flowers are light blue and pink in sequence, with bright and beautiful yellow stamens in the middle. This pot is the most beautiful in the flower room, and it was specially presented to her. It is very rare, and she likes it very much." The maids outside looked at each other. Nanny Wei and the others were also worried. They looked at the entrance of the main hall, feeling that the furious Concubine E would come out from there and scold and punish the palace maids in the next second. Inside, Concubine E looked at Xiao Yuan with an unpleasant expression. But looking at the innocent eyes of the little kid, she felt powerless again. What could she do? Could she beat the ninth prince? Xiao Yuan saw Concubine Yi's reaction and knew that he probably picked the wrong flower. The one that Concubine E liked very much. There were so many flowers in the garden, and he just picked a pot at random. He didn't expect it to be so accurate. He looked at Concubine E, touched her gently with his little hand, and said in a baby voice, "No. Cry. No. Cry." Concubine E paused, then suddenly squatted down and hugged him in her arms. Crying again? Xiao Yuan could only imitate Nanny Wei's way of coaxing him, patting her back from time to time. After a long time, Nanny Wei and others who were anxiously waiting outside saw Concubine E appear at the door with the child in her arms. Concubine E handed the little prince to Nanny Wei. "Take the ninth prince down to rest." She had just cried, and her face was still a little embarrassed. She didn't say much, and after giving the child to someone, she turned around and went back to the house. Nanny Wei responded in a daze, and then she came back to her senses. The roar just now clearly showed that Concubine E must have seen the peony picked by the ninth prince. Why didn't she see any other movement? Regardless of what will happen to the ninth prince, at least they will be punished for not taking good care of him. Could it be that he forgot? Thinking of this, Wei Nani quickened her pace. It would be fine if she forgot. She hoped that Concubine E would not think of it again. They should not show their eyes in front of Concubine E. In the next few days, this matter passed peacefully. Only one thing. Concubine E would occasionally ask the ninth prince to have dinner together and let him stay in the main hall for a while. There was nothing else. As time went by, there was one thing that could not be avoided. That was Concubine Lu's favor. Everyone in the palace knew that Concubine Lu was learning to dance with the dancers and designing her own dances. After learning well, she would dance for the emperor to see. The emperor likes her very much. He has given Concubine Lu several rewards. This month, Concubine Lu has been sleeping with the emperor the most. And I heard that she calls for water many times every night. In comparison, the others are just average. Even Concubine E, the emperor has only come twice. And they just slept under the quilt. By the way, the emperor also had someone take the ninth prince away alone, and went to the upper study to play with General Fong. Aunt Fong advised, "Your Majesty, you can't go on like this. It's not easy for you to get pregnant. If you don't see the emperor often, it's even more impossible to get pregnant. It's not that you can't get pregnant. In this case, the emperor needs to irrigate more to make it happen. Aunt Fong was simply disappointed. She had a headache watching Concubine Yi's attitude towards the ninth prince improve these days. But Concubine E was sometimes stubborn, so she didn't dare to speak directly. She could only say these things according to Concubine Yi's original thoughts, so that Concubine E could shift her attention away from the ninth prince. Concubine E was silent. She touched her belly and asked, "Aunt, do you think I can really get pregnant?" "Of course," Aunt Fong said firmly. "The queen had a bad pregnancy before, and she has gotten much better after being raised for so long. The imperial doctor said that she can get pregnant, but the chance is just a little smaller. Because of this, we must try our best. No matter how good other people's children are, they can never be as good as our own." Yes. Even though Concubine Yi's attitude towards the ninth prince had changed slightly, the idea that raising a child is not as good as a biological child was still an ironclad rule in her heart. Even if there was no Aunt Fong, she would not give up the pursuit of a biological child. It was just that she had not seen any results for a long time, and she really wanted to escape from it occasionally. She also always believed that she could give birth. She was still young, and there were many people in their 40s and 50s who were still giving birth. She was still far from being in her 40s and 50s. Now Aunt Fong just made her sober up again. She said, "Then Aunt, you go down and arrange it." "Yes," Aunt Fong responded with a smile, and her master finally came to her senses. Concubine E hesitated and said, "Just let Xiao have a slight fever. Don't make it too serious." Aunt Fong also agreed. That night, Xiao Yuan woke up in a chill. He turned his head and looked at the open window not far away, and his heart was speechless. Although there should be many people in the harem who want to attack him, his first reaction is that it can't be Concubine E again. There is no way. Concubine E really has a criminal record. Also, in the TV series, although it is not directly played that Concubine E used some means to make him sick again and again. From Lu Hanwan's revenge later, it can be known that Concubine E did this a lot. Looking at the nurse, who went to close the window early in the morning, Xiao Yuan was sure that it was Concubine E who did it. He now has only 3 wet nurses left, among which Wei and Zhou are more on his side, and the other one is from Concubine E. In the morning, Xiao Yuan had a fever. The emperor came to see him at noon, and again in the evening. His illness was not serious, but since the emperor came to Yishou Palace to see him, he must stay overnight with Concubine E. Otherwise, if he left, it would be a disgrace to Concubine E. But he was not seriously ill, and was not in danger of life, so this did not delay the emperor and Concubine E from sleeping at all. Xiao Yuan was already the emperor's favorite son. If it were another prince, no matter how serious his illness was, the emperor would not be affected by the concubine's slight temptation. Perhaps in the emperor's view, worrying about his son and sleeping with concubines are not contradictory at all. They do not interfere with each other at all. But Xiao Yuan did not want to. Why did he keep showing his presence in front of Concubine E during this period of time? Just so that he could be bold enough to do something naughty when he wanted to. So, late at night, Concubine E and the emperor lay on the bed. Concubine E shyly turned her head and looked at the emperor. The emperor did not mean to do that with her. The emperor often did this, and Concubine E was no longer surprised. It was because her appearance was not beautiful compared with many beauties in the harem. Of course, she could at least be said to be pretty. The emperor was also quite caring. He would take the initiative to her every few times. Occasionally, when she mustered up the courage, the emperor would basically not refuse her without giving her face. This time, Concubine E decided to give some hints that she wanted. But before she could start, a burst of crying came from the next room, and Concubine E shuddered again. This scene was not the first time, but it was better this time than the last time. Last time, they were on the verge of a critical moment when the little prince cried. Concubine E thought with relief that at least it was earlier this time, and it would not be embarrassing. After thinking about it, she found out what she had thought of, and could not help but want to give herself another one. It was so bad that Concubine E was embarrassed to seduce people. Kai Lan, who was outside, heard the movement inside, and said she would go over to see the situation. After a while, there was no need for Kai Lan to come back to report. Concubine E heard the little prince crying and howling for his father and mother. Concubine E. The emperor sat up and said with a smile, "I heard that you." Concubine E. often bring the ninth prince with you recently. Now it seems that little nine has started to stick to you. Concubine E felt a chill in her heart, and couldn't help wondering what the emperor meant by this. Was he accusing her of not being good enough to the little prince in the past? She wasn't very close to the ninth prince in the past. Did the emperor see it? Thinking about this in her mind, Concubine E didn't delay her words. She replied with a smile. Little nine is really a well-behaved and sensible child. I can't help but want to keep him by my side for a while. Yeah. The emperor didn't say anything more and prepared to get up. He is sick. I will go and see him. Concubine E hurriedly got up to dress the emperor. I will join you. Soon. A maid who heard the noise came in to help them put on their clothes. When they got to the other side, the emperor saw the child crying pitifully, and immediately reached out to hug him. He put the little prince in his arms and shook him, coaxing him. What's wrong with Xiao? Why are you crying? I want, father, mother. The child hugged the emperor's neck with tears in his eyes. Although the relationship with Concubine E seemed to be better, Xiao Yuan still remembered the closeness and distance he had created. He always liked the emperor and Fong Ji first, and then occasionally got closer to Concubine E. So when the emperor is present, he will always stick to the emperor first. Well, sometimes he will stick to Fong Ji more, and the emperor will not be unhappy about it. Tonight is Wei Nanny's night shift. Xiao Yuan is sick, and she is very worried. She deliberately moved her shift to the evening, fearing that others will be careless in the middle of the night, and something will really go wrong. Now, when the emperor and Xiao Yuan have almost finished talking, she began to answer the emperor's previous words. The ninth prince just woke up and clamored for the emperor and the queen. The emperor also saw it. He hugged Xiao Yuan. Since Xiao misses his father and mother, let's go over and sleep together. He had already slept with him before, so it doesn't matter if he sleeps again this time. He can't just leave the crying and dependent child and go back to sleep alone. Concubine E knew that everything for tonight was ruined, but she had no choice but to pretend to be worried about Xiao Yuan and coax him to agree. At night, everyone slept in the same bed. Xiao Yuan wanted to listen to the emperor reading to him. When he played with Fong Ji, he always liked to listen to Fong Ji reading to him, and he also learned the words of this world. Where could he find a book to read to him in the middle of the night? He couldn't understand anyway. So the emperor started to tell Xiao Yuan stories. He had experienced so many things and met so many people in his life, so he was very good at telling stories. Xiao Yuan also liked to listen, so he slept like this all night. Xiao Yuan woke up early the next morning and found that he was the only one in bed. However, looking at the surrounding environment, he was still in Concubine Yi's bed, which was different from the past. In the past, every time he slept here, Concubine E would ask Wei Nani and others to take him back the next morning after getting up. Although this small change surprised Xiao Yuan a little, he didn't pay attention to it because he felt a headache. Obviously, a night's sleep did not make his cold go away immediately. On the contrary, it seemed to be a little worse. He looked at the bedside and saw that Nani Zhou was sitting not far from the bed, doing embroidery. Many of his clothes were made by Nani Wei and Nani Zhou. There was a faint voice in the room outside. The voice was not loud, but Xiao Yuan could tell it was Concubine Yi's voice. Very good. Xiao Yuan brewed for a while, tried his luck, and then opened his mouth and cried out. Nani Zhou came over when she heard the noise, half-hugged Xiao Yuan, and gently coaxed him. What's wrong with the little prince? Don't cry. Don't cry. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Nani Zhou felt her heart was broken. The little prince had never cried so hard when he was sick before. Concubine E in the outer room was also startled, thinking that something had happened to Xiao Yuan, and hurriedly instructed Kai Lan, quick, go and ask the imperial physician to come. As she spoke, she walked in. Xiao Yuan was already howling inside. Mother! I want mother! I want mother! Concubine E couldn't tell what she felt when she heard the footsteps. It was nothing before, but recently, as the little prince grew up and could speak, he seemed to be getting closer to her. This thought flashed through her mind, and Concubine E walked in. What's wrong with the little prince? She reached out to hug Xiao Yuan. Nursing her, Zhou naturally had to give up her seat, and then said in a panic, my queen. The little prince started crying when he woke up. I don't know what happened. Maybe he wants to see you. After all, the little prince said he wanted his mother, and I heard that he also wanted his father and mother last night. But Nani Zhou was not sure, It had been so long since I saw how good the little prince and Concubine E were. Why did he suddenly like her so much again? Seeing Concubine E coming over, Xiao Yuan immediately cried and hugged her. And Concubine E also hugged him and coaxed him. It must be said that after the ninth prince sent her flowers, when she was vulnerable that day, her attitude did change slightly. Concubine Yi's lips were almost dry from coaxing. And finally when the imperial physician came, Xiao Yuan's crying eased a little. The imperial physician felt his pulse and said, "The little prince is weak to begin with. And it's not so easy to recover from a cold. You need to prescribe some more medicine." "Mother." Xiao Yuan leaned on Concubine Yi's arms. Concubine E felt a little guilty. But she thought that it was not she who made little Nine weak. And she didn't want little Nine's life. If it was a cold, wouldn't it be curable? She said. Then please prescribe medicine for the ninth prince quickly. Whatever medicine can make him get better quickly. Prescribe that kind of medicine. And his weak body. Is there any way to adjust it? No matter what medicine. Imperial physician. Just tell me. After all, she had a well-known uncle. If she needed any expensive medicine, her uncle would definitely be able to do it. She thought that once Shijio's weakness was cured, it would be much easier for him to get sick again. And there would be no need to worry about his life being in danger. In the past, Xiao Yuan's body was slowly recovering. And he didn't need to take medicine specially. After all, it was not good for the child to take too much medicine when he was too young. And a child of a few months old might not be able to eat it. But now the ninth prince is a little older. And since Concubine E had such a request, the imperial physician naturally followed her. After the imperial physician wrote the prescription, he went back to get the medicine and boil it. After a while, Kai Lan came in with the medicine. My queen, the medicine for the little prince is ready. Concubine E wanted to signal the nurse to feed him medicine. But Xiao Yuan vomited it out after taking a sip. Children have a more sensitive sense of taste. And Chinese medicine is really not tasty. Concubine E frowned at the medicine stains splashed on her skirt. But still patiently coaxed him, Shujio, please drink the medicine properly. Okay. It's just one bowl. And it will be gone after you finish it. Xiao Yuan did it on purpose. So of course he wouldn't just say that. He immediately started to cry loudly again, saying over and over again, it's bitter. I won't drink it. After a while, Concubine E was so angry that she wanted to yell at someone. She took a deep breath and asked Nani Zhou, was it so troublesome for the ninth prince to drink medicine before? She remembered that the ninth prince had cried because of taking medicine before. But he didn't cry for long. Later, the emperor also fed Shijio medicine. But he didn't do it this way. Nani Zhou looked at Concubine E and said carefully, perhaps it was the servants who fed the little prince before. And the little prince knew that he had no one close to rely on. So he could only drink. Now you are the mother of the little prince. And the little prince likes you and relies on you. So he naturally becomes like this. People always behave like this when they have someone to rely on. Nani Zhou is different from Nani Wei. She didn't know that Concubine Yi had made Xiao Yuan sick several times. But she could feel that Concubine Yi's attitude towards the little prince had softened a little. As a nurse, she certainly hoped that Concubine E would like the ninth prince. So she was also trying to please Concubine E when she spoke. Concubine E thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Didn't she cry more and more aggrieved when her mother was around before? But knowing is knowing. It is really too difficult to coax a child. She coaxed him again. But it was completely useless. And he was vomited and smelled of medicine all over his body. Kai Lan couldn't bear it anymore. And said, my queen, why don't you rest outside for a while? And let the nurses feed the medicine. Maybe the little prince will drink the medicine well if he can't see you. That makes sense. Concubine E stood up. Xiao Yuan grabbed her. Mother! Mother! Concubine E went to the outer room. And Xiao Yuan saw that she didn't go far. So of course, she continued to cry and shout for her mother. Nani Zhou was distressed and anxious. And she wanted to go outside to drag Concubine E in. Didn't she see that the little prince kept crying for Concubine E? How could Concubine E bear to leave such a young child? Thinking that the ninth prince had been crying for so long, she put down the medicine bowl and poured a bowl of warm water over. Little prince, our throats are dry. Drink some water before crying. Okay? A bowl of water was brought to Xiao Yuan's mouth. Xiao Yuan paused. It was indeed a little dry after crying for so long. He hugged the water and drank it. The Concubine E in the outer room heard the crying disappear and was happy. Before she could react. The next moment, The deafening crying came again. Xiao Yuan sat on the bed, crying hard and calling his mother. Perhaps because he went out to crawl every day. Xiao Yuan was still in good physical condition. He cried for a long time, and finally drank all the medicine under the coaxing of Zhou Nanny. After drinking, he was tired and fell asleep again. Concubine E didn't dare to see him again, so she asked Nani Shou to take him back to his room. At noon, it was time to drink medicine again. Xiao Yuan cried again as usual. Concubine E didn't dare to go there at night. But it didn't matter. If the mountain doesn't come, I will come. Xiao Yuan went directly to Concubine Yi's room crying. After feeding, Xiao Yuan wanted to be taken back by the nanny. Concubine E sat in the room with a buzzing head. She held her forehead with her hand and said, "Kai Lan, my head hurts so much." Concubine Yi's headache was not an illusion. The next day, Concubine E successfully lay in bed and couldn't get up. She had a fever and felt uncomfortable all over. There was no way to pay respects today. So Concubine E sent someone to Changchun Palace to tell the queen. In Changchun Palace, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Concubine E was actually sick. Could it be that the 9th prince had infected her? It was actually not surprising that everyone thought so, because Concubine E had first publicized how much the 9th prince liked her as his mother. It was mainly to show off in front of Lu Hanwan, since she lost face in front of Lu Hanwan when she went to the Imperial Garden last time. Concubine E had been trying to get back on her feet. She quickly reported all the things about Xiao Yuan sending her flowers, waking up in the middle of the night and calling her mother, and taking medicine to stick to her. Everyone in the harem did not believe the flowers, and they all thought that Concubine E was just being stubborn. Everyone knows that the 9th prince was particularly interested in Lu Hanwan, his mother, in the Imperial Garden that day. Concubine E was just pretending. As for the drinking of medicine, it was true. It was said that the 9th prince was very good at crying, and he made everyone in Yishou Palace look dazed. The next morning, before everyone could ridicule Lu Hanwan and mock her son for being close to others, they heard Kai Lan asking for leave. This development was unexpected. For a moment, they didn't know whether they should ridicule Lu Hanwan and her son for being close to others, or say that Lu Hanwan's son avenged his mother. The morning greetings ended in a whimper because of Concubine Yi's absence. Everyone couldn't wait to disperse and continue eating melons. Lu Hanwan left Changchun Palace late, thinking about what happened in the past 2 days. She didn't know how to react for a while. Yishou Palace. Xiao Yuan woke up in the morning. It was Nani Wei who took care of him today. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, the Nani brought him egg custard to feed him. After feeding him, it was time to take medicine. Looking at the dark bowl of medicine in front of him, Xiao Yuan frowned and took a breath. Just as he was about to shout, Nani Wei hurriedly said, "Empress, he was infected with a cold this morning. Your Highness, please take the medicine well. Okay? Don't make a fuss today." She knew the details of Concubine E. What if Concubine E was impatient and took action against Xuzhou? When you are sick and uncomfortable, your patience is not very good. As a 1-year-old child, Xiao Yuan naturally didn't understand most of the words. So he listened to Wei Nani's words seriously, nodded seriously, and even said Then when Wei Nani's mouth just raised, she cried loudly, "Mother! I want mother!" Sickness is sickness, but Concubine E still needs to be tossed. From the next room, a child's sharp cry came, and Concubine E was very autistic. She felt that her head was going to explode. "Kai Lan! Kai Lan!" Concubine E shouted weakly, and Kai Lan hurried to her bedside. "Empress," Concubine E said fiercely, "go and tell the 9th prince to shut up. If it doesn't work, take him outside to cry." Kai Lan knew that Concubine E was speaking in anger and cruel words when she heard the last sentence. She couldn't do that. The 9th prince's illness hadn't recovered yet. If she really took the 9th prince outside to cry, it would be bad for everyone in the palace to know. Of course, she also felt Concubine Yi's discomfort. She hurried to Xiao Yuan's room and coaxed Xiao Yuan with Wei Nani. She explained a lot in a gibberish. She didn't know if the 9th prince understood it or not. Anyway, the final result made the little prince stop crying. In this regard, Kai Lan thought that maybe the 9th prince didn't feel as bad today as yesterday, so he didn't cry so much. After all, the little prince drank the medicine well on the first night of his illness. The condition worsened on the second day, and then he cried and howled. Even so, After completing the task, Kai Lan was exhausted and sweating. Xiao Yuan drank the medicine obediently. When everyone left, he remembered that Concubine E was actually sick. And he also felt a little funny. Originally, he just wanted to make trouble and let Concubine E know how uncomfortable it was to serve a child to drink medicine. It was not that the closer the child was to her, the better. He wanted to see the power of the magic sound. Unexpectedly, she got sick right away. Thinking about it, I think this ending is not bad. After playing for a while, Xiao Yuan heard Concubine E drinking medicine over there. He thought for a while. The friendship of sending flowers last time could not always work. In the morning, Concubine E was probably going to be mad at him. For the sake of his life, he got up from the ground. Hearing his movement, Nani Wei, who was embroidering flowers in front of him, followed him with her eyes. But Xiao Yuan always loved crawling around in the house. And everyone was used to it. Nani Wei didn't worry too much. Just looked at this side. Xiao Yuan stood up with the help of the shelf against the wall, and stood on tiptoe to reach the small box on it. He couldn't get it, so he turned to look at Nani Wei. Nani Wei came over and squatted. Did the little prince want to take something? She looked up and took down a small box. Little prince wants to eat candy? This is not okay. I have already eaten it when I took the medicine in the morning. Children can't eat too much candy. Eat. Xiao Yuan nodded, stretched out his little hand, and tiptoed to take it. Nani Wei thought about it and said, "Then just eat a little bit. Okay?" Xiao Yuan nodded seriously. Yes. With this iconic answer, Nani Wei knew that the little prince must not understand what she said. But she was not in a hurry, because the little prince was not the type to eat a lot at a time. As long as she gave him another hand gesture, and then watched him, and took it back, the little prince would not make a fuss and refuse to agree. Moreover, compared to eating enough at one time, the little prince prefers to eat a little at a time, and then eat it in multiple times. He cherishes this candy very much. In fact, Xiao Yuan really likes to eat candy, mainly because there are too few things he can eat here. So candy seems to be very precious. And he is too young. And it is indeed not good to eat too much candy. Compared with the momentary greed, Xiao Yuan's self-control in this regard is still very good. Nani Wei gave Xiao Yuan the candy, and told him to only eat a small part of the candy, to prevent the child from choking. The candy was thin and looked like a leaf. And there was a bamboo stick underneath, similar to a modern lollipop. Xiao Yuan nodded to Nani Wei's instructions, and walked out. After walking a few steps, he felt that crawling was still easier. So he started crawling on the ground again. Of course, he held the candy in his hand, and didn't press it directly on the ground. Even so, the child was soft and weak. And when he arrived at the door of Concubine E, one corner of the lollipop was obviously covered with dust. Xiao Yuan took a look, thought about it, and felt that the other half was still edible. So he continued to crawl forward. Seeing this scene, Nani Wei had already realized that the little prince was going to see Concubine E. But she was not opposed to it. After all, if she tried to please Concubine E, she might be soft-hearted. After all, they were still working under Concubine E. But she was a little worried that Concubine E would be unhappy if she caught a cold from the little prince. She came forward and whispered beside the ninth prince. "Little prince, why don't we wait until the queen gets better before going?" Xiao Yuan pretended not to understand and continued to climb. Nani Wei. I forgot I didn't understand. She could only hope for Kai Lan. It was obvious that Kai Lan still had a slight affection for the ninth prince. And as Concubine Yi's personal maid, Kai Lan also had to provide Concubine E with a quiet place to recuperate. If the little prince went in and disturbed Concubine E, Kai Lan and other maids guarding outside would also be punished. Then while Kai Lan and the others were still hesitating, Xiao Yuan had already climbed in without hesitation. Concubine E drank the bitter medicine, which contained a sleeping ingredient, and continued to lie on the bed drowsy. The pain in her head made her feel particularly bad. She wanted to sleep but couldn't sleep well, and there was a bitter taste in her mouth. She closed her eyes and felt something pulling her quilt. She frowned. What was wrong with these maids serving her? Just as she opened her eyes angrily, she saw a well-behaved smiling face in front of her. She was startled, and Xiao Yuan's fair face smiled happily. "Mother." Concubine E frowned. It was because of this little thing that she felt so uncomfortable. "You? What are you doing here?" Before she finished her words, a lollipop was handed to her. She recognized that this was the candy used to coax the ninth prince to take medicine. In the past, when the emperor and the wet nurses coaxed him, they would always have this lollipop. Xiao Yuan looked at her seriously, muttering, "Not bitter. Not bitter." This was also the phrase he used to coax children every time they took medicine. Concubine E looked at the child, who lowered his eyes and looked at her seriously. His long eyelashes covered his face. He was really beautiful, just like a fairy child in the sky. She had never seen such a beautiful child before. Concubine E thought with some self-mockery that even her own child would not be as good-looking as the ninth prince, as her appearance was not even ranked among the best in the palace. She opened her mouth involuntarily. And then, pooh! Concubine E leaned on the bed and pouted a few times, frowning at the candy in Xiao Yuan's hand. "What are those on your candy?" "Xiao Yuan, you gave me the wrong direction." Outside, Kai Lan and Wei Nani heard the noise and hurried in. "What's wrong with the queen?" Concubine E pouted, while holding the lollipop in Xiao Yuan's hand in her hand to study it. "What the hell is this?" "Pooh." Nani or Wei looked like she had guessed something and explained. "The ninth prince just took his treasured candy in the room. But he didn't eat it himself. So he brought it directly to the queen. So it must have been stained with something on the ground along the way. This candy was not left over by the ninth prince. As a royal family, there was no need to save so much for the little prince. Every time Xiao Yuan ate leftovers, he would be replaced with new ones. But he would only eat once every few days. He could eat a little every day when taking medicine." Concubine Yi's face darkened. She looked down at the little prince and saw that the little brat had a confused face. His big watery eyes, darkly looking at the lollipop in her hand, full of desire. It was obvious at a glance that this was definitely not intentional. What does a child know? It's just a little dust on it. It's not inedible. She took a deep breath. "Take the ninth prince back. He has just recovered a little. Don't let him get sick again." "Yes, madam," Wei Nani responded quickly, while carrying the ninth prince out. She was thinking, from the way he looked just now, she knew that the little prince probably gave the lollipop to Concubine E. And the last time he gave Concubine E flowers, other people might be half believing. But as the little prince's nurse, the little prince once saved her life. And when she cried before, the little prince wiped her tears. So she had no doubt that the little prince could do such a considerate thing. Her little prince was so kind, innocent and cute. The little prince could see that others were unhappy and sad. And he would learn from everyone's usual actions. So it was normal for him to give things to Concubine E. It seems that Concubine E is not completely indifferent. Nani Wei thought that she should be more careful in the future and let the little prince get in touch with Concubine E more. Such a good little prince might be influenced by Concubine Yi's bad heart. The emperor also knew what happened in the palace in the past 2 days. In the afternoon, the emperor came to Yishou Palace. "Your Majesty." Concubine E, who was lying in bed, hurriedly got up and saluted. The emperor held her down. "Okay. No need to salute. Just rest well. What did the imperial physician say about your illness?" Concubine E replied, "I just caught a cold. It's nothing serious. I will be fine after a few days of rest." She looked at the emperor with a little regret. She made herself sick after all the trouble. But she still couldn't have sex with the emperor. "Yeah," the emperor responded, and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He coughed dryly. "Where's Shuzhou? I heard that he will send you candy." The face of Concubine E froze. But she still praised him. She knew that the emperor liked to hear the interesting things that Shuzhou did. Children of this age are cute no matter what they do. Of course, she just brushed it off about her eating dust. The emperor comforted her. Concubine E was sick, and the emperor definitely couldn't sleep here tonight. Not long after, the emperor got up and said goodbye. He went to see the ninth prince again, played with him for a while, and then left. After leaving the palace gate of Yishou Palace, the emperor couldn't help laughing heartily. This little Xiao, he is really... Behind him, Su Quan also laughed. This Concubine E and the ninth prince are really interesting. Especially, Concubine E is not on good terms with the ninth prince's biological mother, which makes the events of the past few days even funnier. After a few days, Concubine Yi's cold was completely cured, and Xiao Yuan's was naturally cured before Concubine E. When they arrived at Changchun Palace to pay respects, Concubine E was naturally ridiculed in a mocking and sarcastic manner. After all, Concubine E was really unlucky these days. But on the other hand, the ninth prince's closeness to Concubine E was also known to everyone. After returning to her room, Lu Hanwan looked a little depressed. Xiao Yuan said, "Master, don't think too much. The little prince was raised in Isho Palace. So this kind of thing is inevitable. You can't let the little prince not speak. He doesn't understand anything." Lu Hanwan sighed. "I know all this." Her eyes were dark. "It's just that Concubine E hurt Shijiu's body while showing off Shijiu's love for her, which is really unbearable. I don't know if this cold is the work of Concubine E again, but I can't care so much. You should find a way to let Fong Ji know about it. It is not a good time to tell Fong Ji about this." Lu Hanwan is a smart woman who has thought everything through. If this matter is used well in the future, it may help her get her son back. But the timing is crucial, because based on this matter alone, the Emperor will at most give Concubine E some warnings or punishments, and it is impossible for her to stop raising the child. In addition, Lu Hanwan is only a noble lady now. Even if Concubine E does not raise the ninth prince, it is not her turn as a mother to raise him. If the position is not high enough, no matter how much you do, it will be useless. Therefore, if she brought the matter to Fong Ji now, Fong Ji would help to clean up the mess for Concubine E and clear up all the problems. Rationally, Lu Hanwan knew that now was not the best time. But after knowing that her son had caught a cold again, she could not help it at all. No matter how good these handles were, they would be completely useless if her son died in the middle of the process. After thinking about it, Lu Hanwan still made this decision. In particular, she had already found a way to control the nurse, who had already left the palace. Now it depends on whether Fong Ji will hide this from the Emperor or expose the matter directly. According to Fong Ji's style of doing things all the time, Lu Hanwan thinks it is likely to be the latter. In fact, because of his love for Fong Ji, the Emperor will not do anything to Concubine E because of this matter. Even if this incident lost its effect of threatening Concubine E, if she could seize the opportunity to play the victim in front of the Emperor, it would also be very helpful to get the child back. Anyway, she didn't think the Emperor would tell her about it after knowing that Concubine E harmed Shijiu. Putting aside these various factors, the most important point is that Concubine E will definitely be quiet recently and will not use illness to harm her son again. Lu Hanwan is already very satisfied to achieve this goal. After Xiao Yuan recovered from his illness, he started his daily exploration journey in the palace again. It seems that he has unlimited energy to stroll around every day. Today, the Emperor asked someone to call him to the upper study room again. The Emperor usually wouldn't call him alone, and there was no doubt that General Fong Ji was there today. Xiao Yuan was carried and went there happily. When he saw the handsome face of the young man, his little face was full of smiles. Uncle. Uncle. Fong Ji was the uncle of Concubine E, which meant Xiao Yuan's great uncle. Or uncle. Fong Ji heard this sticky and milky voice, and his face unconsciously showed a smile. He went forward to take the child from the wet nurse, and his voice was full of smiles. "You are so happy today too." The Emperor laughed at the side. "When has he ever been unhappy to see you? He is happy to have someone to play with him. Every time this kid comes, he pesters people and makes trouble. Only Ping'an is patient and good-tempered, and can play with children." This Ping'an refers to Fong Ji. After a while, Fong Ji and Xiao Yuan went to play on the side. Each of them took a wooden sword. From time to time, Fong Ji would explain to Xiao Yuan what moves should be used at this time, why to use such moves, etc. When they were tired of playing, they each had a bowl of milk and drank it slowly beside each other. After lunch, the two took a stroll. Fong Ji held the child and sat together to read. When Xiao Yuan was sleepy, he carefully carried him to the next room to sleep. Then the wet nurse and several palace maids guarded Xiao Yuan. After some time, Fong Ji should go back. Before leaving, he came to Xiao Yuan to tell him. Otherwise he would make a fuss. As he walked to the door, he heard two palace maids inside saying, "Do you think the wet nurse, who was sent away from the ninth prince, is okay now?" The wet nurse, who was sent away from the ninth prince. Fong Ji had heard of this person. No problem was found at the beginning, but it was not good to keep her with the little prince. So she was sent back. Wet nurses like this are usually selected from good families. Most of them will be released when the little prince is older. Of course, there will be some who want to stay. After all, she is the prince's wet nurse. To a certain extent, the wet nurse herself and even the whole family can be regarded as a step to heaven. This is also one of the reasons why the nurse was not dealt with directly. Another maid replied, "It's not a bad thing to go home." The maid who spoke earlier disagreed and said, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe she was killed to silence her mouth." Fong Ji's raised footsteps stopped for a moment. Although Fong Ji is a little naive in life, it doesn't mean that he knows nothing. He knows all the conspiracy tactics and tricks of the generals, who can win every battle on the battlefield. It's just that these are just a precaution for him, not to harm people. I only heard that it was still going on inside. The maid exclaimed and lowered her voice a little. But because they were sitting not far from the door, Fong Ji could still hear it clearly. What murder to silence her mouth? "Sister, I haven't heard that the nurse did anything bad. Didn't the palace find out anything at the beginning?" The maid who spoke first said, "Just because she can't find out doesn't mean she didn't do anything. Don't look at the young prince's age and inability to speak fluently. But because he is a child, he can better distinguish between good and evil people. He knows who has bad intentions towards him, and who is a good person. In the long time you have been with the 9th prince, when have you ever seen him dislike anyone except Nanny Li?" This, the maid hesitated. It seemed to make sense. But, that's what she said. But it doesn't mean that she really harmed the little prince. Right? Isn't there anything wrong with the little prince? Yes. Fong Ji outside the door also thought so. The little prince has indeed been fine all along. Could it be that the wet nurse wanted to do it but didn't have time to do it? The first maid smiled and said, "They don't really want to kill the little prince. I tell you, I've seen it twice before. It was wet nurse Li and Miss Kailan talking quietly together. Then within 2 days, the little prince would fall ill for various reasons. Sick. The maid didn't figure out what the illness could do. It didn't kill the little prince. The little prince is born weak. Right? Could it be that the little prince got sick himself, and there was no problem with him?" "Oh," the maid said anxiously. "The little prince was fine just a few months after he was born. How could he suddenly get sick? Don't you see that every time the little prince got sick, the emperor would come to Yishou Palace to stay overnight?" Before she finished speaking, she heard the sound of a door being pushed open. The two maids turned pale with fear. As soon as they saw Fong Ji, they immediately knelt down. "General Fong, spare my life. Please spare my life." Fong Ji walked up to the two and asked, "Do you have any evidence for what you said?" The maid said in a panic, "General, these are just my suspicions and my own speculations. Please spare my life." Fong Ji hesitated to speak. When the two were still trembling with fear, Fong Ji spoke in a deep voice. "Don't spread things without evidence. If I hear a word in the palace later..." Yes, I dare not." The two maids quickly agreed. Fong Ji went in to see Xiao Yuan, who had already woken up. The two talked for a while, and Fong Ji came out to tell the maid to take good care of Xiao Yuan, and then left. Xiao Yuan sat on the bed, like a toy doll, letting the maid help him put on his clothes, while he was thinking about something in his mind. He knew everything that happened between the maid and Fong Ji just now. He looked at the maid beside him, who was just chatting with someone, but now had an honest and silent face, and thought, could this be someone arranged by his mother? Concubine Yi's deeds that harmed him were exposed in front of Fong Ji, and the only one who benefited was himself. Whether it was from Fong Ji's reputation in history or from the relationship during this period of time, Fong Ji's character was that of a decent person, so the other party would never sit idly by and watch this matter. Next, he might be able to live in peace for a while. Fong Ji, who had left the palace, was still thinking about what happened just now. Although it was just a guess by a palace maid, there is no smoke without fire. What if this really happened? The body of a child is very fragile. It is hard for him to imagine what would happen if something really happened to Xiao Jiu. After returning to the mansion, he called his personal guards. Go check the situation of the wet nurse, who came out of the 9th prince before. The former court and the harem are separated and cannot be easily contacted. Even Fong Ji can't see his niece so easily. He has never placed anyone in the palace, so it is impossible for him to casually send messages to Concubine E, meet, etc. If you want to investigate the truth of the matter, the best choice is to start with the previous wet nurse. A few days later, the news came that the wet nurse and her family had all moved away. Fong Ji's expression became gloomy. In this day and age, moving away with the whole family is not a trivial matter. There are two biggest possibilities for the wet nurse and her family to move away. One is that the wet nurse was driven out of the palace and was afraid that staying in the capital would have a bad influence. So she moved away with her family. Another possibility is that she was really instructed by someone in the palace to do something. So after she came out, she stayed away from the capital at the instruction of the person behind the scenes. Compared with the former, he felt that the latter possibility was more likely. He ordered, continue to investigate, find that family, and make sure to get to the bottom of it. At the same time, what he had to do now was to meet Concubine E. No matter what the truth was, it would be the most convenient and quickest to meet and ask directly. But this was difficult. While Fong Ji had people investigate the wet nurse, Lu Hanwan became more and more favored in the palace. As a result, Concubine Yi's temper became worse. I don't know what she did in the afternoon. And Concubine E looked angry. Xiao Yuan, who was playing with toys in the garden of Isho Palace, looked up at her, then lowered his head and continued to play with his own. It has been like this all this time. Even if it was to save his life, he couldn't stick to Concubine E all the time. After all, if he did that, his mother, who was really thinking about him, would be sad and upset. Xiao Yuan couldn't possibly forget what Concubine E had done to him. He couldn't be grateful just because she stopped harming him. Besides, it wasn't certain that she would stop. Just coax her when it was time to coax her. Concubine E passed by him and saw Xiao Yuan playing happily like a little kid, and scolded him angrily. You two are here to make me angry. The older one seduced the emperor, while the younger one lived happily in Isho Palace. Xiao Yuan continued to play. Kailan stopped him and said, My queen, the little prince is slowly understanding what you say. These words should not be said in front of the little prince. Concubine E said these things only because she was angry for a while. And now she shut up after being reminded by Kailan. She flicked her sleeves and went back to the house. And Kailan followed her. Xiao Yuan continued to play. After a while, he saw someone enter the main hall, and then heard Concubine Yi's voice, which was slightly raised. Really? Won't she get pregnant soon? Xiao Yuan couldn't hear the intermittent voice clearly. Inside the house, Concubine E was still in a state of anxiety after hearing the news. With a snap, the teacups and teapots on the table fell to the ground again. It's only been a short time, and Lu Hanwan has recovered her body and is ready to give birth to a child. But my body is always not getting better. The same is true of giving birth to a child that hurts the body. But others recover so quickly. But she can't. Kailan stepped forward and advised, Your Highness, this is not a bad thing for us. Good thing? Concubine E looked at her fiercely. Kailan had to come up with a suitable reason to say such things at this time. Yes, Your Highness, Kailan said, this is indeed a good thing. Concubine Lu seemed to be very docile in front of Your Highness before. But in fact, everyone knows that she is still thinking about the ninth prince. She made such a gesture, as if she was afraid that Your Highness would embarrass the ninth prince. Who is she disgusted by? But if she gets pregnant again, I'm afraid she won't have the energy to think about the ninth prince. Even if the ninth prince knows that Concubine Lu is his mother in the future, Concubine Lu will definitely have different views on the two princes. At that time, a little provocation will definitely make the ninth prince give up on Concubine Lu. Your Majesty, please comfort the ninth prince a little bit, and make sure that his heart is always in our Isho Palace. So this is indeed a good thing. Concubine Yi's expression was slightly relieved. But Aunt Fawn beside her said, Good thing? That's not necessarily true. The palace is different now than when the selection was just made. At that time, many people were pregnant, and the emperor paid more attention to this. Not many people dared to act casually. But now, it is easy for Concubine Lu to get pregnant. But it is not certain that she can give birth. Does it mean that our Majesty needs to help her protect the fetus? Kailan was unhappy. Whether she can give birth or not, it will be good for us. If she can't give birth, it's fine. If she gives birth, it will be the same as what I said just now. Noble Lady Lu has occupied so much of the Emperor's time this year. It just so happens that she is pregnant for 10 months. She can't occupy the Emperor's time anymore. This time is just right for the Queen to spend more time with the Emperor. Wouldn't it be great if our Queen gets pregnant with his own child? This was said to the heart of Concubine E. What she lacked was the opportunity to be with the Emperor. It's just that it's not easy for her to get pregnant. Not that she can't get pregnant. In this case, the Emperor doesn't have sex with her much. So the possibility of her getting pregnant is naturally smaller. She felt that as long as she had more opportunities, she would definitely get pregnant. When she first entered the backyard, it was quite easy for her to get pregnant. Now at most she is a broken version of easy pregnancy, which is better than ordinary people. Just when she thought of this, Aunt Fong poured cold water on her. Noble Lady Lu is already a noble lady. She has always been loved by the emperor. If she is really pregnant, what if the emperor promotes her to a concubine? With a concubine, she can raise the child by herself. If she wants to take the ninth prince back, it is not impossible. Even if she doesn't take the ninth prince back, it is not good to keep an enemy of ours in a high position. After this, Concubine E and Kai Lan were silent. Being in the harem, they are not good sisters. Of course, Concubine E remembered how much she targeted Lu Hanwan. She didn't think Lu Hanwan would let her go in the future. Although, with Lu Hanwan's family background, she couldn't catch up with her even if she flattered her. Seeing this, Aunt Fong said with satisfaction, so Concubine Lu can get pregnant. But she must not give birth. It would be best if she could lose her life. The ninth prince would be devoted to them because he lost his mother. This was also what they had thought about before. But Concubine E suddenly frowned. Why hasn't your incense worked for so long? She met Lu Hanwan every day, and she didn't see Lu Hanwan losing hair or getting spots. Aunt Fong paused for a moment and whispered. The people over there said that Concubine Lu stopped using any incense since the ninth prince was allergic last time. Concubine E slapped the table and got angry again when she heard this. She said in a yin and yang tone, they have a deep mother-son relationship. One of them has a good impression of Lu Hanwan without knowing that the other is her own mother. And the other stopped using incense for her son. Isn't this a coincidence? It turns out that the ninth prince helped his own mother by mistake. She crumpled the handkerchief in her hand and threw it away. The emperor has already given Shizhou to me, so she will be mine forever. She walked out angrily. She stopped beside Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was having fun, and saw a pink embroidered shoe beside him from the corner of his eye. He looked up and saw Concubine E standing in front of him, staring at him. Xiao Yuan blinked. What happened? Concubine E squatted down, with a bad smile on her face. I heard that your mother is drinking pregnancy medicine recently. She has given up on you and wants to have a second child. She doesn't want you anymore. From now on, you can only be my child of Isho Palace. Thinking of this, Concubine E felt a subtle happiness in her heart. She didn't think there was anything wrong with saying this in front of Xiao Yuan, because Xiao Yuan was still young and couldn't understand it at all. But she needed to say this in front of Lu Hanwan's biological child, so that she could release some of her malice and dislike for Lu Hanwan. You have to please me in the future. I know. If even Isho Palace doesn't want you, you don't know where you can go. Concubine E was still talking. She was very dissatisfied with Xiao Yuan's usual behavior of not paying attention to her. Only when she was very sad, Xiao Yuan would show his specialness to her. Otherwise, he would just play by himself as before. She is impatient to stay in front of him for too long. According to Wei Nanny's guess, maybe children can only feel the overly strong emotions of adults, and then react, and usually have no reaction. The little prince is only really interested in the emperor and Feng Ji. When he is bored, he will pull their hair and pinch their faces. But for other people, the little prince is always like that. Concubine E originally wanted to take the ninth prince to avenge the previous shame in front of Lu Hanwan. But seeing this, she had to give up. Concubine E said a lot, but the little prince just looked at her for a while and continued to play by himself. She was so angry that she had to go back to her room. In the garden, the little prince continued to play, as if nothing had happened. After a while, it was time for dinner, and Nani Wei took the little prince back to the house. After cleaning up the mess he had made from crawling around today, Xiao Yuan let the Nani feed him. After dinner, the waiters left, leaving only Nani Wei by his side. The little prince sat on the floor playing with a jigsaw puzzle. It was getting late, and Nani Wei got up to light a candle while walking towards Xiao Yuan. Little prince, it's getting dark. Wait until tomorrow to play. It's bad for your eyes. Before she finished speaking, Nani Wei felt something was wrong. She strode over, knelt on the floor and looked down, only to see that the little prince hadn't moved the jigsaw puzzle in his hand for a long time, and big tears fell from his eyes. She was anxious. What's wrong? What's wrong with your prince? She had been with the little prince all day, and hadn't seen anyone bullying him. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Did you bump into something and feel hurt? She looked at Xiao Yuan's head and other places, but couldn't see anything wrong. So she stood up anxiously. I'll ask the imperial physician to come and take a look. But before she could stand up, a small figure jumped into her arms. Xiao Yuan hugged her and cried silently in her arms. Nani Wei's body stiffened for a moment, then softened and hugged him, her hands running down the child's long, shiny, soft hair that was scattered behind him. She coaxed him softly, "Don't cry. Don't cry." Nani Wei was still thinking about the reason. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like someone was pinching the little prince from behind, or beating him, or like he had a cold and a headache. Her previous reactions were not like this, but rather like he was sad. You know, although the little prince is good-tempered, easy to serve, and not picky. In fact, he rarely takes the initiative to hug her, let alone cry while hugging her. Suddenly, Nani Wei thought of what Concubine E said in front of the little prince this afternoon, and she asked tentatively, "Is the little prince sad for Concubine Lu?" The person in her arms did not respond, but Nani Wei stopped talking, as if she had determined something. Nani Wei has always had a guess that the little prince does not like her to repeat something many times, even if it has been 10 days or half a month. She sometimes wondered before, could the little prince really remember it? But after thinking about it, she felt that she was thinking too much. The little prince was still so young. How could it be possible? Usually when she spoke, the little prince seemed to not understand most of the time and had no reaction. Now thinking about it, it was not that he did not understand, but that the little prince did not like these things and ignored them. The little prince understood everything that Concubine E said in the afternoon. Thinking of this, Nani Wei felt a dense pain in her heart. She patted the tender back of the child in her arms and whispered, "Don't be afraid, little prince. It was Concubine E who lied to you. Concubine Lu likes you so much. How could she not want you? Now Concubine Lu has not conceived a child. And it is so easy to conceive a child. Look at Concubine E. Isn't it like this? Maybe she just drank some medicine to nourish her body. And everyone started to spread it. Nani will go and ask for you tomorrow. Okay? Concubine E made you sick. She is a bad person. We can't believe what she said." Xiao Yuan didn't cry for too long. If he did, his eyes would be red and swollen the next morning, and it would be obvious that he had cried. It was Nani Wei who was on guard last night, and if anyone found out, it would implicate Nani. But facing the words that Nani Wei promised, he didn't respond at all. The next morning, Xiao Yuan didn't feel any discomfort in his eyes when he woke up, and the servants didn't notice that the little prince had cried last night. After dinner, Xiao Yuan went out to play as usual. The palace servants took him to the imperial garden, and he started exploring again. But in the process, he hesitated for a moment. Should he go find Lu Hanwan? Should he tell his mother that he didn't want to have another child? In the original plot, his mother's body was seriously damaged when she gave birth to him, and it was not so fast to recover. Before he died at the age of 2, Lu Hanwan was not ready to have another child. After he died, his mother's mind was all on revenge for him. She thought that if she had another child, she might not be able to be cruel enough to continue to take revenge. She acted with the determination that she might be exposed in the end. If she had a child, she would not survive after being exposed, and it would not be good to leave the child alone in the world. But in this life, because of his existence, his mother's body recovered quickly, and now he is not dead, so it is not impossible for his mother to have another child. After all, it is not easy to climb to the position of concubine just by relying on favor. But if she gives birth to 1 or 2 little princes, or a pair of twins, then it is natural to be promoted. His mother's pregnancy can also reduce the pressure on Concubine E, and Concubine E may treat him better because of this. This is simply a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But for Xiao Yuan, he doesn't like this. In his previous life, his parents treated his younger brother and him differently, and he fell into endless panic when he thought of the younger brother who was very likely to come. After crossing into this world, Lu Hanwan's feelings for him are the core of his peace of mind. Once the other party no longer likes him so much, Xiao Yuan doesn't know what to do. At the same time, in Changchun Palace, Concubine E looked at Lu Hanwan, who was sitting in the middle, lowering her eyebrows and looking docile. After all, she was not a humble person, even if she pretended to bow her head in front of her. She was full of an irrepressible free and easy style. That was something she had cultivated after jumping from a palace made to a favorite concubine for so long. It was completely engraved in her bones. Yes, after all, she was a favorite concubine. If the ninth prince was not in her hands, Lu Hanwan would not have remained silent in her presence. Isn't it just because of a good face? Thinking of this, Concubine Yi's mood became bad again. She said, I heard that Concubine Lu's body has recovered, and she can't wait to drink the pregnancy medicine to prepare to give birth to another little prince. Lu Hanwan raised her head and stabbed back indifferently. Sister Ife, you are joking. I can't get pregnant easily. Many sisters in the harem drink pregnancy medicine. Ife still didn't give up. Why? Sister liked the ninth prince so much before. And now you give birth to another one? Lu Hanwan smiled. Sister Ife will take good care of the ninth prince. Right? Besides, giving birth to a new prince doesn't mean that you don't care about the previous prince. She still looked soft. But Ife could feel Lu Hanwan's contempt. As if silently saying that even if Ife was raising the ninth prince, the child was born by her, and their relationship was there. The ninth prince would eventually recognize her as his biological mother. This kind of feeling of being superior did not make Concubine E angry. In fact, she felt extremely excited. Lu Hanwan seemed to love children so much. But the result was just like this. She seemed to be noble. But she was just pretending to be noble. She was just pretending to be noble before. Seeing through Lu Hanwan's mask, Concubine Yi's mood instantly rose. She also smiled and said nothing more. Lu Hanwan lowered her eyes slightly and looked at her fingers, which actually covered up the coldness in her eyes. She certainly knew how her attitude would make Concubine E feel. But this happened to be very beneficial to Xiao. Of course, in order to prevent Concubine E from suspecting that she was just pretending and was still coveting Xiao, she would definitely not change too much all of a sudden. She had to let Concubine E feel that she would gradually pay less attention to Xiao. This was enough to give Concubine E the confidence to keep Xiao well trained. Adding the pressure from Fong Ji. With both measures in place, Concubine E should be able to treat Xiao well for a long time. Concubine E and Lu Hanwan didn't talk. But other concubines in the palace also had something to say. After a verbal battle, the greetings were over and everyone went out of Chongqing Palace. Concubine E was in a very good mood at the moment. She was originally going to return to the palace. But when she thought that Xiao might be crawling around in the Imperial Garden again, she turned around and went to the Imperial Garden. Lu Hanwan also had many concubines, and the way back to the palace would pass through the Imperial Garden. So everyone was just going in groups of 3 or 2. Of course, there were also those who didn't want to go back so early and planned to relax and enjoy the scenery in the Imperial Garden. After Concubine E arrived at the Imperial Garden, she automatically searched for the little prince. Soon, she saw him soon. She walked over. Xiao Yuan was staring at the ants moving on the ground. He was not in high spirits today and had not decided whether to go to find Lu Hanwan. He wanted to go, but was afraid that it would be useless. He was even more afraid that the other party would think he was ignorant and selfish. Just as he was thinking, a proud voice came. Xiao? It was Concubine E. Xiao Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Concubine E and several concubines behind her, including Lu Hanwan. Although Xiao Yuan often went to the Imperial Garden, the Imperial Garden was generally quite large. In short, he rarely saw Lu Hanwan, and other concubines only saw her a few times from a distance. As for Concubine E, this was the first time Concubine E came to see him. But Concubine E seemed particularly happy today. Did something happen? Before Xiao Yuan could figure it out, Concubine E came to him and picked him up from the ground. The sun is so strong. Don't stay outside. Let's go back to the house to play. Lu Hanwan stood not far away. Looking at this side, Concubine E held Xiao Yuan in her arms. And on the way back, she greeted Lu Hanwan. Sister Lu, continue to appreciate the flowers. Sister will leave first. After saying that, she didn't even plan to listen to Lu Hanwan's words, and just left. Lu Hanwan watched them leave. And the other concubines also whispered. Concubine E is really something. And no one is as wary of the child's biological mother as she is of thieves. Others can at least meet her and give her some small clothes or something. Concubine Yi's family background is different after all. Some people said, since the ninth prince will get her power, if he is still close to his biological mother, there is no such thing as a perfect match in this world. Some people subconsciously want to refute. But think about it. If the prince really grows up, I'm afraid there will be many who want to be Concubine Yi's adopted son. Lu Hanwan has only seen the glory for the past 2 years. But how can the emperor's favor last forever? After this period of time, Lu Hanwan still can't get rid of the label of her being a palace maid. This is where Concubine E is far superior to her. Lu Hanwan did not hear the discussion of these people. She was already going back to her own residence. The matter of the pregnancy medicine is true. She is drinking the pregnancy medicine that is conducive to pregnancy. In fact, if possible, Lu Hanwan does not want to use this method. She is more persistent in some aspects in her heart. She thinks that if she has another child, her love for Shujo may be divided into two halves, and gradually, she may not love him so much. But apart from this, she doesn't know what other ways she can upgrade. The position of concubine and the lower positions are like a watershed, a gap that is difficult to cross. When you become a concubine, you become the master of a palace and can really gain a foothold in this harem. But this also shows how difficult it is to get the position of concubine. Especially, she was just a maid. In the eyes of almost everyone, her position as a noble lady has basically come to an end. In Lu Hanwan's eyes, it is the same. If there is no greater opportunity to promote her, she basically cannot go further. Concubine Yi's tight pressure also made her have less time to wait for the arrival of that possible opportunity. She needs to get the position as soon as possible. So the most direct and quick way is to get pregnant and give birth to a prince. Lu Hanwan estimated that as long as she could give birth to another little prince, she would probably be promoted because the emperor liked her so much now. Of course, one little prince might not be enough. Maybe two. But it would be great if she could give birth to twins. Twins are auspicious. If she could give birth to twins, her position would definitely rise. She even thought about fake pregnancy. By pretending to be pregnant, she would not be able to distract her love for the child. At that time, she could take the opportunity to miscarry and frame Concubine E. Maybe she could just get Xiao Jiu back from Concubine E. But after careful consideration, Lu Hanwan gave up this idea. First of all, she didn't have the medicine for fake pregnancy. This kind of medicine is not cabbage. It's everywhere. Even if she is familiar with Dr. Li in the Imperial Hospital, this is a serious crime of deceiving the emperor. Lu Hanwan will not be completely defenseless against Dr. Li. If it is really exposed, she has no good family to save her. Therefore, only a real pregnancy can avoid such a big risk. On the other side, on the way back, Kai Lan looked at Concubine E who was holding the little prince and asked, "Your Majesty seems to be in a good mood today?" Of course, Concubine E did not explain. She actually had a good impression of the ninth prince. Especially in recent times. The ninth prince was smart and clever. Especially pleasing to the emperor. When they were together, Concubine E always thought that it would be great if they were really a family. That was her child. The emperor was her husband. And the emperor also doted on her child. Everything was so beautiful. However, the reality was that the ninth prince was not only not her biological child, but there was also a favored biological mother behind him, who was eyeing him covetously. This made Concubine E unhappy, and felt that it was more difficult to raise an adopted son. But now, Lu Hanwan's change in attitude made her feel hopeful. She felt that the ninth prince would really be hers in the future. All the way back to the main hall of Isho Palace, Concubine E did not let go. She sat on the chair, lowered her head, and gently kissed the little prince's forehead. "In the future, you will only have me as your mother, and you will be yours alone. Noble Lady Lu will give birth to other children. Well, although this child is likely to not be born, it doesn't matter. Lu Hanwan will die eventually. It's just a matter of time. It doesn't affect her happiness now." She smiled and warned, "In the future, you can only like your mother the most. Understand? Your mother will also like you very much and treat you very well." Although she firmly believed that she would be able to get pregnant in the future, Concubine E was not stupid. She had some idea in her mind. But she was stubborn and didn't want to accept it. She thought that she might have to be better to the ninth prince in the future. She was about to say more. But Kai Lan went out and came back. She whispered in Concubine Yi's ear. But because Xiao Yuan was in Concubine Yi's arms at the moment, she could not help but hear. "Your Majesty, the old lady sent someone to send a secret recipe for pregnancy, saying that it is very effective." "Really?" Concubine E stood up at once. She didn't have much strength in her hands. So Xiao Yuan stumbled and fell to the ground with her movements. Concubine E pulled his little body, and seeing that he was still fine, she didn't care too much, and asked anxiously, "What recipe? Show me quickly." Kai Lan's tone was also slightly surprised. The old lady said that this prescription is very effective, and it was found by the lady's family. The old lady here naturally refers to Concubine Yi's mother. At the beginning, Concubine Yi's family was still an ordinary citizen. But with the ascension of General Fong, their family also rose. Concubine Yi's younger brother also married the daughter of a big businessman, and this prescription was found by this businessman. Concubine Yi's family still attaches great importance to Concubine Yi's childbirth. After all, the emperor's emphasis on Fong is obvious to all. In this case, if Concubine E really gives birth to a child, it is not impossible for this child to succeed to the throne in the future. Concubine Yi's family and Fong are still a layer apart, and they rely on Concubine Yi's mother to keep in touch. But if Concubine E gives birth to a prince and ascends to the throne, then Concubine Yi's family will really soar to the sky. That would be the prince's in-laws. That's how the recipe came about. Concubine E had received the recipe twice before, but it didn't work. But this time was different. Concubine E knew something about the recipe in advance. This time it was a family secret recipe, which was said to be very powerful. Xiao Yuan sat on the ground and looked at Concubine E, who was still excited for a while, then lifted his legs and left the room. He thought, no matter what the result was, he should talk to his mother. Outside the door, Nanny Wei was waiting outside. When she saw Xiao Yuan coming out, she simply carried him back to the room. Xiao Yuan pointed outside. After last night, Nanny Wei had realized that the little prince could understand many words. So now that there was no one else in the room, she asked directly, "Does the little prince want to go out?" Xiao Yuan nodded. Nanny Wei asked again tentatively, "Do you want to find Concubine Lu?" Xiao Yuan nodded again. Nanny Wei promised to go to Concubine Lu to ask last night. She certainly hadn't forgotten about this matter. But it was not easy for her to go directly to her. A nurse like her only needed to stay with the little prince all day. As the little prince grew older, the 3 nurses took turns to take charge. But besides the nurses, there were other palace maids and eunuchs guarding the little prince. Among these people, there were people from Concubine E, some who were clean and had no background, and perhaps people from other palaces. But no matter what, it was not easy for her to leave Xiao Yuan and walk through the palace to Concubine Lu's palace in public. It's not easy to find a reason. If Concubine E knew about it, she would suffer. But if she took advantage of the little prince's exploration and went there, it was possible. For this kind of thing, I'm afraid that only if the little prince asked in person, Lu Guiran would really believe it and take it to heart. However, she looked at the weather outside. It was already summer, and the sun was high at this moment. The temperature was already very high. She squatted down in disgust. Can we wait until the temperature is cooler in the afternoon? It's too hot now. I'm afraid the main hall won't allow us to go out. It would be bad if we get heat stroke. Since Aunt Fong was beaten with a stick last time, Xiao Yuan's control has been much looser. Generally, if they go out for a stroll in the Imperial Garden, as long as they don't choose a rainy day or a sunny day, they can go out according to the little prince's wishes, without deliberately asking the main hall if it's okay. Of course, if he went, he had to report to the main hall, so that if Concubine asked, she would always know the little prince's movements. Xiao Yuan also took a look outside, nodded, and agreed. It was not until the afternoon, when it looked less hot outside, that Nanny Wei took a few people with the little prince to go out. As usual, she took Xiao Yuan to the Imperial Garden, and then let Xiao Yuan crawl wherever he was interested. Lu Hanwan's residence was not particularly far from the Imperial Garden. Xiao Yuan knew that place. He had crawled outside the palace before. The maids who followed him at that time didn't know that he could understand, and they whispered that it was Concubine Lu who lived inside, and then guided Xiao Yuan not to go there. After all, Concubine E would definitely not like this. This time, just like usual, Xiao Yuan crawled around wantonly, and gradually, he approached the palace where Concubine Lu lived. A maid squatted beside Xiao Yuan and coaxed him softly, "Little prince, let's go over there. Okay? Look, there are so many beautiful flowers over there." Xiao Yuan took a look, ignored it, and crossed over. Nanny Wei also went to persuade him. But of course, Xiao Yuan didn't listen. Along the outer wall of the palace where Lu Hanwan lived, his little arms and legs crawled very flexibly. Gradually, he saw a door. As if curious, he sat at the door and looked inside. The maid who persuaded him before changed her expression when she saw this. This situation had happened once before. That time, the little prince looked for a while, and then crawled directly into the palace of the concubine. Other concubines are not a big deal, as they have nothing to do with Concubine E, but Concubine Lu is different. Concubine Lu is the biological mother of the 9th prince. The maid came to Nani Wei and asked, "Nani, if we don't take the little prince away, it won't be good if Concubine E finds out." "Yes," Nani Wei responded. "Then go and take him." Although Nani Wei is liked by the little prince, she is not Concubine Yi's person. So the maid who is Concubine Yi's person is naturally not that afraid of her. Before the little prince grew up, the status difference between the Nani and the maid was not particularly large. Seeing that Nani Wei did not move, the maid had no choice but to go by herself. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, she saw the little prince frowning and avoiding her, then raised his little head and looked at her unhappily. The maid's heart tightened. "Little prince, it's not fun here. Let's go somewhere else to play." Xiao Yuan still looked at him with an unhappy look. Seeing this, the maid froze for a moment and dared not move. She knew that the little prince never liked anyone to stop him. If he was taken away by force because of his young age, he would cry loudly. The emperor had also issued an order long ago that anyone who dared to let the little prince dislike him should be taken away. If she made the little prince cry, she was afraid that she would not be able to stay in Isho Palace. Therefore, except for the little prince being stopped by the nurse when he reached the pond, no one watched him move around at will. This is also the character Xiao Yuan has always established. He had expected that if he wanted to get in touch with his mother, he would have to take the initiative. However, as a prince raised by Concubine E, if he didn't have a bit of personality, he would be taken away before he even got close. When you are young, you just can't help yourself. Although she said it to the palace maid with a tough face. In fact, in order to avoid the other party complaining to Concubine E, Wei Nani also followed to persuade her, and kept nagging. Xiao Yuan pretended not to understand, and slipped into the palace. He looked around and remembered where he came out from last time when he woke up from an allergy. It seemed that his mother lived in the side hall on the left. As for the main hall, there was no concubine in this palace, and no one lived in it yet. The palace maids and eunuchs following behind him all felt dizzy when they saw him running around in the place where Concubine Lu lived. But they felt a little better when they thought about the fact that Nani Wei was in front of them. When Xiao Yuan was crawling around in the courtyard of the palace, a group of people could still follow him. But when Xiao Yuan crawled into Concubine Lu's room, the group of people following him couldn't hold back. Could it be that so many of them broke into Concubine Lu's room directly? It is true that Concubine E is a concubine, but she is also a favorite concubine. Just because Lady Lu can't afford to offend Concubine E doesn't mean she can't punish the servants. At this time, Nani Wei stood up and said, "I'll go in and take care of the little prince." Everyone nodded. The maid also wanted to go in. But before she could say anything, Nani Wei had already gone in, so she couldn't mention it alone. In the room, Lu Hanwan had already seen the little one crawling in. She was excited and surprised for a moment, and quickly got up and went to Xiao Yuan. "Little prince, why are you here?" She looked back and frowned. "Where are those people who serve you? Is this how they take care of you?" She was naturally happy to meet her son, but she was unhappy that the servants around her son were so relaxed. This meant that if someone wanted to harm her son, they would find a good opportunity directly. At this time, Wei Nani came in. "See Lady Lu." Lu Hanwan said, "Get up." "Why is the little prince here?" Wei Nani briefly explained, and then said, "The little prince may have something to say to Lady Lu. I will wait at the door first." The door here is of course not to go out and join the palace servants who serve the little prince, but the door of the inner room. Nani Wei was watching this place worriedly not far away. Lu Hanwan looked at Xiao Yuan with some doubts. What could such a young child say to her? Shuzhou knew that she was his biological mother? But a child this young, did he know what biological mother meant? But since Nani Wei said so, she still squatted down and gently brushed her fingers across his face as she looked at her son standing in front of her. She asked with a slight smile, "What do you want to say?" "Shuzhou?" Xiao Yuan's eyes were moist. He pulled Lu Hanwan's sleeve with his little hand and whispered, "Can you not give birth?" "What?" Lu Hanwan didn't react for a moment. Seeing her son's tears falling, she hurried to wipe them away. "Don't cry. Don't cry. Xiao said whatever mother agreed to. What does Xiao want? Can you not give birth? Xiao Yuan still asked. Talking to his mother was one thing, but he still didn't want to do anything too extraordinary. It was impossible to say a lot of things. If it wasn't for the fact that his mother was going to get pregnant again and give birth to a child, he wouldn't have been unable to control his emotions and cried in front of Wei Nani last night. He knew that Wei Nani must be clear now, and he could actually understand a lot of things. This time, Lu Hanwan finally heard what Xiao Yuan said clearly, and her expression remained unchanged. Still gentle. Xiao, don't cry. Let mother think about it. Okay. She picked up the child and put him on the chair, and asked Xiao Yun to bring Xiao Yuan something to eat. After giving Xiao Yun instructions, she looked at Wei Nani with a particularly terrifying look. She walked closer step by step, worried that her son might hear her, so she deliberately lowered her voice. Who told you to teach Xiao to say these things? Xiao Yuan was such a young child, and those words could not be what he wanted to say by himself. But someone must have taught him behind his back. Lu Hanwan couldn't stand it at all that her son was being plotted against at such a young age. Wei Nani was also shocked, and hurriedly explained, Your Highness has misunderstood. Those words were not taught by others, but what the little prince wanted to say himself. Seeing that Lu Hanwan obviously didn't believe it, she said, yesterday, Concubine E learned that Your Highness was drinking the pregnancy medicine to prepare for pregnancy, and said something in front of the little prince. The little prince cried when he was alone at night. I only found out last night that the little prince can really understand most of the words. If you don't believe it, you can ask it yourself. Lu Hanwan. She still felt that Nani Wei was lying to her. But with the child here, it was easy to test whether it was a lie or not. She asked again, Does the little prince know that I am his real mother? Nani Wei nodded. If the little prince really understood what I said, he would know that some people in the palace were careless and talked about the nobles a lot, and sometimes mentioned the relationship between the nobles and the little prince. Mainly, she didn't know how much the little prince could understand. But the little prince obviously understood what Concubine E said yesterday. Lu Hanwan half believed and half doubted. Walked to Xiao Yuan and squatted down. Their eyes met, and she didn't know why she was so nervous that her voice trembled slightly. Does Xiao know that I am your mother? Mother. Dear. Xiao Yuan called slowly, and nodded his little head. Lu Hanwan was so happy that she almost cried. She remembered the last time her son had an allergic reaction, and she brought him back. When the little prince woke up, he called her mother. She thought that Xiao was used to calling Concubine E mother in Isho Palace, or that she was too young to recognize people and didn't understand what the name mother meant. So she just called her casually. Now it seems that at that time, that mother was Xiao calling her? She grabbed Xiao Yuan's arm. Does Xiao really know me? Xiao Yuan nodded. She asked a few more questions, although the child didn't say much. He did answer. It seems that what Nani Wei said was true. Her child was so smart and could understand a lot of words at such a young age. So, Xiao doesn't want her mother to have another child? Xiao Yuan blinked his eyes, tears falling down uncontrollably. He rushed over to hug Lu Hanwan, sobbing and choking. Is it not okay with me? Lu Hanwan hugged him, thinking of what Wei Nani said, that the child also cried about this yesterday. And her heart suddenly ached. At this time, she had completely believed that Xiao came to her to say these things, not because someone was behind it, but simply because of the child's own wishes. She gently stroked the child's back and coaxed, Okay. Okay. Mother promised you. We won't have any more children. No more children. Mother only needs you. Okay? So Lu Hanwan thought so too. Having a child is not as simple as eating and drinking. She has poured all her love into her first child. If it were not for the purpose of rising in status, she would not want to keep having children. In Lu Hanwan's opinion, one child is enough. Of course, she also knows that in this deep palace, the more children the better. Not only for status, but also because children may not be raised safely. The more children you have, the more secure you are. But the more children you have, the weaker your feelings are, because you are destined to know that you may not be able to keep them. Xiao Yuan raised his head from Lu Hanwan's arms, with tiny tears still hanging on his long eyelashes, and his eyes washed by water were as bright as the stars in the sky, shining with dazzling light. Really? Really? Lu Hanwan pinched his little face. Mom only needs you. The next moment, Xiao Yuan pouted, put his little arms around Lu Hanwan's neck, and leaned his face on her shoulder. He should have been happy. But for some reason, he couldn't stop crying. Lu Hanwan panicked. What's wrong? Why are you crying? After sending Xiao Yuan and others away, Lu Hanwan stood by the window and looked outside quietly. Xiao Yuan came over with today's pregnancy medicine. Hesitating, Master, this medicine? She still remembered what the master said when coaxing the little prince today. I don't know if it's true. Lu Hanwan turned her head and took a look. Take it back. No need to send it again in the future. Xiao Yuan took the medicine away. And when she came back, she couldn't help asking Lu Hanwan, Master, do you really not plan to have another child in the future? Lu Hanwan suddenly laughed out loud and said with some disapproval, if you don't want to have a baby, then don't have one. It's not like I don't have my own children. Xiao Yuan thought to herself that it was not certain whether the child would eventually be the master's. And how could you reach the position of concubine without having a child? Before she finished thinking, she heard Lu Hanwan say again, by the way, go to Dr. Li to get some contraceptive pills. Although you don't drink the pregnancy medicine, it's not good if you get pregnant at ordinary times. It's just a bit troublesome. It's best to just solve it once and for all. Xiao Yuan was shocked. She never thought that Lu Hanwan would think this way. She nervously called out, Master, if her body is really broken and she can't give birth, and something happens to the ninth prince in the future, the master will have no hope at all. Although Xiao Yuan also likes the ninth prince, he is weak, so she actually hopes that Lu Hanwan can give birth again. Otherwise, life will be difficult in this palace without the prince's concubines. Lu Hanwan smiled at her to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I won't take that kind of medicine for the time being. It will hurt my body for nothing. This sterilization medicine must be used at the critical moment. For example, Concubine E hated her for some reason, and she completely lost the chance to be a mother in the future. In this way, Xiao Jiu can come back to her. Right? Looking at the smile on Lu Hanwan's face and the light words, Xiao Yuan didn't feel relaxed at all. She just felt terrified that she was following a lunatic. Which concubine in the harem would not have children because of a child? Not having children would be fine. But she actually planned to make herself completely unable to have children. It was simply unbelievable. What if the ninth prince died in the future? After a long time, she sighed in her heart. What else could she do if she didn't accept it? She and Lu Hanwan were on the same rope. The only good thing was that Lu Hanwan didn't drink for the time being. Even if she wanted to drink, she would make this matter play its due value. Xiao Yuan didn't know that the consequences of his trip were so great. On the way back, the palace servants behind him were already muttering and making noises. Nani Wei stopped and turned around. The little prince is still here. What are you talking about? A palace maid said unconvincingly, the little prince likes you. Nani, you are not afraid. But the little prince has entered the palace of Concubine Lu. How can the queen let us go after returning? Can the nanny take all the responsibility? Why didn't the nanny bring the little prince back directly before? The little prince is close to you. If you go to hold him, there will definitely be no problem. Someone complained. Yes. This resonated with the others. Concubine E and the others were afraid. But Nani Wei and the others were not afraid. Nani Wei could not tell them what to do. Even if the little prince was more dependent on Nani Wei now. He was young and could not do anything. As for the future, when the little prince was sensible, everyone would just stick to him. Nani Wei was furious and shouted. I clearly advised the little prince at that time. And you saw that the little prince did not listen to me. Others did not buy it. If you force the little prince to hold the little prince, will the little prince watch you being punished? I think you may not be on the side of Concubine E at all, but on the side of Concubine Lu. Right? You? Nani Wei's face turned red with anger. Xiao Yuan, who had been sitting in Nani Wei's arms without saying anything, tugged at Nani Wei's clothes. Nani Wei subconsciously softened her expression and looked down at Xiao Yuan. What's wrong with the little prince? Xiao Yuan pointed in the direction of the study. Father! Father! Everyone was shocked, thinking that the emperor had come, and their previous dispute would not be able to be brought to the table. But looking around, there was no one. Nani Wei's heart was also relieved. After thinking for a while, she said, Does the little prince want to see the emperor? Xiao Yuan acted like an ignorant child in the past, repeating in his mouth, I want my father. It was not yet dark, and Nani Wei said, Then I will take you to see the emperor? Seeing that the little prince did not object, Nanny Wei knew that this was what she meant. Xiao Yuan had asked her to take him to see the emperor before, so Nanny Wei and others would not refuse him if he asked again. A group of people followed behind him. Xiao Yuan heard them complaining behind him. Nanny Wei was usually strong-willed, and Concubine E did not value Nanny Wei much, which made Nanny Wei's position in the group a little awkward. The emperor soon received a message from Su Quan. Your Majesty, the 9th prince is here. The emperor, who was reviewing the memorials, stopped writing with a smile on his face. Then let him in quickly. He is not so well behaved at ordinary times. Su Quan said in embarrassment, Your Majesty, the 9th prince seems to want you to go out. Oh! The emperor was surprised that his head, which was a little dizzy after reading too many memorials, seemed to be clearer. He stood up and said, It's just right that I have been sitting for so long. So let's go out and take a look. When he went out, the emperor saw his son being held in the arms of the wet nurse, followed by a group of palace servants. When he saw the emperor, Xiao Yuan reached out to him to hold him, and the emperor took him over. Tell me, what do you want your father to come out for? The little prince looked at him, as if he didn't understand. The two of them stared at each other, and after a while, the little prince pointed at a few people, then turned back and said in a baby voice, Slap your mouth. Emperor? A group of palace servants. Emperor, his. He knew that his son was very sensitive to emotions, and that he could express some of his feelings in a messy way, now that he was old enough to understand what was said. This clear expression still made him feel a little strange. Slap? He repeated it. Xiao Yuan nodded, pointed at a few people, and said in a baby voice, Slap. The people who were pointed at knelt down tremblingly, and finally realized in their hearts that the little prince was serious. The emperor looked at those people and asked Xiao Yuan, Why does Xuzhou want them to slap? Xiao Yuan pretended not to understand and spoke to the emperor in a gibberish. The emperor set his sights on Wei Nani. He knew that this person was the nurse who often took care of Xuzhou. She was quite careful and thorough. It seemed that Xuzhou had saved this person at the beginning. Wei Nani panicked and tried hard to think about why in her mind. She did not dare to hesitate to reply. Your Majesty, I don't know. Before she finished speaking, she looked at the people on the ground and suddenly had an absurd idea in her mind. Then she thought that the little prince could really understand a lot of words. She paused and said, I have a guess. Maybe it was because they had some conflicts with me just now. Did the little prince remember them? She said that she was not completely sure. After all, in her mind, no matter how smart the little prince was, he was still a child. She glanced at the people kneeling on the ground and confirmed that these people were the ones who complained about her on the road earlier. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said, Didn't you hear? The little prince said that these people have no respect for the inferior. Slap their mouths. Yes. Someone stepped forward immediately. After hitting a few times, Xiao Yuan pulled the emperor's clothes, looking a little flustered, like an innocent child who saw someone really suffering and couldn't bear it. The emperor slowly called a halt. Since Xuzhou can't bear it, then forget it this time. If I know that you don't serve me wholeheartedly again, I will drag you all to the Ministry of Punishment. The people below shuddered. If you go to the Ministry of Punishment, don't even think about coming out intact. It's the nightmare of every palace servant. No one dares to go there. They thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, 9th Prince, for your forgiveness. After the punishment, the emperor carried Xiao Yuan into the study room. Wei Nani and others naturally couldn't go in, so they waited outside. After being teased by the emperor for a while and strolling around the study room, Xiao Yuan was ready to leave. The emperor said with a smile, How long have you been here? Can't you stay without Pinyin? Xiao Yuan looked at him innocently, and the emperor waved his hand. Let's go. I'll see you again in the evening. Su Quan helped carry Xiao Yuan over the threshold and handed him to the nurse. On the way back, Xiao Yuan also dawdled. When they returned to Shou Palace, it was already late. But Concubine E should have known that Xiao Yuan had gone to Lu Hanwan's place, because there was a maid waiting for them outside. The queen asked you to go over after you come back to settle the little prince. Seeing the serious look of the maid, everyone knew that things were not going well. A group of palace maids and eunuchs were silent. But with the previous slap in the face, no one dared to complain to Nanny Wei again. Nanny Wei took the order to send Xiao Yuan back to his room. Xiao Yuan pointed to Concubine Yi's room and called out, "Mother." He thought that if he went to Concubine E himself, maybe Concubine E would not be angry with him. Nani Wei hurriedly whispered, "Little prince, be good. Let's go back to the house first." Sending the little prince there now would only add fuel to the fire. Xiao Yuan also knew that this should be the trouble caused by his lying down at his mother's place. As a prince, Concubine E would never punish him physically. But as someone who takes care of him, it is not certain. Originally, he thought that there might not be any punishment. After all, as a prince, these palace servants could not control him because of the emperor's previous order. But now that he came back and heard Concubine E specifically ask them to go, he felt mysterious. Nani Wei comforted him and said, "It should be just a few scoldings. Your Highness, please wait for a while." Xiao Yuan watched Nani Wei and others go to the main hall. After thinking about it, he followed them not far away. Concubine E looked at Nani Wei and others with a gloomy face. This palace has long said that the 9th prince is not allowed to meet Lu Hanwan alone. You just pretended not to hear it, right? To answer, Your Majesty. We stopped him. It was the little prince who insisted on going in. We had no choice. No choice? Concubine E said with a smile. He is such a young child. And you told me there is no choice? No matter what the reason was, these people let the little prince go to Lu Hanwan. It was not okay. She didn't need to know too many reasons. Then Concubine E asked why Xiao Yuan was crying. Only Nani Wei was in the room at that time. So naturally only she knew. Nani Wei said, "The little prince accidentally fell inside. So he cried? But I have checked it. And the wound is not serious." Concubine E snorted. "Since you are not good at taking care of the little prince, I will punish you." Before she finished speaking, she saw Su Quan and his men coming from afar. Concubine E went to meet him, her tone somewhat surprised. "Why is Eunuch Su here?" Although she asked this, Concubine E knew in her heart that at this time, he was most likely here to convey the emperor's order to come over in the evening. Concubine E looked forward to this every day, so of course she was happy. Sure enough, Su Quan said, "Concubine E, the emperor said that he would come over to have dinner with you and the 9th prince in the evening." After getting the exact news, Concubine E smiled happily. Kai Lan immediately stepped forward and stuffed Su Quan's purse. After a few polite words, Su Quan left. The emperor was coming, and it would be inappropriate for these people to kneel here. She said coldly, "You are lucky today, but don't let it happen again next time. Go down." Xiao Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his room. He went to the emperor's place today. One, because he knew that some people around him were always dissatisfied with Wei Nanny, especially the spy of Concubine E. And the other was to let the emperor come over at night. Only when the emperor came over could Concubine E not punish these people for going to his mother's place. Concubine E herself should also know that these people can't stop him. So it's useless to vent these anger. When he dragged it to the time when the emperor turned over the cards, a large group of people came back and just caught up. In the main hall, Concubine E didn't punish the palace people, but she was still angry when she thought of Xiao Yuan. How could he go to Lu Hanwan's place? It's not that she doesn't know that children don't know anything, but it's precisely because of this that she is even more angry. Aunt Fong advised, "Don't be angry. Your Majesty, there is a new pregnancy medicine this time. When Your Majesty is pregnant with a dragon fetus, a mere 9th prince will be nothing." Okay. Concubine E waved her hand irritably. "Aunt, don't stare at Shujio. After all, he is a member of Isho Palace. Even if he can't compare with my own son in the future, he is still a prince." It's not that she can't see that Aunt Fong has been very dissatisfied with Shiojo since he was beaten last time. It seemed to be like this before. Aunt Fong didn't care about the 9th prince. But Concubine E didn't completely forget about the 9th prince in her heart. So she couldn't stop now. At night, the emperor came to eat together, then rested in Isho Palace, Changchun Palace. It was late at night. The queen was wearing pajamas. Her hair was let down before going to bed. But it was not messy, but draped behind her meticulously. She was holding a pair of scissors in her hand and picking up the candle wick. "Has the pregnancy medicine been delivered to Concubine E?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Behind her, the head maid Bai Ji stood respectfully. "The pregnancy medicine in Concubine Yi's hand is the one we swapped." The queen snorted and laughed, and her always serious and upright face showed a different kind of cruelty. Snap. The scissors neatly cut off the excess candle wick. She sighed and said, Concubine E can't get pregnant. In this palace, all the concubines and queens are ignored. But there are only two people that she is always afraid of. One is Concubine E, and the other is the niece of the Queen Mother. As everyone knows, behind Concubine E is General Fong, who is the most trusted and loved by the Emperor. Even if Fong Ji's qualifications are not as good as those of the dukes who followed the former emperor, his talent for war is visible to the naked eye and unique. No one can compare to his genius. The key is that such a person is not greedy for power, has no weaknesses at all, and can't find any handle at all, just based on the emperor's appreciation of General Fong and Fong Ji's future achievements that are beyond imagination. Concubine E must be guarded against. It is hard to say whether the emperor will give the throne to Concubine Yi's son because of Fong Ji, and another niece of the Empress Dowager, Concubine Chun. Concubine Chun has the support of the Empress Dowager. She knows that the Empress Dowager has always wanted Concubine Chun to take the throne. And the Pinghua mansion behind Concubine Chun is weak because of the death of Duke Pinghua. But Duke Pinghua was one of the emperor's strong supporters at the time, and Concubine Chun's brothers seem to have good potential. In comparison, she may be weaker in the future. Her family is mainly under the rule of her grandfather, Duke Pinghua. It looks magnificent. When her grandfather is gone, it is unknown what will happen. The next day, the atmosphere in Isho Palace was not as tense as the day before. The weather was good today, and Xiao Yuan went out for a walk as usual after breakfast. Today he found a place near the water, dug mud and directed the servants to scoop water from the pond for him. As a child, if he didn't play with mud in his childhood, it would be an incomplete childhood. Xiao Yuan now copied the childhoods of those children he knew in his previous life one by one. But he was different from ordinary children, even if he was just playing with mud. The clay figures he made were much more delicate than those of ordinary people. He didn't like too many people around him, so he found a bush and squatted in it. Wei Nani and a little eunuch watched on the side. The other palace people were a little further away, but they could also see this direction. Suddenly, the bushes in front of him were pulled apart. Xiao Yuan looked up and saw a young man appear in front of him. The young man had a handsome face, gentle temperament, and a little bit of depression between his eyebrows. Seeing him looking at him, the young man smiled. Are you the little nine that the emperor is rumored to like very much in the palace? Xiao Yuan tilted his head and looked at him without saying anything. But the prince liked him when he saw his big black eyes. He walked in and squatted in front of Xiao Yuan. You are so good looking. No wonder the emperor likes you. These beautiful eyes are full of spirit at first glance. It is said that the ninth prince is the best looking among all the princes in the palace. He was white and tender when he was born. Hearing the voice, Nani Wei and others came over. Xiao Yuan had never seen this young man before, but Nani Wei and others knew him. Your servant greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Yuan looked at him carefully. He knew that this was a person who died early like him. In a few years, this person would die of illness. Seeing Nani Wei and others coming to pay their respects, the Crown Prince stood up. Get up. You can do as before. I will stay here to watch my ninth brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the Crown Prince couldn't help but cough with his handkerchief covering his mouth. With the Crown Prince's order, everyone dispersed again. The Crown Prince squatted down again, but he was a little further away from him. Xiao Yuan looked at him strangely, and the Crown Prince subconsciously explained, I forgot that I had a cold just now. If I get too close to you, it will be bad if you get infected. Being sick is a painful thing. He didn't want his younger brother to get sick because he had offended him. He heard that his younger brother was born weak. Xiao Yuan lowered his head and continued to play with his clay figurines. The prince kept talking because he rarely talked to people. Your clay figurines are so beautiful. What do you want to make? Do you come to the Imperial Garden to play every day? Why don't you pay attention to me? Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan looked up, his face cold, noisy. Puff. The prince laughed out loud. He smiled warmly and supported his face with his hands to look at him. You are really as cute as the rumors outside. The prince thought it was probably because of his face. His white and tender face and puffy look really made people want to touch him. But it was a pity that he was still sick and couldn't get too close to his brother. However, after saying that, the prince became more obedient. Before leaving, the other party looked at his clay figurine and asked eagerly, Can you give me one of these? considering that the other party had been with him for so long. Xiao Yuan took one and pushed it to him. The prince smiled beautifully immediately. He took the clay figurine and asked, "Brother, do you want anything? I'll bring it to you tomorrow." Xiao Yuan pretended not to understand. And the prince didn't force him to speak. He touched his head and said, "Then I'll choose it for you." The prince left. It was getting late, so he should go back to Yishou Palace for dinner. Naniwei washed his hands in a small bucket beside him, and then carried the dirty mud doll back to the palace. Where did he get so dirty? As soon as they returned, they were bumped into by Concubine E, who frowned at the mud spots on Xiao Yuan's body. Before Naniwei could reply, Concubine E waved her hand. "Forget it. Go and change his clothes." She herself grew up in an ordinary family, and knew that children liked to play with mud. But playing in the palace didn't look noble at all. But who let the emperor say before that he liked children who were tough? All the concubines with children in the palace were devoted to making their children active. Concubine E thought with some pride. Those people know nothing. The reason why Shujiu is so loved by the emperor is largely because of her uncle. If she was not in Yishou Palace, Xiaojiu would never be treated like this. This is something that those concubines can never learn. Concubine E knows these things very well. The emperor loves his wife and his family. Otherwise, with her family background, she would never have been able to marry into the Prince of Yan's mansion and receive so much tolerance from the emperor. Her uncle hadn't made a fortune at that time. There was a smell of medicine in the Yishou Palace. Xiao Yuan could easily smell many medicinal materials. This was the prescription for the pregnancy medicine that Kai Lan got yesterday, and it was now being boiled. This is normal. Concubine E wants a child, so she can't delay it if she has the prescription. However, Xiao Yuan knows that this is not the so-called pregnancy medicine. This is a medicine that completely cuts off the ability of a person to get pregnant, and it will show a false pregnancy effect in the first 2 months, and then bleeding and miscarriage after 2 months. Because it is said to be a tiger and wolf medicine, it can help you get pregnant, but it is very harmful to the body. Generally, most pregnancy medicines say so, which makes Concubine E feel uncomfortable after taking the medicine, and she doesn't think there is a problem. Of course, the key is that the imperial physician didn't see it. It was only later that a young imperial physician revealed it. Xiao Yuan watched the whole drama and knew that the mastermind behind it was the queen. But until her death, Concubine E didn't find out the truth, but was played around by the queen like a monkey for several times. There are many masters in this palace, including the queen, who is decisive and ruthless. The taciturn concubine Zhuang, who has a low sense of presence but gave birth to the only healthy second prince in the palace in the early stage. The royal blood of the previous dynasty, who was born as a talented woman. The most beautiful woman in the enemy country, who is as charming as a flower and married to a princess, etc. These people are really good at stirring up troubles. By the way, there is also the niece of the queen mother, who is reckless, but has the queen mother to help clean up the mess. His mother is not weak in the play either. After his death, she vomited blood and recuperated for half a year, then lay dormant and did a lot of things. In the end, Concubine E was taken away by her, and the queen was a little worse. But she didn't have much life left and could only linger. Don't say it. In this way, his mother is still powerful. The problem now is what to do with Concubine E's medicine. To be honest, if Concubine E can give birth normally, Xiao Yuan still wants her to give birth to the child, so that it may be easier for him to return to his biological mother. As for whether he will lose the help from Concubine E, Xiao Yuan doesn't care about this. He has no idea of becoming an emperor. As a prince, his status is here, and he can't be too bad. Moreover, although his mother is not a favorite concubine who has been popular all the way to old age, her favor has always been good, and he and his mother will not have a bad life. For Xiao Yuan, being with his biological mother is worth more than everything. He is capable, and when he grows up a little bit, he can do more things. While he was thinking, Naniwei changed his clothes, and then he went out again. Recently, he mostly ate with Concubine E. When he arrived, the bowl of pregnancy medicine was on the table. Xiao Yuan stared at it for a while, and Kai Lan teased him. "Are you scared, little prince? Don't be afraid. This bitter medicine is not for you to drink." For a moment, the maids in the room all laughed, and everyone knew that Xiao Yuan, a little kid, didn't like to drink bitter medicine. Concubine E also smiled. "Don't worry. I won't give it to you. Xiao Yuan didn't look at her, but just walked forward, smelled it twice, wrinkled his face, took 2 steps back, looked at them and said, "Not good. Yes. Yes. No." Everyone was laughing so hard that they were staggering. Aunt Fong saw that the time was almost up, and urged, "Your Majesty, if you wait a little longer, the medicine will get cold. You should drink it while it's hot." Concubine E stopped smiling, and reached for the medicine. Just as she was about to drink it, she felt a pair of small hands grabbing her sleeves. She looked down, and saw Xiao Yuan frowning at her. When their eyes met, he said seriously, "No, I won't drink it." Concubine E was startled, and Aunt Fong, who was standing next to her, had already pulled Xiao Yuan away. "Your Highness, don't delay your Majesty from drinking the medicine. We'll have dinner soon after you finish drinking it." Xiao Yuan still looked at Concubine E. "No." The atmosphere in the room was quiet for a while, and Concubine E held the bowl but didn't drink it. Finally, Concubine E put down the bowl and waved to Kailan. "Go ask the imperial physician to take a look at the medicine. This is because she is worried that there is something wrong with this bowl of medicine. It's not that she believes Xiao Yuan, but many people think that children have pure eyes and can see things that adults can't see with their naked eyes. Although everyone may not really believe this, after such a young child insisted on stopping it, everyone will be a little suspicious." After the imperial physician Yuan came, he poured some of the medicine in the bowl and drank it, and then went to check the dregs of the medicine and the utensils for boiling the medicine, and came back to reporting to the queen, "I don't see anything wrong with this medicine. The implication is that the medicine on the prescription has not been secretly added by anyone." Concubine E heaved a sigh of relief. "I thought too much. Kailan, send Dr. Yuan back." After saying that, she picked up the medicine bowl again, raised her head, and drank the medicine. This time, Xiao Yuan didn't stop her again. He didn't have any other way. Concubine Yi's friendship with him was not enough for him to put aside all his concerns and expose his unusualness. The reason for stopping him just now was because Concubine E seemed to have a little sincerity towards him occasionally. But Xiao Yuan knew that those were all illusions. Just like yesterday when Concubine E said that she would treat him well in the future. And the next moment when she knew about the pregnancy medicine, she completely ignored his existence in her arms and almost fell to the ground. After drinking the medicine, it was time to eat. Xiao Yuan was always easy to serve when eating, one mouthful after another, and he would open his mouth automatically after swallowing. Very seriously. He was small and had a small appetite, so he finished eating quickly. After returning to the room and lying on the bed, Xiao Yuan sighed silently. The days that followed passed quickly. Of course, one person could not get pregnant after drinking the pregnancy medicine. In order to cooperate with Concubine Yi's pregnancy medicine, Xiao Yuan fell ill 3 times in a row. This time, Xiao Yuan's tossing was not as severe as before, and each one was smaller than the other, mainly because Concubine Yi looked visibly haggard. If he continued to toss, he was afraid that he would send the other party's fake pregnancy away in advance. If that really happened, it would really be asking for trouble. Xiaoxia Palace. Side hall. Lu Hanwan was so anxious. What on earth is Feng Ji doing? It's been so long since the news was passed, and Concubine E hasn't calmed down at all. It's only been a short time, and her son has already been sick 3 times. If this continues, can he get better? No. She walked out the door and said, "Xiaoyan, follow me to the small kitchen to make some food for the emperor." Xiaoyan hurriedly followed. "Master, are you going to see the little prince?" Lu Hanwan's words were full of resentment. "If I don't go now, are you waiting for Concubine E to kill my son before going to see him?" Her eyes were full of hatred at this moment. When Xiao Yuan fell ill twice before, she wanted to see him, but was stopped by Concubine E and could not go in at all. The emperor did not say anything. The emperor originally intended to give the 9th prince to Concubine E, so he did not want Lu Hanwan to have too much contact with the 9th prince. Lu Hanwan did not dare to tear her face with Concubine E. But now her son is sick again and again. She wants to bite off Concubine E. So how can she care about other things? As a noble, Lu Hanwan should not have a separate small kitchen. But she has been favored for such a long time, which is enough to show that she is indeed a person who satisfies the emperor. At the beginning, she studied the delicacies in various ancient books and discussed the love and romance with the emperor. in order to facilitate her to continue to cook delicacies. It is normal for the emperor to let her open a separate small kitchen. Until now, she would make some sweet soup and snacks for the emperor from time to time. When she arrived at the small kitchen, everything was ready. At this moment, she didn't want to make complicated things. She just made whatever was easy and convenient. After she finished, she put it in the food box and asked Xiao Yuan to carry it to the upper study. When she arrived, Lu Hanwan said to the eunuchs guarding outside, "Please inform the eunuch and the emperor." She was favored in the palace, and even the eunuchs in front of the emperor didn't dare to ignore her. They smiled and said, "Please wait here for a moment." "Your Majesty." Not long after, the eunuch hurried back. "Your Majesty, please." After entering the upper study, Lu Hanwan smiled. "Your Majesty, I stewed some soup. Please try it and see how it tastes." The emperor drank it very politely, and then looked at Lu Hanwan. "My beloved concubine, you are here not just to serve soup, right?" Just after he finished speaking, Lu Hanwan had already slightly turned sideways, covered her face with her jade-white fingers, and started to cry, tears streaming down. The emperor was startled and put his arm around her shoulders. "What's wrong?" Lu Hanwan cried like a pear blossom in the rain. "Very beautiful. Your Majesty, I heard from the imperial physician that Xiao is seriously ill this time. I wish I could transfer all the pain to me. My Xiao has been sick so many times since he was born. I feel really bad." When she thought of her son's serious illness, Lu Hanwan's tears were not all fake. She couldn't control her tears at all. She was really afraid that the reckless and ignorant concubine E would kill her son. Seeing this, the emperor felt a little helpless. He really wanted to give the 9th prince to Concubine E. The child was also likable, got along well with Ping'an, and was smart. But Lu Hanwan had been to his liking for so long. He knew that Lu Hanwan had always been thinking about Xiao. He was happy when he knew that she was going to have another child a few days ago. In this case, there was no need to be obsessed with Xiao. Now, thinking about Xiao's flushed face on the bed, and looking at the woman beside him, who was crying uncontrollably, he sighed. "Go see Xiao." Lu Hanwan's eyes were instantly filled with joy. She hugged the emperor and kissed him. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." Then she wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve and rushed out happily. The emperor touched his forehead and laughed. On the other side, Lu Hanwan got the emperor's permission and immediately went to Yishou Palace of Concubine E. This time, the people in Yishou Palace couldn't stop her. "Lady Lu, you are so presumptuous." Concubine E walked in after receiving the message from the palace servants. Lu Hanwan's face did not show the servility to Concubine E in the past. "I got the emperor's permission to come to see the 9th prince. I think it's not me who is presumptuous, but you, Concubine E." When she heard that the emperor had agreed, Concubine E's face turned even uglier. Aunt Fong quickly supported Concubine E and whispered, "The baby in your belly is more important. Why bother arguing with Concubine Lu? You should go back and rest first." Concubine E also felt a slight pain in her belly, so she looked at Kailan and said, "Take Concubine Lu to see the 9th prince." She suppressed her anger. It was really troublesome if this was not her child. Fortunately, she was worried about Xiao before. Now she thought about it. Who was she? She might have a deep mother-son relationship with her biological mother. When Xiao Yuan heard the noise and opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that his biological mother was sitting by the bed. He opened his eyes in surprise. This obviously surprised look also made Lu Hanwan, who had been worried, breathe a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but smile, thinking of what Wei Nanny had said before. Xiao liked to listen to people talk, so she learned to explain, "You are sick. I am very worried about you. So I asked your father to come and see you. How do you feel now? Xiao? Are you uncomfortable?" She reached out and touched Xiao Yuan's forehead. Just now, her son closed his eyes, so she didn't do it for fear of waking him up. At this moment, the hot temperature on his forehead touched her, and the corners of her originally smiling mouth immediately shrank, and tears fell. "Why is it so hot? What did the imperial doctor say? Have you taken the medicine?" She was asking this question to Nani Wei. It is not a simple matter for a child to have a high fever. The 5th prince died in this way before. Some children may even become stupid due to fever. Nani Wei's complexion did not look good. After Xiao Yuan fell ill, she had been watching him. When she heard the question, she hurriedly said. The imperial physician said that the little prince was too weak to bear the hot weather. So he became like this. He has already prescribed medicine, and he just took it not long ago. After Lu Hanwan asked, her eyes returned to Xiao Yuan. The palace maid brought the well water that was drawn again with coolness. She wrung out the wet towel inside, folded it, and put it on Xiao Yuan's forehead to cool it down. Xiao Yuan saw that she was always crying, so he reached out from the quilt and grabbed her fingers. Don't cry. Lu Hanwan held his little hand and cried even harder. Xiao Yuan. Outside the palace, Fong Ji, who finally returned to the capital, had just returned home. He was sent out to deal with things some time ago. Has anything happened in the capital during this period? The housekeeper said, nothing big. But I heard that the 9th prince was sick. Sick? Fong Ji paused. Yes. The housekeeper said, this is the 3rd time you have been sick since you left the capital. Fong Ji's heart beat violently. Where is Yao Hua? Has he come back? Let him come to see me quickly. Yao Hua was the person he had arranged to investigate the family of the wed nurse who had left the capital. He went into the study and waited. After a while, Yao Hua came over. How is the investigation going for the matter I asked you to investigate last time? Yao Hua replied, General, I went to their hometown and said that the family had not returned and they were missing. Fong Ji's face darkened. People were missing. And it was obvious that there was something wrong, especially combined with the news he heard. It was very likely that his niece Yifei made the 9th prince sick to win favor. And the family of the wet nurse had been controlled by someone who knew the truth. As long as the right opportunity was available, the wed nurse would come out to testify against Yifei. He was instantly furious. Not because of the danger of the wed nurse being controlled, but because such a young child was forced to be sick. It's not like he hadn't heard about the 9th prince's illness. But the 9th prince was weak to begin with. And he didn't realize that the illness was man-made. And it was his niece who did it herself. This was beyond his imagination. He didn't even have time to change his clothes. And he went out and rode into the palace. The emperor in the palace welcomed Fong Ji's arrival. He looked at Fong Ji's dusty appearance and said unhappily, the matter is not urgent. Why do you need to rush to the palace to report so quickly? You've been busy for so long. You should at least go back and wash up and rest. And it won't be too late to come to the palace tomorrow. Fong Ji didn't smile shyly as usual, but smiled a little sadly. Your Majesty, I heard that the 9th prince is ill. The emperor heard this. You? I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to come to the palace today. Xiuzhou couldn't adapt to the summer climate during this period and fell ill several times. But it wasn't serious. Seeing that Fong Ji's eyes were still worried, he remembered the child who insisted on him taking medicine in the morning. He sighed and stood up and said, Let's go. Let's take you to see Xiuzhou. I'm afraid I won't feel at ease if I can't see you today. Fong Ji smiled and said, This is an important place in the harem. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go there? Having said that, he had already followed the emperor. The emperor said, What's inappropriate about this? When they arrived, Lu Hanwan was still there. Lu Hanwan finally got the emperor's permission to see the child. And she wanted to stay here all day and didn't want to leave at all. It happened that the child slept too much and couldn't sleep now. So she followed the instructions and took a children's story book and read it gently with Xiao Yuan. Fong Ji saw this tender scene when he followed the emperor in. He didn't know Lu Hanwan, but from the gorgeous clothes on the woman and the look she gave Xiuzhou, he roughly guessed in his heart. This should be the biological mother of the 9th prince. And also the favored concubine of the emperor, Concubine Lu. When Lu Hanwan noticed someone coming, she immediately stood up and saluted. Meet the emperor, General Fong. She had seen Fong Ji before. Get up. The emperor said, How is Xiuzhou? Lu Hanwan said, Your Majesty, Xiuzhou looks better. In order to avoid suspicion, Fong Ji did not look at Concubine Lu again. He set his eyes on the little prince on the bed. Just one look made him feel distressed. Xiao Yuan on the bed was also happy to see Fong Ji. His eyes smiled and sparkled. Uncle, hold him. Fong Ji strode forward and picked up the little prince with the quilt. He put his forehead against Xiao Yuan's forehead to test whether it was hot or not. It doesn't seem so hot anymore. Yeah. Xiao Yuan nodded and said seriously. Okay. His energetic appearance instantly made everyone laugh. Perhaps because of guilt, Fong Ji started to talk more. My uncle went on an inspection a few days ago and brought you a lot of gifts. I will have someone send them to you later. Xiao Yuan accepted all of them without hesitation. He played the charm of a child, half understood the words of adults, and pretended not to understand the other half, and said something that made people laugh and cry. Fong Yi also came here soon after hearing the news. The emperor stayed for a while, and left. Lu Hanwan wanted to stay but couldn't, and Feng Ji specifically asked Fong Yi to follow him out. The following conversation was not suitable for people to hear. Concubine E looked at her uncle's calm face, and felt a little uneasy. She certainly didn't realize that what she did to Xiao Yuan had been exposed, and she was still thinking about whether there was something wrong at home. "Uncle, what's the matter with you calling me here?" she asked anxiously. Feng Ji looked around and saw Kai Lan went outside to guard. He stared at Concubine E and asked, "I ask you, what's the matter with Shijio's illness?" "Huh?" Concubine E didn't expect him to ask this, and she didn't react for a while. After reacting to this question, she said uncomfortably, "He has been weak since he was a child. It's been too hot these days, and his body can't stand it, and he got sick." "Uncle, why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Concubine E was a little flustered. Could it be that someone leaked the news? Seeing the change in Concubine Yi's expression, Feng Ji knew that this matter was most likely true. His chest was choked. "Tell me the truth. Shijio has been sick so many times. Are you the one behind it? Was it you who caused him to be sick before?" Concubine E didn't dare to admit this. She shouted, "Uncle, how can you say that? No one has ever thrown dirty water on their niece for no reason. Why would I let him get sick for no reason?" Feng Ji was almost laughing with anger. "You think you have kept it a secret, right? Are you still testing me? I am your uncle, and you have kept it a secret from me until now. Do you think you will be exposed in public?" Concubine E was speechless for a moment. She knew her uncle's personality, so she didn't dare to tell him, because she knew that her uncle would definitely not like her to do such a thing. That's why she refused to admit it. Secondly, she wanted to see if her uncle had any evidence. She thought about it. This matter was done closely, and few people knew about it. Kai Lan and Aunt Fawn would never betray her. Dr. Yuan's family was also in her hands. These were her confidants. As for the other people who served Xiaojio, they shouldn't be like that either, right? Concubine E knew that her uncle should not have planted anyone around her. That was the Nani Li who had already left the palace? In an instant, Concubine E understood. She whispered back, "It's not a big deal. Isn't Xiujio still fine? It's not a big deal?" Feng Ji's anger rose. "Then what do you think is a big deal? The prince's frequent illness is not a big deal? Do you have to kill Shijio to make it a big deal?" Feng Ji was a general who fought on the battlefield. He was not a soft-hearted person. But the reason why the ninth prince was repeatedly ill was really ridiculous to him. It was just a fight for favor in the harem. If it was a concubine of a low position, she was scheming and would do anything to climb up for her own interests. Feng Ji would think it was no big deal. But Concubine E was different. His niece was already a concubine. In the harem, even the queen could not do anything to her. The emperor also gave her some face. She didn't need to rely on these cheap means to win favor. And it was useless. Being beside the emperor, Feng Ji could see clearly that the emperor would never have any love affairs with women. Even Song Shuqing at the beginning. Although the emperor had some love for her. In fact, the country was more important. As for the emperor's almost abandoning his status, and running away with Song Shuqing, and living together for the rest of his life, it was all a lie. It was just because the previous emperor abdicated the throne to the son of the favorite concubine, and he wanted to clear all obstacles for the son of the favorite concubine. As the most popular prince at that time, the emperor was of course the biggest obstacle. In order to plan for the future, he just went with the flow and put on a show with Song Shuqing. He simply couldn't imagine that such an emperor could really be associated with words like true love. So he looked down on Concubine Yi's petty tricks. "What on earth are you thinking?" Concubine E was unwilling to be criticized. "There are many people in the harem who attack princes. I didn't kill him. I just let him catch a cold occasionally. It's already very good. If you ask me, Lu Hanwan and the ninth prince should thank me." Feng Ji was almost laughing with anger. "Then you say this in front of them, and see if they will thank you?" What Feng Ji disliked more than his niece's shallow means was her arrogant attitude towards life and the prince. The concubine felt that she was superior to the prince. In the emperor's heart, would he really think so? He originally wanted to talk to Concubine E. The ninth prince had been brought here since he was a child. Concubine E had no children. The ninth prince was Concubine Yi's son. The emperor tacitly accepted Concubine Yi's rejection of Concubine Lu and basically did not allow Concubine Lu to see the child. This has already explained the attitude. In the future, the ninth prince will belong to Concubine E alone. Now Concubine E is using these little tricks. If the ninth prince knows about it when he grows up, he will only be alienated from Concubine E. It is really a loss for the greater good. This is from a rational point of view. From his own emotional point of view, Fong Ji likes this smart little prince very much. He does not want his life to disappear in such harem intrigue. There was still such a ridiculous reason behind it. Apart from anything else, the emperor liked the ninth prince so much. And raising the ninth prince well would be a win-win situation for Concubine E. But looking at his niece's eyes, that didn't know anything wrong. He couldn't say anything more. He believed that Concubine E herself was not unaware of these analyses. And the maids around her might have told her. But people's ideas were fixed, and could not be easily changed. His niece was always stubborn. And no matter how much he said, it was useless. So he remained silent, looked at Concubine Yi's unrepentant face, and turned around to leave. Wait. Concubine E stepped forward and grabbed Fong Ji's arm. As if she remembered something, she looked at him and asked as if to confirm, "Uncle, you shouldn't tell the emperor about this, right? My uncle has always seemed to keep nothing secret from the emperor. But this matter is different. This is a plot to murder the heir to the throne." Concubine E is so fearless in front of Fong Ji because Fong Ji is her uncle. But she dare not bring this matter to the emperor. Fong Ji did not answer, but looked at her hand holding his arm, and said coldly, "Let go." Concubine E still knows a little about her uncle. She knows that this means that she will not hide anything. She became anxious and raised her voice. "You can't tell the emperor, uncle. If you tell the emperor, I'm done." As she said this, tears flowed down her face, and her anxiety was obvious. "The emperor doesn't like me much. If you say this, he will like me even less." Fong Ji didn't want to talk to her about this. It would be best to tell the emperor as soon as possible before anything really happened. Otherwise, when the truth is exposed in the future, it will be really hard to reverse the situation. He hasn't found the family of the wet nurse until now. It's obvious that they are being controlled by someone. What's more, did the emperor really not find any clues? Fong Ji didn't want to gamble on this possibility. The emperor's kindness to him in the past was enough for him not to hide everything from the emperor. Trust is something that can be hard to regain once it is violated. Seeing that he was unmoved and left directly, Concubine E couldn't help but hold her belly and said, "I'm already pregnant with a dragon fetus. Uncle, do you want him to have a mother who is hated by the emperor?" "What did you say?" Fong Ji frowned and turned around. "Are you pregnant?" He was a little unconvinced. "Yes." Concubine E said, "It's been more than a month. Just checked out. I originally thought to wait until the fetus is stable in 3 months before telling you." Fong Ji carefully looked at her expression, and then found that her face was thick with makeup, and it was not easy to see anything. But if you look closely, you can see the fatigue on it. He couldn't help asking, "Have you asked the imperial physician to check your body? Although it is not easy to get pregnant. Isn't my niece a little too haggard like this?" Concubine E said, "I have checked it, and her physical condition is not too good. Now the fetus in my belly is weak, and I need to do my best to protect the fetus." The imperial physician said to keep calm and not be stimulated. "Uncle, even if I beg you, please don't tell the emperor about this." "Okay." Fong Ji felt mixed emotions. It was not a matter of whether he would tell the emperor or not. It was a matter of time before Nani Li was controlled by someone. But he agreed at that moment. "Okay." Concubine E smiled and said happily, "Uncle, I knew you were the best." Her mother's support to uncle was not in vain. Fong Ji asked about Concubine Yi's physical condition again. But Concubine E didn't want to say more about this. Uncle had always opposed her taking pregnancy medicine, thinking that medicine that hurt the body to get pregnant was not good. He felt that she was Concubine E, and even if she didn't have a child, her life would still be good in the future. So there was no need to force it. This was incompatible with Concubine Yi's own point of view. However, her uncle was the support of her and the whole family, so it was not easy to refute directly. So Concubine E simply did not say anything. Fong Ji could feel that his niece was unwilling to talk to him. It had always been like this in the past. But his sister treated him very well. So he, as an elder, could only tolerate her. After saying what he should say, he left Isho Palace. Concubine E breathed a sigh of relief in the back. It was good that her uncle left. She did not like people to lecture her. Concubine E, who was relieved, did not know that after Fong Ji left, he returned to the upper study and explained everything to the emperor. He knelt on the ground. I have failed the emperor's grace. Please punish me. Your Majesty. There was a creepy silence in the air. After a while, the emperor laughed. Okay. I know. Get up quickly. The emperor helped Fong Ji up and said with emotion, You are still good. Ping'an. You don't hide anything from me. This is just the last time. It won't happen again. Xiao Jiao is a good child, and has always been close to you. Don't let him down. The emperor patted Fong Ji on the shoulder. Fong Ji was full of shame. I have already told Concubine E that you are not allowed to hurt the ninth prince again. He was serious at the time, and threatened Concubine E by telling the emperor about this. Of course, there is also Concubine Yi's own position. If he finds out again, he will personally ask the emperor to punish him. In fact, after knowing the truth this time, he also thought so. But his niece was pregnant and weak, which made him selfish. He didn't care whether he had a child or not, but he was afraid that something would really happen to his niece. Harming the heir to the throne is a serious crime and must be punished, the emperor said, but considering that Concubine E is pregnant, let's forget about it for now, and wait until the child is born. Fong Ji's eyes were red with emotion. He actually knew that if he made a request, the emperor would agree not to punish Concubine E for the time being. But he was too embarrassed to ask. However, the emperor was so lenient to him and thoughtful for him that he couldn't help but feel sad. He thought about the scene he saw at Isho Palace before, when Concubine Lu looked at the ninth prince with a gentle look. He wanted to say that it would be better to return the ninth prince to his mother and son, but he kept his mouth shut. This kind of thing shouldn't have been his to intervene. The relationship between the emperor and his minister deepened during the conversation. As for Lu Han'an, when she saw Fong Ji appear, she knew that the matter was settled. Fong Ji should make Concubine E restrain herself. While she was relieved, Lu Han'an was worried about the promotion. She had promised the child not to get pregnant again, so the possibility of promotion by giving birth to a child was gone. Now she had to find a new way for herself. This way was difficult. The most difficult thing was time. She wanted to take her child back as soon as possible. For a while, Lu Han'an thought silently. Why didn't an assassin come to assassinate the emperor? So that she might be able to rush up and win the favor of saving the emperor, and her position would definitely increase. After thinking about it, she shook her head silently. Forget it. She would be promoted even if she didn't save the emperor. But she would be gone by then. When a person dies, no matter how much kindness is shown, it will fade away with time. It is better for her to keep her life and take good care of the child. Isho Palace. Xiao Yuan was also thinking about how to get his mother promoted. In the original plot, his mother was promoted to concubine when he was 2 years old. At that time, his mother's health was not well. Naturally, it was not promoted by pregnancy. It was because the emperor went to war in person and contracted smallpox on the way back. At that time, his mother took the initiative to take care of the emperor. When he came back, his mother was promoted to concubine. To talk about the feelings of the emperor, there must be some love and admiration for the emperor. After all, the emperor is handsome, tall, and both civil and military. He made great achievements on the battlefield when he was young. And he is also an emperor who has left his name in history. It is normal for a woman to get along with such a man and develop feelings for him. Especially the emperor is only 29 years old now, which is a good time for him to be in his prime. In the harem, there are really many women who have true feelings for the emperor. But there are not so many people who like the emperor so much that they can take care of him when he has smallpox. The heroine Song Shuqing is one of them. And Concubine E is actually willing to do so. There are also concubines who have no say in the harem at all. But his mother didn't take care of the emperor because she loved him. In the play, Xiao Yuan was getting weaker and weaker because of Concubine Yi's torture. Lu Han'an couldn't find any evidence against Concubine E. Although she was favored, her position was not high enough, and she couldn't get her son back. She had a crazy energy in her bones. She knew that as long as she could survive this smallpox, everything she wanted would come true. Whether it was position or son, they could all be in her hands. She was afraid that if she went to please the emperor step by step, she would not be able to wait for the moment when her son returned alive. So Lu Hanwan decided to go by herself. Song Shuqing also took the initiative to go. Song Shuqing had already broken the ice with the emperor because of her pregnancy. If she was asked to take care of the emperor, and if Song Shuqing really came back alive, what would the harem have to do? When she was in the palace, the shadow that Song Shuqing brought to everyone was still vivid. Therefore, under the pressure of the queen and many concubines, Song Shuqing could not go, and Lu Hanwan became the one to take care of the emperor. Lu Hanwan was favored, but the emperor's indulgence of her was far less than that of Song Shuqing, so the queen was willing to let her go, even though she knew that if Lu Hanwan came back alive, her status in the harem would definitely change drastically. But not many people opposed it. Wealth and honor are sought in danger, which concubine in the palace does not understand. Everyone knows that this is the best time to cultivate feelings with the emperor. But it was smallpox, and the biggest possibility was to die directly rather than come back alive. Everyone thought that Lu Hanwan was going to die. In addition, Lu Hanwan's status and position. If she wanted to go, there was really no reason to stop her. Unlike Song Shuqing, who was pregnant at the time. So this matter was settled. Well, if it was Song Shuqing, it is estimated that even if she was not pregnant, the queen would not allow her to go. After all, Song Shuqing and Lu Hanwan's lethality are not the same. Especially Song Shuqing is the one who expects the emperor to love only her. Song Shuqing regretted not going to the appointment and thought that she should have gone no matter what. If she did, she would definitely be different in the emperor's heart. At this moment, Xiao Yuan was lying on the bed, thinking about this. This time, his mother should still go to take care of his father, although his mother came back safely in the play. What if? What if there are variables? He had to develop the antidote in advance. Time passed. Xiao Yuan lay in bed for a few days. And finally, he was getting better. Concubine E was frightened in Yishou Palace for a few days. After confirming that the emperor did not make any moves and his attitude remained consistent, she finally felt relieved. It seems that her uncle really didn't tell the emperor what she did to the ninth prince. Otherwise the emperor wouldn't have treated her like this. Because of Feng Ji's warning that day, she really didn't dare to do anything to Xiao Yuan for the time being. And she also ordered the palace servants of Yishou Palace to take good care of Xiao Yuan. She also had to go to ask about his well-being every day. For a moment, it seemed that she treated him as her own son. Of course, Concubine E was already pregnant, so there was really no need to use Xiao Yuan to get sick to win favor. The only thing she had to do now was to take good care of the fetus in her belly, because Concubine E thought that her uncle had not told the emperor about her affairs. Concubine E estimated that the emperor didn't know she was pregnant yet, so she didn't let the news out. In her opinion, the longer this news is delayed, the better. Otherwise, there will be many people staring at her in the harem. Just as Concubine E felt that the ninth prince was taking advantage of being her adopted son. She actually knew very well what her child meant in the palace. This was a popular candidate for the throne, especially those who were interested in the throne, such as the queen, would never let her child go. Concubine E carefully guarded this news, and Lu Hanwan had to go to Yishou Palace every day these days because of the emperor's last order. This morning, after paying respects, Lu Hanwan followed Concubine E to Yishou Palace. Concubine E stood in front of the gate of Yishou Palace, looked back at Lu Hanwan, and said with a fake smile, "Now the ninth prince is also well." The imperial physician said that the little prince will be almost well after taking the medicine again this morning, and Concubine Lu should go back to her place. Lu Hanwan tucked the hair by her ears behind her and smiled softly, since the little prince still needs to take medicine today. It proves that the disease has not been fully cured. I must at least watch the little prince really get better. It has been a few days, and one day is not a big deal. Concubine E is not in good spirits because of her stomach, and she does not want to keep arguing with Lu Hanwan about this issue. She said coldly, "Today is the last day. From tomorrow on, Concubine Lu should not come again. Otherwise, I should ask the emperor whether he wants to return the ninth prince to Concubine Lu." Lu Hanwan knew that the emperor did not mean to do so, and it would take some effort to get his son back. Moreover, after the ninth prince got better in the past 2 days, she shouldn't have come again. The emperor only agreed to let her come because he saw that Xiao Jiao was seriously ill and had 3 consecutive illnesses. It's just that she relied on the fact that the emperor didn't say it clearly, so she came every day these days with a thick face. If Concubine E really asked the emperor would have scolded her. But Lu Hanwan still kept a smile in front of Concubine E. Look at what Sister Ife said. The ninth prince is not sick. So of course I don't need to come to see him. She will go directly to the Imperial Garden to see him when the time comes. After 3 consecutive illnesses during this period, Lu Hanwan has completely torn her face with Concubine E and no longer bows and scrapes in front of her. Concubine E turned around and left. Lu Hanwan followed behind. And then the two went to the main hall and Xiao Yuan's room at the side. Xiao Yuan was completely well today, and he had just drunk the last bowl of medicine. However, because it happened, the Nani and others did not dare to let him wander around the Imperial Garden. So Xiao Yuan simply played in the house. His mother came to see him every day these days, and he could wait for his mother to come. After a while, he heard footsteps outside, and Xiao Yuan looked up and saw his mother appear at the door. His eyes lit up, and he was immediately very happy. Lu Hanwan was also smiling when she saw her son, and she quickly walked up to her son. Seeing that Nani Wei was feeding Xiao Yuan, she stretched out her hand. Let me feed him. Nani Wei gave the bowl to Lu Hanwan. Feeding Xiao Yuan was an easy job. He was playing with a puzzle while he stopped to eat the second spoonful after swallowing it. Lu Hanwan released her enthusiasm as usual. Mother Shizhou is so good. Eating is great. Ah. Eat it. Xiao Yuan. He finished eating with a shy blushing face. There were not many people in the room at this time. Concubine E was trying to prevent Lu Hanwan from contacting Xiao Yuan before. So she put many people who usually took care of Xiao Yuan in the room to prevent Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yuan from being alone. Lu Hanwan was still reluctant at first, but now she has let go. Due to Lu Hanwan's enthusiasm, whether there were servants in the room or not did not prevent her from talking to the ninth prince. So after just a few days, the room returned to its original state, and no one was deliberately left to prevent Lu Hanwan and the ninth prince from being alone. After all, it was useless to prevent them, because they were thick-skinned and coaxed the child directly in front of everyone. Then what was the point of everyone staying in the room? Could it be that they were preventing Lu Hanwan from having any secret conversations with the 1-year-old prince? So, at this moment, only Lu Hanwan, Xiao Yuan, and Wei Nani were in the room. After dinner, Lu Hanwan sat on the floor to play with her son, and Xiao Yuan squatted in front of her. Nani Wei, however, was a little further away because she was not very familiar with them. She was making clothes for Xiao Yuan with needle and thread. Lu Hanwan looked at her son and whispered to Xiao Yuan, "Why does Concubine E seem a little strange today?" Xiao Yuan looked puzzled. Seeing this, Lu Hanwan explained, "Concubine E has always been a hard-working person. Xiao Jiu is already well today. Logically, Concubine E should not have allowed me to come in and see Xiao Jiu so easily today. But she just said a few words and then left. This shouldn't be the case. Although Concubine E is a little stupid and often loses in arguments, she is very good at using her power to suppress others. Today, Concubine E could have done the same, especially since they both knew that if the matter was brought to the Emperor's attention, the Emperor would probably ask Lu Hanwan to restrain herself. The ninth prince was almost recovered from his illness, so there was no need to visit him again. This would embarrass Lu Hanwan in person. Concubine E had the upper hand just now, but Concubine E had no intention of getting entangled with Lu Hanwan. Xiao Yuan thought about what she said and felt something was wrong, and then said in horror, "Is she trying to do something to the little prince?" Because her master had been competing with Concubine E these days, Concubine E felt that it was not worthwhile to raise the ninth prince. So she decided to kill him directly to avenge her master's provocation and make her lose her beloved son and suffer the heaviest blow. As for Concubine E, she was in a high position. At worst, she could just adopt another one from a lower-ranking concubine. Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yuan looked at each other. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. Concubine E was someone who could do such a stupid and reckless thing. She had been deliberately making the ninth prince sick. It was not impossible that the disease would worsen, and he would lose his life next time. Xiao Yuan listened to the master and servant talking more and more outrageously, and couldn't help feeling speechless. He opened his mouth helplessly and said, "Little baby." "Ah?" The two looked at Xiao Yuan in unison when they heard the noise. Xiao Yuan could only repeat it again, saying innocently, "Mother, give birth to a little baby." After saying that, he continued to play with his head down, just like a child who accidentally heard a keyword and subconsciously said something familiar. He told Lu Hanwan this not only because Lu Hanwan and the others were more and more worried about his safety, but also because Concubine E would have a miscarriage soon. From Lu Hanwan's behavior and words in the past few days, it can be guessed that the other party is no longer tolerant of Concubine E. But it is not appropriate to confront Concubine E at this critical moment. If the two of them were arguing and Concubine E had a miscarriage, then the blame would definitely be on Lu Hanwan. This fake pregnancy took a long time to be exposed. In the eyes of everyone, Concubine E was really pregnant and had a real miscarriage. If this really happened, Lu Hanwan would be punished and lose favor. And Concubine E would probably become her mortal enemy. If Concubine E was right, his mother would be bullied badly without a family background. So it would be better to remind Lu Hanwan in advance. Pregnant? Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yuan were both upset. Who would have thought that Concubine E was pregnant? Lu Hanwan thought. If that's the case, Concubine Yi's behavior is normal. Xiao Yuan added, no wonder Concubine E looks a little haggard. Yes, Lu Hanwan thought. Concubine E didn't look very energetic these days. And even makeup couldn't completely cover it up. But at that time, she just thought that Concubine E was angry because she accompanied Shizhou all day. So she couldn't sleep well. With this secret, Lu Hanwan and Xiao Yuan went back. In the next few days, Lu Hanwan secretly observed and found that Concubine E looked worse and worse. She gradually had a guess in her heart that Concubine E didn't look like she could really give birth to a child. So, the concubines in the harem, who had watched the show a few days ago, and thought that Lu Hanwan and Concubine E would really fight in the future were surprised to find that Lu Hanwan was only strong for a few days. After the 9th prince recovered from his illness, he became a docile kitten who dared not say a word in front of Concubine E again. The queen was a little disappointed when she saw this. She is lucky. The mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, she knew that Concubine Yi's pregnancy would not last for a few days. Lu Hanwan was favored. So of course she wanted to use Concubine E to get rid of Lu Hanwan. It was a pity that Lu Hanwan was so timid and could endure it. And she actually shrank back like this. But it's okay. The 9th prince is in the hands of Concubine E. Lu Hanwan is more interesting to be alive. Bai Ji stood behind the queen and helped her comb her hair silently. The queen murmured, then changed someone. It would be a waste not to get rid of such a good opportunity. There are too many princes in the palace, and too many of them occupy the emperor's sight. She will deal with everything and give the best to her son. She will never let her child be ignored like she was in her family before, and can only stand in an inconspicuous corner. Her son will have the most love from his parents. She carefully selected opponents for Concubine E. The eldest prince is the crown prince, and also the son of her elder sister. Now she is raising him, which has cost her a lot of effort. The 2nd prince's mother is Concubine Xian, and Concubine E can't win against her. The 3rd prince is Asma, but he is very much loved by the emperor, and Concubine E can't get rid of him. The remaining princes were ranked from the 4th prince to the 11th prince, and they were basically born a few months apart, with similar pregnancy times. Her biological son was ranked 10th. It was difficult to move the ones in front. So let's get rid of the ones who were not much older than her son. Let's start with the 4th prince, and then the next one in order. Ah, the 5th prince had died of illness before. Thinking of this, the queen frowned with some dissatisfaction. It would have been better if it was the 4th prince who died of illness. Now the order is disrupted. In Yisho Palace, Xiao Yuan resumed his previous actions and often strolled around the imperial garden. But he did not approach Lu Hanwan again, for fear of irritating Concubine E. And his mother, since she knew the news of Concubine Yi's pregnancy, did not see her son more often in private. The mother and son resolutely refused any action that might irritate Concubine E, and resolutely refused to take the blame on themselves. With such actions, not long after, Xiao Yuan was being carried back by Nani Wei. And on the way, they saw a group of people hurriedly helping one person back to Yisho Palace. Nani Wei stopped immediately and was shocked. What happened? They all guessed that something might have happened to Concubine E. At this time, no one dared to make a noise, and went back quietly. Soon, the palace maids also heard the news from the main hall. Since Nani Wei, Xiao Yuan helped her establish her authority in public last time and let the emperor slap other people who squeezed her. Some clever palace maids approached her. Everyone saw that the little prince was indeed still young, but he was still very sensitive in some emotions, and was quite protective of Nani Wei. Just by looking at the little prince's current posture, You can know that Naniwei will never be less affectionate to the little prince in the future. The little prince is living in Isho Palace now. But when he grows up, he will go to Chunwan Pavilion to live alone sooner or later. And these palace maids and eunuchs will go with him. The older the little prince is, the more he can make his own decisions. So some palace maids want to please Naniwei first. Of course, there are also palace maids who are thinking about Concubine E, and don't worry about these. It will take a lot of time for the little prince to grow up. There are 2 roads in front of him, and everyone chooses them. At this moment, someone who knows the news came to Naniwei and said, Concubine E had a dispute with Concubine Zhou in the Imperial Garden. When Concubine E wanted to hit Concubine Zhou, she was pushed by Concubine Zhou, and Concubine E fell to the ground. And then she was bleeding from under her body. The maids were still a little confused. After all, Concubine E was their master. If she was suspected of miscarriage, it would be hard for the servants of Isho Palace not to feel uneasy. It was easy to imagine that Concubine E would not be in a good mood after the miscarriage. What if she took it out on the palace maids? Naniwei was also shocked. She was far away that day and did not hear Xiao Yuan and the others' whispered conversation. She did not know that Concubine E was pregnant. Now she was shocked when she suddenly found out. She told the maids, Okay, the most important thing for us now is not to do anything wrong and never provoke the people in the main hall. The maid said, Yes, I know. Naniwei listened to the movement in the main hall. She was mixed with sadness and joy for a while, and did not know what to do. She thought that if Concubine E got pregnant, it would be easier for the 9th prince to return to Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu was so favored that she would sooner or later become a concubine. Just looking at Concubine Lu, who no longer took the pregnancy medicine, it was known that she cared a lot about the 9th prince. Children would always live more freely in front of their mother. Now that Concubine Yi's child was gone, she would not let go of the 9th prince. In other words, Concubine E would not let the little prince get sick again. Right? Concubine E had difficulty getting pregnant. And it would be strange if this miscarriage did not hurt her body. It was likely that she would not be able to get pregnant again. Concubine Yi's background was also more favorable to the little prince. Concubine Lu only loves her. But love is illusory, and will disappear one day. She thought about it and thought about it. But she didn't know whether Concubine Yi's miscarriage was a good thing or a bad thing. As for Concubine E, Wei Nani was the little prince's nurse, and was saved by the little prince. Of course, she would only look at the problem from the little prince's perspective, and didn't care about Concubine E at all. In the main hall, the emperor came quickly after hearing the news. Not only the emperor, but also the queen and other concubines came together. Concubine E cried out in pain from inside the house. And the emperor and others were waiting outside. After the inside was cleaned up, the emperor and others went in. The imperial physician was taking Concubine Yi's pulse beside her. Looking solemn, the emperor asked, How is Concubine E? The imperial physician knelt down and replied, Your Majesty, Concubine E had a miscarriage. The fetus is more than 2 months old. And, the concubines cried out in surprise. Concubine E had a miscarriage. Fortunately, Concubine Zhou pushed in the imperial garden today. Otherwise Concubine E might have really given birth to the child. In the harem, no one wants to have children from anyone other than themselves. Especially since Concubine E has a special status. Her child must have a significant role in the fight for the throne. And what? The emperor continued to ask. The imperial physician said, And Concubine E must have taken medicine to get pregnant. This medicine is very harmful to the body. Concubine E may not be able to have children in the future. In other words, it is basically impossible to have another child. Concubine E just woke up from a coma and heard this. She fainted again in anger. The emperor accepted it well. It didn't matter whether Concubine E was pregnant or not. However, he was in a bad mood because his unborn child was gone. Concubine Zhou was the most direct cause of Concubine Yi's miscarriage. It was in public, and everyone saw it with their own eyes. After hearing about Concubine Yi's situation, Concubine Zhou couldn't stand up and collapsed on the ground. Seeing the emperor looking over, she cried and begged for mercy, Your Majesty, I definitely didn't mean it. It was Concubine E who humiliated me first and wanted to beat me. I couldn't help but push her. I really didn't know that Concubine E was pregnant. Who would have thought that a small push would cause such serious consequences? Concubine E can't have children. The emperor asked someone to tell the situation at that time. In the end, it was Concubine E who spoke in a sarcastic tone first. And then Concubine Zhou retorted harshly, which made Concubine E angry and took action. Concubine Zhou pushed again. And the tragedy happened. It can't be said that Concubine Zhou had no problems in this matter. But overall she was very unlucky. Concubine Yi's child was pushed away by this push. And she couldn't get pregnant again. Concubine Zhou must not be nothing. The emperor made a conclusion. Concubine Zhou was disrespectful to the superior. And openly fought in the palace, causing Concubine E to miscarry. She was immediately demoted to a concubine. Concubine Zhou was only demoted 2 positions. But in fact, the concubine position was a gap that most concubines could not cross in their lifetime. At this time, Concubine Jin said, "Your Majesty, since Concubine Zhou is no longer a concubine, then the 4th prince. Only concubines are qualified to raise princes and princesses. Concubine Jin is Concubine Yi's person. Concubine E is now seriously injured and fainted on the bed and can't speak." The emperor only demoted Concubine Zhou by 2 positions, which is not enough in Concubine Jin's opinion. At this time, of course, she has to help Concubine E speak. The emperor responded and said, "Then let Concubine Dun raise the 4th prince." The emperor looked around the people present and finally handed the 4th prince to Concubine Dun. Concubine Dun is also a veteran in the palace. Her father was a military general who followed the emperor at the beginning. He was not very powerful, but he was still loyal. She was just like this title, honest and kind, and had no sense of existence in the harem, because she often didn't understand what people said. The concubines in the harem were too lazy to target her. "No!" Princess Zhou cried out in tears. Even though she knew she would be demoted, and she would not be able to keep the child. She always had a fluke mentality in her heart. This child was the first prince born after the emperor ascended the throne. He directly made her a concubine. She always expected something different. After all, the emperor didn't think of it just now. Thinking of this, she looked at Concubine Jin with hatred. Concubine Jin was startled and glared back, saying disdainfully, "Who are you glaring at? You are a concubine. Do you want to raise a prince? You have made such a big mistake. But you still don't want to repent." Princess Zhou lowered her head, and her teeth bit her lower lip with blood marks. After the matter was arranged and someone took good care of Concubine E, the emperor left. Someone also sent the news to Fong Ji. When Concubine E had an accident, Lu Hanlan was also at the scene, so she naturally followed the crowd to Yishou Palace. After knowing that Concubine E really had a miscarriage, she and Xiao Yuan were still a little scared on the way back. Fortunately, they avoided Concubine E. Otherwise this matter would really be implicated. "I'm afraid that Concubine Zhou will not let it go even after Concubine E wakes up." Lu Hanwan sighed. Xiao Yuan also nodded in agreement. "But," Lu Hanwan said very perceptively, "I always feel that there must be someone behind this who is deliberately manipulating all this. In the harem, coincidences are very likely not really coincidences. Jopin never conflicts with Ife usually. How come they just happen to have conflicts this time? And then the 2 of them end up in such a situation. Ife has lost her child and will not get pregnant again. When she wakes up, she will definitely take revenge on Jopin again. Jopin's child may not be saved. Even Ife may not let go of Xiaojiu because of this. And she and Ife will also confront each other. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Xiao Yuan heard her say this and instantly raised her vigilance. But it was not them who were really calculated, so she was not in a hurry to know. But Xiao Yuan asked worriedly, "Master, in this case, Ife will not return the little prince to us." Lu Hanwan's voice was casual, but she was not that worried. "So what?" "She didn't plan to return. As long as she follows the plan, Xiaojiu won't be able to come back. Besides, I was originally thinking about finding a reason to make Concubine E do something to me. Now this incident just brought the reason to my door. Concubine E can't get pregnant. And she will definitely not let someone who is suspected of harming her get pregnant again. According to Concubine Yi's personality, there is no need for clear evidence at all. As long as she makes a fuss, Concubine E will not let her go. There is only one thing. She has to think carefully first. She can't let Concubine E do something to her son before she is drugged. Concubine E doesn't need evidence to attack someone, but the emperor needs it to judge the case. She is innocent in the matter of Concubine Yi's miscarriage. When the emperor investigates, he will know that she was innocently killed. Concubine E gave her a drug that would make her childless. She will never have children again. The emperor will return Shuzhou to her. Now everything is ready. She just needs to ascend to the position of concubine, and then she can start to act. Thinking of the position, Lu Hanan sighed again. This emperor is really a person who only eats and does not return. Why is he so stingy with the position? The food she cooked and the dance she danced were wasted. She had to go back and study what other talents she could show. Yisho Palace. When Concubine E woke up, she was still a little dazed. But she quickly covered her stomach and shouted in panic, Kailan! Kailan! My child! How is my child? Kailan stood by the bed, her eyes full of sorrow. Your Majesty. She couldn't say the following words. Concubine E held Kailan's arm tightly. And now she remembered what she heard the imperial physician say when she woke up before. Is my child gone? The imperial physician said. I can't get pregnant in the future? She had an absurd expression on her face. And it was obvious that she still couldn't believe it. The more force she put on her hands, the more her nails sank into Kailan's flesh. No. I don't believe it. All this is fake. Isn't it? Kailan endured the pain. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences. Everyone understood the meaning of this. And Concubine E gradually loosened her hand, screaming sharply, wanting to throw everything on the ground. After a long time, she lay on the bed and cried. Xiao Yuan also heard Concubine E crying next door. But this time, he had no intention of comforting her. Concubine E was sad because she lost her child. If he went, it would be like adding fuel to the fire. He didn't think that Concubine Yi's miscarriage would have much impact on him. It is true that Concubine E might not let him go. But his mother was a ruthless person who could go with him to take care of the emperor's smallpox. When his mother came back, plus Concubine E deliberately made him sick, he would definitely be able to go back. The most important thing for him was to develop an antidote for smallpox. Now there was no sample for him to experiment with. He could only look at the medical book in the space and write the relevant prescriptions in advance based on the description in it. Just looking at the description in the book, he knew that this thing was extremely difficult to cure. It might only be slightly relieved, and it would depend on the person's own ability to survive. Compared to the antidote, Xiao Yuan felt that the preventive medicine might be easier and more effective. He could try it on himself first, and then give it to his mother. He remembered that the palace would use smallpox to cause trouble at that time, and the timeline was before someone was found to take care of the emperor. So Xiao Yuan was not afraid that he would not be able to get in touch with it. He was afraid that people would spontaneously bring things to him without him taking the initiative. After a few days, when he was able to get out of bed, Concubine E rushed to where Concubine Zhou went, and the two of them tore each other. Concubine Zhou also looked down on it. She was like this, and whether she resisted or not would not change anything. She also hated Concubine E in her heart. If Concubine E hadn't spoken nonsense first, would she fight back? Concubine E had brought all this upon herself, and in the end, she was punished for it, and now the child was given to someone else. The only thing that made Concubine Zhou feel a little relieved was that Concubine Dun had a good temper and did not completely stop her from seeing the child. She only said that it was not the right time now, and she could come to see the child slowly after the storm had passed. Concubine Dun had always been a very easygoing person, and Concubine Zhou was very grateful to her for a while. If it were someone else, it would not be so easy to talk to. In the fight between the two, Concubine E, who brought more people, was the better one. But she was also warned by the queen and punished to copy scriptures. In the harem, concubines were not allowed to fight at will. Concubine E violated the palace rules. But Concubine E was illiterate, so copying scriptures was really a punishment. In the days that followed, Concubine E continued to target Concubine Zhou. No, now it should be Concubine Zhou. Her grief over the loss of her son could not be simply dismissed by a demotion. Why was Concubine Zhou's child still alive, while her child was gone? Especially when she saw Concubine Zhou went to Concubine Dun's palace to visit her child. Her anger rose rapidly. She wanted Concubine Zhou's child to be buried with her child. But Concubine E was not stupid. She knew that murdering a prince was a serious crime. She carefully found ways that were not easy to detect when she made the ninth prince sick. The ninth prince was born weak, so it was normal for him to get sick, and no one could detect it at all. But Zhou Changzai's fourth prince was different. Now was the time when she and Zhou Changzai had a grudge, and everyone was staring at her. As long as the fourth prince died, normal people would think of her. So she had to hide for the time being. At this time, news came from the border that the southern Liang kingdom had invaded, and the emperor decided to lead the army in person. Before the emperor set out in person, Song Shuqing was pregnant. This news broke out shortly before the departure. Suddenly, the harem fell into chaos. Song Shuqing and the emperor's past experience destined the women in the harem to be hostile to her. Who knows that the emperor will hand over the country to a child born by a woman who is truly in his heart, especially if the emperor really wants to. He has the ability to suppress everyone and give the throne to Song Shuqing's child. Chongqiu Palace. Song Shuqing touched her belly. Her whole face was smiling softly, full of maternal radiance. Seeing the emperor coming in from outside, she stood up to salute. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The emperor strode over and helped her up, with a smile in his eyes. No need to be so polite. He looked at Song Shuqing's belly and asked with concern, how do you feel now? Are you uncomfortable? It has been so long. Song Shuqing has long understood that the emperor, who has become the emperor, is no longer the prince who wanted to run away with her. Although she still can't accept the emperor going to other concubines to favor them, and then come to her. The arrival of the child has changed her mentality a lot. She touched her belly, shook her head and replied, no special feeling. If the imperial physician hadn't checked her pulse today, she wouldn't have realized that she was pregnant. The child is already 1 month old. The two talked for a while, and the emperor finally said with a sigh, I will leave tomorrow. You are in the harem. I will leave Nanywen to you for a while. Nanywen is the emperor's wet nurse, and has a good relationship with the emperor. Now she lives outside the palace and lives the life of an old lady. And her son is also a guard in front of the emperor. Of course, giving Nanywen to Song Shuqing is not to let Nanny serve tea and water to Song Shuqing. But the other party's identity itself represents the emperor's attitude. To prevent Song Shuqing from losing this pregnancy after the emperor leaves. Song Shuqing had a miscarriage when she was in the palace. Now, he doesn't want Song Shuqing to have another miscarriage. First, it was because Song Shuqing didn't know his identity when he met her. Song Shuqing really loved him. Maybe she also gave him some sincerity when she was young. Although these sincerity were completely insignificant compared with his power. He was willing to indulge Song Shuqing at the right time. Second, it was because of Song Shuqing's identity. Song Shuqing's family was not the group of people who followed the former emperor and the former emperor to conquer the world. To be precise, they were not those who dared to act like a big shot in front of him, because they had followed the former emperor and the former emperor. There were not many people left who had fought with the former emperor. But the fewer people there were, the more people would stand out. Especially when the emperor came back from the rebellion and arrived near the capital. These people did not resist much, which was considered to be a good deal for him. Some even helped suppress his brothers, who also rebelled. This can be considered as the merit of following the dragon. The emperor is not a person who cannot tolerate meritorious officials. But he is also a strong person. These people rely on their age and seniority to bully him in front of him. As if there were no old officials, the emperor might not be able to ascend to the throne. This is something the emperor cannot tolerate. He started to fight on the battlefield at the age of 13 and made countless achievements. His grandfather, his father and him. 3 generations of emperors. All have many military generals. But the emperor is a person who can be pulled out of these people and discuss with Fong Ji, who is more powerful in history. He has fought all the way to the capital. And you just let him off a bit. As if it was a big deal. It would be strange if the emperor liked it. If he really wanted to fight, he could also beat them up. Among them, the queen's grandfather, the Duke of Ying, was the leader. The Duke of Ying, while thinking that he had the merit of following the emperor, won over the old ministers at that time, and formed a considerable force in the court. It is said that a new emperor has his own ministers. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the emperor will definitely rely on those who fought with him at the time. These are the emperor's confidants. Many of these old ministers, who followed the former emperor, are gone. The new generation followed the former emperor with the help of the remaining shadow. Their abilities are not very strong, and their status is somewhat awkward. A group of people are people who fought together in the past. So of course they have a good relationship. So they naturally gathered together, led by the Duke of Ying. And they were entangled quite tightly, twisted into a rope. To a certain extent, there were certain restrictions on the emperor. Of course, the emperor could not kill all these people. Not to mention that he was born a rebel and was not upright. At this time, the emperor still cared about his reputation. So the situation was deadlocked. In the first election after ascending the throne, many beauties were sent in by various families, and all of them entered the harem. The emperor was not a person who wanted to kill them all. These old ministers had not completely touched the emperor's bottom line, and they did have many achievements. So he did not make much move. It was just that for his next generation. In the emperor's heart, he did not completely exclude the descendants of these old forces from taking the throne. But the premise was that the emperor could suppress these forces like him. Instead of being coerced by these forces, he has the same requirements for other princes who want to ascend to the throne. Keeping people is also a test for the next generation. What a good whetstone. As for the struggle in the harem, he vaguely knows that there will be. But it is not a big deal now. The only one who died, the 5th prince, really died of illness. The matter of the 9th prince was temporarily shelved because Concubine E was pregnant. He actually considered whether to send the 9th prince back to Lu Hanwan, which means that Lu Hanwan will be promoted to the position of concubine, which is already his special love for the 9th prince. He himself is a person who stood out from the palace fight. So naturally he doesn't think there is anything wrong with this. Where there are people, there are fights. These are inevitable. The princes want to compete, and the concubines also want to compete. Who doesn't want to rise to a high position? As long as they don't jump too high, the emperor will just watch with cold eyes. Among these princes, he cares a little about the first 3 princes who have grown up, and the 10th prince, the legitimate son of the 9th prince and the queen. The former dynasty and the harem are inseparable to a certain extent. He also wants to know whether the group headed by the Duke of England can still be so united when the harem is tit for tat. Even if these people can't shake his position, they are disgusting from time to time. And the emperor is a little impatient. Song Shuqing certainly knows the existence of Nanyuan. She looked at the emperor with eyes like water. But when she found the other party's calm eyes, her heart, which had just been moved, instantly sobered up a little. She concealed the disappointment in her eyes and said softly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." With Nanyuan around, she could block many difficulties. Song Shuqing touched her belly and made up her mind that this time, she must protect her child. The next day, the emperor set out. The court was temporarily handled by several ministers who assisted the country. Except for the Duke of Ing. They were all the emperor's confidants. The harem fell into peace for a while. Well, not really. At least for Song Shuqing. It should be considered that the storm was coming. But for Xiao Yuan, there was no problem at all. The emperor was gone. So Concubine E naturally didn't need to use him to lure the emperor over. The only problem was that Concubine E didn't have a child. So she watched him more closely. But she just didn't allow him to contact Lu Hanwan. Concubine E herself didn't have much time to deal with him. She was probably busy trying to deal with the 4th prince of Zhou Changzai. The atmosphere between the two of them was originally harmonious. But with the miscarriage of the child in Concubine Yi's belly, it fell into a cold period. War is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two, especially when the army has to walk there. When the emperor arrived at the border, the weather had already dropped. The emperor had fought with this country before, and he was still quite famous. The emperor did not take this battle seriously. Fighting against Nanliang was like fighting his grandson. He thought that he could go back earlier if he finished the battle earlier. But after arriving, he found that it was not only Nanliang, but also the Chong people on the edge of Nanliang. The place where the Chong people lived was cold and miserable. They made a living by grazing. They liked to rob everywhere. The people were fierce and ate raw meat and drank blood. At that time, they were really notorious and could be called a troublemaker. The world is divided into 3 parts, and the emperor's side is the largest. The other 2 were also one family with the emperor's ancestors hundreds of years ago. When the former emperor rebelled, he was actually a brother to the person on the throne at that time. And they all had the same ancestors. In addition, there are tribal countries like barbarians around, which are not as good as formal countries. But they eat raw meat and drink blood, and are very fierce. Among them, the Chong people who have emerged now are the most powerful. The Chong people live on the grasslands and do not establish a country. In modern terms, they are like mercenaries. They are strong, can run, and have dirty means. They often intervene in other countries' wars. As long as the things they give are enough, they are willing to take action. It is a very difficult opponent. Speaking of the Chong people, this time they will take action against the emperor. In addition to the treasures paid by Nanliang, it is also related to the emperor, one of the young masters of the Chang people, who met Song Shuqing at the beginning, and Song Shuqing saved him. This is one of Song Shuqing's admirers. Song Shuqing married the emperor, but the emperor did not cherish her well. There are countless beauties in the harem, so people naturally want to help their sweetheart vent their anger with the harassment of the Chang people. This war will take longer, and soon it will enter winter, and the temperature will drop sharply. In winter, no one fights, and the three parties enter a truce period. The appearance of the Chang people inspired the emperor's will to fight. He did not plan to go back just like that. He waited until the next spring, when the temperature warmed up and everyone started fighting again. The emperor returned to the court with satisfaction after the enemy was driven away. At this time, in the city not far from the capital, there were signs of smallpox. The capital was close, and the news soon spread to the capital. And the harem also knew the news. Concubine E said, "Smallpox?" Aunt Fong said, "Yes, my lady, but I heard that it has been controlled and will not be allowed to spread to the capital." Concubine E walked around in the room after hearing the news. If it was smallpox, it would be a good way to get rid of the fourth prince. Can such a young child survive smallpox? She had been thinking about what method would be the most appropriate to deal with the fourth prince. But after thinking about it, she still couldn't do it, because it was too obvious. And Concubine Dun and Concubine Zhou were also on guard against her. What's more, not being able to have children is one thing, but Concubine E still likes the emperor in her heart. When she does something, the emperor will definitely know it's her. And she doesn't want the emperor to think she is a vicious woman. But smallpox is more logical. Isn't it natural that such a highly contagious virus would spread to the palace? Some guards in the palace often go out of the palace. At worst, when dealing with the fourth prince, she could deal with more than one at the same time, so that the fourth prince would appear to be slightly infected, so that she would not be suspected. Besides, everyone knew about her grudge with Zhou Chongzai. So why couldn't someone deliberately frame her when the fourth prince got into trouble? With this in mind, Concubine E started to work. Changchun Palace. The queen was drinking tea, and after hearing the news, she said, "Are you saying that Concubine E wants to bring smallpox scabs to the palace?" Yes. The Nani also had a face full of fear. The people sent to monitor did see them send people to Changzhou. Changzhou is the city infected with smallpox. Concubine Yi's family is just an ordinary family. If they send people there for no reason, it is obvious that they must want to do something bad. The queen smiled slightly. Since she wants this, then help her. It's just that in addition to the fourth prince, the ninth prince should also get some bean scab. Concubine E can't get pregnant now, and the status of the ninth prince is different from before. As the adopted son of Concubine E, the ninth prince is particularly favored by the emperor, even surpassing her 10th prince. Although the queen feels uncomfortable that the ninth prince cannot be killed in order, the opportunity is rare. Moreover, she also wants to see what it feels like when the smallpox that Concubine E got herself finally breaks out in her own palace. Be careful. Smallpox is not a simple thing. Don't really spread it. It must be precisely controlled. I heard that smallpox had also appeared in the capital, and everyone in the palace was in danger and was very scared. There was only a wall between the capital and the palace. The queen tightened the control in the palace, and all the concubines temporarily lived in their own palaces, and no one was allowed to walk around at will. Just when Concubine E was anxious because of the increased guards, and was afraid that her things would not be done, this matter was done naturally. The fourth prince was infected. However, there was no news about the other prince she was going to use as a cover. In this regard, Concubine E could only think that it was because the care everywhere was too strict, and everyone had to wash their clothes frequently, so they missed it. At the same time, bean scabs appeared in Xiao Yuan's new clothes. After the news of smallpox came out, Nani Wei had always been very strict with Xiao Yuan. She would check his clothes carefully before putting them on him. His various utensils would also be disinfected with boiling water. But this kind of thing is sometimes not so easy to prevent. When Nani Wei went to the toilet, a palace maid came to play with Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan felt as if something fell into the back of his neck. He turned his head and looked back, just in time to see the palace maid holding a small porcelain bottle in her hand. He looked at the small porcelain bottle, and then at the palace maid. The palace maid smiled at him nervously. "Xiao Yuan, Although he had a premonition that it would be a waste if he didn't get a dose of smallpox as the adopted son of Concubine E, it was a bit too dirty to pour it directly from the back of his neck, close to his flesh. He didn't have mysophobia, but this still made his face wrinkled. Seeing that the ninth prince just glanced at her, and then lowered his head to play with his own things again, the maid breathed a sigh of relief, her heart still pounding, thinking that the ninth prince was still too young to understand what this was. She quickly walked out to destroy the things. After a while, Nanny Wei came back and asked Xiao Yuan about the situation. She was afraid that someone was doing something behind her back. Xiao Yuan shook his head, and Nanny Wei was relieved. At night, Xiao Yuan was tired early in the morning, and he didn't ask anyone to help him take a bath. He just took off his coat and went to bed. He had taken advantage of the cold winter weather to let Wei Nani and others, who were obviously biased towards him, and the people sent by his mother take pills to prevent colds. The pills were made by the imperial physician. After all, he always complained that he didn't like taking medicine, so of course he had pills prepared for him. But in fact, the pills were the medicine he developed to prevent smallpox. He thought about it carefully, and the uncertainty rate of treating smallpox was too high. His medical skills came from various medical books, but even in modern times, this could not guarantee a cure. There were very few prescriptions for smallpox in his medical books. Rather than waiting to slowly experiment how to cure it, it is better to prevent it directly. That's why he made this pill. Now he has to touch this smallpox scab to see if the medicine he made can effectively prevent it. A few days later, Xiao Yuan had no abnormality at all. He knew that this thing was successful. However, he glanced at the people who served him and suddenly said, "Xiao Chui." Nanny Wei looked up in confusion. "Are you talking about Xiao Chui? Little prince?" "Xiao Chui." Xiao Yuan called again. Xiao Chui was the maid who served him and often took care of him. So when he mentioned it now, Nanny Wei didn't feel confused. It was just that Xiao Yuan didn't see her at that time, which was a bit strange. She said, "Xiao Chui caught a cold a few days ago and hasn't recovered. She was afraid that the little prince would be infected, so she has been raising soldiers. She will come back when she recovers." She was afraid that Xiao Yuan would worry, so she comforted him, "Don't worry, little prince. The cold is a minor illness. Xiao Chui will get better soon." Xiao Yuan looked at Wei Nani after hearing this, stood up and took a small medicine bottle back. "Eat it." He is now a 2-year-old child, and it is not strange for him to understand these words and do such a thing. Wei Nani knew that the bottle contained the medicine pills for the cold that the imperial physician made for the little prince. Seeing that the little prince was kind, she smiled and said, "The little prince is kind, and the nurse will send it to Xiao Chui right away." "Okay." Seeing Xiao Yuan nod, she stood up and asked Zhou Nani and a palace maid to look after the child. These were all people she felt more trusted, especially the palace maid, who was Lu Hanwan's person. When two people are together, they can also monitor each other. She planned to personally take the medicine given by the young prince and go to Xiao Chui to talk about it, so that Xiao Chui would know the goodness of the prince. Xiao Chui was usually smart and could read the eyes. Nanny Wei hoped that the servants around Xiao Yuan would be biased towards him, so ordinary favors were also indispensable. Nanny Wei had taken preventive medicine early, so Xiao Yuan was not worried that she would get into trouble with the medicine containing smallpox virus, and nodded and agreed. Nanny Wei went all the way to the room where Xiao Chui lived. In order to make the illness seem more real, Xiao Chui took off her clothes in the middle of the night, leaving only a thin layer, without covering herself with a quilt, and forced herself to have a fever in the spring. She put the smallpox scab in Xiao Yuan's clothes, knowing that the little prince would definitely be infected. As a maid who took care of the little prince, she often had contact with the little prince, and there was a high probability that she would be infected. That's why she deliberately got sick to avoid contact with Xiao Yuan. The treatment of the palace maid who took care of Xiao Yuan was quite good. There were 2 people living in the room where Xiao Chui slept. She had let the maid live with other people on the pretext of fearing that she would catch a cold. The relationship between the palace maids was pretty good, and the little prince was not under much pressure to serve, so sleeping with other people was not impossible. Anyway, they could chat while sleeping together. This would not delay the care of the little prince. Seeing Nanny Wei coming in, Xiao Chui was like she was facing a great enemy. Everyone knew that Nanny Wei looked at the little prince as if he were her own eyeballs. She would hold the little prince from time to time and help him dress. If the palace maids who took care of the little prince might not be infected by the little prince because they had little contact, then Nani Wei was basically a foregone conclusion. No, Aunt Wei, don't come over, Xiao Chui shouted nervously. Nani Wei was stunned, and Xiao Chui hurriedly explained, I haven't recovered from the cold yet. The little prince is weak and has always relied on you. Aunt, if he gets infected, then I will be blamed for my death. She was upset. She was too obvious just now. If the little prince got sick, Nani Wei would not suspect her. But then she thought, people with smallpox would be taken out of the palace immediately, and no one dared to get close to them. Nani Wei would be dying by then. So how could she care about her? There was no one around, so no one would notice that something was wrong with her. Nani Wei did not find any problem at this moment. Xiao Chui had always been very kind to the little prince. It was normal for her to be afraid of bringing trouble to the little prince because of his weak body. She smiled and nodded, and stopped. Xiao Chui, you put the little prince first in everything, which is good. Xiao Chui looked at Nani Wei's forced gentleness and was worried. Could it be that the ninth prince told Nani Wei about the little porcelain bottle he held that day? Shouldn't it be? If she really said it, then Nani Wei shouldn't treat her like this. She should have had someone drag her away directly. She responded carefully. Nani Wei took out the small porcelain bottle in her hand and put it on the table beside the bed, saying, This is what the little prince heard, that you were sick, so he asked me to give it to you. Xiao Chui knew that the ninth prince had given the palace maid some time ago with pills for colds, but she didn't give it to her at that time. It's okay to take pills, but the important thing is that this small medicine bottle was brought by Nani Wei. Could it be that it has been contaminated with smallpox virus? Looking at Nani Wei's face and hands, there are no symptoms now. Xiao Chui didn't dare to eat it, but Nani Wei stood there and watched her. Xiao Chui had no choice but to cover her hands with her sleeves, and forced herself to pour out a pill, and then swallow it. Seeing this, Nani Wei smiled again. That's right. The little prince is so good. How can the things he gave her be left there untouched? This is medicine for curing diseases. Just right for the symptoms. Xiao Chui will get better after taking it. Then she will be more grateful to the ninth prince. You have to watch people eat it. Smallpox has an incubation period, usually only a few days, but some people will also show symptoms very early. Xiao Chui is such a case. After 2 consecutive days of nightmares, on the third morning, a sharp scream sounded in Isho Palace. Everyone walked over and quickly ran away. Smallpox. Xiao Chui has been infected with smallpox. This news caused a great shock in the palace. The queen had already taken precautions against this situation. After hearing the news, a guard who had been infected and survived quickly caught Xiao Chui, who was still in a panic. People who have already had smallpox usually will not be infected again. During this period, these guards who had won the title were given important positions, and they were basically used for running errands everywhere. The people in Isho Palace heard the noise and went out to see what happened. Of course, they just watched from a distance, and no one dared to get close. Xiao Yuan also went out. When Wei Nani saw him coming, she hurriedly picked him up and said worriedly, Little prince, why are you here? What if this is contagious? Xiao Chui was pressed out of the room by the guards. She was already paralyzed by the fact that she was infected with smallpox. She didn't know what to do. She was confused and terrified. This was smallpox. She was so young, and her mother was going to die like this? She couldn't figure out what was going on. She had been very careful before. After putting the smallpox scab on the ninth prince, she took sick leave and lived alone, not contacting anyone else, completely eliminating the possibility that people around the ninth prince would spread smallpox. Others talked to her directly outside. After all, the capital was now ravaging with smallpox. Although she was just pretending to be sick at the time, others were also worried and naturally paid more attention. For Xiao Chui, this kind of precaution from others was a good thing for her. The only person who had been close to her was that day when Nani Wei brought her a bottle of medicine. It wasn't that Nani Wei didn't have a sense of vigilance, but at that time Xiao Chui had been suffering from a cold for several days. If it was really smallpox, she should have had symptoms such as rashes. And Xiao Chui was almost well at that time, so she would enter the house carelessly, thinking of Nani Wei. Xiao Chui's spirit was shaken, and she was eager to see Nani Wei and the ninth prince. She was unwilling to die at such a young age, but she could not change this result. So she thought maliciously that it might not be a bad thing to have such a noble prince as the ninth prince, and so many people like Nani Wei buried with her. When she thought that the ninth prince's infection would make those high-ranking figures collapse and feel uncomfortable, she seemed to feel better. At this moment, her sight suddenly met two figures in the distance. The slightly plump woman, holding a delicate child in her arms, was the Nani Wei and the ninth prince she had been thinking about. At this time, the ninth prince looked at this side with his clear eyes curiously, as if he didn't know what happened, and didn't understand the terribleness of the virus like smallpox. His innocence made her, who secretly committed the murder, seem particularly dirty. No, that's not right. She suddenly woke up and looked at the faces of Wei Nani and the ninth prince and their exposed skin. She saw that they were white and smooth, without any red spots or rashes. How could this be possible? If the ninth prince and Wei Nani didn't have smallpox, then where did she get the smallpox? She had never come into contact with anyone except Wei Nani, and she had never heard of anyone in Xiao Palace getting smallpox. How did she get it? It is impossible that she accidentally touched it when she was plotting against the ninth prince. She has always been very careful. If it was at that time, she would not have pretended to be sick for so long and still had no symptoms. She wanted to rush over there frantically. No, this is impossible. How could the ninth prince and Wei be fine? They must have had smallpox. Yes, they must have had it. But it was hidden in their clothes and could not be seen. As soon as she said this, everyone was shocked, because it meant that the ninth prince had been plotted against with smallpox, and the one who did it was Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, she would not have said such a thing. Of course, the others were also very scared. After all, they often stayed with the ninth prince. If the ninth prince really had a problem, wouldn't everyone die with the ninth prince? Besides, the ninth prince was standing with everyone at this moment. What if the prince really got it? Some people quietly moved away from Xiao Yuan. Nani Wei frowned and said, "The little prince doesn't have any rash on his body, and he has always been in good spirits. It is impossible for him to be infected with smallpox." But even so, no one dared to get close. After hearing that someone in Xiao Palace had smallpox, Concubine E was already confused. She never expected that she had clearly ordered people to frame the fourth prince. But why did the ninth prince have a problem? But being in the harem, even if Concubine E was not very smart, she knew that someone might be plotting against her. She scolded, "Why don't you go and ask the imperial physician to check on the ninth prince?" Someone immediately went to ask the imperial physician to come. The people who served Xiao Yuan were also under guard, and could not move for the time being. After Xiao Yuan got smallpox, someone went to find the imperial physician, just as Concubine had given the order. The imperial physician came and examined Xiao Yuan. He learned that Xiao Yuan had given Xiao Yuan smallpox scab 20 days ago. The imperial physician said, "Generally speaking, the incubation period of smallpox is not that long. The ninth prince is a lucky person and has not been infected with smallpox. But just in case, we still need to observe for a few more days." Hearing this, Concubine E and others breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing is wrong. After Xiao Yuan got sick, she had been hiding in the house alone and had no contact with anyone. But Xiao Yuan was the little prince, and there were many people who came into contact with him. If he had smallpox, many people in Xiao Palace would not be able to escape. Xiao Yuan became even more crazy after hearing this. This is absolutely impossible. How could you not have smallpox if you were not infected? How could I have such symptoms? After knowing that someone was plotting against Xiao Yuan, Nani Wei had been looking cold and worried. She felt better after getting the diagnosis from the imperial physician. When she heard Xiao Yuan's outrageous words, she looked at Xiao Yuan with a needle in her eyes. "The little prince has been so good to you, but you don't know how to cherish it. And you want to harm the little prince. People like you are not enough to go to the 18 levels of hell. Now God is eyes. And this is your retribution." In the entire palace, the job of the ninth prince was considered to be very easy, because the ninth prince was not her biological son. Concubine E did not have such strict requirements on the servants around the ninth prince. Generally, Wei Nani and Zhou Nani took care of him, and the ninth prince was not difficult to serve. If something went wrong occasionally, the ninth prince could help save his life. He was really in a good place. Looking at Wei Nani's cold and disdainful eyes, Xiao Yuan was suddenly shocked. It's you, right? You know I'm close to the little prince. So you gave me that smallpox scab back?" she said that day. Wei Nani bought and sent pills for treating colds. But she didn't leave after sending them, and kept looking at her with strange eyes. After she took the medicine, the corner of her mouth even curled up a smile. Thinking about it now, that smile was simply too scary. And the other party was talking about how good the little prince was. And the words that hit her were clearly a death notice for her. Xiao Chui's tears came out. She understood everything. And she said sadly, "You are really terrible. The little prince must have seen me putting bean scabs in a bottle at that time, and came back to tell you. And you are really able to endure it, betting with your own life that the little prince was not infected. You didn't say this at the time, and didn't expose me, because people with smallpox would be moved out of the palace. The ninth prince was exposed to smallpox, and could not stay in the palace. You didn't want the ninth prince to end up miserably, so you just endured it, and acted as if nothing had happened. It wasn't until a few days later that you saw that the ninth prince was fine that you had time to deal with me. I poisoned the ninth prince with smallpox. So you retaliated with smallpox in its original form. After all, the smallpox poison itself is vicious and terrifying enough. So there is no need to think of other terrible means of revenge." Everyone's eyes fell on Wei Nani. In the entire Isho Palace, who doesn't know that Wei Nani was rescued by the little prince? Everyone also knows that among all the people serving the ninth prince, Wei Nani is the most dedicated, and the one most loved by the little prince. During the period when the smallpox was spread, Wei Nani was almost by the little prince's side every day. Usually, when she came back from the toilet, she would ask if anything happened during the time she was out. Therefore, everyone thought that the little prince must have told Wei Nani about Xiao Chui's suspicious behavior of approaching with a small porcelain bottle. But no one expected that Wei Nani would dare to gamble with her own life. According to the previous rules, Wei Nani should have discovered what Xiao Chui did when she came back from the toilet. At this time, Wei Nani had not directly contacted the bean scab. If she reported it in time, she could avoid this risk. The only one who would have a problem here is the little prince. But Wei Nani did not do this at all. Not only did she gamble with her own life, but she also gambled with the people in Isho Palace. This ruthless attitude, scheming and strategy, one link after another, severely dealt with Xiao Chui and made Xiao Chui suffer the consequences. It was really terrible. It is said that the strong are afraid of the strong, and the strong are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. This way Nani dares to risk her life. And she is calm and composed and doesn't care about the lives of so many people. In this deep palace, this kind of person is the most terrifying. After a while, everyone looked at Wei Nani with fear. Who dares to fight with such a person? Wei Nani looked confused. "Huh?" she said. "I have never done such a thing." Xiao Chui didn't believe it at all. She analyzed it to Wei Nani in a logical way. Wei Nani frowned tightly. She just wanted to see Xiao Chui take the medicine given by the little prince, so that she could say something for the little prince and win people's hearts. So that Xiao Chui would be the little prince's person in the future, instead of being bought by others. The palace is dangerous. Nani Wei cannot fully trust Concubine E and Lady Lu. She thinks it is best to train more talents for the little prince. Who knew it would be interpreted like this now? The key is that others still believe it. Xiao Yuan also looked up at Nani Wei. If he was not the mastermind of this matter, he might have believed it. The bottle of medicine for treating colds that he asked Nani Wei to bring to Xiao Chui had smallpox scab added to it, which was not the preventive medicine he had given Nani Wei and the others before. Since Xiao Chui had already hurt him, Xiao Yuan would not show mercy. It was natural to return these. Nani Wei was gloomy. Xiao Chui had said almost everything she needed to say, and was taken away directly. Xiao Yuan and the others were still likely to be infected, so they stayed in the palace for the time being. There were other arrangements for Isho Palace, but these were not what Xiao Yuan needed to consider. In Changchun Palace, the queen knew the news that Xiao Chui had been exposed, and she naturally knew that the ninth prince and others were fine. She sighed. This ninth prince is lucky. They didn't get infected with smallpox. Bai Ji said, the Wei family's methods are not ordinary. They dared to gamble with the people in Isho Palace, and they were too bold. The ninth prince was important, but Yi Fei was still living in Isho Palace. If the ninth prince was infected, Yi Fei, who lived with him, would not be able to avoid it. The queen also believed Xiao Chui's words, but she thought it was more likely that Wei had discovered what Xiao Chui had in her hand before Xiao Chui took action, and then exchanged it. This saved the ninth prince from danger. But no matter what, Wei was an important figure around the ninth prince. The ninth prince was different from ordinary princes, and there was no evidence of what Wei had done. At this time of trouble, it was not easy to deal with Wei for the time being. Everything had to wait until the smallpox incident was settled. After missing the first blow, the queen temporarily had no intention of taking action. A large-scale incident involving the princes in the palace would attract the emperor's attention. She did not want to make a big move, and she did not want to take action herself. After all, if she did it, there would be traces. If the emperor found out that she had abolished the queen in the future, all her calculations would be in vain. So she prefers to kill someone with someone else's knife rather than doing it herself. First, Zhou Chengzai caused Concubine E to miscarry, and could not have another child. Now, Concubine E killed the fourth prince. Because of her son's death, Zhou Chengzai turned her attention to the ninth prince. How exciting. What a good show. No matter how you investigate, you can't trace it back to her, including Concubine Yi's fake pregnancy medicine. The prescription was found by Concubine Yi's family, and the family that offered the prescription had nothing to do with her. She just arranged for someone to change the prescription. It would be strange if anyone could trace it to her. The smallpox incident in Yishou Palace spread throughout the harem at lightning speed. After Lu Hanwan learned the news, her head was dizzy, her feet staggered, and she couldn't stand steadily. Xiao Yuan quickly supported her. Master, be careful. She helped Lu Hanwan sit on the chair. Lu Hanwan grabbed her hand and asked, Xiuzhou, how is Xiuzhou? Xiao Yuan hurriedly said, His Highness Zhou is fine. Don't worry. Master. Hearing this, Lu Hanwan felt better. Xiao Yuan poured tea for her. Lu Hanwan drank it. The warm tea flowed down, and her body, which had just broken out in a cold sweat, was slightly relieved. Tell me carefully. What happened over there? Even if her son is fine now, it was smallpox, and it happened in Yishou Palace. It doesn't mean that Xiuzhou is safe now. Xiao Yuan told everything, and Lu Hanwan was worried, and her chest was pounding. Compared to the queen, who could still analyze, perhaps Nani Wei had replaced the smallpox scab early, and did not let the scab come into contact with the ninth prince at all. Lu Hanwan was more pessimistic and worried. She prayed in her heart that the child was fine, but she was more and more worried, thinking that there might be a problem. This made her feel very uneasy. No! Lu Hanwan stood up. Xiao Jiu must be very scared now. I have to go to the queen. I have to accompany Xiao Jiu. Now that Yishou Palace was closed, and at this time, she could not just break in casually. She had to get the queen's permission. The queen was the master of the harem, and these things had to be arranged by the queen. Lu Hanwan said, Xiao Yuan, this is dangerous. You just stay in Chaoxia Palace and help me guard here. Smallpox has always made people shudder. Lu Hanwan is more sober. She has no hobby of taking people to die together. Especially Xiao Yuan has always been conscientious. And there is nothing wrong with her. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still gritted her teeth and followed. Master, I will go with you. Just like Lu Hanwan went to accompany the emperor who had smallpox in the plot. This time is also an opportunity. Xiao Yuan knew that if she didn't go, Lu Hanwan might not say anything. But if she really didn't go, she would no longer be an irreplaceable person next to Lu Hanwan in the future. And maybe there would be a layer of separation between the two of them in the end. But if she went with him, she would be Lu Hanwan's real friend in the future. Lu Hanwan was in no mood to say anything to Xiao Yuan at this time, and only said, You have to think it over carefully. After arriving at Changchun Palace, Lu Hanwan expressed her thoughts to the queen. The queen was a little embarrassed at first, but finally agreed after Lu Hanwan's pleading. Forget it. Parents all over the world are pitiful. Xiuzhou is a child with many disasters. It is not surprising that you, as a mother, are worried. Then go. Yes. Thank you for your consideration, Queen. Lu Hanwan thanked the queen and took Xiao Yuan out. It would take at least half a month to return from Yishou Palace, so she had to go back to arrange her affairs in the palace before setting off for Yishou Palace. After Lu Hanwan left, the queen laughed. This is really much more interesting. Baiji couldn't help but marvel. Noble Lady Lu really has a deep mother-son relationship with the ninth prince. That was smallpox, and only a few people can recover from smallpox. Now Noble Lady Lu is willing to accompany the ninth prince in person. In the harem, the prince is both important and not so important. With a prince, you can rise in status and have someone to rely on in the future. But if the prince is gone, It doesn't mean you can't have another one. If the mother loses her life for the child, then everything will be gone. The ninth prince was taken away from noble Lady Lu when he was young. But noble Lady Lu could have such a deep affection for him. The queen nodded slightly. With Concubine Lu's actions, it will be more interesting for Concubine E and Concubine Lu to compete in the future. Concubine E is the adopted mother, and the little prince has less contact with his biological mother. Logically, he should have a deeper affection for his adopted mother. But Lu Hanwan accompanied him even when there was a possibility of smallpox, which is enough to show the depth of maternal love. When the ninth prince is sensible, he will probably remember it for a lifetime. Especially the older he gets, the more he knows the power of smallpox, and the more he will lean towards Lu Hanwan. Concubine E probably can't compete with Lu Hanwan, but at the same time, the queen also knows the emperor's thoughts. The ninth prince was given to Concubine E, and the emperor was not prepared to give him back at all. With such a relationship, the drama will be more interesting. Over there, Lu Hanwan returned to her residence. Xiao Yuan had already made up her mind and decided to go to Yishou Palace with Lu Hanwan to take care of the little prince. So Lu Hanwan arranged for another capable maid to take care of the affairs in Xiao Palace. Then, after a simple tidying up, Lu Hanwan took people to Yishou Palace. During this period, there were guards guarding the gates of each palace. These were obviously people arranged by the queen. Only the queen had such great palace power. After arriving, these people had received the queen's order and directly let Lu Hanwan and the other person in. As soon as Lu Hanwan entered, she went directly to where Xiao Yuan lived. Xiao Yuan had moved to a new place. His previous place was next to Concubine E. Too close. If something happened, he could easily infect Concubine E. So they moved him to a new place. Lu Hanwan had already asked the guards at the palace gate about this. When Nani Wei opened the door and saw her, she was also extremely surprised. "Noble Lady Lu," she stuttered. She had never expected noble Lady Lu to appear here at this time. Lu Hanwan smiled slightly. "Aunt Wei, is Shujio okay now?" Nani Wei hurriedly took the bag from Lu Hanwan's hand and made way for Lu Hanwan to go in. "The little prince is fine. I have checked again. The little prince has no red spots or rashes on his body, and he is not uncomfortable anywhere. He is playing inside now." Xiao Yuan heard the familiar voice, looked over curiously, and then his eyes widened. Lu Hanwan looked at his cute appearance, couldn't help but stretched out her hand and waved, smiling, and said, "Xiaojiu, are you surprised to see your mother? Mother heard that Xiaojiu can't go out for the time being, so she came to accompany you for a while." Xiao Yuan was stunned. He didn't think his mother would come to accompany him. In the plot, his mother was willing to accompany the emperor because she was desperate. No, because he was about to die. So he was really too important in his mother's heart. So it was normal for his mother to come. He blinked, got up from the ground, and ran towards Lu Hanwan, grinning, and said loudly, "Mother." "Hey." Lu Hanwan responded. Hearing her son calling her, she felt relaxed instantly. She didn't expect that her son would be so enthusiastic about her after not seeing her for so long. It seems that her son still remembers who she is. The mother and son spent some time together affectionately. Lu Hanwan told Xiao Yuan to go out and tell the Ife of the main palace that they were coming. Of course, it was a critical moment now, so there was no need to get too close. Just let her know from a distance. Then, Lu Hanwan let Xiaojiu continue to play by himself, and she took Wei Nanny to the corner of the room and asked softly what was going on. She had heard Xiao Yun's story before, but it was news that had been passed down through several hands, and it was easy to have errors. Of course, it would be clearer to listen to the story of the person involved, such as Wei Nanny. Wei Nanny explained what Xiaotsui said at the time. She said that she took advantage of the time when the slave went to the toilet and poured the smallpox scab into the collar behind the little prince with a small porcelain bottle. The little prince saw it at the time, but the little prince didn't react at that time. Xiaotsui pretended to be sick and rested that day, and stayed in the room, and didn't contact the rest of us. She has always been serving the little prince. The little prince hadn't seen her for a few days, so he asked her. He knew she had caught a cold, so he asked me to deliver some pills to cure the cold. Then today, she was found to have smallpox. After seeing me and the little prince, she insisted that I deliberately took revenge on her and let her get infected. Lu Hanwan nodded, after hearing what Wei Nanny said. It seemed that she had no idea that Xiao Chui had been infected with smallpox. But she didn't know why Xiao Chui was still infected. This matter is indeed confusing. Logically speaking, even if the person behind the scenes wanted to silence her, there was no need to use something as lethal as smallpox. Not to mention that smallpox would not kill her immediately. If Xiao Chui was forced into a corner, she might reveal the whole truth. Compared with this, it would be better to just stuff the person into the abandoned dry well in the cold palace. Simple and straightforward. This thing doesn't seem to be done by Wei Nani. She is the biological mother of the ninth prince. If Wei Nani really did it, there is no need to hide it from her. After all, this thing shows how good Wei Nani is to the ninth prince. And she is willing to sacrifice her life. A normal mother would not blame Wei Nani for this, or hand her over. This is also a good opportunity to win the little prince's heart. In the future, as long as the little prince can grow up, Wei Nani will be able to rise to prominence with him, and not worry about her life with this thing. After thinking about it, Lu Hanwan couldn't figure out any clues. This smallpox can't just appear randomly. And it only appears so accurately on Xiao Chui, the initiator. But it's useless to think too much about these things. The most important thing now is to survive. The risk of smallpox infection has not passed. Especially since Nani Wei is unaware of what Xiao Chui did. Which means that the smallpox has really come into contact with her son's body. Which makes the danger even greater. Maybe all of them will not survive. Lu Hanwan just cares too much about her son. Which doesn't mean she wants to die. So at this moment, under the threat of life, she doesn't want to think too much. She just wants to make good use of this last time and get along well with her son. In the main hall, Concubine E heard the conversation outside. And when Kai Lan came in, she asked, "What's going on outside?" Kai Lan's face looked a little bad. She looked at Concubine E with evasive eyes, and then hesitantly said, "Your Majesty." The one who came outside just now was Xiao Yuan, who was beside Concubine Lu. Xiao Yuan? Before Kai Lan could finish her words, Concubine E raised her voice in surprise. What is she doing here? Doesn't she know what time it is now? During this period of time, the queen arranged for everyone to stay in their respective palaces. Without special circumstances, they were not allowed to go out and contact others. She immediately thought that the reason why Xiao Yuan came here must be related to the ninth prince. But she didn't know how this person walked in under the guard of the guards. Kai Lan said, Xiao Yuan said that after Concubine Lu asked the queen agreed to let them come in and live with the ninth prince. What? Concubine Yi's voice rose again. You mean Lu Hanwan is going to come here and live with the ninth prince? The ninth prince is very likely to be infected with smallpox. How could Lu Hanwan really come here? Kai Lan nodded. They just went there. Concubine E was angry and anxious at this moment. What's wrong with the queen? The ninth prince has been given to her by the emperor to raise. Why did the queen let Lu Hanwan in? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for her? More importantly, after Lu Hanwan's experience, wouldn't it be a foregone conclusion that the ninth prince would be more inclined to Lu Hanwan in the future? Then what's the point of raising her? But it was not okay for her to raise another prince. This prince was not a cabbage that the concubines could choose at will. She could not have her own children now. But she had no interest in other people's children. And she did not want the children of those lowly concubines to benefit from her. Don't think she didn't know that many concubines were thinking about the power behind her. Some people took the initiative to hint that they wanted to have children under her protection. The implication was that she would take care of the children after they were born. She wanted to vomit just thinking about it. She raised the children. And then let these bitches reap the benefits in the future? Since she could not have children. Concubine E looked at other concubines and princes as particularly mean and impatient. But the ninth prince was different. He was the one who appeared in front of her early on and softened her attitude. It must be said that she still liked Xiuzhou very much. Xiuzhou was also smart and good-looking. She had been loved by the emperor since she was a child. She often felt that when the three of them were together, they were like a family. She thought that it would be great if Xiuzhou was really her child. Now that she couldn't have children, she would never let go of the ninth prince. She looked at Kai Lan and said, Kai Lan, go and ask the ninth prince and the others to move back. Kai Lan was stunned. Move back? But the ninth prince was at risk of smallpox. I just moved the ninth prince out to a new place this morning. And now he's moving back again? Concubine E said, the room we cleaned up temporarily is definitely not as comfortable as the one he lived in before. And it's not as big as before. I know what you're worried about. But do you think that Concubine Lu really values the ninth prince to that extent? She doesn't even care about her own life? That's Smallpox. Seeing that Kailan was still at a loss, Concubine E said, Concubine Lu is not infertile, and giving up a ninth prince is not a big deal for her. But she is still willing to take the risk of dying of smallpox to take care of the ninth prince personally. Isn't this strange? Unless she knew that the ninth prince had never been infected with smallpox, and Xiao Chui's smallpox scabs had been replaced by her people from the beginning. As for what Xiao Chui said was done by Wei Nani, Concubine E believed it at first, but Wei Nani refused to admit it. Concubine E later thought that Wei Nani was just a slave, and should not dare to do such a thing to gamble with the lives of the entire Isho Palace. After all, it is one thing to feel sorry for the child, but Wei Nani is not without her own family. If this matter is exposed, Wei Nani's family will not survive. Listening to Concubine Yi's analysis, Kailan also felt that it was very likely that this was the case. The ninth prince did not get infected, which was a good thing for the entire Isho Palace. After all, no one wanted to be in danger. Your Highness's words make sense, Kailan said, but this is just a guess. Your Highness really doesn't need to risk her life. As for Lady Lu, as long as she dies, no matter how much she does, it will be in vain. Concubine paused, but in the heart of the ninth prince, I didn't go to accompany him this time, and I will never be as important as Lu Hanwan in his heart. Kailan didn't understand why Your Highness had to care so much about what a little prince thought of her. This was really unnecessary. Just for the power behind Your Highness, the ninth prince had to please Your Highness no matter what. Besides, Your Highness was willing to raise the ninth prince, and the ninth prince should be grateful to Your Highness. But Concubine E didn't just think so. She felt that the ninth prince was taking advantage of her by following her. But she had a good impression of the ninth prince, and had hoped many times that this was her own biological child. Especially after the ninth prince was born. Every time the emperor came, they got along very tenderly, and the ninth prince especially liked her uncle. After losing her own child, Concubine E felt more and more that the ninth prince was a child given to her by God, and this should belong to her. To a certain extent, she was very competitive in her heart. She cared whether the emperor loved her or not, and hoped that the emperor would pamper her. After keeping the ninth prince in her heart, she also hoped that she would be the person that the ninth prince cared about the most. Kailan persuaded her twice, but Concubine E still refused to change, and said impatiently, Okay, are you the master or am I the master? Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Kailan could only respond, Wait. Concubine E said, I'll go with you. When the door was knocked, Xiao Yuan looked at Concubine E and Kailan, who appeared outside, and opened her mouth in surprise. Hello. Meet Concubine E. What is Concubine E doing? Because she had been to the little prince before. When she went to the main hall, both sides talked at a distance, and the maids in the main hall were trying to avoid her. Why did Concubine E come here on her own initiative now? Isn't she afraid of being infected? Xiao Yuan, Lu Hanwan and others also looked over, and were all shocked. Why did Concubine E come here? Seeing the shock in everyone's eyes, Concubine E raised her chin proudly, and smiled at Xiao Yuan again. After letting Xiaozhou move today, I always felt uneasy. I was afraid that he would not eat well or sleep well here, so I came to take a look. Xiao Yuan was still shocked by Concubine Yi's coming, and she stuttered a little. But there is smallpox here. Even she came here with the determination to risk her life. The fourth prince also contracted smallpox a few days ago. The people in the palace were directly trapped, but the casualties were not particularly large. Xiao Yuan guessed that although there was someone behind the smallpox in the palace, the person behind the scenes did not dare to play too big a game, and should have chosen mature human pox that had been cultivated several times. Compared with normal smallpox infection, the human pox vaccination method is less dangerous, especially for adults. The harm is even less. At present, people generally believe that smallpox is the most harmful to children, and they are basically fatal, while adults have a certain resistance and the mortality rate is half. Xiao Yuan thought, could it be that Concubine E came here for this reason? But the mortality rate of half is really not low. Anyway, no one can understand Concubine Yi's thoughts at all. Xiao Yuan is the same. When he saw Lu Hanwan coming, he was surprised but also happy. But when he saw Concubine E, he was full of confusion. He knew that Concubine E might have some feelings for him, But the feelings were not deep enough to this extent. After all, he still lived in Isho Palace. Seeing that Concubine E was looking at him, Xiao Yuan still called out obediently, "Mother!" Concubine E came over and picked him up, and then explained or declared her existence to Lu Hanwan. Smallpox is indeed terrible, but Xiujiu is my child. After he was moved here, I couldn't help thinking about him all the time. So I just came here. My Xiujiu is so good. I believe that God will never let him be infected. Lu Hanwan. Belief in Buddhism is not this kind of belief. I have never heard of Concubine E pursuing this before. Lu Hanwan certainly didn't believe Concubine E's words. She knew that she was an outlier. Her persistence and stubbornness in her children far exceeded that of normal mothers. Normal mothers who love their children may not be able to make up their minds to accompany their children to face death, let alone a noble adoptive mother like Concubine E. So the arrival of Concubine E was outrageous. Could it be that Concubine E knew through some means that the bean scab in Xiao Chui's hand was swapped, and Xiao Jiu was definitely not infected? So she took the initiative to come? If that's the case, it would be great. Lu Hanwan hopes that both she and her son can live well. Concubine E is the adoptive mother of the 9th prince. When she came, Lu Hanwan certainly couldn't drive her out. She could only say, what Concubine E said is right. Xiao Jiu will be safe. After Concubine E came, she asked Xiao Yuan to move back to the original house and cleaned up a room for Lu Hanwan. Lu Hanwan agreed on the surface, but actually planned to live with her son. In the following days, Concubine E also came to see Xiao Yuan from time to time. She was not the type who could always play with children. Not to mention that Lu Hanwan was still standing by. So she let it go. However, Concubine E did not care about these things. She felt that the 9th prince was still young and could not remember anything. She just needed to express her attitude and let the 9th prince know that she, his adoptive mother, lived with him at the risk of smallpox when he grew up. This was enough. With this, Lu Hanwan could not wait for the emperor to come back and play pitiful in front of him, performing some kind of mother-son love to compete for the emperor's love. If she really had to compare, she, as an adoptive mother, could accompany the 9th prince, which would show how good she was to the 9th prince. Concubine E was thinking about these things happily, so she didn't care about Lu Hanwan accompanying the 9th prince all the time. What's the point of being too meticulous? The emperor won't see it with his own eyes. A few days passed, and Xiao Yuan still didn't show any symptoms, although it was not completely certain that the incubation period had passed. This situation still made Lu Hanwan and others feel more relaxed and happy day by day. During these days, the relationship between mother and son became better and better. Only during these days could Xiao Yuan openly call Lu Hanwan mother and pester her to play. Soon, news suddenly came from the palace that the emperor's team stopped halfway and the emperor was infected with smallpox. Once the news came out, it really caused a lot of waves. If the emperor was infected, it meant that the emperor might die. Then who would succeed him? Everyone focused their attention on the current prince. The prince was actually still young, but he was the oldest in the harem. He was also the son of the previous queen and had the support of the Duke of Ying. If the emperor died, then this person would basically be the successor. Knowing this news, Lu Hanwan was a little surprised. She always felt that the emperor was so powerful that he would not die so easily. But after thinking about it, she still asked, I heard that Xiujiu and the prince have a good relationship? This question was asked to Nani Wei. Xiao Yuan is now over 2 years old, but he only shows that he can understand some words better than before, and can speak a little more vocabulary, but not a lot. If there are any complicated questions, Lu Hanwan is more inclined to ask Nani Wei, who has been following Xiao Yuan. Nani Wei nodded and said, the little prince was playing in the imperial garden before, and happened to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After that, the Crown Prince also sent a lot of gifts to the little prince. The gifts? I have to say that he is worthy of being the Crown Prince. And the Duke of England is worthy of being a very influential figure in the court. Although the gifts from the Crown Prince are just children's toys, they are all worth a lot. This is also a big deal. Not long after the little prince came back, he caught a cold. The Crown Prince thought he had infected the 9th prince, and he felt guilty and came to see him several times. In fact, it was just an excuse. Few people could play with the Crown Prince, and the Queen did not allow him to contact the 2nd and 3rd princes. According to the Queen, the Crown Prince's mother was killed by the mothers of these princes. As a son, how could he befriend the children of these murderers? But the ninth prince was different. His mother came to the harem long after the death of the previous queen, and had no involvement at all. Moreover, the crown prince liked the ninth prince very much. He heard that his father doted on the ninth prince very much, and he envied him very much. So he also wanted to contact and see what kind of child his father liked so much. Lu Hanwan nodded, not really expecting anything. But if the prince really succeeded to the throne, it would be better for Xiaojiu to have a good relationship with the prince. She felt that the queen was not that simple and had a deep mind. So it was a good thing for Xiaojiu to have a good relationship with the prince. Fortunately, she had not had any conflicts with the queen since she entered the palace. She thought that even if the prince succeeded to the throne, the queen would not make things too difficult for her. At night, the mother and son lay in bed. Today, there was news in the palace that the queen seemed to want to choose someone from the concubines to take care of the emperor. But Xiao Yuan really didn't see that his mother wanted to go. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Father, is sick?" Lu Hanwan didn't react for a moment, and then said, "Well, the emperor is sick, and he will come back when he recovers." Xiao Yuan asked again tentatively, "Then will mother also go to accompany the emperor?" Lu Hanwan answered straightforwardly. She fanned Xiao Yuan gently and said with a smile, "The emperor has others to accompany him. Mother will not go. It is enough for mother to accompany Xiaojiu in the palace." Ah! Xiao Yuan was numb. Sure enough, his feeling was not wrong. His mother did not want to accompany the emperor at all because of his good health in this life. But if his mother did not go, how could he be promoted to concubine? And how could he return to his mother's side? This opportunity is indeed rare. He also has preventive medicine. After going there once, his mother will be able to speak to the queen and Concubine E with confidence in the harem for the rest of her life. But even if he said it, would his mother trust this medicine so much? Lu Hanwan didn't know that her son thought so much. But when it came to smallpox, she suddenly remembered what Wei Nanny told her about Xiaocui and Xiaojiu when she first arrived at Yishou Palace. At that time, she was worried about whether Xiaojiu had contracted smallpox, and didn't want to ask too much. But now she was curious and asked Xiaojiu. When Xiaocui said that she took the small porcelain bottle with smallpox scabs and poured it on you. Did you see it? Did you really see it? Of course Xiao Yuan couldn't admit that he saw it. Otherwise he couldn't explain why he didn't tell Wei Nanny. So he shook his head and said, "No." Lu Hanwan was thankful. "Thanks to our little Jiu's good fortune, he didn't get infected." Xiao Yuan said, "Medicine pills." Lu Hanwan was puzzled. "What?" Xiao Yuan explained in a baby voice, "If you take the medicine pills, you won't get infected. In the harem, even the words of children are taken seriously, because it is very likely that when adults don't notice, something important really happened around the children." Lu Hanwan asked, "What medicine pills? Was it the medicine pills prescribed by the imperial physician? Or was it given to Xiao Jiu by someone else?" Xiao Yuan said, "Someone else gave it to me." Lu Hanwan was shocked and could no longer lie down. She half raised her body and looked at Xiao Yuan. "Xiaojiu, tell me clearly who gave you the pills, and did you take them?" Xiao Yuan said, "An old nanny gave them to me. I gave her candy, and she gave me the pills. We all took them, and were not infected with smallpox." Lu Hanwan said, "You mean? The old nanny said that this pill can prevent smallpox?" "Yes," Xiao Yuan replied. Lu Hanwan said, "Xiaojiu, do you still have that pill?" "Yes." Xiao Yuan turned over and took out the small porcelain bottle. Lu Hanwan opened it and saw that there were only 2 pills left. "Has anyone taken these pills?" "Yes." Xiao Yuan counted on his fingers. Xiujiu, Nani Wei, Nani Shou, Yunxiang, Chuanxiu. These 4 were also the main people who took care of Xiao Yuan during this period. Nanny Wei was afraid that others would secretly attack Xiao Yuan, so she would not let others get close to Xiao Yuan easily. They took turns to take care of Xiao Yuan personally, and even washed his clothes by hand. After all, these clothes were easy to tamper with. This also saved Xiao Yuan a lot of trouble. Of course, Xiao Yuan himself was still very confident in the medicine he made. And there were also preventive medicines written in the medical books in his space. Sure enough, under the experiment, none of them had any problems. And the medicine was successful. Lu Hanwan's heart was beating fast. She asked more questions, and roughly knew that the old nanny Xiao Yuan met in the cold palace was very old. Maybe she was related to the previous dynasty. But is this medicine real or fake? She is smart and naturally knows that this medicine contains a great opportunity. Should I ask the imperial physician to check it tomorrow? As soon as she thought of this, Lu Hanwan rejected it herself. This won't work. Even if the imperial physician Li helped her before, she still couldn't trust him in this matter. And what exactly is going on with that old nanny? She must find out and not leave any hidden dangers. Otherwise she might be exposed if she acted in front of the emperor. Xiao Yuan did not intend to tell anyone about the space. Especially in this feudal era. It was not good to be too out of line. But the preventive medicine he took out had to have a source. Xiao Yuan had been thinking about this when he was researching medicine. And he had been prepared until now. Thanks to him being a little prince who liked to crawl around the palace. It was normal to meet some strangers. And the old nanny Xiao Yuan mentioned was someone he had actually met. An old nanny in the cold palace. Who was said to be crazy. There were many crazy people in the cold palace. He had planned to push the matter to the cold palace early on. The people in the cold palace have mental problems. Some of them are even related to the previous dynasty. And some of the prescriptions in their hands are normal. He only went to the cold palace twice after the news of smallpox spread to the capital. He didn't go there to meet anyone, but to create a time when the palace people didn't notice him, so that he could just make up a dead person in the cold palace and give him medicine. It was not difficult to create this opportunity. He pretended that he didn't like people to be too close to him, and asked the palace people to watch him from a distance, while he squatted in the bushes and stared at the ants moving. After watching for a while, the palace people naturally relaxed and didn't keep watching him. The reason why he told Lu Hanwan about the old nanny was because she was already dead. Xiao Yuan had really seen her. And Nani Wei had also seen her at that time. Nani Wei was not on duty at that time. Nani Wei woke up and didn't see him. So she came to find him. Then she happened to see an old nanny standing in front of Xiao Yuan and wanted to touch him. Nani Wei didn't know the person. So she ran over and hugged Xiao Yuan. And scolded those who didn't think well of him. The old nanny ran away. Xiao Yuan later heard the palace maids chatting, saying that the old nanny was from the cold palace, had mental problems, was crazy all day, and died that night. Xiao Yuan had already noticed the mental problem when he saw the other party. But the other party didn't look like the type of attack that would hurt people. Maybe there was a story behind it. But Xiao Yuan didn't know this. This experience just met Xiao Yuan's requirements. Of course, what he said was what he meant. This medicine itself was a secret that only he knew. And Lu Hanwan didn't have to worry about someone suddenly popping up one day to expose her, saying that she didn't love the emperor so much that she didn't care about her life, but that she went there after taking the medicine and knew that she wouldn't be infected with smallpox. Lu Hanwan was not very stable at the moment. The medicine that could prevent smallpox could be used in a very large way. But there were still some small problems. She planned to check the situation in detail tomorrow. This would determine what she should do next. The next morning, Lu Hanwan inadvertently asked Wei Nani about the old nanny. Wei Nani still remembered the old nanny. Thinking of the situation at that time, she was a little annoyed. The old nanny was from the cold palace and had been crazy all the time. Fortunately, I went to see the little prince that day. Those who were guarding the little prince saw that the little prince was playing by himself and didn't watch carefully, so that the madman actually got to the little prince's side. Fortunately, nothing happened to the little prince. Lu Hanwan frowned. Is that Nani in the cold palace? Yes. Wei Nani said casually. She was quite old. And her hair looked white. But she is dead now. Dead? Yes. Wei Nani said. She died the night she saw the little prince. She was so old. Maybe her lifespan had come to an end. We were afraid that she had done something to the little prince. So we went to inquire about it. Lu Hanwan was sure that it was good that she died. And no one would know about the medicine. Now the problem was whether the medicine was really useful. Although her son and Wei Nani and others had taken the medicine, no one was sure whether Xiao Chui's scab was real. What if the smallpox scabs were swapped? And they are not poisonous. This medicine cannot be trusted. Being in the harem, Lu Hanwan always tends to overthink. And her son is fine now. She is afraid that she will really die after accompanying the emperor, which would be a big loss. But if she doesn't go, she will miss such a good opportunity, and she will not be willing to do so. There are 2 pills in the bottle, and she has to find a way to let someone try it first. Now the palace is better than the previous complete confinement. After the 4th prince got smallpox, everyone was moved out. It has been so long in Xiao Palace, and it has been confirmed that no one in the palace is infected with smallpox. The situation in the capital was also under control. All those who had smallpox were moved to the farm outside the city. People were only allowed to leave the capital but not enter. The capital and the palace were temporarily safe. Despite this, the management of the palace was still quite strict, and this situation would probably not end in the short term. But even so, there were loopholes to exploit. For example, some of the palace guards and the people who bought goods could leave the palace. Lu Hanwan called Xiao Yuan and asked her to help her find someone. Now the palace is only strictly controlled in terms of contact with the outside world, but people can move around normally in the palace. However, despite this, not many people go out. As for the daily greetings, they have not been resumed yet. Xiao Yuan hurried out, and after a while, Lu Hanwan saw someone in a corner of the imperial garden. The man in guard uniform with a hint of melancholy in his eyes came over and called softly, "Little sister." Lu Hanwan also replied, "Second brother." Xiao Yuan stood not far away to keep watch for them. The man in guard uniform in front of him was Lu Hanwan's biological brother, with the same father and mother. Lu Hanwan spoke directly, "Second brother, I need you to do something for me." Lu Er responded, "What?" The Lu family is not from the capital. Their home is far away from the capital. Lu's father is a scholar. He opened a private school in the town. They lived a poor life. The eldest brother of the Lu family was studying. The second brother Lu was naughty since he was a child. He liked to play with cats and dogs with a group of children in the town. He didn't like to read. Lu Hanwan was very interested in poetry and books since he was a child. But the relationship between the two siblings was still very good. Until a temple fair, Lu's parents went back to the village for something and asked them to stay at home and not run around. Lu Erge was not a person who could stay at home. Seeing the excitement outside, he wanted to go out. Not only did he go by himself, but he also persuaded Lu Hanwan to go out with him. As a result, when he got outside, Lu Er had a lot of fun. When he came to his senses, his sister was gone. Lu Hanwan was abducted. It was not until a long time later that the Lu family received Lu Hanwan's letter. Lu Hanwan was sold to the palace as a maid. Once she entered the palace, she could not leave casually. She had to wait until she was 25 years old before she could be released from the palace. The premise was that she could live to 25. The Lu family had no way to deal with this, so they could only leave it like this. And the second brother Lu felt very guilty about losing his sister. When he grew up, that is, 2 years ago, he came to the capital and found a way to become a guard, just to take care of his sister at a close distance. Therefore, when Lu Hanwan asked him for help, he certainly would not refuse. Lu Hanwan took out the pill and explained it briefly. "This is a good opportunity. If I can take care of the emperor, I won't have to worry about my future. But I'm not sure whether this pill is really effective. I want you to help find someone to take it and try it. The queen may choose someone soon, and the effect of this medicine must be tested quickly. This matter is of great importance and cannot be known to anyone." She still trusts her second brother. When he was young, Lu Erge was a very clever person. He always got along well with all kinds of people. He had many strange ideas and was liked by many people. He was also thoughtful. If he was asked to do it, Lu Hanwan believed that he could do it well. Lu Erge was silent for a moment, stretched out his hand to take the pill, then raised his head and swallowed it himself. Lu Hanwan exclaimed, Second brother," Lu Er said. "Now the palace gate is strictly checked and no items are allowed to be brought in casually. Second brother knows the seriousness of this matter. In this case, it is best for me to do it myself. This way there won't be any problems." Lu Hanwan's heart was surging, and she looked at Lu Erge with a complicated look. She whispered, "Just find someone to try it." There was no need to say it clearly. Just throw the person nearby. Those manors where people with smallpox were imprisoned had no one to take care of them, and they were all waiting to die. Lu Erge said, "Okay. I can't leave my post for too long. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible in the next few days." As he said that, he turned and left. Lu Hanwan stood there looking at him, and then called him, "Second brother, I have never blamed you." Lu Erge paused for a moment and strode away. Seeing him leave, Xiao Yuan trotted over. "Master," Lu Hanwan said, "let's go back." On the way back, Lu Hanwan was a little depressed. It was impossible to say that she had no resentment towards this brother, because she was behind him at the time and was forcibly hugged by the traffickers. She struggled, sobbed, and even grabbed his sleeve. But she didn't attract the attention of Brother Lu, who was fighting with others, watching herself getting farther and farther away from the familiar people. When Brother Lu came to her 2 years ago, she was also surprised. The monkey-like man before had a sad look on his face. It can be seen that he has not lived well in these years. Now the other party is even willing to repay her with his life. Lu Hanwan couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. After entering Yisho Palace, Lu Hanwan soon saw her son. When the child saw her coming in, he immediately showed a sweet smile on his face and ran to her. Mother. Lu Hanwan smiled and hugged him. The previous entanglements were gone in an instant. In the final analysis, she is a selfish person. She said she was worried about her brother's safety, but she could have regretted and given up this opportunity at that time. But she didn't. In fact, this also tacitly agreed to let the second brother use her for experiments. But so what? More than 10 years later, when she saw each other again for the first time, when she hugged each other and cried bitterly, her first thought was that it seemed that there would be someone who could be used by her in the future. As long as she succeeds this time, she can be promoted to the position of concubine and successfully get her child back. Isn't it worth it for the second brother to sacrifice so much? After living in the palace for so long, she has already changed. Of course, she needs the second brother Lu to give more for her to make sure that he has not changed. After all, they haven't seen each other for so many years, and people's hearts are unpredictable. It is impossible for her to have abundant feelings for her family all of a sudden. Besides, it doesn't come early or late. She has already given birth to a child, and has almost gone through so many years of suffering. When her family comes, her needs have long been over. In the future, her life will be visibly prosperous, and the Lu family should pay more for her. Seeing her son's smiling face, Lu Hanwan felt relieved. Compared with her son, her second brother was even less important. While waiting for the results, Lu Hanwan was always worried whether the queen would announce the selection of people to take care of the emperor before her experimental results came out. Fortunately, the queen did not do it so quickly. It was not a particularly important thing to get rid of a concubine, and the emperor would not think about beauties when his life was in danger. So the first arrangement did not include this. The queen first sent the director of the imperial hospital and several powerful imperial doctors to the emperor on the day the news came back. Then came the second batch, which mainly collected a large amount of medicinal materials, etc. And the second batch of imperial doctors were also sent over. After the two batches were arranged, several days had passed. The queen was very tired. In addition to considering the safety of the emperor, she also had to consider if the emperor really couldn't survive the prince's succession to the throne. After all the plans were made, she was exhausted and sick. After resting in bed for a few days, the queen finally summoned all the concubines. At this time, Lu Hanwan had also received news from her second brother. Lu Urge took a temporary leave on the day she ordered, and went to do this at night. He disguised his face for a total of 10 days, and his body had no symptoms of infection. At present, he is still staying to see if the incubation period is too long, and whether there will be any problems later. But this is almost the same, and it can be basically confirmed that this medicine is really useful. So when the queen summoned people, Lu Hanwan had a feeling that it was finally here. The queen sat on the top. Her eyes swept across the faces of the concubines below. And then she said, "You all should have guessed the purpose of this palace looking for you today. The emperor has been infected with smallpox. This palace wants to choose 2 people from many sisters to take care of the emperor. Of course, this is not mandatory. If you want to go, just tell me. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go." The atmosphere below was quiet for a while. This news has been circulating in the palace for many days, but the queen has not made any move. Everyone thought it was fake, but they didn't expect it to come out today. But that was smallpox. At this moment, 2 voices rang out one after another. Empress. Empress. The first voice was Lu Hanwan's, and as for the second, Lu Hanwan looked over to where the voice came from, and the people over there also looked over. The person who spoke was Song Shuqing, who had a lot of history with the emperor. The two looked at each other, and then moved away. Lu Hanwan continued to speak. "Empress, I would like to ask for permission to take care of the emperor." After she said this, she didn't say anything more. After all, she was also worried that if she spoke too deeply and made the queen sick, what would she do if she didn't want her to go? Although with her status and favor, if she wanted to go, the queen had no reason to refuse her. But Lu Hanwan didn't know whether the emperor could survive this time. If he couldn't survive, the next emperor would be the prince under the queen's name. She didn't want to offend the queen at this time. Then Song Shuqing also said, "Queen, I also want to take care of the emperor." The queen looked at Song Shuqing's bulging belly. "If you go, will you take care of the emperor? Or will the emperor take care of you?" Song Shuqing was about to give birth. She was really not suitable to go. Seeing this, the concubines who were shocked by someone's willingness to take the initiative couldn't help but sneer. "Shupin, you know you definitely can't go. So you pretend to be so affectionate to the emperor? With your big belly. Does the queen dare to let you go?" "Yes. Who wouldn't know how to do it if it's just talk?" Everyone started to criticize Song Shuqing. No one said anything about Lu Hanwan, because everyone couldn't figure out what Lu Hanwan wanted to do by taking the initiative. Lu Hanwan was beautiful, the most favored by the emperor in the harem, and she also gave birth to a prince. Even if she didn't go, it wouldn't matter. There were many concubines in the harem who didn't go. No matter how they thought about it, everyone could only come to one conclusion. That is, Lu Hanwan really loved the emperor. There were many people in the harem who liked the emperor, but it was rare to love him so much that they were willing to sacrifice their lives. So everyone was still shocked by Lu Hanwan. Song Shuqing was speechless after being confronted by everyone. Of course, she was not just saying it. She really wanted to go. She was willing to accompany the emperor to face Smallpox. Ever since she knew that something happened to the emperor, she had been extremely anxious and worried about the emperor. She was also conflicted because her stomach came at an inopportune time. When she came here today, she had already made up her mind. Therefore, she ignored the ridicule of the crowd and looked directly at the queen. "I really want to accompany the emperor. Please allow me." The queen. Her words made others even more dissatisfied. And the concubines of the queen's faction immediately said, "Shupin is really difficult for people. You are pregnant. Can the queen agree to you? If you have problems, I'm afraid the queen will be blamed." "That's right. Maybe you will give birth halfway, and then you will take care of the baby in the middle. And you can't go to the emperor at all. And you will have a reputation of being devoted to the emperor. You are really calculating." Song Shuqing frowned. "What I think? There is no need for you to make malicious speculations here. The emperor will understand my intentions." She also knew that it was impossible to convince these people. No one was willing to admit that she was good. She looked at the queen. "Please allow me," the queen, "to bear all the consequences from now on, and will never implicate you." The queen looked at Song Shuqing and found that she really thought so. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart, and her eyes became more and more indifferent when she looked at Song Shuqing. She still said seriously, "Shupin, look at your belly. Is it time to say this? The emperor needs to keep a good mood to maintain his health. If something happens to the fetus on the way, will you still make the emperor worry?" But Song Shuqing wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the queen. The queen sternly rebuked, "Okay. Now is the time to discuss business. Not the time to quarrel with you. Shupin, you will be an old man in the palace, and it's time to do something." Looking at the queen's expression, Song Shuqing knew that she would never let her go. She touched her big belly and finally sat back. Suddenly, a sneer sounded in the crowd, but no one knew who laughed. After she sat down, the queen looked at the others. "Is there anyone willing to follow and take care of the emperor?" In the silence, a concubine spoke up. This was a person who had little presence in the harem. With her and Lu Hanwan, there are already two. Enough people. The queen did not react much to Lu Hanwan's desire to go. Lu Hanwan's foundation was too shallow, and everything depended on the emperor's favor. Even if she came back alive, the threat was not that big. Besides, Lu Hanwan still had a Concubine E waiting to deal with. Compared with Lu Hanwan coming back alive, the queen was more inclined to think that Lu Hanwan would die in this smallpox. As a favorite concubine, Lu Hanwan's death was also a good thing. She did not like the person who had been favored by the emperor for so long to be alive. As for Song Shuqing, the queen certainly wanted her to die. But even if the power of smallpox was so great, as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, she did not want to bet that Song Shuqing would really die there. The emperor has always been so special to Song Shuqing. When he was a prince, he almost ran away with Song Shuqing. If Song Shuqing really came back alive, the future crown prince would probably be given to Song Shuqing's son. Of course, another reason is that Song Shuqing's belly is really not suitable for going. No matter how much Song Shuqing promised, she is the queen. As long as she makes this decision, all attention will be on her. Everyone will think that she has bad intentions and wants Song Shuqing's life. She doesn't want to help Song Shuqing bear these infamy. Moreover, one is a new love, and the other is an old love. She really wants to see what kind of ending Song Shuqing will have after this time. She felt comfortable when she thought that Song Shuqing would be sad because of these heartaches. It was a pity that Song Shuqing was too well protected. She could not find a chance to get rid of the child in her belly. She could only watch the evil sea grow up. Looking at the people below, no one indicated that they wanted to go. The queen made the final decision. Okay. Since concubine Lu and Zhang Daing are willing to go, then you go back and pack your things and set off tomorrow. Does anyone else have any opinions? No one said anything. The queen's illness was not fully recovered, so she did not delay any more time and directly announced the disbandment. After leaving Chongqing Palace, the concubines continued to mock Song Shuqing, and they couldn't stop. Lu Hanwan didn't have time to listen to everyone's talk now. She would leave tomorrow, so of course she had to cherish the remaining time today and get along well with her son. As soon as she left, everyone looked at her figure more blatantly. At this time, the voices mocking Song Shuqing were quieter, and everyone whispered, "What do you think of Lu Hanwan? Why would she take the initiative to take care of the emperor?" Everyone knew that if she took care of the emperor at this time, how great the opportunities would be. These days, there were concubines who had always been unpopular who were weighing in their hearts whether to take a gamble. But in the end, no one dared to joke with their own life easily. So Lu Hanwan's initiative to speak shocked everyone. As a favorite concubine, Lu Hanwan was the one who least needed to use this trick. If all the concubines in the palace didn't go, the emperor wouldn't ignore the whole harem because of this. Although everyone felt a little uneasy when they thought about the emperor coming back in the future. One by one, most of the concubines in the harem have created an image of liking and admiring the emperor in front of the emperor. But no matter how good the image is, they all retreated in the face of life and death. Sister, do you think that Lu Hanwan is thinking of going to the emperor to try and have another child because she saw that Concubine E couldn't give birth to a child, and the ninth prince would never return to her in the future? In a corner, a soft and weak voice whispered her guess. As soon as she finished speaking, a gorgeously dressed and bright-looking woman next to her rolled her eyes. Are you mentally ill? Lu Hanwan will die after she dies, and there is no point in giving birth. Whether Concubine E can give birth or not does not affect the fact that Lu Hanwan is the biological mother of the ninth prince. Okay. The weather is cold. Let's go back to the palace quickly. Don't stand here stupidly. After being scolded by the woman who was as fragile as a white flower in the wind flashed a trace of resentment in her eyes. But Su restrained it and said, Sister is right. Watching the two sisters leave, the concubines behind couldn't help but sigh. This Yupin is really angry with her concubine sister. She is the emperor's concubine, but she scolds her like a grandson. Some people didn't care. Just a concubine's daughter. The concubines in the palace are basically all legitimate daughters. Lu Hanwan didn't hear these little episodes. She returned to Yishou Palace to accompany Xiao Yuan for a while, and then told him that she would leave temporarily tomorrow. Xiao Yuan looked like he understood. Mom, are you going to find the father? Yes. Lu Hanwan tapped his little nose and said with a smile, the father is sick. Mother has been with Shuzhou for so long, and I have to go to accompany the father. She had completely forgotten what she had said to Xiao Yuan that night, that she would only accompany him and not the emperor. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan did not intend to quarrel with Lu Hanwan over such a trivial matter. He nodded seriously with a chubby face and said seriously, Okay. Mother, come back soon. Lu Hanwan laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. She thought her son's expression was very cute. Okay. Okay. Wait until the emperor recovers. Mother will come back immediately. The next morning, Lu Hanwan got up early. Xiao Yuan had packed the things she needed to bring yesterday. This time, she really didn't plan to bring Xiao Yuan with her. If Xiao Yuan had come with her to Yishou Palace to accompany the ninth prince, it was still unknown whether there was smallpox at that time. But this time, the emperor was really infected with smallpox. Unlike Xiao Yuan, who took preventive medicine. It would be bad if she got infected. There were no palace servants in her Chaoxiao palace who had contracted smallpox. So Lu Hanwan could just go by herself. Anyway, she had no one to serve her when she was a child. And she had been a maid for so many years after entering the palace. It was not like she couldn't live without servants. She was leaving. And of course everyone in the harem, led by the queen, had to see her off. She got on the carriage. And the queen and others watched Lu Hanwan gradually leave. And couldn't help sighing in their hearts. This noble lady Lu really loved the emperor too much. And it was no wonder that the emperor doted on her for so long. As for Zhang Deying, another concubine who went with Lu Hanwan to take care of the emperor, everyone ignored her unanimously. She had no sense of existence in the harem at ordinary times. And this time, she was still inconspicuous. Just a foil. Everyone thought that she was just unwilling to be lonely and wanted to take a gamble. Such a woman, even if she went to the emperor, no one felt any threat. After sighing at Lu Hanwan's deep love, everyone thought that it would be better for this concubine Lu to die on the emperor's side. Otherwise, when she comes back, the harem structure will change again. The emperor's place is not too far from the capital. Lu Hanwan rode day and night and arrived in 3 days. When she arrived, night had already begun to fall. The palace servant went in and reported to the emperor. Your Majesty, concubine Lu and Zhang promised to see you outside. The emperor frowned. Why are they here? Su Quan said, I heard that the empress specially selected people to take care of the emperor. So concubine Lu and Zhang Deying took the initiative to come. Ridiculous. The emperor said unhappily, what can they do? Can they treat illnesses or help me transfer the disease to them? But they are all here to die. Su Quan smiled apologetically. I'm afraid the 2 ladies want to come and take care of the emperor personally. The emperor said, so many palace maids can't take care of me? Okay. Don't let them in. Arrange a place for them to stay, and stay well first. This is also because after so many days, the emperor feels that his health has improved. So he is in a better mood. And he doesn't want people to come in and get infected and lose their lives. If it were before, he would not bother to care. Yes. Su Quan hurried out to make arrangements. Lu Hanwan and Zhang Deying were taken to a place to live alone without seeing anyone. Lu Hanwan tried to find out about the emperor's situation, but got no results. That night, Lu Hanwan stayed. Compared to Zhang Deying's honesty and timidity, Lu Hanwan was bolder. Taking the initiative to take care of the emperor was a good thing. But if she didn't stay with the emperor after arriving, the emperor's good impression of her behavior would be limited in the end. But the emperor obviously didn't want them to go. And it wouldn't be good to force them to go. Especially looking at Su Quan's relaxed look. The emperor's condition should have improved. If she forced herself to serve the emperor under such circumstances, the emperor might not be moved, but think she was stupid. After all, the emperor is getting well soon. If you force yourself to get infected with smallpox and then lose your life, it's so stupid that it makes people want to laugh. You still have to find a suitable time. Lu Hanwan did not act rashly. The next day, she asked someone to get paper and pen and began to copy scriptures to pray for the emperor. She copied a lot during these days in Isho Palace. After all, she always looked admiring in front of the emperor. When she heard that the emperor was in trouble, she shouldn't be indifferent. If you act, you have to do it comprehensively. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone noticed the loophole. In this regard, Lu Hanwan is quite professional. After copying scriptures for 2 days, Lu Hanwan would ask about the emperor's condition every day. Even if she couldn't get the answer, she would ask and wait for the opportunity. That day, feeling the guards' tense expressions and the tense atmosphere, Lu Hanwan knew that the opportunity she had been waiting for had come. She asked someone to take her to find Su Quan. Eunuch Su. How is the emperor's condition? Su Quan was a little distance away from her. After all, Su Quan was the one who came into contact with the emperor every day. The emperor didn't want the 2 concubines who came to be infected. So Su Quan had to stay away from Lu Hanwan. The 2 of them talked in an open place, and didn't let Lu Hanwan go to the emperor's place. The emperor's place was crowded with people, and it was easy to be infected. The emperor's condition worsened again, and Su Quan was busy all the time. He was not happy to be called by Lu Hanwan at this time. He advised, Lu Guren, the emperor's health is taken care of by the imperial physician. So don't think too much. Now the servant is also busy, and I really don't have the energy to come out and answer you every day. His words were not polite, But Su Quan was the eunuch beside the emperor. He had been with the emperor for so many years. And even the queen would sometimes give him some face. Not to mention Lu Hanwan, a concubine with no foundation. When Lu Hanwan heard his words, tears immediately filled her eyelashes. She rushed forward and asked excitedly, "Eunuch Su, is there something wrong with the emperor's condition?" Seeing her worried look, Su Quan paused in his heart, took a few steps back, and said helplessly, "Lady Lu, I often come into contact with the emperor, and I may be sick. For your own good, you better not get too close to me. If he gets infected, all these efforts will be in vain." Lu Hanwan wiped away her tears and asked calmly, "I don't care about these. I came here for the emperor. As long as I can be with the emperor, I am not afraid. Eunuch Su, tell me honestly, how is the emperor's condition now?" Lu Hanwan's years of hard work and acting have not been in vain. Anyone who sees her will feel so affectionate. Su Quan sighed. The emperor's condition worsened last night. Lu Hanwan couldn't control her tears and took 2 steps closer to Su Quan, begging, "Eunuch Su, let me take care of the emperor. The emperor is lying in bed alone. I always feel uneasy if I don't watch him." Su Quan was already wavering. Although the palace maids could take care of the emperor, they were obviously afraid. They were always trembling and kept away unless necessary. They didn't dare to stay in the emperor's room. It would be good if Concubine Lu could accompany the emperor to talk. As for whether Lu Hanwan could survive after being infected with smallpox, this was not something he could consider. He said, "Concubine Lu, you have to think clearly. This smallpox is not an ordinary thing. Many people have died here these days. The imperial physician has not found an effective treatment method until now." "Yes, I know," Lu Hanwan said firmly. "I just hope that the emperor can survive this disaster safely. I don't wish for anything else." Su Quan was touched. This concubine Lu was deeply in love with the emperor. He sighed inwardly, but finally said, "In this case, Concubine Lu, please follow me." Lu Hanwan immediately followed happily. After entering the room, they saw the emperor lying on the bed and sleeping. Lu Hanwan did not wake him up, but watched him for a while beside the bed. Of course, this was for Su Quan, who was still in the room. After watching the emperor for a while, Lu Hanwan began to clean the room gently. She also cleaned everything that needed to be wiped with water, opened a small crack in the window for ventilation, and brought clean bedding aside, ready to change it for the emperor after he woke up. This smallpox was really terrible. The palace maids did not dare to come to the room, and many aspects were not cleaned cleanly. She just saw the medicine stains on the bedding that the emperor was covered with. Lu Hanwan's eyes were full of life, and she did things very neatly. After everything was cleaned up, she asked Su Quan to take the paper and pen, and she continued to copy Buddhist scriptures at the table by the window, praying devoutly for the emperor, just as practicing calligraphy. Looking at the brand new room, Su Quan had a good impression of Lu Hanwan. Concubine Lu really loved the emperor. Look at how clean the room was. She was really worried about the emperor. When the emperor woke up and opened his eyes, he felt that the air seemed to smell a lot better, no longer mixed with the smell of medicine and vomit. He tilted his head and saw that the room seemed to have a new layer, clean and tidy. A beautiful woman was bathed in the light sunlight, writing with a pen, and her profile was so beautiful that it seemed to glow. "Looks familiar." Before the emperor spoke, Lu Hanwan saw the emperor from the corner of her eye, and she said in surprise, "The emperor is awake." She put down her pen and walked over quickly. She squatted beside the bed, holding the emperor's hand. Her eyes fell on the emperor, lingering and unwilling to leave, and asked again, "Does the emperor want some tea?" She quickly got up and poured some tea. This tea was just changed by her. The original tea was cold, and the temperature was just right for drinking. Su Quan also came over after hearing the voice. "Is the emperor feeling unwell?" The emperor shook his head. He was helped to sit up, took the tea from Lu Hanwan's hand and drank it, then looked at Lu Hanwan and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay over there?" "Your Majesty." Lu Hanwan only called out once, then pursed her lips tightly, restraining the corners of her mouth that were shaking because of her excitement. She shed tears in big drops. Her eyes were clear and full of worry, and she didn't dare to cry and make a scene in front of the patient. After all, the emperor had smallpox, and this was really not a good time to talk about love. But even if she didn't speak, her affectionate eyes said everything. She said, "I want to accompany the emperor." The emperor looked at her deeply, And after a while, he said, "Since you are here, stay here." In the following time, Lu Hanwan stayed here, taking care of the emperor all the time. And the rest of the time she copied Buddhist scriptures to pray for the emperor. The emperor was tired just looking at it. "You should take a break. You have been copying for several days. And your hands are tired." The emperor himself does not believe in gods and Buddhas. Lu Hanwan turned around and smiled. "As long as the emperor can get better, I will be satisfied with anything I do." The emperor snorted and laughed. "You might as well ask the imperial physician for help instead of gods and Buddhas." The emperor was a very easygoing person to a certain extent. Lu Hanwan did not react much to his words. She just smiled and said, "Whether it is useful or not, the more you copy and the more sincere you are, the more at ease I will feel. If it is useful, wouldn't it be better?" The emperor thought to himself that he had never seen you believe in gods and Buddhas. And now you are trying to get help from Buddha. But he did not say it out loud. Looking at the serious back of the woman, the sun was shining outside. The breeze was blowing, and his heart was at peace. After these days, the emperor was getting better. So Lu Hanwan resumed her usual recklessness in front of the emperor. And these days, Lu Hanwan was not infected with smallpox, which even Su Quan was amazed at, thinking that concubine Lu was lucky. You know, many palace maids who served the emperor were infected. But concubine Lu was fine. She was busy all day long. And when the emperor couldn't eat, she tried her best to make all kinds of delicious food. Seeing this, people felt full of energy. When Lu Hanwan went to the kitchen to cook for the emperor again, the emperor looked at the empty door and ordered, "Su Quan, go check whether concubine Lu came here to serve." The implication is to know whether concubine Lu was forced to come here by the people in the palace, or whether she came here voluntarily, and whether there are any other external factors. Su Quan bowed and replied, "Yes." He went out to give orders quickly. He knew in his heart that if concubine Lu really came here voluntarily to take care of the emperor this time, she would have a good life in the harem in the future. Another half a month passed, and the emperor was completely well. The team should return to the palace again. Lu Hanwan sat in the sedan chair, feeling extremely satisfied. She had successfully achieved her goal this time, and her relationship with the emperor became deeper. She even became closer to the eunuch Su Gonggong beside the emperor. During this period, she made a lot of food that the emperor did not eat, and fed Su Gonggong a lot. She didn't expect that such a small amount of food would make eunuch Su her man. As someone in front of the emperor, it was a courtesy for him to eat her food. But as long as eunuch Su occasionally spoke well of her in front of the emperor, that was enough. The army returned to the capital, and all the civil and military officials came to meet them. When they arrived at the palace, the queen brought the concubines and the princes and princesses to wait for the emperor to return. The emperor's ceremonial guard entered the palace. Everyone watched the emperor come down, and then turned around and held a slender jade hand stretched out from behind. And they were so angry that their teeth itched. This noble lady Lu was really lucky. Smallpox didn't kill her, and she didn't get infected and struggled to survive. She didn't get infected at all. It was so infuriating. Lu Hanwan didn't expect the emperor to come and help her personally. She was a little surprised. She looked at the emperor with eyes that seemed to be dripping with honey. Sweet and shy, the two looked at each other. Song Shuqing stood not far away, standing with the concubines, and felt as if her heart was being ripped out. An inexplicable fear appeared in her heart, and she suddenly felt scared. No, it should be that Lu Hanwan had been afraid for a month since she went to the emperor's side. With such a beautiful woman like concubine Lu and such deep love, she was afraid that the emperor would really fall in love with concubine Lu's company when he was most vulnerable. She had always been a kind-hearted person, but for the first time, she prayed in secret, hoping that concubine Lu would die in this smallpox. But it didn't go as she wished, and concubine Lu came back alive, and she really has a closer relationship with the emperor. When the two looked at each other, they were full of tenderness, handsome and beautiful, looking like a golden boy and a jade girl, very well matched. And it deeply hurt Song Shuqing's eyes. Zhao looked far away, and seeing that his mother had returned safely, he was relieved. The emperor came over and talked to the queen for a while, and then talked to Concubine E and others, and asked about his son one by one, and finally said to the queen, "Lu Guiran has taken great care of me this time, so let's promote her to the position of concubine." The queen smiled. Lu Guiran has made great contributions, so it should be so. But Zhang Yingying, The emperor was silent for a while, thinking about who Zhang Yingying was in his mind. And then he remembered that Zhang Yingying came with Lu Guiran. But he hadn't seen him for so long. It seems that after concubine Lu came to take care of him, he heard eunuch Su mention that Zhang Ying wanted to come, but he didn't agree at that time. Then, there was no movement. Thinking that she had come with him after all, he said, "Let Zhang Ying be made a concubine." Between Ying and a concubine there are selected concubines and imperial concubines, which is equivalent to jumping 3 levels, which is almost the same. This person has never been favored. And even if he went with her, the emperor did not intend to change his mind about her instantly. After making arrangements, the emperor left first. As an emperor, he had not returned to the palace for so long, and he still had a lot to do. As soon as the emperor left, everyone's jealous eyes fell on Lu Hanwan, and someone immediately said sourly, "Concubine Lu is really blessed and has a long life. Now that she is back, she can be considered to be very successful." Lu Hanwan restored her cold and quiet image in front of the concubines and said, "Sister Chupin should also go with us." Chupin choked. "How dare she go?" Concubine Ning curled her lips and said, "Lady Lu is really different this time. She is confident and speaks to Sister Chupin so confidently. You should know that Chupin is the niece of the Empress Dowager." Lu Hanwan said lightly, "Madame Ningfei is joking." Concubine Ning waited for a while, but Lu Hanwan didn't say anything else. She was so angry that her chest hurt. She almost couldn't maintain the smile on her face. She clenched her fingers. This damn Lu Hanwan still looks so dead. What can she do if she says more? She didn't know where to start. Lu Hanwan had always known that there were many people in the palace waiting to catch her making mistakes. The more she talked, the more mistakes she made. She didn't have a deep background, so she didn't say much unless it was necessary. Of course, she still had to start when it was time to start. Now that she had just returned to the palace, she should not get involved for the time being, lest the emperor think that she was taking advantage of her trip to take care of the emperor and was spoiled. The emperor left, and the prince didn't want to listen to the concubines' quarrels. Anyway, his adoptive mother was the queen, who was always very majestic, and no one dared to bully her. He reached out and pulled Xiao Yuan's little hand. Seeing Xiao Yuan looking over, he asked, "What are you doing recently? Have you played with the toys I gave you last time? Do you like them?" Xiao Yuan and the prince had not met each other for such a long time except when the other party came to see him when he was sick. The prince had many study tasks every day and was controlled by the queen. In addition, he had smallpox during this period, so he definitely had no chance to come to see him. That is to say, everyone came to welcome the emperor back to the palace today, so they had the opportunity to meet. The queen and Yifei both had high status and were top figures in the harem, so they stood close to each other. So the prince moved to Xiao Yuan's side. But he didn't dare to talk to Xiao Yuan before because he was afraid that his mother would criticize him for not caring about his father and only knowing how to play. Xiao Yuan's attitude towards the prince was average. He knew that this was a person who was destined to not live long. But he couldn't ignore people talking to him nicely. So he nodded and answered questions one by one. "I have been staying in Isho Palace to play by myself recently. I have finished all the toys given to me. I like them very much." "Thank you, brother prince." "Oh, okay." Hearing such a cute child answering his question seriously, and calling him brother the prince in a baby voice, the prince felt warm in his heart. He quickly said, "If you like it, I will give it to you next time. But children can't play all day. You are already more than 2 years old. Let your nanny or other people around you teach you to read and write. Remember not to be distracted by playing with things." The more he spoke, it seemed as if he had seen his brother being distracted by playing with things, and his brows furrowed. "Well, I will go back and get you all the calligraphy and writing I used when I was a child, and all the books for learning calligraphy. Many of them were used by my father when he taught me, and there are still my father's calligraphy on them. Don't damage them. You must keep them well." As the eldest son of the emperor, the prince received a lot of preferential treatment from the emperor when he was still young. Xiao Yuan. His mind was buzzing, and seeing that the prince was still talking, he quickly interrupted, "No learning." "Ah?" The prince was shocked, and he suspected that he had heard it wrong. "What?" Xiao Yuan said again, "No learning." The prince was immediately anxious. His cheeks were stained with rosy. "How can I not learn this?" He began to wonder if he had given all those toys to his younger brother, and it was a mistake. It was he who harmed his brother. It was he who made his brother start to indulge in toys. The prince was panicking and nervous. His mother had never allowed him to play with toys, saying that it would lead to a loss of ambition. Every time he was caught, he would be severely criticized and scolded. His mother would also throw things. He couldn't play with them, and didn't dare to play with them. But those things were very important to him. Last time he saw Xiao playing in the mud and getting dirty, he thought of giving those things to Xiao to play with. On the one hand, he liked Xiao, and was worried that Concubine E would treat Xiao badly. After all, Concubine E was just an adopted mother. On the other hand, it was a good place for the toys. He knew that other children in the palace, such as the second and third princes, would play with them when they were young. But he didn't want to harm Xiao. The queen's strict prohibition of him playing with toys, even smashing things, and pulling out the servants around him to beat him, made the prince feel that it was too serious to lose his ambition due to toys. He couldn't bear to scold such a young and cute brother. He tried to persuade his brother to return to the right path. You can't play like this all day long. It's wrong. You can learn a little. You can learn less. Although Lu Hanwan was talking to other concubines, her attention was always on her son. She had heard a little about the prince's child. The queen was very strict. Especially the queen herself was serious and harsh. The child must be very afraid of such a person since childhood. Seeing the prince's eyes wide open, she quickly bent down and smiled gently. Xiao is only 2 years old now, so there is no rush to study and learn characters. You have to wait until you are a little older before learning. When Xiao goes to Chongwengwen in the future, there will be too many things to learn. Now, while you are still young, you should seize the time to play more. The prince looked at her in a daze. Xiao Yuan also saw that something was wrong with the prince, and he was soft-hearted. For the first time, he took the initiative to hold the prince's hand. Now, play. Later, learn. As soon as Lu Hanwan started talking to the crown prince, the concubine's attention turned to this side. They didn't know what happened before, but Lu Hanwan's words were clearly heard by everyone, and they more or less guessed the general situation. It must be the queen who can teach the child. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is so motivated and studious, and loves his brothers. Some people also made trouble. Does Concubine E think that the ninth prince should learn something? Just now, Lu Hanwan said that the ninth prince was too young and could play more. But the ninth prince was strictly speaking Concubine Yi's child. So naturally everything should be disciplined by Concubine E. And what Lu Hanwan said was useless. The relationship between Concubine E and Lu Hanwan has never been harmonious, especially after Lu Hanwan came back from accompanying the emperor this time. Concubine E looked at her even more unpleasantly. On the one hand, Concubine E boasted that she had a deep love for the emperor, but she was guilty of not going to accompany the emperor this time. So she disliked Lu Hanwan even more. On the other hand, everyone saw the emperor's attitude just now, and Concubine E couldn't accept the thought that the emperor might really care about Lu Hanwan. She knew very well that Lu Hanwan had been coveting the ninth prince for a long time, and had never given up. In the past, Concubine E thought that everything was Lu Hanwan's wishful thinking, and the emperor would never send the child back to Lu Hanwan. But since the other party came back alive, all this became unknown. Concubine E couldn't wait to declare her sovereignty over the ninth prince. She looked at Lu Hanwan with a look of arrogance and disdain. Little Nine can indeed learn something at this age. He is smart. Children born in the same month as him don't speak as fluently as him. It's a good thing for him to learn early. He used to like to pester the emperor and my uncle to read to him. He just likes this aspect. She touched her hair with some pride. As soon as Concubine E said this, the faces of some concubines changed a little. Among the children with similar backgrounds to the ninth prince, the ninth prince is the most liked by the emperor. His speech, expressions and other reactions often make the emperor very happy. Apart from that, only the 10th prince born by the queen, who has the title of a legitimate son, can get a little attention from the emperor. But he is still not as good as the ninth prince. Lu Hanwan's face darkened. Children are not determined when they are young. He just listened to the voice casually. Xiao has liked to listen to people talking to him since he was a child. She looked at Concubine E with anger in her eyes. She didn't know what Concubine E was thinking when she said this. Xiao was so young and had no idea what he wanted to do in the future. Concubine E just put him on the opposite side of the concubines in the harem, and made him the target of public criticism. Could it be that Concubine E was disliked by her, and deliberately targeted the ninth prince in order to retaliate against her? Just want her to not be able to live a peaceful life even if she takes Xiao back? Concubine E ignored Lu Hanwan. She could see Lu Hanwan's intention to a certain extent, but Xiao could only be her child. As her son, Concubine E, with Fong Ji as his backer, Xiao could not hide himself. And he was also a very competitive candidate in the fight for the throne. Since you can live proudly, why hide? Except for the queen's 2 children. Concubine Yi's son was originally more noble than other princes. And even the queen's 2 children could not compare with Xiao in terms of imperial favor. She would let everyone know that what she, a foster mother, could give was not comparable to Lu Hanwan, a bitch who was promoted from a palace maid. Concubine E and Lu Hanwan were fighting each other, and the other concubines were either watching the fun, or fanning the flames, or following suit. The crown prince and Xiao Yuan, as the origin of the dispute, had been forgotten by everyone. The crown prince stared at all this in amazement. He knew that this war was not something he and Xiao could participate in. He looked down at Xiao, but didn't see anyone. He looked to the side and found that the child was not in a hurry at all. Perhaps his feet were tired from standing for a long time, and he was tugging at naughty way to be held, without any awareness of being the cause of the dispute. Xiao Yuan was indeed not in a hurry at all. He completely pretended that he didn't understand. His mother had just come back from taking care of the emperor, and her status in the palace was different from before. He was not worried that she would be bullied. As for the quarrel, his mother had always been a good talker. The prince trotted to Xiao Yuan's side, and said in a somewhat complaining tone, "Xiao, why did you leave by yourself?" Leaving him alone there at a loss. Xiao Yuan grabbed his hand that wanted to touch him, pointed in the direction of the imperial garden, kicked his short legs excitedly, and gave orders in high spirits, "Garden, go!" The little baby voice was clear and loud. He was not moved at all by the quarrel beside him. The prince stood there in a bit of embarrassment, and it seemed not good to follow his brother without telling his mother. He hesitated and looked over to his mother, and saw that the concubines, who had been arguing with each other before, were looking over here. Xiao Yuan followed his line of sight, and happened to meet the queen's eyes. His expression did not change at all. He shook the prince's hand and repeated again, "Garden. Let's go." The queen smiled slightly, her eyes calm, and said to the prince, "Since your brother wants you to play with him, then go and play for a while. Remember to come back early for dinner." The prince was instantly excited. "Yes, mother." Wei Nani always listened to Xiao Yuan. Seeing that Concubine E knew where the little prince was going, she did not object and took Xiao Yuan there. The prince just raised his hand and let Xiao Yuan pull him all the way. Behind him, there was a group of palace maids who took care of Xiao Yuan. When they arrived at the imperial garden, Xiao Yuan looked at the prince and thought about his good temper. After all, he did not do anything like asking him to play in the mud with him or watch ants moving for a long time. Instead, he let the palace maids spread the blanket on the lawn, and the two sat on it and played with normal toys. Many of them were sent by the prince. Most of them were never played by the prince himself. The prince first watched Xiao Yuan play, and after watching for a while, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Xiao, can you even take this apart? This action is too skillful." Xiao Yuan didn't stop, and nodded without raising his head. He took down the wooden strips one by one. He was playing with the combing lock that the prince had sent over before. This thing is made of small wooden strips of similar shapes, assembled together using mortise and tenon structures. Basically, each small wooden strip looks the same, with a depression in the middle, and is assembled using the depression. This thing can be taken apart with a little thought, but it is not so easy to install it as it is after taking it apart. The difficulty lies in that many styles have basically the same wooden strips. There is not only one type of combing lock. Simple ones include big 3 links and blockades. Other complicated and difficult ones include 24 locks, weld locks, hexagonal gems, etc. The prince looked at it for a while, then took it up and dismantled it. He could dismantle it, but it was difficult to restore it to its original state. He kept mumbling in front of Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Yuan had no choice but to come over to help him and show him how to do it, because the prince would call him soon. He simply stopped doing it himself and watched the prince do it. Gradually, his tilted body leaned on the prince's arm. The prince glanced at his brother's little head next to him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. And he began to hum and shout again, "Here! Here! Where should I put this? Xiao Yuan. He was so angry that his mouth was drooping. Think about it. How can you ask people all the time? You have to think for yourself. Even if the prince has assembled it, he still won't know how to take it apart next time. At first, the prince pretended not to understand to tease his brother. But gradually his face changed. Because he really didn't know how to do it. The more you play, the more difficult it becomes. After playing for a while, a voice came forward and whispered, "Your Highness." The prince paused. The ant next to him, who was about 30 years old, was a servant of his mother, the queen, and had served his mother, the former queen. He usually had to respect her, because he used to be playful and would secretly skip studies. The queen sent this person to take care of him. Now the other person called him to remind him that it was almost time to go back and do his homework. Xiao Yuan raised his head, frowned, pointed at the ant, and then pointed to the place where Wei Nani and others were not far away, and said in a baby voice, "Go away." The ant did not look down on Xiao Yuan, the ninth prince. After taking a look at him, she retracted her gaze and continued to look at the prince. "Your Highness, we should go back. It's getting late. If we don't go back, the queen will be worried." She didn't take Xiao Yuan seriously at all. The prince was silent for a long time and said, "The ninth prince is talking to you. Didn't you hear it?" The ant probably didn't expect the prince to refute her words and ask her like this. She was stunned for a moment and couldn't say anything for a long time. Naughty Wei had been staring at this side, seeing from a distance that the atmosphere here seemed a little strange. She hurried over. The others followed. At this moment, the ant was still being stared at by the prince. And there were so many people coming to watch. She was even more dumbfounded and stammered, not knowing what to do. Seeing that there was no movement, the prince asked again. "The ninth prince is talking to you. Didn't you hear it?" Naughty Wei and others understood now that it was the little prince who was talking to this person. And this person ignored him. This was simply unreasonable. Even if they were people in the queen's palace, they were still servants. How could they ignore the little prince? The little prince has always been good-natured and would not deliberately make things difficult for others. This person must be relying on his position as the queen to look down on the ninth prince. So Wei Nani and others glared at this ant. This ant really looked down on the ninth prince. But now she was surrounded by the enemy, and the prince did not help her. If this matter really got out, she would definitely be punished. She was a little nervous and scared for a while, and had to bow her head. "I have offended you before. Please forgive me. Your Highness the ninth prince." Xiao Yuan snorted twice, and then he did not forgive, without any sincerity. But that was all. After all, she was somewhere around the prince, so he couldn't do much. The prince coaxed him again, and after coaxing him, he said, "Brother has to go back. Can you send new toys to Xiaojiu tomorrow?" The queen was strict with him, but the Duke of Ying did not blame him for various toys, especially his uncle, who was young and always collected all kinds of fun things for him. He couldn't use them himself, so it was just right for his younger brother. Speaking of toys, he thought of the books he had promised to give to Xiaojiu when he was a child, which caused a war in the harem. Thinking of this, he closed his mouth and thought about what Concubine Lu said. Xiaojiu was young, so he would wait until Xiaojiu was older before sending them. Otherwise, if he couldn't play at such a young age because of him, it would be too painful. Xiao Yuan knew that if he forced the prince to stay, he would probably agree to it because of his easygoing personality. But he didn't do it in the end. He just nodded obediently. Next time. Play. Hearing that his younger brother wanted to make an appointment with him next time, the prince's originally depressed mood suddenly became high, and he said with a smile, "Okay. Next time. Brother Prince, I will come to see you." After saying that, he touched his little face with some regret. "It would be great if you grew up quickly. Then you can go to Chongwengwen to study with Brother Prince." The prince and the second and third princes all studied together, but he didn't have a good relationship with them. At first, it was because the queen did not allow him to contact other princes, and later it was because he himself did not want to befriend the two. He was weak, and the second prince was his father's only healthy son, so he received a lot of attention from his father. The other party was always dissatisfied with him and did not like him. Maybe he felt that he, a sickly child, took the position of the crown prince, and was indignant. Then, there was the third prince. The third prince had asthma, was innocent, and liked to stick to his father the most. He was the most favored prince by his father. It was just that he was good in front of his father, but behind his back. The third prince was extremely arrogant and domineering. He had no respect for him at all, and his targeting was open. No matter what, he always wanted to compete with him. He had always been lonely in Chongwen Hall, so he was looking forward to his favorite brother coming with him. Xiao Yuan looked at him in disbelief. How could this man repay kindness with hatred? Who would like to go to school? Although Xiao Yuan was not opposed to going to school and learned very quickly. As far as he knew, the emperor attached great importance to the schoolwork of each prince, and the course schedule was very tight. If he went to class, he had to get up very early, and could not be as free as he is now. After the prince left, Xiao Yuan had no mood to play anymore. When he went back, he happened to meet his mother. The two talked. Seeing that everything was fine with her son, Lu Hanwan did not say much and left quickly. Now is not the time to cultivate feelings with her son. After she gets the emperor's permission, she will have more time to spend with her child. If she wants to get her child back, she can't just take action based on the child's attitude. This will not make sense to the emperor at all, and it will only make people think that she has ulterior motives. Contacting the child behind Concubine Yi's back may even stimulate Concubine E to take action on the child, which is not the situation she wants to see. What she is going to do next will arouse Concubine Yi's hatred for her. In order to prevent Concubine E from taking revenge on her son, it is safer for her son to have a good relationship with Concubine E during this period. After Xiao Yuan returned to Yishou Palace, he was directly taken to the main hall by Wei Nani. This is what Concubine E has requested for a while. When Concubine E saw Xiao Yuan appear, she immediately stood up from the chair with a smile and reached out to take Xiao Yuan. How is Xiuzhou playing with the prince? Did the prince bully you? Xiao Yuan looked at her with his big black round eyes. When he heard the prince, his eyes curved into crescents and he shouted, Prince? Good. Hey. It seems that our Xiuzhou likes His Royal Highness the Prince very much. Concubine E said. Concubine E didn't care about Xiao Yuan's contact with the prince. She didn't mind Xiao Yuan's contact with any prince. After all, she didn't have any great hatred with any concubine. Oh! The fourth prince's biological mother Zhou Changzai doesn't count. She caused her miscarriage, and she can't get pregnant again. But it doesn't matter. The fourth prince has been killed by her. The rest of the prince's mothers are basically bullied by Concubine E. Of course, making friends is one thing, and the ninth prince must become more and more outstanding. She doesn't care if Xiuzhou plays well with others, but Xiuzhou must surpass others in homework and other aspects. The emperor attaches the most importance to the prince's homework, and this must be done well. Thinking of this, she told Aunt Fong, go and find all the books that the little prince should learn, and let him learn some every day in the future. It's not enough to just listen without learning how to write and recognize. This way, you can't remember anything at all. You have been exposed to books for several years in vain, but you haven't learned anything. After asking Xiao Yuan some questions about what he played with the prince, Concubine E asked Wei Nani to take him down to wash and change clothes. One of the maids who followed Xiao Yuan stayed. Did anything happen to Xiuzhou today? The maid said, the ninth prince and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince played very well. But then Aunt Ju beside His Royal Highness the Crown Prince seemed to be disrespectful to the little prince. The little prince didn't let us get close. I didn't hear what happened in detail. But when we got there, we heard His Royal Highness the Crown Prince say that when the little prince spoke, the aunt didn't pay attention. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked the aunt to apologize to the little prince. Concubine E asked how the apology was made, and the maid told her what happened at that time. Concubine E slapped the table, her eyes angry. You are just a maid, and you dare to act like a big shot in front of my child. Everyone knows that the birth mother of the ninth prince was just a maid, but now she is the foster mother of the ninth prince. She can't give birth, and the ninth prince is represented to the outside world as her son. A mere maid dared to be so presumptuous, and simply didn't take her seriously. She stood up. Let's go to Chongchun Palace to ask the queen for an explanation. Such a light sentence could not satisfy her. After she went to the queen to find fault, she was going to talk to the emperor. Ever since Lu Hanwan went to take care of the emperor, who had smallpox more than a month ago, Concubine E has been uneasy, especially since the emperor's health improved. But Lu Hanwan was not infected. She became even more worried. So during this period, Concubine E treated Xiao Yuan as well as her own son. Now, She also wanted to show her importance to Xiao in front of the emperor. Xiao was raised by her, and she devoted a lot of her efforts to it. She couldn't just let Lu Hanwan take her away casually. Compared with Lu Hanwan's true love, she was not sure whether her uncle would still be effective in front of the emperor. So Concubine E decided to take the initiative and deepen her relationship with Xiao. Just as she was about to leave, she stopped again when she saw that the maid looked like she hadn't finished talking. "Anything else?" the maid hurriedly said. "I met Lady Lu on the way back." Concubine Yi's face darkened, and the maid continued, "It's just that Lady Lu didn't say much to the little prince. She just touched the little prince and asked the servants about the little prince's recent situation in the palace. After asking, she asked the servants to take good care of the ninth prince, and gave the little prince a few words of advice, and then left." Concubine E snorted. She is always hypocritical, and she only knows how to do these flowery things. It seems that she cares a lot about the child, but in fact it is just like that. As for Lu Hanwan coming to accompany the ninth prince in person under the premise that the ninth prince was at risk of smallpox, Concubine E firmly believed that it was all Lu Hanwan's show. She deeply believed that Lu Hanwan knew in advance that Xiao Chui had smallpox problems, and knew that it would be fine after coming. So she deliberately came to accompany Xiao. Now, Lu Hanwan's idea succeeded. Everyone thought that she had a deep maternal love for the ninth prince, and her good reputation came immediately. I'm afraid that the emperor will also have more pity for Lu Hanwan. In the past, Lu Hanwan loved to pretend how much she cared about the ninth prince, and acted like a little pitiful. Now it's good. She doesn't need to pretend anymore, and everyone will not doubt it. Sooner or later, she will always reveal Lu Hanwan's true face. There is no hurry now. She has to go to the queen's palace first. Concubine E hurriedly led a large group of people to Chongqing Palace. Bai Ji hurriedly went in to report. "Your Majesty, Concubine E came here aggressively, and said she wanted to see you." The queen frowned slightly. What is she doing here? Thinking about how a crude and ignorant woman relied on Fong Ji to become the current splendid woman. She tried to pretend to be dignified, but she was always full of sourness when she spoke, and she didn't have much respect for her, which made the queen feel uncomfortable. Bai Ji didn't know what had happened. The prince was still reporting to the queen. When he heard that Concubine E was coming, he immediately remembered what happened just now. He said with some embarrassment and timidity, "Mother, Concubine E is probably here because of Xiao." "Ninth prince?" The queen was puzzled. The prince said, "When I was playing with Xiao in the imperial garden, Maya came out to interrupt. Xiao asked her to leave, but she ignored it. The people serving Xiao also saw it. Being in the palace, the prince was not stupid. He knew that everyone knew that Concubine E had been doting on the ninth prince during this period. Now that Concubine E was here, she could only come to redeem Xiao. The queen heard this. Her eyes sharpened, and her voice was calm with majestic dissatisfaction. "You should have told your mother about this matter immediately when you came back." Everyone knew Concubine Yi's style during this period. If she had known about this matter earlier, she would have handled it lightly before, instead of waiting in Chongqing Palace for someone to come to her door. Now she had to be punished. "I know my fault." The prince bowed his head and admitted his fault. The queen had no time to argue with the prince. She waved her hand to let the prince go back, and she went out to see Concubine E. The prince walked out of the door, and after a distance, a slight smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yuan didn't know what happened in Chongqing Palace. It was only in the evening that he heard the palace maids talk about it, and learned that the aunt who disrespected him in the afternoon was punished. The emperor returned to the palace, and after dealing with political affairs, he put his thoughts on the affairs of the harem. As early as when his body was almost recovered, he had been watching the things that happened in the harem of the previous dynasty, so he knew most of the things in the capital. When Su Quan came in to report that Concubine E had arrived, he sighed leisurely and said, "What's the matter with Concubine E?" Su Quan said respectfully. Previously, the ninth prince was playing with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the imperial garden. The palace servants around the Crown Prince were disrespectful to the ninth prince. When Concubine E heard about it, she went to Chongqing Palace. The emperor knew now. He waved his hand. "Let Concubine E come in." "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." Concubine E came in from the door and bowed to the emperor politely, even though she was right at the moment. Concubine E was not the type to whine and cry in front of the emperor. She was always like a tolerant elder sister in front of the emperor. Well, she was conscious of this. After all, on the one hand, she wanted to take care of the emperor as a close sister. And on the other hand, she longed for the emperor to love her. But her brain was really not enough. In front of the emperor with a strong aura, she couldn't even connect the words. The emperor couldn't help but feel a little pity for her. There were not many people in the harem who were so stupid. After all, although Concubine E was stupid, her feelings were real. And Fong Ji loved her. So the emperor was always tolerant of her behavior. As for the fact that Concubine E did not take the initiative to take care of him this time, the emperor was not unhappy about it. He was quite sober. And taking care of him was almost like committing suicide. He did not think that concubines had to sacrifice their lives for him. If Lu Hanwan had not been in his room when he woke up, he would not have agreed to let Lu Hanwan take care of him. There was no need. Of course, this was rationally the case. Emotionally, after thinking about Lu Hanwan's behavior, the only possibility was that after falling deeply in love with him, the emperor could not help but treat Lu Hanwan a little differently. After all, this was the woman he had doted on for so long, and she was in line with his wishes. As for the other Zhang who went with him, she was directly ignored by the emperor. If she is not someone he likes, no matter how much she does, it will be nothing. He is the emperor, and there are many people who are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. The emperor called Concubine E. Get up. What are you doing here? When the emperor mentioned it, Concubine E immediately complained aggrievedly. Your Majesty, you don't know how arrogant that dog slave is. They pretended not to hear Shijia's words, and they apologized with indignation on their faces. When I found out, my heart was broken. To summarize, this passage is not mainly about Shijio being wronged, but secretly wants to express how much he values the ninth prince and how deep their feelings are now. The emperor knew everything. During the time when Lu Hanwan left the palace, Concubine E was really too good to Shijio, including when Shijio was suspected of having smallpox. Concubine E actually lived with Shijio. This really surprised the emperor. But after he was surprised, he realized that Concubine E was most likely sure that Shijio would not have smallpox. So she just went with the flow. He waited for Concubine E to finish her story before saying, "This servant is really outrageous. I will go back to ask the queen." Concubine E smiled shyly. "That's not necessary. I have already gone to the queen. And now the queen has severely punished that servant. So there is no need to trouble the emperor. I just said a lot and forgot to say that I had already gone to the queen." The two talked for a while, and Concubine E felt quite accomplished. She had never had much to say to the emperor before. But today, when it came to Shijio, she could talk so much all at once. It was really amazing. After that, she looked at the emperor again and said, "Your Majesty." Concubine Lu. "Oh no. It's Concubine Yuan. Concubine Yuan is so mean to Shijio." The emperor interrupted her. "Okay. I'm a little tired. Concubine E, you can go back first." "Yes." Concubine E could only agree. After going out, her previous good mood disappeared. When she returned to Isho Palace, a batch of teacups and teapots in the room were broken again. She looked ferocious. She knew it. She knew it. Lu Hanwan went to accompany the emperor once, and she really became different. The emperor had always been very firm on this issue before. Why did he change now? Could it be that the emperor really likes Lu Hanwan? Thinking of this, Concubine E became even angrier. Xiao Yuan was listening to the sound of porcelain breaking next door and glanced at Nani Wei. Nani Wei explained very skillfully. It seems that Concubine E just came back from the emperor. As for more specifics, she didn't know. As a nurse, there was no way she could know the conversation around the emperor. Xiao Yuan was thoughtful. He knew that Concubine E went to the queen to make trouble. But this matter itself was Concubine E's right. So even if it was the emperor, he would not blame Concubine E. But now Concubine E was so angry. Could it be that Concubine E talked to the emperor about his belonging? The emperor would not easily send him back to his mother. His mother also benefited from this companionship and was directly promoted to the position of concubine. And her invisible status in the palace rose. So it is not easy to get him back. But the emperor's return to the palace means that the other party will settle accounts with what happened in the palace during this period. Among them, Concubine E did not do anything good. Even if Xiao Yuan did not see it in person, he could guess that the death of the fourth prince was inseparable from Concubine E. And the fourth prince died of smallpox. He dared to bring smallpox to the palace, even if it was lucky enough not to affect too many people this time. This behavior is still quite serious. This time it depends on how the emperor will deal with it. In fact, Xiao Yuan estimated that this matter was also related to the queen. After all, with Concubine Yi's intelligence, it was too difficult for her to do it so perfectly. From the drama, we know that the queen is the biggest black hand in the entire harem. But this person never takes action easily, and will definitely put aside her own relationship. In the study, the emperor was indeed thinking about this problem. The reason for his attitude towards Concubine E was the death of the fourth prince and Smallpox. All the people who contacted Concubine E had been arrested and tortured. I believe there will be results soon. He tapped his fingers on the table for a long time, and muttered, Queen, Concubine E. The next day, the incident of Concubine E broke out. Zhou Chongzai, who was originally named Concubine Zhou because she was the first to give birth to a prince, completely broke out the day after the emperor returned. After meeting the emperor, she knelt on the ground and asked the emperor with tears in her eyes to thoroughly investigate the death of the fourth prince. When the fourth prince was infected with smallpox, the entire palace where the fourth prince lived, whether it was Concubine Dun who raised the fourth prince, or the maids and eunuchs who served him, and the concubines living in the side hall of Concubine Dun's palace, were basically not spared and were all infected. Thanks to the fact that the queen did not allow people from all palaces to go out at that time, and even food was delivered to the door by people, the smallpox in Concubine Dun's palace was not spread. After the smallpox was discovered, the entire palace was sent out. However, the fourth prince was weak and died a few days after being sent out. The emperor officially began to investigate the matter, and Concubine E was panicked. She grabbed Aunt Fong's hand. Aunt Fong, our matter will not be discovered by the emperor. Right? Aunt Fong was also panicked, but she still comforted her. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Everyone in Concubine Dun's palace is dead, and they can't find out about us. As long as we refuse to admit it, it will be fine. Concubine E nodded. Yes, as long as we don't admit it, it will be fine. Concubine Yi's matter was finally resolved quickly. She was called over for questioning. Not many concubines went there. Only the queen, Concubine E, Lu Hanwan, and Zhou Chang, the person involved. When Lu Hanwan went there, she was still muttering to herself. Why did the emperor ask her to do that? She really hadn't done anything wrong, and she wasn't afraid of being investigated at all. As for the fact that the emperor was investigating Concubine Yi's affairs, the palace was in an uproar, and of course she couldn't have been unaware of it. When the fourth prince got into trouble, it could be said that everyone in the palace thought that Concubine E did it, and Lu Hanwan was no exception. She thought, could it be that the emperor really found out that it was Concubine E, and Concubine E was punished, and then the emperor would return Shizhou to her? Thinking of this, Lu Hanwan became excited and walked more quickly. Several people gathered together, and Lu Hanwan sat on a chair beside them and watched. Concubine E denied it before, but the evidence was irrefutable, and she had no choice but to admit it. In addition to Concubine Yi's use of smallpox to harm the fourth prince, Zhou Chongzai also came out to harm the ninth prince. Zhou Chongzai collapsed on the ground and confessed everything. She smiled and said, Yes, I did the ninth prince's thing. Concubine E harmed my son. How could I watch her not suffer any loss? Lu Hanwan's mind buzzed. When she came to her senses, she had already rushed up and knocked Zhou Chongzai to the ground. She sat on Zhou Chongzai and punched him. Her hands were bloody, and she had already scratched Zhou Chongzai's face with several cuts. She shouted angrily, Xiao Jiu is my child. He is my child. If you want to take revenge on Concubine E, go to Concubine E. Why don't you just kill her? Why do you want to bully my child? Xiuzhou is just the adopted son of Concubine E. If he dies, Concubine E can just adopt another child of a concubine. How sad do you think she will be? Lu Hanwan only hated that she didn't have enough strength to beat Zhou Chongzai to pieces. She glanced around, quickly stood up, picked up a chair, and smashed it on Zhou Chongzai's head. Zhou Chongzai originally thought that he had lost all hope, but he couldn't help but screaming in pain after being hit like this, and his body did not consciously dodge. The queen looked at the chaotic scene, and was stunned for a long time before she reacted and said, Go and pull Concubine 1 away. Lu Hanwan was caught by several people and couldn't touch Zhou Chongzai, so she simply threw the chair over and hit Zhou Chongzai. After all this, she had no strength in her body and was panting heavily. Zhou Chongzai curled up on the ground, with stars in her eyes. Of course, she didn't let Concubine E go. She just didn't expect that she would be found out so easily. She originally wanted Xiao Chui to apply some smallpox scabs to the 9th prince. And then the 9th prince got smallpox. Concubine E and the 9th prince were so close that she would definitely worry about whether she would be infected and live in worry all day. If Concubine E was infected in the end, it would be bad luck for Concubine E. If she was not infected, the other party would also lose the 9th prince. And she would spend the rest of her time with Concubine E. She wanted to make Concubine E live in pain for the rest of her life. In Zhou Chongzai's opinion, Concubine E had feelings for the 9th prince. Sometimes she could see it from the gentle look she gave him. So she thought that killing the 9th prince could be considered a revenge against Concubine E. As for Lu Hanwan's questions, she didn't care at all, even if the 9th prince's biological mother was Lu Hanwan. So what? He was Concubine Yi's adopted son. And Concubine E liked the 9th prince. As for accidentally injuring Lu Hanwan, she didn't feel sorry. In the harem, could she still like a favorite concubine? Seeing this, Lu Hanwan wanted to rush forward again, but the emperor interrupted her. Okay. The emperor was like this. Lu Hanwan did not dare to move, but the look in Zhou Chongzai's eyes made her want to cut off all the human flesh. Concubine E also knew that she was in great trouble. She knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, "Your Majesty, since I lost my child, I have woken up from my dreams every night. It was Zhou Chongzai who killed my child. From now on, I can no longer have children. You have always known how much I hope to raise a child with you. If I have a child, I will give him everything I have. It was Zhou Chongzai who ruined everything. She killed my child, and went to see the 4th prince with concubine done every day. How can I tolerate her? I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Zhou Chongzai looked at Concubine E with hatred. "You were the one who insulted me first. If you hadn't started it, how could I have pushed you? You killed your child yourself." She laughed sarcastically. "Look at you. You didn't value your child that much. You hid the news of your pregnancy so well that no one knew about it. But you still mocked others unscrupulously and provoked others' anger. Look how well you hid your child. Now you don't have to worry about anyone knowing that you are pregnant, because no one can see your child." Zhou Chongzai laughed wildly. Concubine E rushed towards Zhou Chongzai frantically, and the two started fighting. This time, the queen didn't need to order them, and the palace servants around them quickly separated the two of them. The emperor frowned and said, "Concubine E brought Smallpox into the palace and murdered the heir to the throne. She was vicious and cruel. Now she is demoted to the position of concubine. Zhou Chongzai killed the heir to the throne and did not repent. Her crime is unforgivable. She is sent to the cold palace and given a cup of poisoned wine. Her whole family is confiscated and beheaded to set an example." The palace was quiet for a while, as if even the movement of dust could be heard clearly. After a while, Zhou Chongzai struggled violently, and the whole person was crazy. "No, it's impossible. Your Majesty, my parents know nothing. Everything is done by me alone. They are innocent." The emperor looked at it coldly. Zhou Chongzai seemed humble, but in fact he was arrogant. He treated the killing of Shujio as if it were his own business. He had no fear at all. He did not repent after being exposed, when he thought that such a clever and smiling kid might lose his life for such a ridiculous reason. His chest felt heavy, looking at Lu Hanwan crying beside him. He gave the order directly. As for the 4th prince, he didn't care much. Even though Zhou Chongzai had known the emperor's love for Fong Ji and knew that this matter could not really overthrow Concubine E, he did not expect the gap to be so big, especially that she would actually implicate the lives of her relatives. The emperor said, "You should have thought about your family's lives when you did this, instead of being surprised by it now. Drag them away." This matter, the punishment for Concubine E was too light, but it was not too heavy for Concubine Zhou, for murdering the heirs of the emperor, especially the offspring of high-ranking concubines. He only killed Concubine Zhou's family, and did not implicate 3 or 9 clans, which was already a special mercy. Watching Concubine Zhou being dragged out, the queen said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, is Concubine Yi's punishment?" The emperor looked over with sharp eyes, and after a while, he whispered meaningfully, "Queen, how did Concubine Yi bring in smallpox scabs? And the scabs she brought were not so effective. I heard that many people who were infected in Concubine Dun's palace survived. This is different from those infected outside now. Those infected are basically difficult to survive. But there are so many people who survived in the palace of Concubine Dun. It is clear that someone is worried that the spread of smallpox in the palace will not be controlled at that time. They are using the smallpox that has been selected for several generations. Smallpox is also dangerous, but it is not as dangerous as those infected by the emperor. The queen's expression did not change. She stood up and bowed to apologize. I failed to strictly control the palace when smallpox was reported. It is my fault. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Anyway, there is no evidence. She is not afraid of anything. As for whether it is smallpox or not, why can't Concubine E find it again after she figured it out later? The emperor looked at her for a long while, snorted and laughed. Okay, everyone go away. He stood up and walked outside. Seeing that the emperor did not mention changing Xiao back, Lu Hanwan was slightly disappointed. But she soon cheered up. Forget it. She knew it was impossible to be so easy. But it didn't matter. After Concubine E gave her the sterilization medicine, she would never be able to get pregnant again. By then, the emperor could not give Xiao to her. For Lu Hanwan, since she promised not to have another child, the sterilization medicine was not a harm to her, but just the right thing. Concubine E collapsed on the ground. Feeling fortunate, this punishment was already good for her. She thought that she had been with the emperor for so many years, and the emperor had feelings for her. Otherwise he would not treat her like this and punish Zhou Chongzai so severely. This drama could not be concealed after all. Before long, all the harem knew what Concubine E and Zhou Chongzai had done. It was Xiao Yuan who only found out at this time that Xiao Chui was Zhou Chongzai's person, and that Zhou Chongzai wanted to harm him. He had several suspects before, the first of which was the queen, and Concubine Ning. After all, as the adopted son of Concubine E could no longer get pregnant. It was very likely that he would fight for the throne on behalf of Concubine E in the future. And there would be many concubines who wanted to take his life. But he didn't expect it to be Zhou Chongzai. But Zhou Chongzai had been sentenced to death, so he didn't bother about it. He knew that there were probably other people behind Zhou Chongzai. But that was all he could do for now. There were too many suspects, and he couldn't catch them all at once. Those people just prayed that they would still keep it a secret in the future. Otherwise, he would always settle accounts. The harem seemed to have calmed down after this drama. For several days, nothing happened in the palace. Xiao Yuan squatted in the yard, playing with the toys that the prince had sent over again. From time to time, he could hear the voice of a woman coaxing him. Xiao Yuan glanced at Concubine E and felt helpless. Originally, during the time when his mother went to accompany the emperor, Concubine E had already begun to pay special attention to him. Now that she was demoted from Concubine E to Concubine E, she became even more serious and stayed by his side all day long. It would be fine if she just stayed by his side. But Concubine E was not the type to accompany him silently. She always liked to talk to him. If he didn't talk, Concubine E would keep coaxing him. Xiao Yuan almost wanted to sigh. This little kid should have his own private space. He had it too hard. Concubine E had no idea of Xiao Yuan's inner thoughts. She had been demoted and lost the emperor's favor. The emperor hadn't come for several days. She was afraid that she would lose Xiao Yuan. After raising him for so many years, she also has feelings for Xiao Yuan. Not to mention the special little things, like sending flowers between them. Now when Concubine E thinks about it, her heart is full of sweetness. And a little bit ridiculous. After all, Xiao Yuan picked her favorite and most precious flowers in her garden at that time. On the other hand, Xiao Yuan is very much liked by the emperor. When he is around, the atmosphere between Concubine E and the emperor is the best. Whether it is out of emotion or out of interest, Concubine E absolutely does not want to give up the ninth prince. She has been shrinking in the harem recently, and dare not quarrel with others as before, for fear of making the emperor more upset during this period. As for Lu Hanwan, she also tested the emperor twice in the past few days, and confirmed that the emperor still had no intention of returning Xiao to her. She felt disappointed, and also felt that the emperor was too difficult to deal with. She had accompanied and taken care of the emperor when he had smallpox. But the emperor did not even intend to return his own child to her. If it were someone else, not to say that he would truly love her from now on, at least he would give her these special treatments. As for her, it was really shabby, stingy, mean. Lu Hanwan scolded the emperor in her heart, and after calming down a little, She was ready to start her original plan. Beside Concubine E, Aunt Fong has always been resentful that Xiao had made her suffer a beating. It was me who instigated Zhou Chengzai to push Concubine E, and she spread the news to Aunt Fong. This news is fake to anyone with a discerning eye. But Aunt Fong is different. She hates Xiao and doesn't want Concubine E to raise Xiao. So if this matter gets to her ears, she will definitely develop in the direction they want. At that time, Concubine E will be more likely to take action. Xiao Yuan knows that her master is obsessed with the ninth prince. For a word from the ninth prince, she really doesn't want to have a baby for so long. For this reason, she also hopes that the ninth prince can really come back to their Chaoxiao palace soon. Otherwise, she is really afraid that even if Lu Hanwan doesn't come back, she will still not have a baby after taking the medicine. It's scary to think about it. She smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, Master, I will arrange it right away. That day, Aunt Fong was walking through the imperial garden when she heard a faint voice talking, and the voice mentioned Concubine E. She was immediately startled and hid behind the rockery to listen. Two palace maids said with a smile, "Now that Zhou Chengzai has been sentenced to death by the emperor, Concubine Yi's revenge for the loss of her son should be over here." Another palace maid muttered, "I don't know if it's really over. Last time we saw Zhou Chengzai and Concubine E talking before they met." Zhou Chengzai put his eyes directly on Concubine Yi's belly. But it's hard to say who really hurt Concubine E. What do you think is the benefit of Concubine Lu harming Concubine E? Hasn't she always wanted to get the ninth prince back? The maid from before sneered. She wants it. But can the emperor give it to her? From the birth of the ninth prince to now, she has been using the name of the ninth prince to show how much pity the emperor has for her. Before, she was secretly drinking abortion medicine. It's obvious that she wants to have another child. What does the ninth prince mean to her? The child was taken away at birth. She suffered a lot of bullying from Concubine E for him. She may still hate the ninth prince in her heart. If you ask me, Concubine Lu should be given sterilization medicine so that she can never have children again. Let's see if she can still pretend to love the ninth prince and drink abortion medicine in private. The two maids walked away while talking, and Aunt Fong hurried back to Yishou Palace with a lot of thoughts in her mind. She told Concubine E what she heard. Concubine Yi's fingers turned white, and her lips trembled with anger. "Is what you said true?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Aunt Fong said. "I heard all this with my own ears." Concubine Yi's mind was in a mess, and her hand subconsciously touched her belly, as if she could still feel her son in her belly. She barely maintained a bit of rationality. Maybe someone else deliberately said it. She was not smart. But she also knew that there were various means in the palace, and this might be news that someone wanted her to hear specifically. Aunt Fong naturally understood this. But someone did this on purpose, which did not mean that the news was not true. She recalled the situation at that time, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. "My queen, think about it. When you were pregnant, the ninth prince was seriously ill, and Concubine Lu asked the emperor to come and take care of the ninth prince. She stayed in our Yishou Palace all day, so it is not impossible that she really saw something. During that time, anyone who was a little careful could see that your body was very weak. Besides, Concubine Lu might have arranged someone in our Yishou Palace. Otherwise she would not have dared to come in to accompany the ninth prince, who might have been infected with smallpox. It must be because her people knew that the smallpox scab was fake. Concubine E felt that this was indeed the case. But she dared to accompany the emperor. So it would be the same if she came to accompany the ninth prince. Ouch. Aunt Fong said, "My lady, accompanying the ninth prince is different from accompanying the emperor. To put it bluntly, because of the ninth prince, Concubine Lu has been targeted by you. She has been humbled for more than 2 years. How much affection can she really have for the ninth prince under such circumstances? Is this affection worth her risking her life? It's not that Concubine Lu can't have children. If the ninth prince dies, she can just get another one. She has been asking the imperial physician to take care of her body privately. After she recovered, she immediately drank the pregnancy medicine. It's obvious that she wants to have another child. She pretends to care about the ninth prince because he is your adopted son. When you raise him, she will reap the benefits. Also, the ninth prince has been loved by the emperor since he was young. The more the emperor likes the ninth prince, the more Concubine Lu misses him. The emperor will think of her and pity her more." Aunt Fong spoke more and more smoothly, and she felt that what she said was right. Concubine E also felt that it was right. The emperor liked Xiao the most since she was young, because she targeted Lu Hanwan. The emperor specially promoted Lu Hanwan's position. It is hard to say that Lu Hanwan has been favored for so long, and it has nothing to do with Xiao. She thought about it, and felt more and more uncomfortable. Aunt Fong, what do you think I should do? The emperor has just demoted me. If I make any mistakes again, the emperor will not forgive me. She has been demoted to a concubine. If she is demoted again, she will not even be able to keep her position as the head of a palace. Aunt Fong gave advice to Concubine E. You don't have to do anything about this matter yourself. Let others deal with Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu made you unable to have children. So let's make her unable to have children too. No. Concubine E said, if that's the case, then she really wants to take Xiao back. She didn't plan to give Xiao away. During this period of time, she has completely accepted from the bottom of her heart that Xiao will be her child in the future. Aunt Fong does not like the ninth prince. She advised, Your Majesty, the ninth prince's biological mother is Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu has done so much for the ninth prince. He will definitely have feelings for Concubine Lu in the future. It will be difficult to raise him like this. We might as well wait and raise another one in the future. Concubine E disagreed. Raising another one as good as Xiao? She said irritably. Besides, didn't we say it before? When Lu Hanwan falls out of favor in the future, we will find a way to kill her. As long as she dies, Xiao will be my child alone. Lu Hanwan is in favor now. If she really dies, the emperor will definitely investigate thoroughly, and she will be finished by then. Aunt Fong was unwilling to give up, and she talked about a lot of disadvantages of raising the ninth prince. Although Concubine E was shaken, she did not agree immediately. Aunt Fong, let's stop here and continue talking about Concubine Lu. Aunt Fong was tired of talking. She was helpless. Concubine Lu hurt the queen so much. Why did the queen still miss the ninth prince? Normally, shouldn't the ninth prince be killed as well? Concubine E herself hated him. But in the past month or so, she had put in a lot of effort to make the ninth prince closer to her, and played with him every day. This is how people's feelings are. When you spend more time together, they will naturally develop. Besides, she and the ninth prince had so many sweet memories before. It was not easy for her to get rid of those feelings immediately. For a while, she felt mixed feelings of love and hate, and could not make up her mind. Let's do this for now. I need to think about the ninth prince again. Aunt Fong went out. Concubine E touched her belly silently, thinking about the child she had lost, and then thinking about the ninth prince. Lu Hanwan treated her like this just to make the ninth prince her only offspring. She knew that Xiao knew nothing, but his existence seemed to be more and more annoying. Xiao Yuan didn't know anything yet. After breakfast in the morning, he didn't see Concubine E come to play with him. He was a little surprised. Why didn't Concubine E come today? Could it be that there was a war recently? Fong Ji had made meritorious service, and Concubine E had been restored to the position of concubine? They didn't need him anymore, so they didn't come to see him? Nani Wei looked normal, but she followed Xiao Yuan more closely, not letting him out of her sight for a moment. Xiao Yuan felt it, and knew that something was about to happen. He was still young, so he didn't have to do anything. Just wait quietly. Within a few days, Lu Hanwan sent for the imperial physician, and Yishou Palace was quiet, as if a storm was coming. Soon, everyone in the harem went there, and Concubine E also hurried over with people. Xiao Yuan looked at Concubine E, then turned back to look at Nani Wei and asked, What's wrong? Of course, Nani Wei already knew that Lu Hanwan had called the imperial physician, and she guessed that something had happened. She usually liked to tell Xiao Yuan everything, but now that it was about the little prince's biological mother, she didn't dare to say it. She hugged Xiao Yuan. It's okay. It's okay. Concubine E probably made an appointment with someone else. The sun is a little hot. Let's go inside and play. She didn't know what the specific arrangements were for Concubine Lu. But a few days ago, the spy arranged by Concubine Lu suddenly made her take a fancy to the ninth prince recently. So she knew that the matter must be complicated and might even endanger the little prince's life. Now the final result is coming out. Although Nani Wei is still worried, the stone in her heart has finally fallen. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Xiao Yuan pursed his lips and didn't ask any more questions. It was indeed a bit absurd to tell a child about this kind of thing. So he didn't say it, but he was still curious, wondering what his mother would do and what she did. Calling the imperial physician. Was there something wrong with her body? Or did his mother also fake pregnancy and pretend that Concubine E had a miscarriage? Would this work? I always felt that if this was the case, he might not be able to return to his mother's hands. But no matter how Xiao Yuan thought about it, he couldn't imagine that his mother would be so crazy that he couldn't have children from now on. This was quite shocking for the environment of the harem, and for a concubine. You have to know that this is a palace drama, and it is very common for children to die. If there is no cheat, Xiao Yuan himself cannot guarantee that he can live and grow up in this harem. Xiao Yuan is still waiting, and the drama has just begun in Chaoxia Palace. Lu Hanwan lay on the bed, her face pale, and tears washed her face. Although she did not cry loudly, anyone could feel the strong despair and sadness on her body. Just one look, people's hearts are completely sunken. The emperor's face was as dark as ink, and he sat in the main seat with his clothes straightened. He looked at the concubines below with a cold look. He was almost laughing with anger. The previous incident had just passed, and the harem was restless again. He wondered if he had been too tolerant, which led to the harem being too noisy. The person who brought the bowl of the potion for Lu Hanwan was being beaten with a stick in the yard, and the wailing sounded inside, making everyone tremble. The emperor's words were clearly heard by everyone. Tell me, who gave this potion to Wanpin? If you tell me now, I can still give you a quick death. If you have to wait until I find out, it's hard to say what the result will be. Everyone below hung their heads, not daring to look at the emperor. Concubine E clenched her hands, which were covered by her sleeves. Suddenly, the emperor called someone out. Song Yun. Tell me. Ah! The concubine who was named screamed out in surprise, trembling all over, unable to speak fluently. I don't know. Shenping glanced at Song Yun, her heart full of resentment. This useless thing. She was shaking like a ghost before she asked anything. No one would believe her if she said this matter had nothing to do with her. She couldn't help but pray. Please don't give her away. The emperor smiled lightly, but it didn't make people feel relieved at all. The words he said were like a heavy hammer, with a force that could not be ignored. I don't want to waste more time. You'd better be quick. Or do you prefer to tell everything after being tortured? If you are like that. He raised his voice slightly and said loudly, Su Quan. Yes. I am here. Su Quan immediately bowed and responded. No. I will tell you. Song Yu, who had been afraid all along, suddenly had her psychological defense broken, and she collapsed and said, I will tell you everything. Yes. It was Concubine Jin who ordered me to harm Concubine 1. You? What are you talking about? Concubine Jin jumped out immediately, pointing at Song Yu and yelling. I warn you. Don't make random accusations. I didn't tell you to do anything. Song Yu said, it was Concubine Jin who ordered it. And the medicine for the extinction of the family was given to me by Concubine Jin. Otherwise I, a little concubine, would not be able to get this medicine at all. The imperial physicians were not the ones who gave the concubines whatever medicine they wanted. If they noticed something wrong, they would report it. She said everything that Concubine Jin had told her to say. Concubine Jin knelt on the ground, unable to refute it all. Concubine Jin, the emperor slowly said. Tell me, what are you doing? Concubine Jin hesitated for a long time, but could not think of a way to clear herself. Finally, she could only say, I learned that Concubine Lu, no. It was Concubine Wan, who harmed Concubine E and made her unable to get pregnant again. Concubine E and I were like sisters, and I felt very sorry for Concubine E. So I decided to let Concubine 1 also experience the feeling of not being able to get pregnant. Hearing the word sisterly, Concubine Yi's face twisted slightly. Who can be as close to this idiot as a sister? Oh! The emperor raised his voice. Wanbin harmed Yiping? Yes. Concubine Jin also became confident. I have heard about it. Wanbin knew that Yiping was pregnant at that time. She deliberately instigated discord with Zhou Chongzai. Zhou Chongzai pretended to be unaware and pushed Yiping directly, which caused Concubine E to fall and miscarry. Lu Hanwan sat up halfway and said angrily with tears, You are lying. I have no contact with Zhou Chongzai at all, and I don't know whether Yiping is pregnant or not. The emperor asked, Do you have any evidence? Concubine Jin was very proud. It was after Concubine 1 talked to Concubine Zhou that Concubine Zhou pushed Concubine E. Just ask anyone and you will know. The queen also spoke up at this time. If you are talking about the day when Concubine Zhou harmed Concubine E, then Concubine Lu was standing with me at that time. And Concubine Chun and others were also there at that time. I didn't hear Concubine Lu say anything bad. At that time, the queen deliberately appeared nearby in order to see her plan succeed with her own eyes. She knew better than anyone who had planned this, because she was the real murderer behind the scenes. As for Lu Hanwan, her relationship with Concubine Zhou was neither good nor bad, and they didn't have much contact. It was just that Concubine Zhou was there with the child, and several concubines talked to Concubine Zhou. She couldn't see the ninth prince herself, so she paid more attention to the child and followed to watch. At that time, the queen was there, and she also said to the queen for a while. Lu Yanwan did not disrespect the queen, and even she had a good relationship with the queen. This is not because she thinks the queen is good. Of course, she can see that the queen with a strong background is absolutely deep, not a oil-saving lamp. But even so, the interests of her and the queen have no conflict for the time being. She climbed up from the bottom without any background. Even if she gave birth to a prince, she had no threat to the queen. On the contrary, she brushed her face on the queen, and she might be what she wanted to pick up Xiao Jiu, which was something that the other party said good words casually. After all, the ninth prince was raised by Concubine E, or by someone of low status like her. The threat was completely different. To a certain extent, her interests were the same as the queen's. So Lu Hanwan never took advantage of the queen's favor to be arrogant. Of course, another reason was that the queen was stubborn and serious. But as long as she didn't violate the palace rules, she wasn't difficult to get along with. And she wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for no reason. Lu Hanwan certainly didn't mind getting along with the queen more. If she wanted to survive in the harem for a long time, she couldn't rely on herself alone. In terms of favor, she didn't think she could keep it forever. If she hadn't been very cautious by nature and worried that she would be sold out after joining the queen, she would have actually thought about joining the queen's party. She felt that the possibility of the prince ascending to the throne was very high. The queen didn't want to help Lu Hanwan when she spoke at this time. But these were all facts. Instead of being found out later, it would be better for her to say it directly, which would also show that she, the master of the harem, was fair enough and had no jealousy towards the concubines. The emperor asked Jinping again and found that Jinping was really flustered. There was no solid evidence. She just made up her own mind based on the rumors she heard at the time. He took a long breath and tried to control his patience. If that's the case, what about the two palace maids who delivered the news? These two maids were not the two that Aunt Fong had heard about earlier. When Concubine Jin was strolling with Concubine E, they heard about Lu Hanwan harming Concubine E. The maid who spoke was naturally arranged by Aunt Fong. Now the two had been taken away by Aunt Fong. So how could Concubine Jin find them? Although Concubine Jin was stupid, she realized the problem when she said this. At that time, Concubine E and I didn't think about this for a while. They ran away when they heard the noise and were not caught. The emperor didn't want to pay attention to her. The killing power of idiots is sometimes really great. They really don't have any brains. Then did you do this alone? Or did Concubine E instruct you to do this? Concubine Jin looked at Concubine E, and Concubine E looked back, her heart pounding. Of course, she didn't instruct Concubine Jin directly. Even when Concubine Jin asked her to retaliate, she wavered, which made Concubine Jin anxious. Concubine Jin wanted to please her, so she took the initiative. Even so, Concubine E was still panicked. Concubine Jin didn't betray Concubine E. She shook her head. It wasn't Concubine E who instructed me to do this. She didn't ask me to do this. The emperor didn't believe it. He didn't realize that Concubine Jin and Concubine E had such a deep relationship in the past. He asked in an induced way, so, you came up with the idea of feeding Concubine 1 with a drug that would make her lose her heirs? No one said anything beside you. Concubine Jin thought hard. It seems that Aunt Fong beside Concubine E said so. And it seems that I said it first. And I can't remember clearly. After all, Lu Hanwan hurt Concubine E so that she can't have children anymore. And most people's thoughts are to retaliate immediately in the same way, or even more fiercely. When Concubine E heard that Aunt Fong was involved, she hurriedly said, Your Majesty. Aunt Fong just said angry words, because she saw that Concubine was sad. She just felt sorry for me. But she didn't really mean it. And Concubine Jin, I didn't know she would do this. But Concubine Yi was just deceived and forced, not deliberately wanting to harm Concubine 1. Please be merciful and forgive her. When Concubine Yi heard Concubine E pleading for Aunt Fong, she felt a little uncomfortable. But when she heard Concubine E still spoke for her, she was immediately moved. Sure enough, although EP1 has a bad temper, she is very sincere to others. As long as she doesn't die this time, she will be able to rise sooner or later if she follows EP1 in the future. After all, everyone knows that EP1's uncle is very good at fighting. Now those former dukes who fought in the court are all old, and the future still depends on EP1's uncle. When EP1's uncle fights a few more battles, EP1's position will naturally rise again. By then, the position of concubine and noble concubine will be a sure thing, and it will be easy for her to promote one. On the contrary, if she and EP1 tear their faces at this moment, she will really have no hope in the future. The confessions of the palace servants, who were tortured outside, also came up, and the final result was quite clear. This incident was because of the palace servants' nonsense, which led to EP1 and Jinping misunderstanding Lu Hanwan. And Jinping prepared medicine for Lu Hanwan. This medicine would not have such a big reaction. But Lu Hanwan was allergic, so the symptoms were a bit bigger. It was found out all at once.